start in 10 minutes, so separate the lineup, start taking the last wave.
You're on, good morning and welcome to the end of the road. Yeah, a little helping hand from your best friend who happens to be number 1 and 2 in the world. Gabby Bryan, Carissa Moore walking out, world's best, ready to compete here on this Wednesday morning. Carissa, Aaron Brooks in the first heat of the morning in round 2 action. The 19-year-old looking for a big result here in Tahiti to move up the ranks and hopefully get into the top 14 to enjoy the postseason and also make sure she's requalifying for next year. What a beautiful morning it is. We had a little bit more rain this morning, but it's starting to clear. And we're going to have a little bit of a refreshing south-southwest kind of build throughout the afternoon as well. Probably a lot of inside ledge, but the occasional sneaky set on the outside ledge, which took everybody by surprise in the opening round for the women yesterday. Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier, big wave charger, and a surfer who enjoyed some CT time as well. Flick, this is a heavyweight round. We're going to see all that top 5 energy out in the water this morning.
I'm really excited for today. I feel like it's going to be so good because they didn't run those. They was maybe talk about going into that next round for the women yesterday afternoon. I'm glad they called that off. Way better conditions today, and looking forward to what this morning brings. Yeah,
Surfline let us know that we'd have some waves basically every day. No days off. Let's just keep rolling. This is great. And for Carissa Moore, putting in a lot of experience and time into this wave over the years. She has really, really worked hard on that backside barrel riding technique, and gave her something to strive for at the right time of her career. You know, in those early world title races, sometimes the season was ending in August back in the day. And with Tahiti coming up, Pipe coming up, I think it gave a legend like Carissa Moore something to work for, and she loves it.
I think we've seen her come a long way over the last few years. Obviously, she's had so much change and evolution in her life as well, obviously bringing her daughter into the world as well, and now bringing her on tour with her, which is epic to see. But yeah, when you've done so much in your career, you've got 5 world titles, you've got an Olympic gold. I mean, what other things are you looking for to improve in your surfing? And she's been pretty open and candid that she's wanted to improve on her tube riding on her backhand.
It's interesting, too, when you look at a tour where, you know, Gabby Bryan's doing her thing, building her profile last season, and she's telling us, oh, I got off the phone with Carissa. I got to spend time with her in between events. You know, Carissa turned into a real mentor for Gabby as she was watching from the sidelines at home with her growing family. And then they joined forces this year, and you know, they've got to be pinching themselves that they're running things on tour. You know, Gabby's world number 1, Carissa's world number 2. You know, they're the 2 best surfers here to the halfway mark. For Carissa, she was able to enjoy some time with Gabby this morning.
Yeah, no, it did, for sure. Like, less energy, less water, like, drawing way off the reef. Which is good. You can see the good ones that are better, you know?
Yeah.
Like the inside ledge ones that are
Gabby giving me tips. Thanks, Gabby. I need tips from the best in the world over here. No,
No, I'm just gonna stop talking.
No, any tips are welcome.
Just paddle hard, go for it. Someone will save you.
What a great shot there. Just some laughs there. And Gabrielle O'Brien just passing that over to Carissa Moore. Just all the tips that she's been learning over her strike missions here the last couple of years. Gabby putting in some time and just happy to pass that on. That is not every day when you have number 1 and 2 in the world giving each other tips. Sometimes that creates more separation. You know, you think Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson, they stopped talking for a couple of years. For Gabby and Carissa, you know, maybe it's even a stronger part of their relationship.
I just think that comes with, they've just spent so much time together and they have a really beautiful relationship. We've seen that, you know, that time on tour, you know, before Carissa took the time off to obviously welcome her daughter into the world and be present with her, but we've seen them spend so much time together. They have a real lightness to their relationship, and I think, I mean, it's all fun and games now for sure. I mean, before they're matched up together, but yeah, I think if they do end up matching up in this event, or if they have a heat together, I feel like they will, you know, maybe that lightness will fade in the heat itself and they'll be a little bit more competitive.
Let's get some insight on the day. Defending event champ Molly Picklam's with Strider.
Thank you, Joe. Just gonna get a call here with Molly Picklam. She's been out there warming up. How are the conditions, and what is the call for the day?
Yeah, the conditions still a little tricky, but there's definitely some little barrels to be had. Maybe the odd outside ledge wave, but we're going to start with us ladies and then go into the men. And then 35 minutes, no heat restart, so you got to get strategic with the no heat restarts for sure. Like, it's definitely a factor, but hopefully it just like stays consistent. We're playing with a tricky forecast though, so I think we've kind of got to run, right?
And you got a new little feature on your wetsuit this morning?
Yeah, our wetsuits get so chopped up. Like, you touch the bottom and you just get all scratches. So I got a couple scratches on my back, got a hole in my leg, in my front leg, but I don't have time to change my wetsuit, so I'm just going to cruise the channel and, I don't know, maybe it's a bit of good luck. Get the scratches out of the way.
Get them out of the way. Good luck today. Enjoy, and well, you got a new style of wetsuit. You're good.
Yeah, new design. Let's go.
Thank you, Strider. Have a great day out there. And Molly Picklum, she'll be out there very quickly. She's coming up in the next heat. Picklum will take on Alyssa Spencer, but this heat is officially on. One key point that Molly Picklum delivered there was no heat restarts. We had 40-minute heats yesterday in round 1, and they still were allowed to get a restart. We saw that in the heat with Vahine and Isabella Nichols. But this time, they know in their game plan, if they want to hassle for position at some point, they're going to have to really get going in their heat. We already saw Wave Ridden to kick this one off. Just quick up and down for Carissa Moore, 0.87. So Erin Brooks will have priority with a lot of time on the clock. Just saying Vahine's name, I'm still baffled that she's out of the event. That was a huge upset yesterday in round 1.
Yeah, that was a really interesting heat. I know this is not going to sit right with Vahine for sure. We spoke about, you know, where she was on the rankings coming into this event and how much she needed that result. So she would have been looking at her home event, and she's won here before, like, yes, this is going to be a keeper for me. So big upset, and congrats to Isabella. She really surfed a great, competitive and smart heat.
And that stat that just popped up on your screen is just what a story for Carissa Moore. Back-to-back wins. From New Zealand to El Salvador, and Flick, it didn't really kick off the season feeling like that was about to happen. It felt like, you know, things were maybe a bit overwhelming on the return to the tour, and just working things out, traveling with a family, your baby girl, and still trying to win heats at a high level. And everything changed as we watch them just punch through this set out the back. But that rhythm that she got at New Zealand was sensational. Not just winning that event, but comboing the field multiple times. Countless 9s on her backhand. Switched directions, slightly warmer water in El Salvador. Met up with her good rival, Tyler Wright. What a great part of the season for Carissa Moore, and on her comeback. Meanwhile, more waves on the head for Erin Brooks and Carissa Moore. Those are those outside sets that are going to be sneaking up on us today.
Oh, wow. Did Erin just lose her board? Looks like it. She might have released the leash, or maybe it broke.
So Erin's got to swim now, as we'll check in with Strider to see what he saw there.
I just saw the, I mean, I'm sure we all saw it. It was a pretty solid set right on the head. And, you know, you're playing cat and mouse out there because you're constantly trying to be on that inside. And those bigger ones come and you're just stuck. I mean, you either, you know, take your leash off or you keep your leash on and possibly break your board. So I think you take your leash off and swim through, get a new board, wait for that one to come back out with the water patrol. It's such a hectic situation, and all that water moving and sucking off the reef. When those bigger ones come, they're so intimidating looking. You just see the draw of the water coming off the bottom. You're like in that position. You're trying to get under the lip, and take off your leash and swim through it and think about your program to get back to the channel. You have to swim from out there to the channel. They won't pick you up or you lose priority. And if they do pick you up, then, you know, you are going to lose priority, and then, you know, get your new board back into, I don't know, there's just so much going on in such a short time. You got to be ready for everything.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, that's just not the way you want to be starting your heat before you've even caught a wave, and just already swapping equipment. Erin Brooks, the 19-year-old representing Canada, getting back into the takeoff zone. You can see that X by her name there. That means priority is suspended. She's left the lineup to get her backup board, and once she's back in position, she will be back to first priority. We will now relive what Erin and Carissa just went through.
Yeah, so let's have a look. Obviously, Carissa a little bit wider. It looks like she manages to get through this. Erin, she jumps off the board. It looks like she jumped. I don't know if she even had time to get to her leash. It didn't look like that to me. So potentially just the power of the Pacific Ocean just unleashing on top of Erin. So, I mean, she looks fine now. She's obviously switched. Jake was in the channel, handed off the second board for her, and she's back out there. But she's no stranger to powerful waves. We've seen what she's capable of out here, and we've also seen what she's capable of over in Fiji. So she'll be fine after that.
Every event you travel to on tour, you're bringing extra everything. You know, backup to backups, you're bringing a healthy quiver just in case things go wrong. You're bringing extra fins, you're bringing extra leashes, but maybe multiply that times 5 when you come here to Tahiti. Just by going under a wave, your leash could snap without a problem. We've lost fins out here all the time. It's just carnage, not just for yourself, but for all your equipment that you bring here out into the channel. So Erin, well prepared, riding for Lost Surfboards for a while now. She'll lock in, late takeoff. Now stalling, who's hoping to have a section to pull into there. Springs off the bottom, throwing some spray off the tail. She didn't really get to light up that frontside snap like she did in the opening round. She had 2 versions of a frontside whip. She's got one of the best techniques on tour, how fast she can get to a lift line, especially front side. It's a special maneuver she has.
It is crazy. Yeah, obviously it's a tube out here. Yesterday we got to see her go to turns, and every time, and we'll get to watch it here, but the way that she's able to pivot so tight, the radius that she pivots at is incredible. Like, just how she gets so much whip off the top. I mean, I feel like it's one of the best on the championship tour on the forehand. Obviously you got Gabriella Bryan up there for sure, but Erin Brooks, I mean, yeah, the radius on her turn, just how quick and whippy she is out of the lip. I remember one of the first times, I'd obviously seen her a lot on social media, but then I saw her at a Challenger Series event. I think it was over in when we had one in Narrabeen. And I remember watching her on her forehand and how quick she was. It was visible to me that she was just that leap and bounds, you know, ahead of other women and girls her age. She's so fast. You can't stress that enough.
And she developed some great friendships through that Challenger Series run, even though she didn't have to do it too long. But with Isabella Nichols, and they got to enjoy even finals together. She just broke through with that 10-point ride at Snapper Rock, showing that she doesn't have to just look for a left to get barreled on. Backside is still just as strong. 2.33 for last of Erin, so she'll take the lead as she gets back to one of the best ever. Carissa just got past Erin Brooks in Rio, so 1-0 so far in their head-to-head matchups. We did have that board swap earlier. Let's check in with Strider.
Yeah, well, it takes a village, right? You know, Erin's caddy out here in the water, and Coach, he was just floating and asking for a board, and they said, well, it's coming. You know, it's got to go all the way around the inside, all the way back to the outside, and it sounds like it's just about to show back up. But you know, Alan Cleland having to paddle aboard from the boat out to it. Ooh, nice little barrel for Erin almost there. And then, so Al Cleland getting involved, helping out, and then now we're waiting for the board, but telling Erin to get back out there to, oh man, I just saw Carissa eat it, sorry. To get back out there on that board and then switch on the next go around, because her board just showed up. So she's gonna take donuts right now though. Oh man, she gotta go into that one. Sorry, just all so much going on out here. It's pretty wild already.
Thank you so much, Strider. You can tell he's taking it all in. He's seeing wipeouts. He's seeing almost barrels happening, just sensory overload. He's noticing Al Cleland Jr., who just volunteered to jump into Erin's corner. That's the kind of guy Al is. A lot of guys on tour watching and seeing someone in need would probably do the same. And yeah, so once you lose your board, that goes to the lagoon. Then the water patrol will go handle the board that got released. And there's Al on the case. Look at that. What a legend.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Really good guy. Really nice guy. And one of the most fun people to hang out with on tour. So not surprised he's lending a helping hand.
Al Cleland Jr. does have a heat in round 3 later on today as he takes on local hero Kyle Vost. And Erin Brooks heading back out there. Her last wave of 1.10. Carissa did get clipped in the barrel, 0.27. So we're seeing some cleaner morning conditions than what a lot of the crew had to deal with yesterday in round 1. But still the element of surprise on the outer ledge. And still some, you know, the importance of wave selection, finding one that's going to be nice and hollow to attack today.
I think conditions are the best we've seen so far, for sure. We've obviously got, more offshore degree in the wind, which is awesome. but I still feel like it's pretty hard to read out there. I think this is the guinea pig heat of the day too, right? So the judges are going to be feeling out the scale. They're going to be, seeing where the women have adjusted from yesterday, the ones that did surf and are now surfing today, and how that compares, and just setting the scale for the day. So I think you're going to probably be taking a while to digest these numbers, and it's so difficult. You still got the outside ledge. We saw it, that big set that busted Erin's leash, and they're still trying to sit on the inside ledge. So there's a lot of cat and mouse that's still going to happen today.
Big thanks to Charlotte Perry and Surfline giving us the update. Today is Wednesday morning here, and we have all the way till the 18th to finish. But all systems go. We're trying to capitalize on today and tomorrow. That's why we have no restarts today, down to 35 minutes from 40 yesterday. And we'll see the size levels out with a refresh to south-southwest today. And still well overhead, mostly inner ledge, but those outside ones are going to sneak up on us.
Oh, yeah, totally. We've already seen that this morning with Erin copping that big one on the head. The good thing with the wind is we've got east-southeast trades, and it's the best direction we've had so far, but there's still a little bit of lump and bump, which we've seen this morning. Hopefully throughout the day it might clean up a little bit. And then as we move through to Thursday, we've got some size holding, which is awesome in the swell. And it also looks like tomorrow's going to be the cleanest day of the waiting period. So looking forward to seeing that. What are we looking at today? 6 to 10 foot faces and holding throughout the whole day, which is nice. And then we've got that cross offshore wind trending a little bit stronger in this afternoon. So just see how that plays out. And we're looking forward to hopefully getting into that men's round 3.
Yeah, as we kind of look towards, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you're starting to see that Madamu wind kind of return. So we're trying to avoid that, continuing that offshore clean conditions today and tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've still got plenty of surf. Tomorrow potentially looks like it could be the best day of the waiting period. Maybe a little opportunity on Friday morning too. Some nice offshore winds, but swell drops considerably.
Yeah, seeing that nice clean direction this morning. Erin Brooks, Carissa Moore, the first ones to try to figure out what's going to be working today. We had some just low heat totals yesterday, and then Nadia Aristarbe found some gems out there. She was an absolute standout. She has Lakey Peterson in heat 4 of this round.
Yeah, she did so well yesterday. She also, we noted that she had a bit of an injury. She sprained her ankle trying to play with some friendly dogs around here. So it's not easy to sort of be like, okay, now I've got to surf chopes. And she did really well. She had great wave selection yesterday, the best of the bunch. And she actually had one really good wave, the 617. And then she actually had another opportunity. She just hold on a little bit longer. She would have come out another tube. So I'm looking forward to seeing her again out here against Lakey.
Those dogs can sneak up on you.
Oh, don't you worry. I've had my fair share of that.
I think that was, well, you went for a nice jog one morning. Next thing you know.
Trying to choose health and wellness over here. It was a bit hard.
Yeah. There are some wild dogs that kind of cruise around. You get to know them over the years.
Some really friendly ones too, though.
Some you can kind of tell. Keep your distance. As we check out 20 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock here. Erin Brooks, Carissa Moore in the lineup together. Two giant names of the sport. Erin 19, and you think back to when Carissa was a similar age. I guess Carissa won her first title at 18, and so at 19 she finished 3rd in the world. But both these athletes just absolute phenoms at a very young age. Carissa Moore broke all the records in NSSA Nationals and started moving on. She was jumping into heats with the guys growing up. You always remember guys like Keanu Singh talking about it, how amazing it was to see how talented Carissa was at a young age, where she was actually looking to be pushed in every way she could, even joining men's QSs, around the world, doing air shows and really trying to work on every aspect of her game. As we look at Erin Brooks now paddling, she will stall and put herself in position to get a nice view under the hood. Not ultra deep, but very clever to get inside the tube. And that'll improve on her 1.10.
Yes, that was nice. I was underneath priority and straight back out there. Nice little ride on the tube. Obviously not too long, but really good read. She's got such good awareness, right? I mean, let's have a look here. So nice little... she had to thread the barrel, so got a nice little pump in the tube, quick in and out. I feel like the judges probably will be a little bit reserved with this score, maybe not going as high as, you compare it to yesterday. This would have been a great wave yesterday, of course, but I just think, you know, this is the next round. We've obviously got better waves on hand today, so I think the judges might be a little bit reserved with that. I'm really interested to see where it goes.
So Erin Brooks back out in the lineup as Carissa Moore will assess this wave, holds her position. Carissa Moore with a lot of quarterfinals out here in Tahiti. Back in 2022, she lost to Vahine. She lost to Vahine Fierro again the following year, also an equal fifth, as Carissa will use priority on this wave. Grabs the rail, tight tube, and it's going to clamp on her. You can see her put her head down to try to force the exit. But a similar type of fall that she had on her wave earlier. And that'll keep her in second. Erin Brooks is going to look at this thing. She's got a big front side whip, passes Carissa, goes for it there. Nice tight front side snap. I mean, if you're hitting the lip like that forehand, you're feeling pretty good about yourself.
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, she is able to go so vertical, so quick. I mean, she loads up on the bottom turn. You can really see it. The bottom turn is a little bit slower, but as soon as she gets up into that lip, it is like she's put in fast forward. Like, it's just crazy the whip that she gets out of the top. She throws so much spray. The radius is so tight. It's really epic to watch. She's just like reminiscent of all those clips you've seen of her at Rocky Point, Rocky Lefts. First of all, let's have a look what happened with Carissa. So nice little tube right there. You could really see her trying to muscle her way out of that one, but it's just so hard on your backhand to fit into these tight, small barrels on that inside ledge, especially when it's that little bit crumbly. So beautiful technique here. Love this angle. You can really see, but it's hard to really find an exit there. On your forehand, I feel like it's a bit easier to muscle your way out of that. And then behind her, Erin, you can really see her just eyeing up this section here. So let's have a look at the bottom turn. Nice and tight. And then just out of the lip. I mean, this is in slow-mo. We're watching it in slow-mo, and somehow it looks like she's actually surfing in real time. That's how fast she is out of the lip. It's just so nice to watch. Really perfect technique there.
She also has an incredible surf part in Sketchy, the film that Rip Crow and Vaughn Blakey put together. A lot of her clips actually coming from Rocky Point. And I remember seeing Erin at Rockies a lot with her dad, and even when she was really young, not preparing for a big event, she was basically going through the motions like she was. So young, but she'd have a quiver like 6 Mayhems on the beach. It's like almost like, oh, she's got a comp coming up. Yeah. She was like going through her quiver just like anyone was doing on the championship tour. Just putting all that practice like she was competing for a world title even before she was on the Challenger Series.
Even, I think back to the early days when I first saw her coming onto the scene. It was all social media. I hadn't seen her in real life yet. IRL. I haven't seen her IRL yet. And I was just blown away by the clips I was seeing and how young she was, and just all these clips going viral from, a lot of the footage from Waco, the wave pool in Texas, and just flying all over the world. The surf clips from Kandui and the Mentawais and the tubes she was getting, and just the confidence that she had. I remember also seeing this photo that emerged from a free surf trip that she'd done here to Chopes, and it was before she was on tour, and this photo popped up, and it was obviously it was popping off, it was going viral, and she had towed into this crazy wave out here, and she was still so young and so little, and I was just like, wow, this girl's really got it. I mean, she's obviously got the technique and the airs and, the really technical ability when it comes to cars and turns, but she's also got really the ability to charge, and she wants it, There's a really difference between, I think, people who are necessarily coming here and they're like, okay, I've got to really push to want this, and then there's people that are just so hungry, like, let me have it. I want to grab that tow rope. I want to have a crack, and she has that. She has it all.
And we know that she has it all, and we're witnessing it as she grows and grows and puts more and more time into the sport, which we love. And in her second year, she's finding herself in a bit of a slump, for her reputation and what she's capable of. She did move up one spot up to 17th with the win yesterday in round 1 as she paddles for this wave under priority. Erin will hold back, but any alarms going off, anything to worry about for Erin Brooks, or is it just one of those kind of second-year slumps that you're just coming up against the best in the world and trying to figure out how to win big heats?
I think it can take some time. She's still so young. I think you forget, because if you think about the women on the championship tour and the average age, right, like everyone is so young, and I think they obviously are surfing beyond their years and there's maturity there, but you also are surfing against women who are different places in their life. I mean, this isn't a great example of it. You know, Carissa Moore, who has evolved in her life, she's living a very different life just because of the sheer fact that, you know, there's 10, 15 years between them. And there's a real difference between that. I'm not saying that Erin's not mature, because she's mature beyond her years, but there still is that time where she's going to have to grow.
Erin Brooks enjoying this fun section.
Oh.
She will pull in, keeping that mayhem moving under the hood, and gets a brilliant exit. The size of these lefts, the size that she has, it's like such a fun day to just have a little mini shootout under priority of Carissa Moore. Carissa now will be chasing something bigger as Erin Brooks is looking to improve on a 3.5.
But she's definitely going to do that. You know what? I'm so excited this morning that the women are getting a really good shot at some better waves. I felt bad for them yesterday. Obviously, we come here and we look at the forecast, and Molly Picklum spoke to it too. She's like, we understand what we had on offer and we had to make the most of that, but this is really cool to see a couple of tubes already in the first heat.
Strider Wazalewski, Erin Brooks just got drained right there, got a 6.5.
Yeah, she did. You know what? I mean, the wave was absolutely like hitting the ledge perfectly, and I could see it happening. And Carissa looked like she was interested in it, and then she pulled back off the lip. I think maybe she thought it was too small of a wave, but you could see it had a nice long line on it, which once those hit the ledge, they just kind of back off, and they have this double up section where you can just get piped. And Erin just capitalized on it. She was like, oh, you're not going to go? And she just whipped it, identified it, pulled in, perfectly read the read on the wall and the barrel, and sat behind it. She could have even been a little deeper probably, but you know, going for the make and then coming out, and then Teahupo'o's out here looking over at Carissa with his arms up like, why didn't you go? And that was a unfortunate situation for Carissa, so she's going to have to make up some time. There's not a lot of those waves, and capitalizing on them when they come is huge. And well, Erin took that mistake and made it her favor.
Thank you, Strider. Erin Brooks capitalizing on that wave that rolled through the inside ledge so beautifully. I mean, for Erin Brooks, she's gone overhead, hollow lefts, getting drained. Like, she's having a blast out there. Her low score is a 5.33. IC update, 6.5 on her last. Carissa Moore, and now is in a subtle little combination. So she needs 2 waves to get the win now. So far, Carissa just been incomplete. Her best a 1-2-3, so she is going to start adapting to the situation in front of her now as Erin takes a pretty solid lead.
It's cool. So both her waves have come from being underneath priority, which is, I mean, like I said, I mean, she is mature beyond her years, really great competitor, and really making the most of it and putting pressure on Carissa for sure. I love that last wave. And back to I was just saying before, I'm just so happy that, you know, we've got some really nice conditions this morning, and yesterday was so tricky, and I said it yesterday as well, the scores weren't a reflection of just where the women are at. I just feel that was just what was given to them, and they had to surf it, and Molly spoke to it. So yeah, so stoked to see them get some better conditions today, and the scores are already reflecting that. They're making the most of it.
Alyssa Spencer grabbing the jersey. She was one of the surfers that was victorious yesterday in the challenging conditions. She was happy to get through, and she's happy for the challenge of taking on the world champ. Molly Picklum, Alyssa Spencer preparing, and still 10 minutes on the clock to see if Carissa could come back against a feisty little Erin Brooks.
a lot of fun, a lot of time spent in the ocean. When you think about it, there's 118 islands in French Polynesia. It's kind of hard to like go from Tahiti all the way to the other side of the world to try and score waves that you can probably find here. You can be in the ocean right there when you come out of your house. The best wave in the world right in front. Teahupo'o gave me my best moments of my life. The ocean is like my second mother because however I'm feeling, when I'm sad, when I'm happy, it's always an option for me to go to the ocean and relax. Pretty good growing up at the end of the road.
We're lucky to be in paradise enjoying the action as Carissa Moore has another chance, slowing things down super deep and gets blown out. Exactly the turning point that she was hoping for against Erin Brooks. What a great read. Was patient with it, got extra deep, and you could see Strider giving her a round of applause out there along with the rest of the channel. Definitely the best wave of the matchup so far, as Erin was just slowly building under priority. Carissa just completely changed that momentum with this one.
Yeah, this is awesome. I love to see it. I love it. We've got a heat on our hands for sure. So deep in this tube. She does really well to hang on here because she copped a little bit of crumble to the head there, really muscled her way out, but picked a great wave. Wave selection on point. Good wave, option for on her backhand too, because it's a bit trickier today if you're surfing those inside ledgy ones. Obviously on your forehand, Erin can sort of travel through these tubes a little bit easier. Whereas Carissa on the backhand, she's got to pick those ones that stay a little bit more open. So,
wow.
Epic choice.
What a read from Carissa Moore. Remember, she is in a quiet little combo, needing 2 new waves as we were going to break. And that whole story's long gone. I see the score update, 7.67. Still second, but now chasing just a 4.16. Strider, how about that?
How about them apples? That was just sweet revenge almost for, giving up that first wave. And, she paddled back out and she said, that other one, I thought I was too deep. But I mean, to me, it's like, it was actually a beautiful mistake because that was the highest score of the heat. That was how she was supposed to do it. And she was piped. I mean, her technique, everything about it was perfect. She identified how the wave she needed. She paddled back out and, Tahiti and Luke were like, those are the waves. Those are the waves. Those are the ones you want. And she's like, I got it. I know what I need. And she's going back out. And when the score came out, you could see her start paddling even faster. So, there's a lot of wind in her sails right now. But Erin's going to work. Erin's on the defense. She's, making sure that, anything that comes through, she's on it. And it's going to be fun to watch the rest of this one play out because Carissa does not need a big score. And I think, Erin's probably going to get another score under her belt, but we got plenty of heat left right now.
Thank you, Strider. What a read and what a turnaround for a 5-time world champ Carissa Moore here in round 2, heat number 1. A wave that she's really put a lot of time into. Even took a wild card opportunity in a year that she was taking some time off to come out here to compete. As we pass the 5-minute mark, we look back at Carissa's season. She's had 3 clutch heat wins this year. Going back to El Salvador, she did it twice. She also did it on the Gold Coast, getting a score she needed in the last 5. That Gold Coast one was against young Tia Zabrowski. Both ended up emotional about that one, and you can just feel the pressure that the tour can bring to you, no matter if you're a rookie or one of the most established surfers in the world.
Well, we'd already seen Carissa probably not have the start to the year she maybe thought she was going to come really start as we see her paddle. But yeah, she hadn't had the start to the year that she probably wanted, and so that heat equally meant, and Tia as well, equally meant as much to Tia as what it did to Carissa. So yeah, I'm not surprised.
As we go to CT by the numbers, winning percentage this year, Carissa Moore at the top of the list. Incredible run here at 78%, and also Sawyer Lindblad 72%. Heat winning percentage, Gabriella Bryan down to 67% this year, even though she's holding the yellow jersey.
Yeah, that's such an interesting stat to me because, yeah, Gabby Bryan is in the yellow jersey and currently leading the rankings. But even I was looking at the results, this year. I mean, Gabby's had, 1 win? Carissa's actually had 2. She's just lacked that consistency that probably the other women have had. So when you factored that in and you think about, you know, moving forward throughout the year and coming into these next few events, and then we've obviously got that post-season sort of cut thing as well, things are gearing Carissa's way when I look at it on paper right now. It might not reflect that right now, but yeah, it's just a very interesting stat, that one, and interesting to look at the actual results themselves versus the rankings.
Carissa Moore looking for a 4.16. Went back-to-back with her wins this year. Oh, what an accomplishment that is. It's actually the 6th time she's done that in her career, where she's won 2 events in a row. So, you know, we're used to it with Riss, but even more of a statement when hasn't been competing for a couple years. Her peak has been 5th place results here in Tahiti, even at the Olympics as well. She went down to eventual bronze medalist Joanne DeFay and got an equal 5th. And then we got the news later that she had a baby on the way and then took some time off. Her little baby girl's with her here in Tahiti, her husband Luke, for extra support. They've committed to the whole tour, and it's already paying off as Carissa's world number 2. Chasing a 4.16 now with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, this is obviously in the clutch territory. I'm not surprised with the stat too that she's done it 3 times this year. She has got, you know, she's got the most experience on the tour. And how many times would she have been in a situation like this where, as we see, Carissa forcing the issue?
So she needed Erin to make a move on this one, but can Erin make her pay? She does get spit out of the pit. Well done, Erin Brooks. And has to jam out of the end section closeout, which goes real shallow on the inside shelf. So Carissa need to get some time with priority. However, Erin did get a piece of that pit, trying to improve on a 5.33 with that wave.
Oh, yeah. I think I have to rewatch that one again to get a good idea of it. But, I mean, Carissa forced the issue. She needed to do that. She needed to get priority. Erin, you know, obviously capitalizing on this moment. Let's have a look. So takes off. And this one really having a bit of a heavier, you know, a little bit of a lip to it. Short tube. I'm feeling it's like kind of similar to that 5.33. You know, I don't think it's going to go higher, obviously, than a 6.5. So, interesting. Just a minute on the clock and looks like there might be a set.
Erin Brooks standing by for her number there. Carissa Moore just wanted a chance with priority. Both these surfers, part of the Lost program, who are leading the charge on the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper rankings presented by VAM. Both rely on their pipe quivers that will be pretty similar to what they ride here at Teahupo'o. And now down to 20 seconds. Carissa Moore with the best wave of the heat. Can she get another one? That one's not going to let her in. She holds back because it turned into a total burger there. It didn't have that hollow section she was hoping for. So she ends up calling it a heat with Erin Brooks. Erin will get the jump on Carissa Moore. Now their head-to-head matchups go to 1-1, and Erin Brooks has her dad incredibly happy there on the boat. And she is our first quarterfinalist of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro presented by IC, taking down a giant name in round 2.
That was pretty cool. I mean, she did that, both her scores that she locked in, she did it underneath priority. So really showing that she has a good read on the lineup and good wave selection out here today. And I mean, it's going to sting for Carissa. She's gone down with the highest wave of the heat. But yeah, young Grom, Erin moving through.
What a heat, what a way to start the day. Erin Brooks moves on, needing some crucial points to move closer to that top 14 picture with the postseason coming up soon. Molly Picklum, defending champ, takes on Alyssa Spencer right after this at the end of the road. It was an incredible world title race last season. Molly Picklum was already world number 1 when we headed to Tahiti, and she was just turning in highlight reel after highlight reel. Glassy, bright blue perfection. Hardest charging athlete from round 1 all the way to this heavy final with Katie Simmers.
I was looking at this before coming into this heat. Every single heat, she went excellent. And that is so hard to, I mean, it's not hard to do because it's an incredible wave, but Molly really, she just had the pick of it. She had the read on this wave. I mean, look how heavy it was for finals day. Molly here, you know, after this win, she literally said this was the best day of her life so far, winning out here. It's like, it was such a dream for her. Obviously, it kind of set her up, really. She went on to Fiji, demonstrated that backhand tube riding skills once again, and ended up getting the world title. So, yeah, I'm not surprised she won out there, and her backhand tube riding is absolutely incredible.
Here she goes again, crazy takeoff, but Molly controls it. A lot of foam is trying to shut her down and ends up getting clipped, but just the critical takeoff in itself is just showing off her skill set and hollow, treacherous waves. That thing was late. She held her rail with precision, and it was just the nature of that wild section that took her down. Setting this one up is Alyssa Spencer, and she's just a little out in front. But we are off and running. Molly Picklum versus Alyssa Spencer, and now the paddle battle through a heavy downpour is happening right now.
Yeah, big rain squall coming through, but generally what happens after this, maybe the ocean might go clean for a little bit, so hoping for some better conditions after this. But really, straight out of the gates, I mean, not questioning Molly's commitment. We just saw it right there. Really big, heavy takeoff. And then Alyssa Spencer picked a good wave, but just a little bit too out in front of it, a little bit too wide.
What a great heat on paper. You always love to see what the defending event champ can do. Are they going to build on their legacy and back up that title for multiple seasons to really prove that they are untouchable? I think Molly is kind of taking that aura with her into an event like this. Like you mentioned before, Flick, the amount of excellent scores that she earns at waves like this and also Pipeline. Sometimes she'll be in the final and you add up all the points and she's scored way more than anybody else in the draw, including who she's sitting to in the final. It was like she just demands big scores by her approach, where she's consistently always the one to beat from round 1 on.
Oh, yeah. Last year was incredible. I mean, the final between her and Katie was epic. You know, we waited to run the women's semi-finals and final alongside the men's, and it was such a good choice. Katie had a couple of cracks on some crazy bombs. If she would have made one of those, probably would have been 10. But, I mean, Molly, 17.26 total. As we look here of what happened on this first wave, I mean, serious drop. You can already see her just super trying to slow down here to try and fit herself in this tube. Just went that little bit too high. She's going to know that herself too, though. But yeah, biggest wave we've seen kind of tackled this morning so far. But just perfect technique. You can really see her using her whole side of her body, just trying to fit herself in the tube. But yeah, she just gets drawn up that little bit too high, thrown over. And then behind her, also a sizable set here for Alyssa. She's just this little bit too wide here. You can see this wave really tubing just a little bit behind her. And you can obviously see how hollow it was because it well and truly spat. So she'll also know that too, and hopefully be positioning that little bit deeper for the next one.
Fun just to see them both get a wave real quick to start this one off. Alyssa Spencer, 183. Molly, 133 for her effort, trying to go backhand to pull up and under. So priority rotation is set. Exciting matchups to look forward to here in the second round. If you're just joining us, our plan is to do round 2 and round 3 for the men today. And all signs pointing to potentially crowning champions tomorrow here Thursday with favorable conditions. We don't mind a little bit of rain as long as it's clean and barreling. And that first heat, man, that was close. Carissa losing with the high single score. Aaron Brooks being really smart under priority. Wave on the way here. We're going to see Molly Picklum through this rain squall. Grab her rail again with another chance. Pulls under the hood. Somehow there's an opening for Molly to come out. And she will kick out safely into the channel. Not an easy read. Molly made it look easy.
That was so cool. You know what? It just goes to show Molly was out here, you know, watching the guys over the last few days. We crossed to her, strided in, and she was like, look, I'm just out here to see what's possible, to see what these guys are doing, you know, and if they're doing it, I can do it. But perfect read on this wave. I mean, that was not an easy tube to negotiate. So really well done from Molly. You can see how deep she is. She's really on the foam ball there, completely disappears and reappears. I feel like this is going to be a great score. You could really see just how deep she was. She really rode that foam ball and really found the exit when that would have been hard to find.
Look at these pictures. Cameraman Sam Smith loves his job, and Molly Picklum is loving life after getting a barrel like that. Strider, how's she feeling?
Oh, you could see the confidence, you know, of having the make coming through it, but she's also, you know, trusting her read on the wave. You know, when the waves come through, there might be a little wind in the lip and there might be this or that, but if you identify the good ones and you understand it, then you can read it and go, okay, this is going to be a good one, and trust your own decisions to make it through those. So that's what she did there, and really stuck to her guns, and she just put it under there and made it happen, and the wave did the rest.
Thank you, Strider. Molly Picklum just living up to her reputation and the narrative that Flick started this morning, and just like that, we've got an excellent number. I see the score update, 8.17 for Molly Picklum. That puts her out in front. Alyssa Spencer down to second, needing a 7.68 now. And just looking comfortable and casual. You can see Picklum's got a nice, easy, calm pace to her this morning. And she knows that she can really max out the scale if she wants to, but she might just wrap the judges around her finger in this heat and peak when she needs to in the final.
Oh, I mean, this is crazy, right? She's got an 8.17. I believe she can do a lot better out there this morning too. I mean, I'm not saying that was a great score, and I knew it was going to be good, but I feel like there's more left in the tank for Molly, so watch out.
Well, we already have a quarterfinalist sitting on the boat. Aaron Brooks is with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. Quarterfinalist Aaron Brooks. So, Aaron, I want to ask you for a surf tip, for a life hack. A lot going on out there. You got to ditch your board. There's sets rolling through. You're going up against one of the best to ever do it, yet you remain so calm and so focused. How do you do that?
I was definitely not calm out there. I was praying the whole time because Carissa is just someone I've looked up to my whole life, and I really wanted to beat her. I mean, she got me in Brazil, and it was kind of lingering in my mind, so I really wanted to get the win, especially out here. And she made me really nervous at the end, too, when she got that 7, but I'm just so thankful to the Lord that it went my way.
And we had a little moment of silence here on the boat, and I saw you thinking, and I asked you what's going on in your mind, and you said how happy you were. It's kind of unbelievable to me that this is your first quarter of the year.
Yeah, I've definitely had a super hard year, a lot of really close heats, but I mean, the girls are surfing so amazing, so it's really hard. I sort of like almost every heat I've got, someone's put up like excellent scores against me, so the level's going up, and that's what I love to see. But I'm just so happy to be in a quarter. Hopefully we get some fun waves next time we surf, and just keeps getting bigger and better.
Love to hear it. Congrats. Moving through quarterfinalist Aaron Brooks.
Thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, kind of baffling that that's her first quarter of the season, but like she said, the level is through the roof as we see just a quick ride there, a little out in front for Alyssa Spencer. So she'll have some more work to do to get back in the heat with Molly Picklum. And you guys can check out the live rankings on WorldSurfLeague.com. After every heat comes to a close, you can see where your favorite surfers are going on those rankings. And Aaron moves up another spot into 16th position as we see Alyssa just a little far out in front there.
Yeah, and Molly forcing the issue. She made her user priority there. So smart from Molly. And yeah, just once again, just that little bit too wide. So just need to position herself a little bit more deeper on the point here. But she'll clean this up for sure. She's going to know that, especially once you hear that Molly's dropped an 8.17. She's going to know she's going to need something pretty special.
Everyone playing fantasy out there, you got to set your teams before the first heat starts these days. You used to have time in the first round when it was non-elimination. That whole thing's been long gone all year, so you got to be ready to pick. And you guys are really intelligent out there. Big surf fans that watch a lot of heats, and we see power pick surfers. You're worth double points. 23% went with Molly and Vahine. That makes sense. The ones that went with Vahine suffered a tough loss in round 1. The 23% that had to make the decision in Molly's favor are laughing right now because that 8.17 was crucial to get double points, and this is only round 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. You just look, the results speak for themselves last year, and just how consistent she was dropping these excellent numbers. The 817 was awesome, right? If I reflect back on that, she rode on the foam ball for quite some time. Let's have a look here. So beautiful technique here. Takes off. She's already grabbed the rail. You can see she did a little adjustment while holding onto the rail, but right here, she's really riding on the foam ball. So judges love that. Just demonstrates how deep you are in the tube and how critical it was. I still believe that that's not the best from Molly. Like, Molly's going to give us more moments. I mean, she's got great technique here. You can really see her reset that one time. But I know she's going to want to give more from herself too. And yeah, I'm interested to see what happens when she gets a better one. Obviously, I think it's only a matter of time.
Just what a solid way to come out as well. And just her positioning allowed her for that nice, easy make for Molly's standards. And to get an 817 is just fantastic for her heat. For Alyssa, that's feeling a little daunting now. She's had 2 attempts where she's been a little out in front. And when you're being tested against the one that's all over the highlight reels of this event, the world champion, Alyssa will be put in a position where she might try to get the wave of her life today in this matchup. We'll go ultra deep to really start surfing for 10s. CT by the numbers, when we look at excellent waves, 8 or better here in Tahiti. Molly Picklum just picked up her 8th, so broke the tie that she was sharing with the local hero, Vahine Fierro.
Wow. Just once again, not surprised though. I said it in the Dawn Patrol show with you. I think she's the best women's backhand tube rider in the world. I think she's the bar, she's the level. That's what everyone is striving for. But I get impressed with Molly. I mentioned it before, but when the guys were on earlier on in the waiting period, she was out in that channel and she was studying what was going on. I know she was also having a crack herself, but she was also so candid with Strider to say, hey, I just want to see what these guys are doing because I know then that's possible for me, and how they're getting themselves, where they're positioning in the lineup, what waves they're taking off on, and know what's possible for me. And she's always, got something that she's trying to inspire to be like, or to motivate herself to push herself harder. And I think it's just the true sort of values of a world champ.
And for Molly Picklum, it's like going last year into the last edition of the Final 5 format, having the pressure of that, losing the first title match to Caroline Marks, and having to really dig deep to battle for that title. This year, it's a different scenario, all leading to the Pipe Masters, which helps Molly's cause as well. She's won specialty events out there. She was part of one of the most exciting finals in history with Katie Simmers. She loves to push herself at pipe, and it's worth more points as well. So Molly, even though she's in 5th right now, I think this is the part of the year where she's like, oh yeah, if you've got some good events from here to Cloudbreak, where she had another best day of her life moment last year, and then to Pipeline, it just feels like just a fantastic season if your name's Molly Picklum.
Yeah, she's already sitting at 5th. I mean, that's nothing to scoff about either. So here we go, Alyssa.
Alyssa Spencer from Encinitas, California, is just going up and out, trying to find the right wave to take off on. And when you don't have priority, you've got a few different options to think about, including that inside ledge.
Definitely the inside ledge. I think also on your forehand, I feel you can probably position a little bit deeper, even to, someone who's on their backhand. I feel like it can be a lot easier to outrun these tubes when you're on your forehand, just that forward momentum with having the right foot forward. So I mean, she is going to know that too within herself. I mean, everyone's so good that they are doing their own analysis on themselves. But yeah, I think she definitely needs to start positioning a little bit deeper. And I mean, we saw it in the last heat. Carissa, even though she didn't advance, she found that one on that inside ledge, really opened up, stayed hollow the whole way through.
Alyssa Spencer paddling back out. Probably watched Aaron Brooks get real savvy with those waves she caught under prio. And just being a goofy foot, you kind of have a different look at those inside waves. You got better visuals and can get a lot of speed on your forehand as well and really drive through those pits like Aaron Brooks did. Wave on the way here. It's up to Molly if she wants it with priority. Alyssa paddling a little wide just in case. They both have to punch under as that one stays really mushy on the face. So a smart lead from both surfers there. Sawyer Lindblad coming up next against Isabella Nichols. And just a wild story at this event, Flick, when we kind of have 2 sides of the spectrum. a wild card who's on fire that's 54, and a wild card that's on fire that just turned 14. That's got to be a record-breaking moment in a CT event where you've got, 40 years between Kelly and Kealia Galina, just in age.
That's nuts.
You're seeing maybe, some of the youngest ever records being broken, and then the oldest records being broken as well in the same event here in Tahiti.
This has been epic. This has been my favourite event so far this year on the championship tour. History has been delivered to us in many other ways, and I've just loved it. I've loved it. I love this wave on tour. I love it as a wave of consequence. The day that we saw from the men a couple of days ago with Kelly, unbelievable moment after unbelievable moment. Griffin with the perfect 10. I mean, I was excited to be a part of it.
Here we go. Molly with priority, ultra late. I'm even surprised she was able to hang on to the straighten out there. It looked like she was going down for sure, but that's just her awareness when she goes into like a free fall scenario. Wanted to go up and under, forced her to go straight, but maintained enough of a read to be able to jump off instead of wipe out.
Wow. She's never going to back down from something like that, that's for sure. That's just the kind of mentality that she has, but I think she just couldn't quite get into it as early as what she wanted to. I'm surprised she even hung on to really look like she was going to go over the handlebars here, but let's have a look what happened. So, yeah, oh my goodness. I mean, good. It seemed like that. It did stay open the whole way. She just couldn't quite get in early enough and get up underneath it. Maybe, I don't know, that looked like a pretty tricky one to get into. A nice little pin drop dismount there, but wowzers.
And just almost wearing the lip on her shoulders. And I suppose when you wipe out, you're doing well if you can control what you can in a wipeout. So for her to be able to actually jump off, go into that position, instead of having the lip dictate where you're going, that's a big advantage and just comes with all the time that Molly's put into this wave.
Yeah, I think we speak about it a lot, but obviously when it comes to surfing, more powerful waves and waves that have a bit more consequence, just as much as you got to know how to ride them and be in the tube, you've also got to know about, navigating the kickouts and the dismounts and what's the best option here and pin drops and how do I navigate getting on a ski if you've never been around that sort of thing.
Molly Picklum out in front, just paddling back out. Alyssa holding priority. Let's check in with Strider.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, just a quick hit on Molly Picklum. She took that wave off. It was kind of a radical takeoff. It seemed like, a little bit of a mistake just in the sense of having to exude energy. And then the next wave was right on her head, big, gnarly, kind of thick one. She just ducked dove right under, a full weapon, popped right out the back. I mean, that takes a lot of strength and skill to understand how to get through those kind of waves. And then she got to the corner here with Tareb David, and the call was to get her to just go back into the corner again, go deep, find those ones that are funneling down the reef that she's already ridden. And then after that, once you've established another good wave, come back here and sit on the west bowl, kind of pull your opponent back down. So there's a lot of strategy coming out of the channel right now.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, it's just such a unique event where your coach, the people you're working with, like Tadeva David, can actually say, hey, this is your plan. Molly can take it in with one ear, stay focused, and get back into the lineup and apply that approach. We saw that with Kealia Galina yesterday. You could tell at that age she's just soaking in all the advice she's getting and just applying it right away. Really coachable for the 14-year-old. Coming up against Caroline Marks in this round. But for Molly, she's such a competitor. She's going, okay, I need to put Alyssa in combo as quick as I can and really make things comfortable for myself in the back end.
Oh, the door's still open well and truly for Alyssa. I mean, I've seen what she's done, just back at home where she's from. And I mean, she's not afraid to pull into tubes on her forehand. I've seen it plenty of times. Obviously, their beach breaks is a different scenario here, being at Chopes, obviously one of the heaviest slabs in the world. But she can get tubed. So Molly wants to shut that door.
Molly Picklum, 8.17, giving us the best score of the morning so far. We'll be right back for the Outerknown Tahiti Pro presented by IC right after this.
last of blue, 0.4, 0.4. So I just remind you, red, Molly Picklum is leader with a 8.17 and a 1.33. Blue, Alisa Spencer, you need a 7.68 to advance. 7.68. First priority red, second priority blue. And we have just 12 minutes remaining, 12 minutes.
Welcome back to the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. I'm Chris Cote. I'm out here in a boat in a channel watching people get barreled. Information is key. And if my batteries die, I'm out here flying blind. So thankfully, we got the Mophie charging station. I got all the heats right here on lock. So I basically know everything that's going on. And guess what I just saw and heard? We are officially on yellow alert for a potential finals day tomorrow. So a lot going on, a lot more surfing, and it looks like it's clearing up. I think it's gonna glass off out here. I'm excited. How about you, Joe and Flick?
We are so excited and absolutely thrilled, Chris. Thanks for delivering that yellow alert message. Probably will start in 24 hours. That means it could be a finals day tomorrow, and a promising sign that it will when they go yellow. And hopefully we get the green light first thing in the morning. It looks like we could have all systems go with a promising forecast as well from Surfline. And an event that's been fun because we're running heats every single day that we've been here, Flick.
Yeah, it's been cool. It's been awesome. There's been non-stop action for sure. I mean, we've had sort of everything really. And I think tomorrow we're going to be blessed with even better conditions than what we have today. Today's by far, you know, the cleanest that we've seen. Tomorrow potentially even cleaner. So I'm looking forward to it. And there's still some big names in the draw, both on the women's side, on the men's side, big storylines playing out. And yeah, exciting. That's possible finals day tomorrow.
And I think that's such a great thing for most competitors, just to keep consistent. You're winning heats. You want to keep surfing. And, you know, in our world, you could surf a heat and then wait 7 days. And you're trying to stay hot and fresh. That's part of our game. But when you get one of these runs where you get to pack up and kind of keep that system that you've got lined up with your morning routine and getting your jersey and getting barreled, I think that just helps everybody a part of this event as well. So Molly versus Alyssa Spencer, they both want to be a part of finals day. Winner this heat takes on Erin Brooks tomorrow morning. Molly winning it last year, trying to go back to back. Vahine Fierro won this contest in 2024. Then we had Caroline Marks win in 2023 in a crazy challenging final for conditions. Isabella Nichols all smiles. She created the biggest upset of round one, knocking out Vahine, and now she's dealing with world number 3, Sawyer Lindblad, coming up next, who's called on Glenn Micro Hall to be her coach for this event as well.
This is going to be cool. It's going to be a great matchup. I think Sawyer, last year, she had the best wave of her life in competition, the 9.5. We saw her really surf outside of herself and her skin and really push herself. And then on the other hand of that, obviously, Isabella Nichols with the biggest upset of yesterday. And just coming off that momentum, Isabella surfed a pretty good heat. You know, even if you look at the heat totals yesterday, she put together probably one of the higher ones. She found herself a tube. She's really smart. So I think on paper that one looks really good and really competitive.
8 minutes on the clock here as Molly's still controlling the heat with a big excellent range score and first priority. Molly winning in Tahiti last year, gave her 4th championship tour win. Went back-to-back at Sunset Beach. Also picked up a win in Brazil last season on way to that world title. Entered her world title defense this year. Started off with a runner-up finish at Bells Beach to Gabriella Bryan. and also had a semifinal as her next best result this year over in El Salvador, where she lost to Tyler Wright. But she's staying consistent. Drifting down to 5th doesn't seem like a worry to her support crew or herself. She's still carrying herself like the reigning world champ. A lot of 5ths, quarters as well, staying consistent, and just coming off her worst result of the year, an equal 9th over in Brazil.
I don't think it's a worry for at all. I'm not worried about that for her. I just look at this back end of the season. You touched on it before, Joe. The South Pacific. We've got Tahiti. We've got Fiji. We've got Pipe at the end of the year with the 15,000 points. I'm not concerned for Molly, and I think she quietly, well, not even maybe quietly, but she knows that. I think this is where some of her best results have come, and she feels so comfortable. I mean, here she's won with excellent heat scores in every heat. Fiji, she won a world title there. She's going to have great feelings and memories there. Pipe, obviously we know she's won specialty events. She's incredibly comfortable out there. She's had a final on the CT level with Katie out there. And she delivered some of the best performances out there at all different sizes. So I think Molly is probably quietly or not so quietly rubbing her hands together coming into the back half of the year.
Yeah, what a year it's been, celebrating 50 years of the World Tour. Big shout out to the big names that came out here to the end of the road back in the day, like Kayla Kennelly, a 3-time champ at this venue. Sofia Milanovic has a win out here. Her backhand was a serious strength. She won a world title. She won out here at Teahupo'o. Chelsea Hedges, one of the hardest charging surfers of her time, also a world champion. And Melanie Redmond-Carr from the West Oz, she won this event in 2006, then the event disappeared for a very long time. Big thanks to everyone at WSL for bringing it back. It was from 2006 till 2022. Finally got it back on the calendar, and one of the hardest charging athletes in Tour history, Courtney Conlog, made sense that she'd won that first edition on the comeback to this treacherous place. So imagine what's next as we approach the 5-minute mark. Alyssa Spencer still has a chance here. Not comboed, needs a 7.68. Molly hasn't really backed up the 817 yet.
Time check, just 5 minutes remaining.
She was so stellar in the season opener, getting some of the biggest scores of her career on her backhand. Alyssa Spencer also was clutch during that run to the semifinals, where she turned a heat around in round 1 in the last 5 minutes. Let's see if she can do it again.
Yeah, I think Molly knows this too, that the heat isn't complete. She hasn't completely shut the door on Alyssa, and Alyssa would know this. This wave, you can turn heats within, just a couple of minutes. You can drop big scores for, if Alyssa, it's just going to be hard because obviously Molly has got the priority, right? Alyssa's going to have to force the issue here, and Molly is so smart out here, so she's also playing against that. And if you even factor in what we heard from Strider before, when Molly was paddling back out and the coach saying to her, hey, you can also drag her wide on the west bowl and drag her out of position if you do have priority. It kind of seems to me that maybe she's doing that. But on the other hand, Molly knows she hasn't completely shut the door because it's still doable for Alyssa with one wave. I think Molly, obviously she's just going to hang next to her, and if a set comes, she's going to take priority on the wave that she wants and hopefully better her position and drop that 133.
So 3:52 on the clock here. Alyssa Spencer without priority, trying to create a big upset here. CT by the numbers, we look at upset wins this season. Carissa Moore on the top of the chart with 9, Nadia Aristarabe with 6. You can see Alyssa right there with 5 this season. And the ocean has gone quiet, building the drama towards the last couple of minutes here. Quarterfinal spot on the line. And getting closer for the matchup with Sawyer Lindblad and Isabella Nichols. Sawyer getting the best wave of her life out here in her first attempt at big Teahupo'o, but turning in her most consistent season to date. She's had some brilliant performances, and as a goofy foot, she always reminds us she loves being on her front side. She made the final with Carissa Moore back at Raglan, but this time she'll be barrel hunting in just a couple of minutes from now. Molly trying to pick up her first CT win of this season this year, which could Put her in a great place before heading to cloud break. As Alyssa starts drifting out the back and trying to see what her options might be. If Molly's right next to her, Molly can just play some obvious defense. So we'll see if she tries to get creative with her positioning here. She's already moving a little wider and trying to create some space.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Molly backing herself to sit deeper on the reef, to maybe position for those ones that are coming in underneath, hitting that inside ledge. But yeah, Alyssa has got a little bit of space between her and Molly. It looks like there might be a set coming, so we'll see if Molly's positioning is going to pay off here. Potentially after this one, maybe it looks like there might be a little bit of movement.
Minute 45 to go. Just feeling a little vulnerable, Molly would be, with just a 1.33 backup. We have a really awkward stat page that we get delivered at each event where someone gets a 10-point ride and they don't win the heat. It happens all the time, but especially at Tahiti, especially at Pipeline. But it also can like lead into people losing with the high single score. That happens a lot at these waves. It happened in the first heat this morning. Carissa Moore getting into the 7 range. Definitely the best wave by far. Just didn't have a second scoring ride to get the win over Aaron Brooks. So Aaron got the jump with 2 solid scores. But the less time on the clock, it's more leaning towards Molly, since she has priority to be able to get through her first heat in her event title defense. Dealing with a lot of rain coming down here, so the visuals sometimes can be a little bit tougher out the back. This wave always sneaks up on you coming out of severe deep water, and with the grayness of the sky, you've got to be ready to swing in a moment's notice. And Molly just playing the smart game. She'll just move real close to Alyssa. This is pretty much guaranteeing her win. And a nice comfortable start from the world champ here at Chopes. Took a couple of late takeoffs. Fell on her first wave on a really tough section when it clamped, then opened up, and then had a gem of a read for an 817. Came down out the low road and gave us our best number of the day so far. As we run out of time in Heat 2, Molly Picklum will get the matchup in quarterfinal number 1 with Canada's Aaron Brooks, and get some more points for the title race. Job done for Molly. Up next, it'll be Sawyer Lindblad taking on Isabella Nichols, followed by Lakey Peterson and Nadia Arostarbe. We're going to take a quick break. We'll bring in Kaipo Guerrero and Jesse Mendez for the call right after this. The Outerknown Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, is brought to you by Tahiti Government, official tourism partner of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the championship tour. By Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by Outerknown, find your Outerknown.
And we are back. Stop number 7 on the championship tour, the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. The rain. It continues here, but the action has been nonstop as we check out Sawyer Lindblad on her opening wave. Sawblade having a great season on the championship tour. Sawyer up against Isabella Nichols. Welcome to the set, Kaipo Guerrero, along with Jesse Mendez on the call here. And Jesse, we already saw excellent score in the last heat. Do we anticipate more of those?
I mean, I expect there is a little bit of a shift of a moment right now. We're coming through that storm that's just kind of passing us. It got very rainy the last like 20 minutes, so I felt like the wind shift a little bit. So we're gonna see a little bit of more of a crumble on the lip of the wave, making it a little bit more tricky, but I hope this passes and we come back to that straight offshore that we had earlier this morning, and that's what provided the Molly Picklim 8.17. We had the first heat with Carissa and Aaron Brooks getting back to like a lot of good waves, a lot of good barrels ridden. So yeah, just hopefully that the wind shifted, and that does happen here when you have those rainstorms going through. You have moments that are better than others, so we'll see.
Here's a matchup. We have number 3 on the current rankings, Sawyer Lindblad going up against number 14, Isabella Nichols. Winner moving on into the quarterfinals. Swell is stuck in there. Jesse, what do you think about the angle right now?
Yeah, it's a great angle. We've seen this morning now, and I mean, we're kind of far walls. Looks like Isabella Nichols is getting smoked right now. So there's still some size. You can see it there. So it's that in-between size. I heard yesterday kind of picked up right before dark. So we saw this new swell move in and has a lot of energy. Isabella taking all that energy in her head right now, unfortunately for her, but the skis will come and grab her pretty soon. And yeah, the angle looks good. We saw some barrels this morning. Even from the beach here, you could see some drainers, some spits going down.
Let's get to Strider in the channel.
Yeah, Isabella was actually calling for the ski before the wave hit her, so hopefully she's okay. It looked like she had her hand up and she was calling for it before. Almost looked like she was like giving the wave, like, oh yeah, another one on the head, but I think there's something else going on there. And then the next wave hit, and then she came up and she put her hand up again. So, you know, they went in, they grabbed her, they got her in there, and they're checking on her right now. Hopefully she's okay, but obviously the waves are still consequential out here.
Yeah, so kind of the best in the business right there, Tahiti Water Patrol. They also retrieved Isabella's board, so they'll get that back out there and deposit her back out in the lineup. She opened up, Jesse, with a 4.33, so she does have the advantage after the opening exchange.
Yeah, and let's see here what happened. You can see her, she's gonna wave her hand. Oh yeah, right there, right before she went underneath. Noticing the water patrol to come and grab her. And just to mention, for people that haven't surfed here, she's in like, you know, a little bit over a meter depth of water right there. 3 feet, that'll be around 3 feet, I would say. And the more she gets caught, more she moves in, and the shallower it gets. So the water patrol coming to rescue her. Looks like she's coming back out. She picked her board, so that's a sign that she's probably okay. Yeah. Otherwise, I think she would go straight to the boat. Straight to land and
so this is the inner lagoon right here. So the deep channel right there, you can see the channel markers. And so it's a big loop. You can see the outside Judges Tower. So it's a big loop all the way out into the proper channel, Hawaii, and then out to the lineup. And that's the drill with Tahitian Water Patrol. Also, Jesse, surfers have been advised to remove their leash for the pickup, just so it can be a quicker, more efficient pickup.
Yeah, it's faster, and also as much as it's faster, sometimes your board gets stuck in the wrong position and starts to drag, and you even can pop your leash sometimes. So we've seen it before in the first day. Some of the boards were kind of dragging behind, and it's very sketchy. Sometimes you could come back to the ski like a spring and just hit someone, or even the athlete, you know?
Yeah, so Water Patrol will grab that, but also, you know, another thing is most of the surfers, I'm going to say all the surfers do have a backup board with someone in the channel as well.
Yeah, they need to have like at least one. Some of them will
maybe
have
two,
two. Yeah. Maybe not in the channel, but they'll have the extra one in the boat as well. So they'll have someone carrying their board in the channel, usually the coach or a friend, and then an extra one in the boat. Looks like she's going to put her leash on. Everything's probably pretty good.
Yeah, hasn't missed a beat. Sawyer has not caught another wave. Sawyer does have priority, but Isabella's still in the lead in this heat.
Looks like she's talking to Simon right there.
Oh, yeah, so she got probably like a scrape, reef scrape looking down there.
And you can see, Kaipo, right here, a little bit more of a texture compared to this morning. And that's all because of that rainstorm that is coming through, shifting the wind just a touch more towards the southerly direction, creating a little bit of noise. So that's not going to help for the barrels at the moment. They're still going to barrel. It's still going to barrel, but not as clean as it was before.
Molly Picklum went excellent, and she's on to the quarterfinals. She's with Chris Cote.
Thank you, team. Molly, Felicity Palmatier calls you the best backside tube rider on tour. Is that something you're born with, or is that something you've been working hard to achieve?
I owe Felicity a beer for just throwing that one out there. Or maybe a little margarita or something. Nah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm so honored to have that kind of wording around my surfing. It's something that I obviously want to keep getting better at. And I mean, getting barreled, it's a technical kind of part of our sport, and it's also one of the best things. So the more barreled I can get, the better, you know. But it's not easy. Like, I still am figuring it out, and so is everyone really. But yeah, happy to. That's I love coming here, no matter the conditions. If there's always a little chance of practice getting barreled, I love it.
Now, the best place to be out there in your heat, as it was pouring rain, probably very poor visibility, was in the barrel. You got a couple in that one. Describe a tube ride out here today.
Yeah, you just gotta I heard Strider say pull the sheets nice and tight. You know, you gotta get the ones that are actually gonna barrel because it's kind of flappy with the wind and the conditions. But yeah, you get in the barrel, hide from the rain. It's the best spot for sure.
Now, you seem to be very adaptable. We just got the call. We're on yellow alert for potential finals day tomorrow. So what do you do in preparation for what could be a huge day of surfing?
Yeah, I know. That's 3 heats for us, potentially. I think it's a good call, though. Our forecast looks pretty tricky, so definitely nice to call it tomorrow. And the preparation, it's all kind of done now. It's just your sails are set, you're just kind of gliding on through the event. And yeah, for me, it's the most enjoyable part, you know. I work so hard to always try and get myself in the best position possible to compete well and surf well. And then when you get that moment to put the jersey on, it's I'm free from there, you know. So yeah, just go rest. I got a good crew that I'm staying with, the Cola Bros and all that Red Bull gang in at Pever's house. So it's good vibes, and just try and stay dry because that rain and these clouds, they've been pouring on us.
Well, Molly Picklum is a quarterfinalist, and that means danger for the rest of the field. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've had some elements to deal with. The rain, Matai, the wind, all coming through. Maramu winds for the opening of this window. But, Jesse, we have ran every single day since the start of this window.
Yeah, it's been a tricky forecast, but very exciting forecast because we had some incredible days. Mostly that second day for me was personally the best day of competition we had so far this year. The most exciting, the most dramatic, the scariest one. So it is what it is. We just got to deal with what's in front of us, and that's the beauty of our sport.
Hey, let's get Strider. I think he has an update on the condition of Isabella Nichols. Strider.
Yeah, Isabella, she was notably waving her hand, and she got on the ski. She came back out. She jumped off right next to Simon, who's out here in her corner to help her get through these heats. And, you know, she jumped off the ski and she said, oh, man, I got effed up. And she said she had an impact from her fin, and I think that she was worried about, you know, that's what she was waving for the skis. She was worried that she had a laceration of some sort, but we didn't see any blood. And then she just, you know, said, all right, I'm back out there. So a little warrior in her and going back out for more, but definitely feeling the impact of her fin, she said.
Thanks for the update, Strider. And yeah, she's checking there. Luckily, there's no laceration, it looks like. probably just the impact, and hopefully the fins in one piece as well. Regardless, she is a warrior, and she's still in the lead just with a single wave score of a 4.33, Jesse, just because Sawyer Lindblad kind of going to turns, but it's not working out with her and the judges with that strategy right now.
Yeah, I mean, you got to adapt. I think that's the name of the game since yesterday, you know. And yeah, I felt like yesterday the girls didn't put themselves in the position in order to scramble to some scores. They kind of had a tube helmet on, just we're looking for that, which I understand. It's very easy for you to get caught up coming to Teahupo'o expecting that, but it's not always that it's going to provide.
Yeah, you got to be able to pivot, I feel, you know, especially with ever-changing conditions.
And even expectations that is created in between heats, right? Like the heat before, there's a weight 1.7. Halfway through the heat, it got kind of weird and lumpy. Previous to that, we had great barrel rides from Erin Brooks and Carissa Moore. So you create expectations from the previous heat or from the day before, and you want to prove yourself that you're capable of doing, but sometimes you just don't have the opportunity, and you have to adapt.
Taking a look at the 4.33.
Yeah, let's have a look here. See how that wave is not draining, so she just opts to go up and vertical, very critical. Air drops off the sky, getting rewarded for the commitment, and combos it up with a nice wrap and kicks out before it gets too dry. So I felt like Bella was probably the surfer, and here we'll see first Sawyer, and I'll get back to what I was trying to say, but this wave gets a little bit flatter, so she wraps it around. See, the difference is just the criticalness. This wave gets much flatter. There's whitewash on that second turn, so she's not able to get as critical as Bella. So she's getting the short end of the stick with the 2.5. But yesterday, Bella was the person that mostly adapted inside the heat. She probably had the toughest draw going against Vahine, local surfer. Started off with a decent barrel and a 5 point something, which for yesterday was huge. And then she just started to realize she needed to just go to work and do some turns, and she turned the heat over in 2 waves back to back.
Yeah, it was a clutch performance for Isabella Nicol in that opening round for the women. Isabella, former world junior champ, and you know, at 14 in the rankings, not where she wants to be, but on the CT, we can take a look at the matchups between these two. They've matched up twice, both times going to Sawyer Lindblad. The last matchup was in the Gold Coast in the second round.
What catches my attention here, everything's pretty much tight besides the heat wins. Like, obviously 100% going Sawyer's way, but if you look at the average heat score, pretty similar. The max heat score, pretty similar. And the best wave scores actually goes to Isabella Nichols with the 8.83. So it's just that little sudden changes or decisions that you made in your heat that ended up costing you. Or sometimes you don't even make the wrong decisions, just go someone else's way. And in this case, going to Sawyer, even though everything looks pretty tight.
Yeah, evenly matched in skill. Sawyer Lindblad enjoying her first CT victory, coming off of stop number 6 at the Vivo Rio Pro for Sawyer. That was a huge breakthrough for her. And Isabella with 2 CT victories, with a classic one over at Bell's last year, and also that win at WA to keep her on tour in 2022. So both have had that winning feeling, and that I'm sure they would love to add another win here in Tahiti. You know, it's an interesting note about Isabella Nichols.
Yep.
Have you ever seen the movie The Shallows? It's a great movie. It's kind of a spooky little movie. It's a survivor movie.
Yep, I know which one you're talking about.
So Isabella was the surfing stunt double in that movie, The Shallows.
I had no clue about that.
We try to bring you trivia as well here.
And I actually hang out with her and Kurt quite a lot, but I had no clue about this.
Yes, stunt double. And you can see the resemblance to the lead actress in that movie, The Shallows. Go check it out.
Yeah, it makes sense now. Now that you said it, makes total sense.
Well, Bella with priority right now and the lead. So heat control to the Australian surfer at this moment. And that win over Vahine Fierro and that clutch win must have just given Isabella a lot of kind of confidence moving into this next matchup.
No doubt. She was definitely the underdog. And I'm sure for a fact that she recognized that coming in for that heat in the conditions that we had on offer here in Tahiti. But she was, that's why those surfers are some of the best. I mean, some of the best are the best in the world, because they're just capable of adapting, putting all the noise to the side and going to work and making it happen. And that's what she did better than Vahine yesterday. Even though Vahine started so well in the beginning with the 5.33, this wasn't enough to back it up. Just kind of keeping her eye, like you can see that the whole time, as much as she's not sitting on Sawyer Lindblad right now, she does keep herself in a reach position, so Sawyer doesn't sneak anything underneath or a little bit deeper in the reef. So smart of her. There's not many opportunities that are coming, so she wants to make sure if something comes towards Sawyer and Isabella has priority, she's going to take out of her.
Yeah. Sawyer, you know, with her best year so far on the championship tour, when we opened up this heat, said number 3 in the rankings with that big win over in Rio. She had a runner-up finish over in New Zealand. She had 2 semifinal finishes, one in WA and one on the Gold Coast. So she's having a landmark year for just her 3rd year on the championship tour, Sawyer. She's really coming into her own, I feel, right now.
For sure, and just learning how to polish her surfing. She was so raw when she came in, and now you can see the rail work just getting better with the power that she always carried and translating to incredible rides. Even here before, she had that 9 in her first ever wave here in a jersey. So talented, fierce, ready to take on the world.
Yeah, and just, you know, at just 20 years old, a big, bright future for Sawyer Lindblad.
I'll point something out here, Kaipo, that it kind of comes unseen, but I'll go back to that after. But this is the Bracket Buster.
Yeah, Bracket Busters. Play the Bracket Challenge on WorldSurfLeague.com or on the app. Season's biggest upsets. Look at number 2 right there. Margaret River quarterfinal. Sawyer Lindblad beat Gabriella Bryant, and only 3% of you picked Sawyer Lindblad in that. So that was a bracket buster. And that's how you win the Bracket Challenge, is if you're able to provide those chancy insights, go against what everyone else is thinking, and that's how you win.
Against the odds. And for herself to prove everyone wrong, it's awesome. Obviously, they're not looking deep into that, but
still you can laugh at 97% of the people who bet against you. Ha-ha. And embrace the 3% that, you know, had faith in you.
But back to what I was going to say, Kaipo, it's hard to see on the screen here, but it's pouring behind us.
Yeah.
And for those surfers, it's very hard when you're sitting on your board with all that rain coming towards your eyes. You can't really see it too far ahead. So for them to identify sets coming, it's going to be a little bit delayed today. So that's an extra difficulty for those surfers to navigate the ocean right now.
Bella with priority takes a look at that, does not want to take a paddle, so she just kind of looks over the edge, does not make any forward momentum, so she will hang on to priority. But to your point, Jesse, this squall coming through is a fierce one, and just being able to stay focused. Oh, that was a paddle.
That's
and
a commitment. We'll see.
Sawyer is signaling for a priority switch. Should be a pretty easy decision from my angle. Of course, maybe it looks different from the judges' tower. There you go. Yep, Sawyer Lindblad with priority.
And it's kind of like a very smart pull for Sawyer, because if you think about it, that wave was kind of far from them. They were not going to be able to reach, but she showed some interest, and Bella kind of freaked out a little bit and probably committed before she could think about it, and committing to that paddle too early. I don't even think she was going to get in that wave.
Yeah, yeah. And the nature of this wave, unlike a lot of the other waves on the tour, is that you got to make that decision quick. And so even if you flinch a little bit, I feel like other waves on a point, you have to take 2-3 strokes, you know, to really show the judges, hey, that was the use of priority. But over here, if you just turn and take 1 paddle, that's enough, because you actually don't get that many paddles into a wave.
Totally, and just how the wave moves so fast, you have to have such an early commitment in order for you to get to a wave here. Otherwise, it's too dangerous, too sketchy, so they have to be more severe with this calls.
Yeah.
And I totally agree with them. Like 1 split second that the guy's having a look and pulls back, it's already enough for you not to be able to get in the wave.
Yeah.
Or getting in the wave and going over the falls because of it. So
we're going to take a break right now. We're going to see if Sawyer Lindblad can come back over Isabella Nichols. Coming up after that, Lakey Peterson getting ready for her challenge up against Nadia Arostave. More to come. WSL1 Ocean is a global initiative to inspire our surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean to preserve the future of our sport.
We're going to do a huge beach cleanup.
On ocean coral restoration.
Planting some native plants, learning about how the plants really affect our coral reefs here.
And even if you aren't a surfer, you know, the ocean benefits everybody in the world.
It's critical to our entire ecosystem.
To protect all these beautiful places and the ocean, and you know, it's huge, and I'm super stoked to be down here.
We are trying to restore our coastal ecosystems to make them clean, fishable, swimmable, drinkable, and enjoyable for everybody that comes to visit.
The first step is inspiring people to get out there and experience it, and then the next step is to be like, hey, this is pretty cool, right? Let's protect this.
That's right, beach cleanups, coastal restoration, the awareness of downstream flow, all parts and initiatives of WSL1 Ocean. Thank you, Yeti, for the support. Sawyer Lindblad using priority, up and riding, stalling for the barrel, the San Clemente surfer. Just a little pit ride for Sawyer. Looking to get a 1.84 to take the lead off of Isabella Nichols. You know she's going to need much more, though, because Isabella only has one wave in her score line of that 4.33. Kai Figueroa along with Jesse Mendez on the call here.
Yeah, but as much as she only has one, I think she's still going to be the score is still going to be the strength of the heat. As much as she got barreled, she kind of overran the wave. As you can see, as she starts to point her nose a little bit towards the channel a bit early, she had to delay herself a bit more. So as she's driving through the barrel is just behind her, and in the last little section, she gets covered. So she had a little better of a chance to get a bit deeper. She wasn't capable of capitalizing. It's not easy, hard to see it with all the rain. It's a bit clampy today, so. But there's definitely more opportunity in that wave.
So waiting for the score for Lindblad. Isabella Nichols with 9 minutes on the clock to get it back up to her 4.33 and really put her in her driver's seat. And really coming down hard right now is the rain as this squall moves through. So this is going to be a little bit of a challenge for the surfers.
Right now, those surfers cannot see barely anything. And if they surf the wave, it's even worse because you're kind of going faster than the wind that we have offshore. So just the rain starts coming, pouring in your eyes, and you can't really notice anything. It's very tricky. If it gets that heavy of a rain, it's super hard to surf.
Action in the channel here. And our camera crew, our spectators, our social team, all enduring this monstrous downpour.
This is heavy. This is tough. It's tough. I've been in this situation before. We're in the heat, and halfway through, everything just starts pouring, and you can't really see anything. It's very tricky. Mostly, you know, if you're sitting in Sawyer's position right now, looking for a score, your opponent has a score that's almost 2 points over your best score. So,
yeah. Sawyer's in a tough position, Jesse, just because the last wave, a 1.8, she needed 1.84. So even with that effort, her two waves are not beating the one single wave number for Isabella Nichols. So Isabella, you know, I talk about heat control. This is Isabella has a huge control over this heat with that relatively big score and the priority.
Yeah.
And plenty of time on the clock.
I guess what you mentioned about relatively big scores for the situation that we have in front of us, yeah, it's still a small score, but it's still a almost 2 point higher than your opponent's best score. So that's a huge gap. So, I mean, just trying to keep it simple, the next scoring exchanges that they have, Isabella Nichols has priority, and she only needs to get something a 1.5 before lower than Sawyer Lindblad in order to still keep making the heat.
Yeah.
So it's a big advantage for her, and with this all rain and all this mass in the lineup.
Speaking of rain, Strider, how's the rain?
I love the rain. I'm into it. I mean, I'm already wet. We're just gonna stay in it. But you know, as a surfer out here in these heats, you just want to find the shade. You just need to find the barrel, get yourself deep as possible so the rain doesn't affect your sight. I think paddling into these waves, you're right, Jesse, you would not be able to see a thing. But once you're under the hood and you're in the barrel, you're just completely, you know, taking the rain out of the equation, and hopefully you get a little bit of those little drops that come off the lip as the wave sucks in to take a big, you know, breath, and then it just spits out behind you and you just come out in the spit. But definitely looking for barrels right now to stay out of the rain.
All right, Strider. Easy to stay hydrated right now, however. All you have to do is look up and open your mouth.
There you go. Bring a cup. Bring a cup to the lineup.
Because the faucet's on right now. So time ticking away, and Isabella Nichols just honestly doesn't necessarily need even to ride another wave.
Yeah, that's true. She could just, and she's been kind of slow cooking. I like to call that when someone's like not fully sitting on you, but paying close attention to it, just kind of cruising around, sharking around, making sure every wave that comes, when she has priority, she's going to take it. So she's been doing that very well throughout the whole heat, and Sawyer just not having the opportunity.
Yeah.
I rephrase that. The 1.8, she had a better opportunity to probably get her best score of the heat, but she just wasn't deep enough. So
it looks like our surfers are on the move here, Jesse.
Wow, it's pouring right now.
And
is crazy.
It is coming down in huge proportions right now. We're actually seeing, oh, here we go. Bella looking for a barrel, gets behind the curtain, and goes down. So we'll still get credit for the entrance, but not the exit of the barrel.
Which for her is going to make a difference now, not having any scores. But I'll tell you one thing, she had such a good line through that barrel, and I'm sure the rain played a huge factor for her not to identify that last little bit of lip and try to dodge that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Bella, because she was on her way to a pretty decent score, like not a big score. I don't think he was going to better her 4.33, but she was going to get something close to that.
Yeah, this is kind of the conditions where you got to use the force, you know? Put down the blast shield, listen to Obi-Wan, and just feel, feel the force where you through. Here we go, replay.
Yeah, as you see it, look at how the lip is all crumbly and it's moving so much. That's all because this rain with the wind is just not making it easy for those girls right now. But nice line, she identifies, she gets under the hood, gets the view, and she's trying to dodge all those little wobbles on the lip, but just the last one catches her. She would have came out of that. She got a 1.63, probably, I was thinking a 2.5, and then mix it up with a carver, something, or a cutback, probably something in the 3.5 range, and definitely was going to make the situation of the heat way tougher for Sawyer Lindblad, that now only needs a 3.47.
Yeah, Sawyer Lindblad would need a clutch performance at this point, and to turn this heat. 3.47 is what she needs. She has priority. She's got 3.5 minutes on the clock. Can she do it? Sawyer Lindblad. There you go. She has done it before. The one clutch heat, that was a win in the last, turning the heat in the last 5 minutes over at Margaret River in a quarterfinal. So she's going to have to replicate that effort and bring that stat up to 2 clutch heats in the 2026 season if she can turn this heat. 3 minutes remaining, and just under a 4-point is the necessity.
Kaipo, I'll tell you one thing. This is the toughest 3.47 she's ever going to look for in her entire life. Like, everything's kind of going against you. And, you know, if she was anywhere else in the world or any other day out here at Teahupo'o, would be a different story. But now with all this rain, all this crumble, hard to see, hard to identify, looks like she's up and riding.
Here she goes. If she gets the barrel and she comes out, she's going to get the number. She feels it. I feel it. 3.47. I mean, it wasn't a deep barrel ride. She was under the hood just for a little bit. She went complete. It was a sizable wave. Jesse, what do you think?
Yeah, definitely it was a sizable wave. We'll see it again once the replay comes in. We've seen some barrels that weren't as deep coming in a lower score, but in reality of the heat that we have on hands, obviously the scoring potential, the judges take notice of that the barrel is what they're looking for on a day like today, and she was able to find it.
Yeah. Then she had to take the next one on the head. It was brutal. Here it is.
Yeah, that was a grower. She takes off, does that first bump. Very hard for her to identify. Gets covered right there.
Oh,
Once again, another section. And then the wave kind of just ran all the way through the channel, like closed out. So she made it a very good, just a very good job in for her to jump off afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, this is a gutsy barrel right here with that west kind of peak coming back at you and clamping you right there.
Yeah, that wave literally closed out in front of her.
Right? Full sacrifice. But she showed control. She showed an exit. I'm feeling she's going to get the number.
Yeah, it's a borderline. I think it's going to be an interesting point, but she did what she could on that wave. It's such a small score. It was a decent sized wave, pretty throaty.
Yeah, it was an angry looking wave. Still opportunity for Isabella Nichols, however, because Isabella just has a low backup score of a 1.63, so she could make the requirement higher for Sawyer Lindblad if she's able to get a wave within this last minute.
Yeah, like Isabella Nichols, she should be in panic mode right now, just going for anything that comes towards her because she needs to better that 1.63.
And there she goes. Bella carves off the top. That's a nice turn on the backhand. She's going to get a second carve. So now I feel that the requirement, just smart surfing, the requirement for Sawyer Lindblad is going to be a little bit higher. So now, claps from the channel. Good way to answer back for Isabella Nichols. We've been waiting for the score for Sawyer Lindblad. And you can see in the score bug, it's a 4.17. So she did get the number that she needed to take the lead. Now Isabella needs a 2.34 to turn the heat. 4.17 for Sawyer Lindblad, and we can take a look at our IC score line. There it is, Jesse.
Yeah, 4.17. All the judges giving it to Sawyer on that exchange. Fair enough. It was a barrel. He was thick. He had risk to it. And now we're waiting on Isabella Nichols. She's on the channel.
Well, the question is, was those two turns a 2.34 or better?
In my opinion, it feels like it was. It was critical. It was clean. As we see it right here, the wave had size. It's going to go straight down the bottom, opens up. Nice wrap. Comes around, gets up in vertical, and not as vertical, a little bit more lateral on this third one. It's just a little extra bonus. There's going to be a comparison into this wave to Sawyer's 2.5, which was those two carves in the beginning of the heat on probably a wave that had a bit more size.
Yeah, the anticipation of the number coming through. Isabella's had 4 clutch performances in heats so far this season. Can she make it 5?
Very similar wave to Sawyer's first ride. This one had an extra turn to it, and she needs less. 2.34.
Waiting for the score. And it comes in at a 2.83, and that's enough for Isabella Nichols to take the win over Sawyer Lindblad in her 5th clutch heat of the season. She did it again.
That's crazy, huh? Like sometimes I remember Jadson came up to me and I had a few clutch performances and he was like, hey, take advantage of those because they don't come easy. When you're in that row, keep rolling.
Yeah, she's gone double clutch here so far.
5 in a year, that's already pretty big.
Yeah, yeah. Well, showing she's got nerves of steel and able to perform under pressure. Isabella Nichols on to the quarterfinals. Taking a break. When we return, Lakey Peterson, Nadia Arostabe will be battling for a spot to meet Isabella Nichols in the quarterfinals. We'll be back to Tahiti after this.
The Outerknown Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, is brought to you by Yamaha, official watercraft partner of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. By Banque de Tahiti, official bank partner of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. By Vini, official telecommunications partner of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. And by Mofi, empowering you to live a life untethered. Power on.
Back in beautiful Tahiti, a little glimmer of blue skies upon us. The rain has been pouring down, but the swell is still intact. We're in round 2 of the women's competition. Heat number 4 with another matchup. This time, a rookie up against a veteran, a regular foot up against a goofy foot. Kaipuguera with Jesse Mendez on the call. As we take a look at this matchup, Jesse, what do you think?
Well, I think it's going to be kind of a contrast. I feel like Nadia coming from yesterday, she's probably going to be looking for the barrels, being a goofy footer. And Lakey, I had some insight actually with Leandro, which is Lakey's coach. And when I came back from yesterday's day, he came up to me and he just asked, like, what he thought about today. And then I gave my opinion, which doesn't matter. And his opinion was like, hey, Lakey was about, like, not about to pedal out, but she was supposed to pedal out that day. And he came up to her and was like, what's your goal in this event? She's like, win. What are you going to have to do to get there? Win heats. So he came to her and said, take the ego to the side, and if you need to go to work on turns, go and do that. Let's find those waves, and if the barrel comes towards you, you go and grab it.
Yeah.
And that's what's kind of the name of the game yesterday. Everyone's looking for barrels, and they couldn't really find it, but they weren't going for turns as well. So I think it's going to be very clear in her head on a similar day that she's probably going to try and build her confidence and her scoreboard just by going to turns, and then if the barrel shows up in front of her, she'll try and dig it.
Yeah, we saw in that lower third graphic 7 career championship tour wins for Lakey Peterson, earning her 7th just this year over in Western Australia. And you know, Jesse, there's been a lot of talk about the new guard, the new school coming into the championship tour. Some of the youngsters, the young 20 and teenagers, but it really has been, you know, the veterans year so far where we look at victories. We have Lakey Peterson over in Western Australia. We had Steph Gilmore with a brilliant performance on the Gold Coast. And we had Carissa Moore going back-to-back in New Zealand and El Salvador. So that kind of changes a little bit of the narrative that we came into the season with. The veterans are still winning events and still the dangerous surfers.
It's inevitable that they're going to take over. The new generation is going to take over. This is just part of every sport. You can't run from it. Those veterans know about it, but they have way more experience on top of them, and they still have the surf. So that pays off mostly on days like today that are tricky, that, you know, the up-and-comings haven't surfed those waves enough. They don't have the reps in a jersey enough in order to make the right decisions a lot of the time. So they take advantage of that, and they know how to do it pressure. They know how to do everything. They've been in their shoes before.
I think that's the conversation in this heat. You know, you have Lakey Peterson with 14 years on the championship tour. She's had a number of performances out here at Tahiti, her best in 2022 where she made the quarterfinals. For someone like Nadia Aristide, this is her first time in the jersey in Tahiti. So everything's brand new for Nadia.
And you can see the urgency of Lakey right there. She already caught one wave that looked like a bit of a smaller one. The second one, she just battled for, so she's hunting. Like all that prep talk that Leandro had with her yesterday, I'm sure he came into play today. That was a nice drainer underneath that they kind of missed. West Bow way below. So that's the tricky, the lineup is big. It's hard to find all those knucks and little drainers. So she's going to be hunting for anything that gives her an opportunity to get a 3-4 point ride, mostly in this first few minutes of the heat, if I could predict the future.
Yeah. I mean, and all the elements coming in together, right? Getting caught a little bit out of position right there by that last set coming through, you know, coming to some of the P's of professional surfing is positioning, paying attention to your priority, picking the right wave, making sure you're paddling adequately, and then performing. All the P's coming through there. And so we'll see how this plays out. All we have right now is the clock getting drained because it looks like, and I can barely see through this rain, Nadia Aristide may have taken one. She has. She took one on the head. And another.
Yeah, she's going to have her priority.
Yeah, she's suspended priority. Yeah, so you see the X in the blue mark right there? that's an indication of suspended priority. So that means Nadia did not use her priority. She got washed through, so she will regain first priority once she gets back to the takeoff zone.
And that doesn't happen so often, but in places like here, places like Sunset Beach, Pipeline, Margaret River,
you're cleaned up.
You're getting cleaned up. Yeah, it does happen way more often than others.
And I love that rule. I mean, it's a relatively new rule, and I love that rule because it's not your fault that, you know, some outer ledge wave took you out. And you shouldn't lose priority for that, you know.
And you have the right of way. You didn't block anyone, didn't take anyone's possibility of riding a wave. So it's just when you get back out.
Yep. One of our rules to deal with Mother Nature, right?
Yep.
The most dynamic playing field in any sport.
By far. I'll tell you that, by far.
We don't know when game day is. We can only speculate. We don't know what the field's going to look like. We can only speculate. The field can change, you know, during your heat, easily. And from one game to another, basically one heat to another, it's going to be a totally different field as well. So many different personalities. Even with this event window, we've seen so many different personalities out here.
Yeah, it's been 20 foot already. It's been 4 foot. Windy, no wind, rain. Just no sunshine yet. We're yet to see that.
We got hopes for this afternoon and tomorrow to see some sunshine. One thing over here in Teahupo'o is you don't need to worry about watering your lawn ever. You never see anyone watering their lawn over here. It's an automatic. Hey, another clutch performance for Isabella Nichols. Let's hear from Isabella. She's with Chris Cote on the interview boat.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Bella, surfing in the rain in Tahiti, it sounds really romantic, but it definitely adds to a challenge, doesn't it?
It definitely makes it a little bit harder to see out there. I mean, yeah, the weather's been crazy this morning. Just even starting off like the boat ride in the morning, I'm staying like 15 minutes this way at the Vast House, and as you take off, it's like nice and sunny, and then weirdly, as you like cross that threshold from like Vairo to Chopu, it's this. And so you're in the rain with your glasses on, just trying not to like hit a pole or hit the reef. And then you come out here and having to try and get everything ready with like a no roof boat and getting all your boards, your equipment, and then like being mentally prepared for a heat. Like these boat events are something different, you know. And if you've grown up with this, it's like second nature. But for people who don't really grow up around boats, it's definitely a different experience. But yeah, as we can see behind us, it's absolutely pouring. But behind us over this way, there's blue skies, so I don't know.
And you're making memories out there. You got the worst wipeout of your life. Nice.
Yeah, I wish I could say that it was like actually taking off on a wave, but the set came through and I thought maybe sometimes you can duck dive it as it lands in front of you, and you get that little double bounce and weirdly like you can get under it. And I've seen so many people bail their boards today and snap their boards this morning. I think there was like 15 total boards. So I was like, I don't want to do that. I like this board too much. But I ended up doing like 20 backflips underwater. I copped a fin to the leg, to the butt. And then I got 4 waves on the head. And I think that was by far the worst wipeout I've ever had in my life. And so to try and regroup from that on the way around from the ski, that was the plan. And then I was like, actually, this is freaking sick. Like we have water safety. Like I have a helmet on, I got my wetsuit on. This is what we live for. Like I love this stuff. It's funny in free surf, I'd be terrified of that. I'd be like coming up panicking, but as soon as the jersey comes on, all that fear goes out the window and it's just the fear of losing.
Incredible. And another epic achievement is you are now leading the league in clutch finishes with 5.
That's another one. As in leading the women's. That's funny. I'm sorry again to my parents and my family. I didn't really intend for that to happen. I mean, I started strong and I was like, I just got to get a wave and do a turn. But as we know, the ocean sometimes doesn't provide. And I don't know, I'm stoked. I've got no words. So this is my best result in Tahiti already. So I'm just so happy to be here.
Hey, a win's a win no matter what time you do it. Don't be sorry, just keep winning.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Yeah, for Bella Nichols, it's her first time into the quarterfinals, and so that's a thing. And the last interview, she also apologized to her family for having a clutch moment, and she went and did it again.
The fear of losing is stronger than the feeling, the fear of getting smoked.
Well, and that's what this whole place is about. This place is just like adrenaline city because you can have the best wave of your life or you can have the best wipeout, the worst wipeout of your life. And all available to you right a long paddle away or a quick jet ski ride away.
And sometimes in days that you don't really expect, like it's twice as small as most of the days we had so far.
Yeah.
And you just not expecting, you just get smoked.
Yeah, it's well, because of the bathymetry and of this place. I mean, it's so powerful and it's so violent. You know, I think you can speak to that, Jesse, on how violent the when this wave comes crashing down on you or even straightening out like Nadia Arostave, you just get smoked.
You definitely get so smoked. And it gets scarier the smaller it gets with the shallowness of the reef, just where she felt, like where she had to straighten out. It's literally 3 feet of water with tons of white water on the back of you, pushing you everywhere.
Oh yeah, and it happens so quickly. I mean, last year on a 3-foot day, I hit the bottom so hard out here, just straightening out.
Mateo
Like that.
Verdi actually had a bad one yesterday.
Who's that?
Mateo Verdi.
Oh really?
Yeah, just big bruise already, like everything. He was like, didn't even go surfing this morning as well because he just like couldn't. Yeah, last night he already couldn't really move, like walk, really. Just muscle hitting, you know, the reef, like no scratches, but
a contusion.
Yeah, contusion.
Yeah. A hard contusion right there. Just take the muscle out of play for a while. Luckily, no cuts though, so that's good news.
He was clean, but then I'm sure he woke up this morning like he was sore already last night with ice and all that, and then this morning probably couldn't even move.
And
I'm laughing because I'm friends with him.
Yeah, you're friends with him. And another thing too, if you keep on coming here year after year, sooner or later you're going to get a little souvenir.
Yeah,
you're going to get a Tahitian tattoo at some point.
There's no running from it.
There's, you know,
everyone has been through that.
Yeah, you're going to get a little scarred up because it's sharp. And it's live coral too, so it's really important here to, if you do get cut, to really take care of those wounds because, yeah, you're dealing with live coral polyps here, which is beautiful, but also easy to get staph infection.
Been there as well.
I meet myself as well. It's like halfway.
Oh, it's fine. It's a
halfway through the trip.
It's a 1-inch cut.
Everything's turning red and stuff and getting swollen. And you're like, oh no, man.
And it doesn't go away for like a month.
Yeah. All right, so we got a pause in the action right now, Jesse. Just under 20 minutes and no substantial scores between Lakey Peterson and Nadia Arostave. It's kind of one of the complexions of a heat where the first surfer, I feel, that has something meaningful come through will have a huge advantage.
It's been that way, like, and even it's usually that way if you get like a 7 or an 8-point ride in normal days, but yesterday and today, like a 4-point ride, it feels like a 7.
Yeah.
So it's a huge advantage. And I think no, I'm 100% sure those last 2 heats were the toughest heat we had so far in this last 2 days because the visibility is horrible right now.
Yeah.
Making it that much trickier for the surfers.
It's a good time to get to Strider for some intel from the channel.
Yeah, we're just checking in with Nadia's boyfriend, Guillermo, and he was just telling her, I heard him speaking Spanish to her, obviously in their native tongue, and he was saying, you know, don't go for the big ones. The big ones aren't big enough for the outside ledge. You need those ones that are they look smaller, but they're coming to the inside ledge, and those are the ones you want to be on. He said that you passed up a good one, and you got to remember what that one looked like, and that's the one you want. So there was a lot of great information coming out of her corner, and well, let's see if she can find that inside double up and get barreled because she's got the skills inside the tooth.
Strider. Nadia under the priority of Lakey Peterson, so maybe moving a little further in and further over on the reef could be a good play as far as positioning. But actually she's sitting a little bit wide of Peterson. Red jersey on Lakey Peterson, blue jersey on Nadia Arostave. Nadia takes a look at that one. Second wave of the set looks a lot bigger, Jesse.
Yeah, that nice one though, down just a little bit underneath. Let's see this one. If it has a good shape like the first one, a little bigger, it's going to hit the shelf pretty nicely, but it's coming underneath once again.
Here comes Lakey. Peterson grabs the rail, makes the drop. Maybe going to turns now. Did not get the barrel ride, but some nice turns for Lakey Peterson and a completed ride.
Yeah, had to mix it up. You never know what it's going to be like. And by the previous heats, not the first and second one, there was a very slow, low-scoring heat combination, so she just needs to get going here. Unfortunately for her, you can see it that she's on the apex and you want to be behind, so you don't speed up too much because the water's moving. It's pushing you out towards the channel. So you want to kind of position yourself a little bit deeper, probably 3 feet deeper than where she was in that smaller section of the wave, and come into the grower, backdoor in that section, because that was a nice open pit. She just wasn't able to get in.
Yeah. It's a mind game, isn't it, Jesse, to position yourself kind of behind that apex, because it's so scary and you have to have faith that you're going to come through that. But without positioning yourself behind there, you're not going to get barreled.
I guess what you mentioned is perfectly. It goes against your instinct.
Yeah.
Like your body's telling you be safe, and you have to make it feel like you're not going safe. But that's actually the safest place for you to take off, because usually the wave has less energy. It's on the smaller side of things, so it pushes you with less momentum going forward. So that gives you the delay in order to get behind the curtain. Mostly the wider the barrel gets, the more it's going to push you. So in that case for her, that the barrel is very wide. It's like top to bottom, super square, almost as wide as was tall. So for her, taking off on the apex is just give too much momentum forward. And like you mentioned, you got to trick your brain, lie to your brain almost.
Yeah. It's an absolute mind game. 1.83 for Peterson. That's enough to put her in the lead currently, but it's just a delicate lead over Nadia Arostabe, who now has priority. And we got 15 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. It seems like the wind and the conditions, the wind's improved from the past days. More offshore. It's just the battle that we have right now is this rain squall. And hopefully it just gets pushed out by some of these easterly winds.
Yeah, we're looking over our shoulders here. We can't see anything outside, so those surfers are having to really pay attention to the lineup right now. Also, another thing, the ocean's a big reflection of the sky, so they kind of look the similar color on days like this. So you see the buoy out the back. The waves are approaching. Usually you can have a better vision when the waves coming towards them, but on a day like today, everything looks the same palette of colors, so it just blends in.
In snowboarding, we do call that flat light, and you would have to change your goggle tints, but you don't get the advantage of yellow lenses.
We need to implement that here right now.
There's no yellow lenses for surfing right now to help you highlight that flat light. So a great point that you just made there. That's another added challenge.
But I'm sure, like, Tahiti's like that. Like, we could have some sunlight in, like, any moment.
Yeah.
So I'm sure this will clean up. It's just whoever, flipped the coin today and got those 2-3 heats.
Well, we're going to move away. We'll see if Nadia Arostabe can come back against Lakey Peterson. Anat Leor, she's prepping up for her heat with Gabriella Bryant in the yellow jersey. Back with more action from the Outerknown Tahiti Pro presented by IC after this.
After its debut as a QS3 star the year before, in 1999, Teahupo'o Tahiti was added to the Women's Championship Tour. The addition of this heavy water left-hander to the schedule was met with enthusiasm from some of the tour's hardest chargers and absolute fear from others. Navigating the new stop, surfers had to learn on the fly, adjusting to the Tahitian power. In the early days, before a tower was built, judges scored heats from a boat in the channel. Hectic. Two surfers, both low in the rankings, would take down event favorites and top seeds on their way to meet in the first ever Women's Tahitian CT Final. With slack winds and blue water conditions, good friends and fellow Australians, Kate Scarrett and Melanie Redmond-Carr, would duke it out in a goofy versus regular final. Redmond-Carr got to work early and did her best to navigate the bowly left-handers, but was no match for Scarrett's forehand and her ability to hunt the inside ledge for tubes. Celebrating her first and only win at the elite level, the Australian cemented herself in Tahiti Pro history and claimed she loved the challenge of the bigger conditions.
Yeah, that was back in 1999. Of course, we're celebrating 50 years of Championship Tour surfing here. Lakey Peterson ducks under there, under the priority of Nadia Arostabe. Lakey Peterson will build on her lead, Kuiper Girl, along with Jesse Mendez on the call here.
Yeah, was able to find a little tube time there. Came out, combo it up with the cutback. It's going to be on the smaller side of things, but still going to better the situation. We have 10 minutes left, and both surfers. I mean, Nadia only has a one wave 0.63, as we can see here, just a better angle. Little drainer, she is able to get covered right there. Comes out. The wave flattens out quite a bit, but she's just trying to maximize and make sure she can get the best out of that opportunity that she had on hand, and doing it so.
Yeah, coming in at a 2.2. You can see it up on the score line. So 2.2, 1.83, 4.03. Two wave total for Lakey Peterson puts her out in front. We had that little vault piece with Kate Scarrett and Melanie Redmond-Carr. I just wanted to make a note that Melanie Redmond-Carr did come back again to Tahiti and took a win in 2006. So one of our past champions also that we're celebrating. Of course, in the 2000 later on in kind of like, I'm going to say, modern tour life, Courtney Codlog won in 2022. 2023, we can always remember Caroline Marks taking a win here. The wild card, Vahine Fierro, winning in 2024. And then our defending champ, Molly Picklum, winning in 2025. And Molly's already into the quarterfinals here, looking pretty good.
Yeah, she is. Best score of the event so far on the women's side.
Nadia drops straight into this one and negotiates a steep drop, but unable to find the barrel. But yeah, impressive drop right there.
Definitely takes so much skills, but that's once again the same situation of Lakey's previous wave, not previous wave, the 1.83 might have been, that she was just on that highest part of the wave. So that what that does just directions you all the way to the bottom, and it generates so much speed that you can't really slow yourself down. So once again, needed to be a little bit deeper, probably just about 3 or 4 feet behind of where she started paddling for the wave to position herself. Still is going to be a hard wave to read with that froth on the end from the previous wave track.
All right, well, let's see if we have any takers here. And we just got Nadia paddling back out. Strider, give us a conditions report.
Well, the rain has been pretty strong, but the wind has backed off, and it's actually come to a way more favorable direction, more east. The boats actually were dictating almost a northeast wind a little bit ago, but now they're back to just a straight east wind, and that's great for us out here. I mean, and the tide is getting higher, so the tide coming up will move all these waves in. I've seen a lot more hollow barreling waves on the inside, which has been great. Lakey up and riding. Quick wave for her, but yeah, we're definitely getting better conditions right now. The rain's backed off, and the tide's getting higher, so I'm seeing more and more hollow waves moving in on that inside ledge. So I think we've got some improvements for the surfers at the moment.
Strider, improving conditions here at the end of the road. Teahupo'o. And Lakey Peterson not changing the scoreline with that last effort, just a 1-point ride. Peterson on the paddle back out. But good to hear, and things are looking up conditions-wise. Rising tide, more favorable winds, swell still intact. Leandro Dora having a word with Lakey Peterson. 6.5 minutes remaining. Ah, the virtual eye coming down as we zoom to the South Pacific into French Polynesia. 118 islands in French Polynesia, but we're focusing on the capital of Tahiti, the Tahiti area, the end of the road here at Teahupo'o, the channel Hawaii, and the river that feeds and makes that channel, which makes one of the miracles of surfing. To see the judges tower, Jesse, and just how this reef pass works.
Yeah, and that's all the winds kind of coming from the same angle as the tower faces the wave, so it's very favorable for us. You have all that fresh water that came out, creating that gap in between, and that's what makes this magic here with this depth of an ocean coming to very shallow water, creating those massive pits that we've seen it the last few days.
Yeah, not a gradual slope, a underwater ocean wall creating that bathymetry that makes these waves just go below sea level. Not much on the back, but a lot on the front and a lot of power. And feeling the power right now, Nadia Aristabe getting caught inside here.
Visibility is back to normal. So now there's, I mean, it wasn't an excuse before, but you can't give the excuse now in this next 5 minutes. Definitely they can see now, mellowed out. We can see it on the screen. There's even a little bit of sunlight shining. I think it's still covered the sun, but definitely more visible. And things cleaned up like Strider just mentioned. This wave, she was just a little bit underneath the hood. Wasn't able to engage that inside rail to drive through that barrel. It's just the positioning. This wave here is 90% position. If you're in the right spot, it's really going to set you up for success. 1 foot under, up, to the right or to the left, you can have the worst wipeout of your life. Just like that.
Oh. And just like that, I can see clearly now the rain is gone and the blue skies are threatening to come here. Looking over at Vidal, just up the coast a little bit, where they've been having sunny days, and we're kind of in this little micro ecosystem right here. But good news, and looking at that blue sky, I hope it moves over here and that squall stays out to sea. That east wind should also help move the showers away from us.
Yes, definitely. And I mean, I can't wait for some sunlight. I've been holding on my icy shades for a few days, just on my pocket, ready to put it on.
We're gonna show you the new Jack model, Jack Robinson's new model from IC that's debuting here at the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. It's a beautiful shade, Loke inspired. Nadia, nice slash off the top for Aristabe, and was that a slash worth 3.16, I ask of you?
I don't see that being a 3.16, but that's by far the best turn of the heat so far. I think it's going to come in short, but she's definitely back in the game. She only has a 0.87, and that's when I asked myself, Kaipo, like, why did it take you so long to do something so simple for her? Like, obviously, it's easy for me to say sitting down here, but they've been seeing in the previous heats and yesterday how that was the problem, and just identifying the last 3 minutes. But now she's probably, in my opinion, going to get something to the best score of the heat. But then Lakey's going to have priority, and there's 2 minutes and 30 left.
I love your point, Jesse. If Nadia had done that twice earlier in the heat, she would have more than a 4.2 wave total. I pretty much feel that, you know, and that feeling is going to get confirmed when Nadia comes, when her score comes in. So to your point, if she just did that twice, she'd probably have a total of 5 points. She got 2.3, right? Yeah. Just on this last wave. She did it twice. That's a 4.6. She'd have the lead.
Yes, and it was going to be a different story, and it gives you more freedom, gives you a little bit more of a relief. And now, with the rain coming back in, with Lakey with priority, you need a 1.73. It feels much harder than it was a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
So like it's just putting herself in opportunity to get those scores. She was looking for the barrel the whole time. You could see the waves that she was taking off on. They're more throaty, but.
Well, heat management, right? We talked about it at the beginning of the year. 14 years on the championship tour for Lakey Peterson. There's a lot of experience in heats and high heat IQ. Nadia Arostabi will have a chance right here. Just needs that 1.73, and maybe she did it again. So taking the advice, maybe a little bit late, but she may have just done it if that is deemed complete.
Yeah, that was critical. I felt like she was, she felt on the transition from the first to the second turn. So I would probably call that a complete. 1.73, that was probably the most critical turn we had on the heat. I like the carve, how she opened up a bit more, but this was with the more coping and more curve on the wave, so it looks good for her.
Yeah, here's a replay, but she's going to come in. This is a clutch performance by Nadia.
Very clutch, and that was a hard wave to serve. So those waves were coming the whole time. Like, so when she needed, she went for it.
It's almost like she heard you. 2.6 comes in for Arostabe, and she turns the heat. 45 seconds remaining for Lakey Peterson to answer back with a 2.7, and the squall has moved back through. Lakey, 30 seconds.
That's trouble. This rain is a lot of trouble for Lakey at this last 30 seconds, and she let that one go, which I thought was interesting. There's a lot of ribs on that wave, so I'm sure Lakey was probably thinking this is gonna like probably die out or close out pretty quick, either one or the other. But man, needing a 1.73, you kind of had to pull the trigger, and they're tied on the first scoring before that last wave.
Here comes Peterson, important wave. Needs a 2.7 off the bottom. If she can get underneath the hook, she's going to get the number. Completed pit ride there. She's going to go for a little bit extra with the turn. 2.7 is the requirement. She's already had one clutch heat this season. Can she make a second clutch effort?
Tough 2.7. Did she get in that barrel?
It was more of a pit ride, but she did get a turn.
Well, if you're going just for the turns, I don't see that score coming in as a 2.7. Best score of the heat, if you look back at the 2.6 and 2.3, the last two waves of Nadia, they were actually solid turns. This one, wave more flat. Obviously, she added points, combing it up. I guess we're going to have a better look at here, but this wave starts to get very tricky with the traction from the previous wave. I don't see her getting in the barrel there, so I don't see that score coming in at 2.7. She has to weave through it. There's nothing she could have actually done in this wave. It's just, I think it was before that. Getting waves that gave you the opportunity to get up in vertical.
Waiting for the score. And judges deliberating right now in the judging tower, and a nervous Nadia Arostabe out in the channel. 2.7 is the requirement. No indication as of yet of the score from any of our 5 judges. Well, for me, it means it's got to be close.
And it goes down like Lake has so much experience. On top of me, on top of most ever surfers on tour. She has 7 wins, and I'm sure they had the same plan as yesterday that Leandro told me. But that just shows how hard it is for you to actually put the plan into practice it inside of a jersey with the conditions being the way they were, and they had the the short end of the stick to have all that rain going through, besides the 2 minutes in between 5 to 3 minutes in the end bit of the heat. So I'm sure that the plan was the same. She just couldn't get the opportunities and find herself in opportunities for what she was hoping for, but the judges having a close look to it.
Yeah, this has got to be well, this is a heat-defining score coming through for Lakey Peterson, and judges taking their time, likely looking at a replay a number of times before assigning a number. 2.7 is the mix. I'm waiting for the score to come through, and the score comes under at a 2.53. So that is a clutch performance. Nadia Arostabe, hearing the news right now, she's on to the quarterfinals. You're right, Jesse, just a little bit short.
Yeah, like with the combination of the turns and, the cover that she got, I just felt like the barrel wasn't there in order for her to get the 2.7. I felt like Nadia did more damage in those turns than what she had on that last wave.
So it will be Nadia Arostabe coming up against Isabella Nichols in quarterfinal number 2. There's the numbers, and she did that in the last 2 waves of her heat. So great job for Nadia, and she's moving on. We'll move on to a break. We'll come back. We'll bring Joe and Flick in the booth, talk you through more action here at the Outerknown Tahiti Pro presented by IC.
The Outerknown Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, is brought to you by Tahiti Government, official tourism partner of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. By Yeti, built for the wild. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the Championship Tour. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by Outerknown, find your Outerknown. Thanks for being with us here in round 2. Anat Leilior and Gabriella Bryant already in the water and getting started with Anat Leilior with a quick tube shootout to kick things off here in round 2, heat number 5. What a way to start your day and your heat against the current world number 1. Anat Leilior, part of the rookie class, off to a jump start there and some fun conditions out the back, but it's been non-stop rain. Flick, you forgot to remind me to bring my umbrella this year.
Oh, I need a pair of gumboots at this stage. It is actually torrential downpour out there. Just getting into the booth was hard work. But you know what? I feel like it's actually subsided for now. So hopefully it's a good sign of things to come.
I mean, the element is fun for us. You know, in the water, maybe it could be a little bit distracting for your visibility as we see Anat Leilior again. Wow. Jumping off the roof, pin dropping her second effort. First wave was a make, second one a big wipeout. You see that silver surfboard popping up first, and now Anat Leilior dealing with a solid hold down there.
Yeah, that was a long hold down. You could sort of see her board, what we call it, tombstoning, just sort of being suspended in the water there and hanging on. But look at this. I mean, it's a pretty heavy wave. I mean, she fell down a couple of stories there if you're talking about buildings and just went straight through the trap door. So opted for the pin drop there. I mean, she's not one to back down from giving it a crack, that's for sure. So it's already opened up with a nice wave and continuing on with that charging status.
That's right, Flick. What a matchup here for Gabriella Bryant. Her goal, stay in yellow all season long as she can. She's been putting in a lot of time to this wave. Some good strike missions, you know, in that long off season. You can get a direct flight from Hawaii to get here. There's 2 of those, so either Tuesday night or Saturday night, you could kind of get out here and start getting your reps in. And she turned in an excellent score last year, and of course, as we go, when someone does that, you expect her to do that again the following season. Here comes Anat Leilior, the rookie from Tel Aviv, up and out, just playing the active role
under the priority of Gabby Bryant.
Yeah, she's keeping super busy. I mean, this is wave number 4 ridden for her. So I mean, right now it's kind of working for her. I'm liking sort of the determination and assertiveness I'm seeing from her in the lineup already this morning.
So Anat Leilior on the silver surfboard program, same shapers as Italo Ferreira has. Tico and Teco were telling me that her boards are actually not too different from Italo's surfboards, riding polyurethane boards at this event. Her normal board that she'd ride in about small, medium surf is about 5'8". So her biggest board she brought out was a 6'2". So not going too crazy with length. And it already paid off, getting that foam put a little more forward in her equipment on some new boards that she got while she was in Saquarema. And the IC score update delivers a 6.33. Let's have another look.
Yeah, I loved it. Super late takeoff and then pulls up underneath. Wave selection also on point. Picked a really hollow wave that stayed open the whole way through. And positioning on the takeoff. I mean, she was deep enough to come from behind this section, which is what I really loved. I think this morning I've already noticed a few of the goofies just potentially, you know, almost outrunning this section, the barrel, but she positioned really well, and it's a really nice number to open up, especially once, you know, you consider all things this morning, the big rain score we had, and she's already got a keeper this morning.
Gabriella Bryan still just pacing herself there. Still scoreless at the moment, but holding priority, knowing she has a ton of time to pick her first wave out here. And what a rise she's been on ever since she qualified for her rookie season a couple of years back. But we do have some numbers on the board. Let's get the insight from Strider Wasilewski.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, you know, just a touch on Anat's wave. She was just way inside on the corner of the west bowl, and that thing really just kind of popped up and had just enough of a fold on it to, you know, move in over the reef. I think with the tide moving in, it's kind of backing off enough to where it's hitting the reef right now. And, you know, she was way on the inside here on the west bowl where that wave is nowhere. Nobody's had a wave like that out here in their heats yet. So maybe things getting better for the day, but that wave popping up, and she just happened to be there on her way through on her paddle out. So scoring that little nugget right off the bat with a pretty solid score on the day.
Thank you very much, Strider. Yeah, Anat Leilior working with Kehea Hart. Kehea Hart, famous for an amazing surfing career, now super coach, incredibly fit and healthy, has training programs going all the time on the North Shore of Oahu, and, you know, in the corner of guys like Billy Kemper and just so many up-and-coming athletes on the North Shore. So Anat's in good company. You know, for Kehea, a huge part of his career was actually spending a ton of time and living in Tahiti. And so identifying what could be scoring, and even though he's a regular foot, he could see her opportunities that she could have frontside on that part of the reef. And a 6.33, that's been a solid score today. If you're getting in that range, most likely you're making your heat.
Oh, totally. I reflect back on the scores we've had this morning. We had the 817 from Molly, only excellent number. We had the 7 from Carissa, which she actually didn't advance through that heat. Erin actually got the jump on that. She had a 6 herself and backed it up with a 5.33. So, look, in the context of today, 6.33, you'll take that. That is a great score, and applying pressure to the world number 1.
That's exactly what you want to do. Make world number 1 feel uncomfortable because, well, she's been feeling really comfortable all season. Gabby Bryant kicked off with a season opening win at Bells Beach. Just such an iconic trophy, and what a way to just kick off your season as world number 1 following a challenger victory at Pipeline. So she had just such a great, healthy off season, took some real quality surf trips, including one here to Chopes, to dial in her quiver, which expands to quite a few surfboards. You know, asking Matt Biolis what Gabby might have with her, and he's like, probably at least 10 boards for this event, kind of doubling up on what she would feel like are the priority boards. So probably 2 6.0s, 3 6.2s, 3 6.4s, maybe 2 6.6s, just in case one breaks, and it's a go-to size that you have to think about. And Matt was saying Gabby's got the benefit of having Hawaii as home, because she has enough time to maybe get a fresh quiver for cloud break, where there's a lot of surfers on tour that are carrying like 20 plus surfboards with them because the turnaround is so tight heading to Fiji for the next stop.
Yeah, that's such a good point, right? I mean, some people are so far away from home too, or where their shaper may be, to collect those surfboards. So how are you even going to find the time? I haven't even really thought about that. That is a great point. So yeah, just lugging that much equipment around the world is big time. And we've already seen a lot of board breakage over the last few days, especially on the men's side, you know, when it was bigger and more meaty.
Gabby Bryant still holding her position out the back, just punching through the lip line there. Went on to ask Matt about surfboard evolution here at Chopes, and he's worked with so many incredible surfers over the years and the history of this event. Going back to 2001, Corey Lopez won this event. Matt reflecting on that thing, and that was probably like a 6'7" that he was riding in those conditions. In modern day times, people would be on maybe a 6'2", maybe a 6'4" in the same conditions.
Yeah, it's cool, right, to see the evolution of board building and what's possible out here. As we saw both women just then absolutely cop a set on the head, so there still is those rogue sets, but what I like to see is a really smooth ocean. That is super nice to look at. That's what you get after a torrential downpour. You usually get these you know, calm little patches after the storm.
Oh, it feels good. It's just a little glass after a serious downpour. The ocean's so smooth, you know, you could set your line and trust it. Just grooming things out for us, and it has a nice calm feel to it. With now not with a solid lead, we've got Gabby checking her surfboards. Let's catch up with Nadia Aristarbe, quarterfinalist, hanging out with Chris Cote.
Thanks. Nadia, it's you. I tried to watch that heat. I could not see anything. That was the gnarliest squall of the entire event. What was it looking like from your perspective?
It was really hard to be out there, actually. Like, I couldn't really see when the set came, and the water was like in a really weird texture. And it was really hard to pick the good ones. I don't know how I managed to make that hit. I got my 2 best wave on the last 5 minutes, even though they were not great, but I don't know, glad to make it through, and yeah, glad to be on the quarterfinals and have one more chance to surf and hopefully do better scores in some bars.
Yeah, quarterfinalist sounds great. Now, take me back to being a little kid, dreaming about being a professional surfer, then finding yourself out in these wild situations in this incredible place. It must make you really feel special for the moments that are happening.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, I remember watching Aritz Aramburu when he was out here competing at the CD and making semifinals, and I remember all the time all the surfing community from Sarawak, we stayed together and watched his hit, and I feel like at the moment I couldn't even dream of that because there was no woman competition here, but being out here and hopefully making some other kids dream of this, it's amazing. It's an amazing tour and amazing job that I have, so really lucky to be here.
Love it, and I'm sure all your crew at home is watching, cheering you on. What do you want to tell them?
Bueno, es que ricasco a todos los que me estáis viendo y apoyando. Ha sido una manga difícil, pero bueno, contenta de haber pasado. Espero que hayáis aprovechado el eclipse en casa, que lo hayáis pasado bien y nada, mañana cuartos de finales y con todo.
Quarterfinalist, Nadia Aristarbe.
Thank you so much. Nadia Aristarbe is making a habit of this, making finals day. She kind of blew up on the Gold Coast with some of the biggest backhand turns ever displayed. Steph Gilmore mentioned that she had a 3rd place there, then did it again in Brazil with another semifinal. Now off to another finals day here in Tahiti.
Well, that's epic because I'm just looking at her results this year. I mean, she's already going to better. She's carrying a couple of 9th and a 17th, so she's going to better that as well with this 5th. It's only going to be better, looking good for the rest of her year and how it's shaping up. So she's going to be stoked with that.
Making everyone at Zerouts really proud, especially a part of the sandbar called Marata. Her dad and uncle and all of her friends and family get to hang out. They've been running that thing for 30 plus years. Gabby Bryant finally gets a wave, but it's an awkward one. And she'll throw priority right back to Natle Lior.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. Look, it looked like it was a little bit smaller on that inside ledge, and now she's going to cop a couple of waves on the head. But yeah, she just couldn't quite get into that one probably as early as what she would have liked, but this is playing right into the hands of a nut right now. She's already sitting out there pretty with the 6.33, and now she's got priority with the freedom to sit wherever she wants. So let's, oh wow, okay. Interesting, so a little bit of a scuffle.
Yeah, just a little bit of body language there that we see. Then that pushed Gabby just to take this wave and just had to get shoved straight. Jumped off, no opportunity to pull in. And now Leilior controlled the first block of this heat. First 15 minutes gone, and she's got the 6-3, the 1, and first priority over world number 1.
Yeah, that's massive. It's massive for her confidence too. I mean, you think about this year, you think about the rankings where she's situated. You know, she's sitting down in number 17th coming into this event. So she really, this is do or die at this point in the year for her. She really needs to try and get together a couple of strings of results. So this would be an important heat win for her. Obviously, that would mean her going through to the quarterfinals. So we'll see what happens.
Let's get a conditions update with Strider.
Yeah, we got the wind back. We got a lot of southeast wind back in it. You can see the lip line getting torn up a bit. And we got Gabby paddling back after that last wave. Looks like she's got to get back out there, reboot, get comfortable, and find herself in that deep barrel again. Something that she can get a little bit, more out of. She's looked a little bit perplexed right there paddling by. There was, those waves that she just had to duck dive and get through that, and the wipeout that she took. She's not in a comfortable place, and she knows she's behind the 8 ball, so got to get back out there and reset. But this wind is whipping across the line. I mean, we're talking pretty strong, as strong as it was yesterday almost now. So hopefully it backs off again. But for now, we got the southeast winds making it hard again for these ladies.
Thanks for the update, Strider. Yeah, that southeast direction, that's usually mentioned with that Maramu word. That's that direction that you're trying to avoid out here. That makes it extra challenging with the extra lump and bump. Hopefully that cleans up for us and gets a little bit more east in that direction. So both surfers will have to adapt to that. After that rain squall went through, it was nice and smooth and glassy, and then quickly the wind showed back up. So for Gabby, not the start of the heat that she was hoping for, but she's hoping to really improve on her position out here in Tahiti, as just really working on feeling more comfortable out here. This is what Gabby had to say.
It's the scariest wave in the world by far for me. The most challenging as well, but I've been putting in a lot of time and came here in the off season, so finally starting to get the hang of it, and it's a very rewarding feeling when you make it to the channel, for sure. Last year in my heat was the first time I ever made it out of a backside barrel in my life, ever. And it was kind of like the turning point where I was like, wow, this is the best feeling. I want to learn how to get better and make it more of a common thing. So I spent 3 weeks here in October. I've been here for 11 days now, and putting in the time, and I don't think you'll never not be scared out there, but definitely getting a touch more comfortable.
Gabriella Bryan talking about the comfort factor that you want to have out here, and just her relationship is growing and growing, and as she knows, she just wants to put in more time to make sure that she turns this event into a serious strength. But she's been a force all season long, Flick. I mean, opening up with that win at Bells, and her worst result so far has been a quarterfinal finish, so real consistent as well.
I'm not surprised with the consistency, and I love that she is so easily able to identify that she wanted to put more time in out here. Hearing that piece that she's already put 11 days in prior to the event, coming here so early, I love that approach, because waves like this, the only way you get better is to put some serious time in. And I forgot that quote she also said about how it was the first backhand tube she ever successfully rode out of was in this event last year. I forgot about that, and that's just a real testament to WSL bringing back the championship tour here for the women, and just how the excitement that she got from that, and the wanting to improve. And I just think it's so cool, because you're not going to have those moments unless you bring these opportunities for the women. So just such a cool moment to hear from Gabriella Bryan.
Yeah, she's representing Kauai so well. She got here so early to train. There's a Grom comp that she grew up competing in, Live Like Sign Grom Fest, that was going on at PK's, and she was in Tahiti, calls her mom Rochelle, who's on the North Shore, was like, hey, I always love donating a board to the kids. Can you drive like an hour down to donate this board? And her mom showed up, brand new board, made a Grom's day.
That's
and
so
she got the message in Tahiti that she was able to get that done. It was so cool. Just a total hero to all those kids growing up on Kauai. And they've got a lot of inspiration on that island. I had a good chat with Alana Blanchard. She was a force on the championship tour, getting her kids in the jersey as well. And
You know, also proud of what Gabriella Bryan's doing. Really a true contender in the world title race.
Oh, so many good surfers from there. I think back to, you know, Malia Manuel. I think back to Layla Hurst. So many good surfers from Kauai, and how cool to have that representation on the championship tour now with Gabriella Bryan in the yellow jersey.
Oh, 100%. As we look at Anat Leilior under priority, grabbing this wave, going to turn, so she throws down a top turn, finds the pocket, and has to kick out. She might just improve a touch on that backup score, carrying a 1.0 at the moment.
Yeah, she's just trying to put a bit more separation between herself and Gabby, and I mean, I like it. That wave, though, just had real lot of funkiness to it, a lot of sort of lump and bump, and to Strider's point, yeah, that wind's really clicked in a little bit more. Sort of that wind that we've seen every day, really, up until this morning. It was nice while it wasn't here, but we've got it back this afternoon. But yeah, look, she's going to reset after that. I'm sure she's just looking for a couple of turns. It's so hard. The other thing is, like, because the conditions have changed so much throughout this morning, you might be warming up or sitting in the channel watching your heat, right? Preparing for your heat coming up, and it's torrential downpour. Then your heat starts in 10 minutes time, and now it's not torrential downpour, but now you've got these winds. So things are forever changing out there, and I think you've just got to learn to be so adaptable because this event window has just been bringing so many different conditions.
Yeah, and you have to be so well prepared, and they are so prepared with their surfboards as well. And adding some foam to a lot of these surfboards is what Matt Biolis told me. For Gabby Bryan and Chris Amore, they'll even go up to 2 5/8 inches on their surfboard. So for reference, like Gabby's lowers board would be 2.5, so going a bit thicker, 2 5/8 for that paddle power. You know, a pretty gentle tail rocker, so that foam really pushes forward when you lock in into the tube. They have so many different elements that they have worked out over the years, from those early like 6.8, 6.7s that Corey would have ridden back in 01 that were narrow with that crazy kicked up nose.
So refined.
Real needle nose looking. And, you know, they got shorter, they got thicker, but as Matt told me, more effective rail lines, which has really pushed the limits in what you could do out here.
Oh, totally.
With now 12:30 on the clock, we'll see them pace out the back and not trying to create an upset. She wants to get some points for silver surfboards, but Gabby Bryan's part of that team that's out in world #1 at the moment in the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper Rankings presented by Vea. Lost out in front, trying to stay undefeated in this format.
Oh, I mean, and they've still got, on the women's side of the draw, Lost have still got Erin, who's advanced through to the quarters as well. You've got Caroline Marks coming up in the next heat. So a lot of representation there. Obviously, Gabriella Bryan in this heat too. As we see, Gabby just about to cop a set on the head here.
So a real challenging start for world #1 in this one. And as you could tell by that piece and her talk of being here early, she's just so well prepared. And your first heat of a comp can sometimes go this way. She's had a rain squall, things got glassy. You could tell there's maybe a little hassling going on with Anat Leilior. Some arms were moving out the back, so maybe a little flustered to kick this one off. Tahitian Water Patrol will help her reset now. And this might be all she needs. Just a little calmness, get out of the lineup for a second, and catch her breath, because she's still just chasing a 6.83.
Yeah, she's definitely going to need a little bit of a reset here. I think probably some words from the coach and the channel too are probably going to be vital and pretty crucial at this point. It's so doable, though. You think to the evolution of what we saw from her in the jersey last year here at Chopes, and what she was able to achieve, and just how far her back end tube riding's come. So I think a 6.83 is very doable. I think Anat knows that. We see her here.
Anat with the lineup to herself. Doesn't really manage to get in the tube there, but she's just going to commit to some maneuvers. Last thing you want is to have like a one range score as your backup, and that could cost you the heat, especially against world #1.
Yeah, look, what Anat's doing is great, because if she just gets away with a couple of turns, locks in a 2 or a 3 even, she's putting even, you know, that little bit more distance, making that require that so much more difficult for Gabby. So already, you know, with this last wave locking in just a really low score, but 1.67, now Gabby's requirement is a 7.27. So I think having the right idea to just try and put a bit more separation between herself and Gabby is smart.
Take a look at Gabriella Bryan here, just sliding
into a little closeout.
Yeah, that one maybe just not quite the right wave selection, and things are really not playing out for her here. And then Anat, you can see she's kind of stalling here for this slight little shampoo, and then yeah, just going to turns here. Just trying. Even yesterday, I think back to it, 0.5 to a point was really the difference between some of these heat totals, and then the same sort of situation is playing out today. So you may as well maximise it. If you get a little pocket ride, and you have room for a carb, definitely be going for it.
So Anat Le'Leor trying to create a major upset here in round 2 with a spot in the quarterfinals on the line. Came out blazing at Bells with a big first heat win and eliminated Steph Gilmore from a contest that she's dominated in the past. She realized how tough every event on tour is, so Anat Le'Leor is just trying to move her seed up a bit from 17th, at least into the top 14, so she could really consider the postseason that's approaching pretty quickly. More rain coming down on our competitors. Gabriella Bryan dropped off out the back and trying to avoid her worst loss of the season. It would be if she loses in round 2. Next heat coming up is a solid one. It's a past champion here at Tahiti, an Olympic gold medalist at this same venue as Caroline Marks, a world champion, takes on the young, now 14-year-old wild card from Teahupo'o, Kelia Galina, who upset Tyler Wright yesterday.
Entering as defending Tahiti champion, in 2001, Keala Kennelly looked to show the world why she's one of the best to ever do it at Chopa. Back in the days of top 3 waves, during round 3, KK dominated, scoring an incredible 28 out of a possible 30. Kennelly went into overdrive, pulling into barrel after barrel after barrel. She even scored the first women's 10-point ride in Tahiti for a deep driving tube ride. KK's Y2K era heat score still stands as the highest total by a woman at the end of the road.
Love looking back at surfing history and continuing the celebration of 50 years of the World Tour. Anat Le'Leor will paddle in, trying to keep her lead over world number 1. Started off barrel hunting, switching to turns, does connect with the lip line. Pushing hard on that little down car fade, but ends up incomplete at the bottom of that turn. So she'll settle for a decent first turn and connection off the lip and hopes to improve her backup score. If you're just joining us, rookie Anat Le'Leor started with a 6.33 in the barrel early on against world number 1. And Gabby Bryan's just been a little out of position. She's had to take a trip around the lagoon. And Anat will improve slightly on her back up here, Flick.
Yeah, this is a nice turn in a super critical section. Obviously, we know the tube is where it's at, but I mean, she's getting some work done, and she's ever so slightly improved on her last number, right? So she's putting even more distance between herself and Gabriella Bryan, making that job harder for the world number one. As we see Gabby
battling into this one, important ride for world number one. Gabriella Bryan just slips off as that thing started to bowl, and as that thing left our screen, you could tell there wasn't much of a section to pull into, but just a tough fall when rhythm just felt impossible for Gabby Bryan in this one. Strider, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, I feel like Gabby Bryan just needs to find her feet. She seems completely out of sorts at the moment. You know, I'm looking at waves and trying to the equation. I feel like she's, you know, she knows she's put the time in. She knows what she needs to do, but she can't find a way to do it. And now she's had a couple of things that went her way as far as priority went, but now it's just flipped back, and she hasn't utilized the last use of priority, and now she's up against the ropes because she really needs a good wave, and she needs to find something of substance. And she keeps taking off on these waves that just aren't giving her what she needs. I mean, she just took another wave that didn't look like it was going to be a very good wave, but she took it anyway. So I feel like she's trying to find her way into the rhythm, but just not doing it. Oh my gosh, look at this wave, and Nat's going to get piped. Wow, beautiful wave. Ooh, that was a gorgeous little barrel right there, and the door is getting shut right now on Gabby Bryan.
Thank you very much, Strider. Wow, seeing that in real time. Gabriella Bryan, this is the story of her heat. She's standing on the reef and then watching from that terrible standpoint her opponent just getting blown out of another tube. Not Leilior will ditch a 2:17, and now with 3 minutes on the clock. That could be it for world number one here in Tahiti.
This sucks for Gabby because you come here with 11 days prior to the event starting. You're putting in all this time. You're thinking, I cannot be more prepared than what I currently am. I've come here in the off season. I've put more time in. My evolution was so clear last year. I mean, this wave, I mean, she's just way too underneath it, took off too late. And then she is committing here around this section and goes for a turn in a place where you're so far in on the reef here. I understand. I feel like there's maybe a little bit of desperation in her surfing here and maybe not necessarily being in this position. And then behind her, I mean, a nut pulls into another one, finds an absolute drainer, really is starting to close this door well and truly on Gabby. And then in turn, she's going to kick out and get priority as well. So really, really, I mean, great read for a nut out here today. And Gabby, unfortunately, this is not how she would have thought this scenario would have been playing out.
Well, Gabby Bryan was beaming in the rain squall, you know, next to Tahiti in the channel before the heat started, just glowing. And then, you know, they did have a little motion out the back where maybe there was some argument or some debating going on, you know, in the heat. You never know. And just felt like Gabby got thrown off a bit and maybe forgot her game plan. Started taking waves that didn't look too good. And then just unlucky as well. Took a small wave, then took a bigger one on the head. So just the opposite of a rhythm, and just down to 90 seconds. And now she's comboed. So officially, and not Leilior, able to upset world number one. And she's hearing it now that she's comboed Gabriella Bryan. She had the 6.33 early and a very similar number on the last barrel shootout for the rookie from Tel Aviv. 6.4 on the IC score update.
Yeah, this is massive. I mean, you can see visibly the emotion from Anat when she heard the score, and she knows that she's put Gabby into a combination. Even if Gabby is to get out the back in time, it's just, look, she needs two waves, and it's like this, it's impossible right now. I mean, this is massive for the rankings, right? If you think about coming into this event, and I think about someone who's still in the draw, who's now seen, you know, these big names go down early on. Molly Picklum sitting in number 5, watching this all go down. You know, current world number 1 out, Carissa Moore out, and Molly Picklum just sitting there like, wow, okay, this is big for me.
Molly Picklum, Katie Simmers, Luana Silva, all with a mathematical shot now of taking the yellow jersey into Cloud Break because of his rookie performance, and not Leilior finding the hollow sections, reading him well on her front side, and just catching a lot of waves. Took all the energy in that heat. And she'll move on to the quarterfinals, giving Gabby her toughest loss all season. Leila Lior celebrating one of the biggest heat wins of her young career as the horn makes it official. Solid game plan, came out swinging, finished with the same fashion, a 12.73 total. One of her better heats in 2026.
Yeah, this is going to feel good. She's going to take a lot of confidence from this, and I kind of no, she's not even sneaky good out here. She spent a lot of time. You know, we know she's come from the Olympics. I know she's put in other free serve trips here, so Anat is looking good, moving through to the quarters.
Well done for the Goofy Foot representing the rookie class. Got another rookie in the quarters as well, Nadia Arastarbe, so they're showing up today. Up next, let's watch more surfing history. 14-year-old Kaylia Galina takes on a world champ named Caroline Marks. We'll be right back. Back to 2023, Caroline Marks showed up and absolutely dominated all of her heats and became a champion here in Tahiti. Big heats with world champs like Steph Gilmore in the quarters, Tyler Wright in the semifinals, and Katie Simmers in the final of this big event a few years back.
This is my first time here to commentate the CT, and I remember watching this. I remember it all go down, and Caroline, look, right here, we had some pretty testing conditions. It was smaller than what we've seen this year, of course, but Caroline's just such a good competitor, right? She was always just outbeating her opponent, and she had such a great read on that. And that was the year in the lead up to the Olympics. That was 2023. She then came back the following year and got an Olympic gold. So Caroline out here is pretty deadly.
Incredible looking back at what Caroline's done for her career here in Tahiti, and then went on to win Olympic gold in a very close Olympic final with Tatiana Weston-Webb getting the silver and Joanne Defay getting the bronze. Caroline rode a bigger board that year, kind of was looking at what Vahine was riding, even Moana Jones-Wong at Pipeline, got a bit of length in that Olympic gold run. Matt Bayos told me, those Olympic board that have won, Carissa and Caroline, they keep those boards. I was wondering if they go in the warehouse. Some shapers go, okay, let me have that back, I'll hang it up. But he's like, yeah, for them it's an important trophy to keep. So Caroline has that, Carissa has hers. So for Caroline, she looks at this event much differently and how much it's given her in her amazing career.
A win out here out of the CT is incredible, but then to get an Olympic gold on top of that, that is your life set up forever. No one can ever take that away from you. And the same goes on the men's side. You think about Cowley as well. It's such a great achievement, and she's still so young. She's 26 years old with both of those titles to her name. As a CT, even when you qualify for the championship tour, and when you think about the events you really want to win, and Chopes has got to be one of them. She's already managed to do that.
Kaylia Galina turned 14 just a couple of days ago when the waiting period started. She was still 13 years of age, which reminded me of a 13-year-old Caroline Marks.
who got the phone call to get a wild card opportunity at lower trestles. Just like Kalia, Caroline matched up with Tyler Wright back in the day. Tyler got the jump on the 13-year-old Caroline, but yesterday we saw history made as Kalia beat a two-time world champ named Tyler in some challenging conditions, and as Kalia said, got one of the biggest waves she's ever had on the head, shook it off, then went on to victory.
It's crazy, of course, when the 14-year-old goes out, the biggest set of the day comes through. Ryan, her dad gave us a lift from the airport, and I was kind of asking him, how's she feeling about it and how'd the trials go down. He said, well, the trials was the biggest that she'd ever been out by herself, like unassisted, and she did so well. And looking at the event window, I was like, are you worried about like her and just the forecast? And he was like, no, I'm not worried. Like, she's so, she's obviously knows this wave so well, and she's like, she'll go out. And I mean, we saw that yesterday. We saw one of the biggest sets on the head, and I think her post-scene interview was so cute. It was like the highlight of the day for me, really, just hearing how stoked she was and how humble she is, because she was like, I went out, I didn't think I was going to win, and then, in the last moment she got the score, and and then she had to put the pressure on Tyler. She had priority and hold her off a wave, and it's kind of like she couldn't really believe that this was unfolding in front of her eyes, and now she's matched up against Caroline Marks, a world champion as well and an Olympic gold medalist. So it's going to be awesome to see how she fires up in this one.
Caroline thinking about it. Right in front of her, though, is Kalia Galina, grabs the rail, up and under, and a nice make from the trials champ. And the 14-year-old representing Teahupo'o. Caroline's looking to answer on the very next wave. Just a little airdrop, stomps it, looks comfortable, and just gets a little shade. Draws the carve right back into the pocket, flows right into the whitewash again to get two cutties to follow her look inside the pit. So fun back and forth. Kalia definitely wanted that first wave, had good position to be right in front of Caroline, but made it count.
That was cool. I think I was like pretty impressed with the confidence that it takes to do that, because she's so little too. I mean, she's only 14 years old. She's got so much more growing to do. So let's have a look here. She's positioned right underneath Caroline here. And she's like, oh my gosh, she's not going, I'll go. I mean, perfect positioning to get right up. And she's so little. It's so crazy, but she just contorts her body in the perfect little position for that tube. And then directly behind her, slightly bigger wave here for Caroline. She has to wait for this one a little bit. Nice little pocket ride. Does get a little bit of a shampoo, and then she goes to turns here. And I feel like she probably knows that if it was just turns, on paper, she's probably going to be clear, because just because of the sheer power and, size difference. I mean, Caroline is short as well, but she's got so much power, I think when you think about turns on paper, she probably has her number, of course, but the tube ride, Kalia, I mean, let's talk about that. That was really, really good. Really well done, and so much pressure at the beginning stages of the heat.
Just to have technique like that when you're 14. I mean,
so good.
It's a pretty cool to see her just be able to pack that little tube, get blown out, and just look perfect with her technique and her approach. Caroline Marks winning the Olympic gold in Paris 2024. There's so much energy going to that event. She really brought so much attention on the sleepy town of Teahupo'o, a place where Kalia calls home. So she got to grow up with all that around her, seeing people come out to the point to check it out that she probably never would have expected she'd meet in her lifetime, and got to go out to the channel and check out all the practice sessions. And Kalia was kind of blown away when she saw the CT practice session go down. She's paddling out, everyone on tours here, people are dropping in on each other, kind of chirping back and forth, even people she knows pretty well, and she's going, oh my goodness, it's on, just, with her, seeing it through her eyes, going, wow, this is serious stuff, and kind of was able to laugh it off and take that as part of the experience. Caroline's opener, 3.5. Kalia Galina's opener of 5.0. Impressive for the young 14-year-old winning the opening exchange. We bring up the IC score update. You can see that nice, clean 5-point ride.
Takes some serious grit to sit under a world champ and really decide in the last dying seconds to go and swing. I feel like she's probably taken quite a bit of confidence from that last win against Tyler, and that momentum's carried through into this heat. And to win the opening exchange, I mean, that's really big, and she's got back out the back with priority too. So it's a double win here for her.
Kaylee also riding surfboards from Lost. And you know, when you live kind of far away here in Tahiti, it's sometimes hard to get all your boards that you need to compete on. So you make some phone calls. Who's coming out? Well, the whole tour is. And a lot of Lost team riders. Crosby Colapinto answered the call and said, no worries. I could fit all these 5.4s, 5.2s in my bag. And really cool that he was able to make that extra effort for Kaylee to get some equipment out here. Crosby's always going to say, yeah, no worries. And so she's got everything she needs to compete. Last heat, we saw a big upset. World #1 out of the contest because Anat Lelior got barreled. She's right next to Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Anat, that was incredible. You just comboed our current world #1 in a heat. How was that moment for you?
Definitely unreal. Gabriela is, I think I keep on telling her that I'm such a big fan of her surfing, her commitment to the sport, how better she got every time. Like, I feel like she's a standout every event, even over here. She's been catching some bombs out here and she's been putting out the time. But I'm happy to take her down. It's definitely a boosting confidence. I'll be completely honest, the last 3 days were not a big boost to my confidence. I was falling, not catching waves. It was quite big over here. I haven't had a complete wave until this heat. So yeah, it's a tap of my back, and I give credit to my coach back in Portugal. He's been in vacation, honestly, but suffering from my crying phone calls. And to my dad, he's out here with me. If you saw Cook in the channel, that's him, best cook out here. And Kahea Hart, that's been helping me out in localizing, trying to understand this crazy peak of Teahupo'o. And I'm just grateful, it's just one and done. You have a long way to go. Everybody wants to win the event, so I'm just grateful, and let's keep on getting barreled, I think.
I know life as a competitor on the championship tour has a lot of ups and downs. It's an emotional roller coaster, but how does this sound? Anat Lelior, quarterfinalist.
Sounds amazing. I mean, last time Gabby got me in the quarterfinals, so let's see what this quarterfinal brings.
All right. So many people out there proud of you, watching you. I love that your dad's in the channel. What are you guys talking about after these heats?
Oh, we're just dancing in a quiet room and just living the stove, like we're happy people in Israel as much. We're all went through some hard times the last couple of years, and I couldn't be happier having this amazing country behind my back. I want to shout out everybody. Thank you so much for being awake. תודה רבה, אני אוהבת אתכם. יאללה, צעד אחד להצלחה, נשיקות לבית. אהבה שלי, אני אוהבת אותך. אמא, אני אוהבת אותך. נועה, אני אוהבת אותך. ועידו, תמשיך לצפות.
Congrats, Anat. Good luck for moving on.
Thank you so much. Woo!
Huge heat win for Anat Lelior in her rookie season on tour, upsetting world #1, where Gabby Bryan left with a 1.46 combined total. That is going to sting. Just knowing Gabby, how much she puts into this, always wants to bring out her best, so well prepared, and Anat just got the best waves and kept on swinging. A couple of nice 6-range scores for her to move on into the quarterfinals, where she'll meet the winner of this heat, either Kaylee or Caroline Marks.
Wow, I feel like she's gaining a bit of momentum. So funny, the call. My dad, the biggest kook in the channel, is absolutely roasting him. Oh, it's so good. But I mean, it's good to have the family support here, obviously, and I bet he's stoked to watch her go through to the quarters.
Oh, so stoked. I mean, that's her dad, who also brought her to her first surf contest in France, as she was just dreaming of seeing what this pro surfing lifestyle was all about, and that made a huge difference for Anat Lelior, deciding she was ready to take on the world. And qualifying was emotional, but now winning heats, that's another thing. It's one thing to make it to the tour. It only gets harder, and she's proven that she's here to stay.
Oh, totally. I was looking at the bracket before I picked my fantasy, and I was looking at Anat's potential run through to, even the semis, the final potentially, and I was kind of choosing her, and I was like, whoa, okay, this is big. I mean, just being on the forehand and thinking about the conditions we had on hold, she's had a really good read on it, and you wouldn't have known. She spoke pretty candidly about how she didn't have success over the last few days, but you wouldn't have known looking at the way she navigated that lineup just then. So, yeah, she's done well, and she's probably going to take real lot of confidence from that last heat win.
Oh, big time. What a role that she's on. Fearless, really brave. Doesn't mind taking huge waves on the head. She'll shake it off and paddle for the next one. Just over 20 on the clock. Kealia Galina, the 14-year-old trials champ. She's won 2 trials events in a row. She's got the lead with a 5 and a 3.5. Is now trying to decide what her next move will be. But this is her home court. And she's done some fun trips, especially to the Hawaiian Islands. Her dad, Ryan, is originally from the Big Island, has really close friends on the island of Kauai, like the Hunt family and the Turners as well. So she's done some fun surf trips on Kauai and gotten some really, really fun waves. Taking all those learnings and bringing them back to Tahiti. I think their next step now that she's kind of getting on the roll is Ryan's going, let's take some real trips to, you know, Australia, to Indonesia. And so she can be really, really, really well balanced when it comes to a serious QS and qualification run.
Yeah, I think it's both a blessing and a curse when you think about competitive surfing and how you're going to qualify when you come from a place like Chopes. I think, you know, even for Hine too, I mean, she speaks about this and what it took for her to get to the, you know, through the Challenger Series and onto the Championship Tour, because you grow up on a slab and these heavy reef breaks. You become so conditioned to that, and you become conditioned to having power on tap and not generating your own speed. And when you're so young, you kind of need to learn about all these different things and what it takes to surf a beach break and figure those things out. And there's so much change on a beach break, and most of the Challenger Series is, you know, moving beach breaks. And so yeah, I like that idea of exploring different locations and what they have to offer.
It was the big day for Kealia yesterday, taking on Tyler Wright. She saw that matchup just weeks ahead of time, knowing that she'd be taking on a 2-time world champion in the opening round of competition. Remember, she had experience last year when she was 12. Year later, she was able to come out here swinging, picked off some big waves, even wore one on the head.
Yeah, she went through the ringer at the start of the heat, but managed to find this one, banked off a couple of little turns, and then I think it's this one here. Okay, we got the water angle of these couple of turns, but just maturity really beyond her years. And then this, I think, is the tube. So I think we see a setup here down the line, finds a little bit of coverage here. Not an easy one to ride, just with all that water, the whitewash on the face of the wave here. So this little pocket rider, I feel she gets a lot of confidence from this, and really her technique is really impeccable. And when I compare it to last year, I think I was commentating this, but it has improved so much since last year. It's almost scary. I think I was saying, you just look to her Instagram and you can see the variety of different techniques that she has on her backhand is pretty cool.
It was fun to see her warm reception that she got yesterday when she got to land. She had like candies and sweets being delivered to her, like congratulatory gifts from the town, and they kept on coming. She was so stoked to get that victory. And I was just thinking, you know, being her age and just how willing she is to be present. You're so present at that age. You're just looking at what's in front of you. All she has to do is just pick the right wave, and getting advice from her dad and locals that she respects. She'll just go, oh yeah, I could do that. I'll go try. She can really simplify things. You know, Caroline has been this age before, but now Caroline's thinking of a world title race. She's thinking about big wins. Sometimes as you get older, your life gets beautifully more complicated.
Yeah, for all the right reasons, but yeah, you've just nailed it, right? When you're a kid, you're just so in the moment. And sometimes, you know what's funny? We've heard Jack really literally talk about this on the Lineup podcast with Dave Proden, and he really mentions, he's like, well, you know, things get serious and I'm taking everything too serious, and all I want to do is get back to the little Jack. I just want to get back to the little Jack. Little Jack was having fun and doing big airs and really in the moment. So I feel like that's where Kealia is right now.
Kealia paddles in, and look at that approach. She can just pull up and under. That thing is going to stretch on her. But got under the hood without a problem. Just couldn't go the distance. These boards are really thoughtfully put together by Lost Surfboards and the team. A lot of these boards for Chopes with lower rocker and thick center lines for paddle power and drive, and even some of their smaller competitors, like, you know, like Caroline, or you think maybe even Betty Lou, they'll go up to even like 2.5 inches thick on their quiver for a wave like this.
Well, so much of this wave, yeah, okay, it's the tube, but it's positioning from the beginning, and it all comes from the position and the paddle into it. And if you can, the earlier you can get into this wave, it just gives you that fraction of a second more longer to, you know, navigate what's happening and to make decisions under pressure. So obviously the foam underneath the chest is so crucial. It just gives you that little bit of extra time to really think about, you know, how you're going to set up this wave.
Yeah, thicker stringers, even built with a stronger foam. Just each and every year picking up new things to develop better crafts for the best surfers in the world. As we look at 15 minutes to go, will we see another major upset from 14-year-old Kealia Galina? Priority is with Caroline Marks. 3.5 was her start, and only chasing a 2.44. Caroline winning a world title when the finish was at lower trestles a couple of years back. And she's been doing well to kind of build on her seed, put herself back into the top 10. Sitting as seed number 8 at the moment with some big names already out in front of her. So Caroline would see that as an opportunity. Drops in and has to kick out. Priority goes to Galina.
Yeah, that one just had a funny warp through it. You could kind of see it really stretched out down the line. So, I mean, advantage right now to Kealia. She's back at the back with priority.
Kealia Galina creating history. Last year being 12. It's her dad Ryan right there. Originally from the Big Island. Met Kealia's mom and decided to stay. He's had several surf trips out here to Teahupo'o in the early days when there really wasn't much going on out here. And Kealia's mom from Papiete ended up moving out here probably about 15 years ago. Living with their grandparents as well, so they've got family all around themselves, and they're homeschooled as well, so they can spend a lot of time getting barreled. 13:30 to go. The trials champ is leading over Caroline Marks. We'll see if she can create another upset and get a chance to compete on finals day. Take a quick break after we see Caroline light this thing up. Going to turns. We'll give you that score and the update in just a moment. Always fantastic to be in the beautiful islands of Tahiti. We're here on a beautiful stretch of coastline where families live right on the ocean with skis and boats to travel around to house parties and to, well, outer reefs and sandbars. Total paradise in heaven with beautiful Polynesian culture and So welcoming to the best surfers in the world. Their life is literally on the ocean. No place you'd rather be. Watching Kealia Galina grab the rail. She's looking to slow down. Look at this technique. The 14-year-old local will try to burn off some speed. Well played. Still kind of kept her out front. You can see how comfortable she is in that position. So well practiced as she kicks out and she puts more pressure on Caroline Marks. And she is paddling aggressively to go get another turn out here at Teahupo'o. You know, when she's out here with her friends, it's a lot more crowded. You know, even though she's a local here and she's going, wait, I got priority. I get to have whatever wave I want. She's pinching herself right now.
This is incredible. Would she have loved to have, you know, potentially been a bit deeper here so she could be in the tube? Yes. But if you just look at the technique and single that out by itself on her backhand, and the way that she's able to sort of negotiate speed there, the control is insane. Like, I mean, yeah, she would have loved to have been deeper, but just if you look at the way that she is playing with it and really just like leaning in with her body and out and just demonstrating technique beyond her years.
That technique is incredible. One guy that made a lot of strike missions out here is good friends with Kealia's dad, Kelly Hunt. He was saying the one thing that Kealia's got going for her is the tour comes here, practices, and then they got to go to the next event. Kealia Galina, since last year, she's still out here just improving her backside tube riding while the whole world is focused on different disciplines, you know, at the highest level. And she could just get more and more prepared to try to, you know, take on the best surfers in the world. And it's like, hey, Kelly, does she have a chance to win this thing? And in Kelly's words, get chance. So we'll see how it goes. So far, you know, 8:50 to go to maybe get into the quarterfinals and upset not just one world champ, but maybe two.
It's crazy to think about that, right? I think it's possible for sure when you look at her technique, but you cannot deny Caroline Marks right now. I think just only chasing a 4.78, it is pretty scary because we know how good she is with managing heats and her expectations in heats, and she's so smart with priority. She's got great wave selection. Even the year she did win, it was extremely challenging conditions. It was small, it was a little bit junky. She had good read on this wave, so I wouldn't be counting her out because she is sitting out there obviously with priority and just so much experience as well out here. But yeah, you do bring up a good point with the experience of Kealia. The only person that probably has more experience on the women's side is Vahine. But yeah, other than that, Kealia's surfing it every day.
And this backs up your point as well of just knowing how to win, you know, in all conditions that the ocean can throw at you. Caroline Marks, as we look at CT by the numbers, is tied with Katie Simmers with heat winning percentage here in Tahiti, both on 67%, which is a great number in pro surfing. Vahine Fierro, 58% upset in round one by Isabella Nichols. As we see a paddle from Caroline Marks, not able to catch that wave, needing a 4.78, and we will see priority switch to Kealia Galina.
I feel like that's so uncharacteristic for Caroline.
Oh, Kealia uses it right away. Big section. Kealia ends up going down on the foam ball. What a run she just had. Handed priority, uses it immediately. And she would have maxed out the scale if she came flying out of that one.
She comes out of that, it's the highest wave of the day. It's excellent. It's probably, I don't even, you could even be saying, is that a 10 for today? That was insane. Like, it would have been a 9 for sure. Like, that thing was an absolute cavern. And just the dedication to, you know, really committing to that serious tube section. She finds herself in a little bit of a situation on the inside here, but she would have done this a million times before. That was serious. That was a big cabin for a little girl.
Running it. We're talking about these cool little backhand tube stalls with technique, and she's getting blown out, and then she got a bomb there and was hustling down the line. Let's see what happened here. Caroline Marks loses priority and allowed Kealia to lock into the next one.
This next one is an absolute bomb. This thing is big. She positions herself. You could not be better. I mean, let's have a look here at the takeoff from the beginning. Just beautiful. I love the setup for this. She didn't grab the rail from the she's close to coming out of that. She just ended up right on that foam ball, but the setup is epic. She doesn't grab the rail from the beginning. Look at this. It's like Kelly Slater-esque, you know, what we saw him really drive the bottom turn and then grab the rail. So that was seriously beautiful. Wow, she was close to coming out of that thing. That would have been the best wave ridden on the women's side so far.
Gosh, and I love those driving pumps she did before she set up for the pit. The way she got herself into position on the takeoff was brilliant. It'll be at 2.4, but it means a lot more for what she's capable of. Kaleo getting a couple of quick words from her dad, Ryan, with her backup board. Still in the lead, and we are approaching the 5-minute warning. She's actually going to get rid of the helmet, get a little freed up, just feeling all the confidence inside her that she might take down another one of the biggest names in surfing.
She would have been feeling good after that. It doesn't matter she didn't come out. Look at this. Bottom turn, and then she pumps the rail here. One, and then sets her hand on the rail. This is just amazing, really. I mean, this technique, we've seen Pickles do it a couple of times, Molly, but I mean, for a 14-year-old to be doing that, it's just maturity beyond her years, it's technique beyond her years. And that is the evolution. You know, we saw her out here last year, we were impressed, but the year has passed. She put in so much time. She should be so proud of herself for that effort. That was seriously impressive.
4:15 on the clock. As we're witnessing history, Kaylee Galena, now a two-time trials champ, getting in the event last year and getting some experience, got to meet her heroes, you know, just total awestruck being in the event. But that all counted as experience. When the tour came to town again, she was like, definitely more ready for it. She won the trials like a month ago. So there's been a long time to think about her first matchup with Tyler Wright. And on the opening ceremony, I was hanging out with her family, her mom and dad, and her mom was like, "You feeling nervous?" Just to Kaylee, and she just kind of laughed. You could tell she was just so present and not taking anything too seriously. Definitely focused and feeling nervous, but just in such a good headspace. The Gromit's got 3:23 on the clock. Caroline trying not to make another mistake with priority, and you know, just needs a 4.78. With Caroline's reputation, she often finds these waves that will just allow her to maybe do just enough. We'll see if it happens again.
Wow, okay, so yeah, this is going into clutch territory. We're under 5 mins. I feel that priority mistake from Caroline is just so uncharacteristic. We just don't see her make many mistakes in heats. But to your point, Joe, yeah, she always does do just enough if she is in this position. But I'm interested to see what Kalia does and where she sits. She's obviously really close to Caroline and potentially even paddling her a little bit deeper on the reef, like giving her something to think about in terms of positioning. So it'll be interesting to see if Caroline just backs herself or sort of follows where Kalia goes.
The next generation is just so gnarly these days. Kalia just having her birthday during the waiting period, turning 14. There's a 13-year-old on Kauai named Manalani Kazumero that is unbelievably talented as well, who I'd imagine would be an event like this very soon. It happened so quick. I mean, for Caroline, she qualified. She was like 15. She needed to get rides everywhere to contests. Didn't even have her driver's license. Caroline knows exactly what it's like to be in Kalia's position. Minute 50 on the clock. World champ is in a bit of trouble. Olympic gold as well that she earned here in Tahiti. It's got such a huge reputation here at the end of the road.
Also got a bit of a rain squall coming through again too, so that kind of changes the conditions as we see. Oh, she had a look a little bit at that one potentially, but yeah, it changes the conditions, right? So you think about a big rain squall coming through, just the lineup looking a bit different, and with a minute 20 on the clock, things are getting pretty hard.
It's just going to come down to maybe one more decision for Caroline Marks. Her goal is to get something that she could pull into. We'll see if she has to make an adjustment. But it will be incredibly hard to try to outturn scores that have been earned from tube riding. Kalia holding a 5. and a 3.27. 55 seconds. Tyler Wright, a two-time world champ. Caroline, a world champ as well. And Kaylia might be seeing herself showing up on finals day on her home break. The village of Teahupo'o is holding their breath, as we could see history made again. Caroline, eyes on the horizon, seeing if she can change things around here. It is hard to see out there with this rain. You can start seeing a couple of white caps with the wind as well. Not an easy task, but it is Caroline. Kaylia shadowing her, even without priority, and we are into the countdown. History in the making, back-to-back days. Kaylia Galina, a 5-point ride and also a 3.27. Runs it again here on her home break, eliminating now 2 world champions. Kaylia moves on to finals day.
Wow, this is massive. Taking down 2 world champs, that's 3 world titles. She's just decimated through the draw. And it really came down to that first defining moment where Kaylia, at the beginning stages of the heat, was ready to take it to Caroline and sit underneath her and really fight for that first wave, which ended up being her highest score. So she's going to be so proud of herself.
Kaylia Galina will match up with Anatle Lior in quarterfinal number 3. The 14-year-old wild card might be asking questions to the WSL. Well, how old was Tyler at 14 when she won a CT event? As we take a look at that barrel flying out of the pits. Imagine what's next. Lulu taking on Yo-Yo, bringing Kaipu and Jesse for the call.
Wow. Everything in that piece was shot on the iPhone during this year's Outerknown Tahiti Pro, captured with a drone, water housing, and advanced optical digital zoom. Shout out to Sam Smith, our water photographer. Incredible what the iPhone 17 Pro Max can do. That's all you need. all you need is the iPhone.
On your pocket.
You put it right in your pocket, take it out of the pocket, and just make a movie. Capture moments. Water resistant as well. Luana Silva up against Yolanda Hopkins in this Heat 7, round 2 for the women. Kaipo girl, along with Jessie Mendez. And Jessie, you know, when you were 14 years old, were you beating world champs?
By far it wasn't.
That's what
Kelia long gone.
That's what Kelia Galina has been doing.
It's impressive. And the fact that, like, sometimes, you know, you have a wild card that will go through the line, like they'll go through some heats and get lucky here and there, but she's actually more prepared in these conditions than a lot of those surfers. Like the way she reads the wave, the way she positions herself when the wave's coming. On that last wave that she rode, that she almost would have got a 10 on it, that she didn't come out. You could see the wave stacking up. Instead of just paddling towards the wave, she knew exactly where to stay. She stayed calm, didn't even move, just whipped it under. Perfect positioning. She's just a little bit too light still for some of those fumbles. That's the only thing that's keeping her away from that wave.
Yeah, well, wait down her mayhems and see what happens. But she's on to the quarterfinals. One of these two women are going to make their way into the quarterfinals as well. Luana Silva out there, the 22-year-old, representing Brazil, out of the North Shore of Oahu. Two-time runner-up this year. She had a runner-up finish at Margaret's and also a runner-up finish on the Gold Coast. She's made 3 finals, still looking for her maiden victory, but she's also had a great year. Quarterfinals at Bells, El Salvador, and just coming off another quarterfinal finish in Rio. So a lot of momentum for Lulu this year. Best result, Tahiti. She's already matching that in last year with a 9th place finish. She wants to improve upon that, and with that she has to get past Yolanda Hopkins out in the water. Yolanda, the rookie, first time we're seeing her in competition here, 28-year-old representing Portugal. So her opening round, she absolutely charged. We'll see if she has more of that in her, Jessie.
Definitely, I think she's going to be looking for the barrel. I have no I mean, when I see her in those conditions, Yolanda, and when I see her in previous conditions that had opportunity for a barrel, she's always hunting for them. She knows the strength of her and a point of difference through a bunch of the opponents. Looks like she's paddling for this wave. The wind just picked up big time.
And I love it. The snap stall there by the surfer from Portugal on the Fatum surfboard. Front foot grip, back foot grip, just solid as could be. I love that technique.
This is the best start on a woman we had so far throughout the whole event.
That was
right off the bat. 2 minutes,
100%.
Or a few minutes.
I agree with you. That was very technical. And to have that space of mind to do that snap stall and then get in the barrel, what a start for Yolanda Hopkins.
And that's all props to how she read the wave. Remember I mentioned a few times that the girls are going a little bit lateral. So look how downward she goes first. So she delays herself and gives her the separation from the face of the wave to bottom turn deeper and do that kick stall that you mentioned, Kaipo. Slowing herself down, putting herself in the perfect position for the pit, comes out not perfectly clean, but did a very good job and combos it up with a nice snap. So this is going to be a very good opening score for Yolanda Hopkins, and it's going to apply a lot of pressure in Luana.
Here comes Silva. Winds up off the bottom, is going to go to turns on this wave. Smooth arcing top turn, patient off the bottom, big snap on the backhand there, and has to just jump off as that wave goes into very shallow water.
That's great surfing for Luana. Opened up super solid. You can see that she's probably on a more stretched out board, so those turns looked very powerful and drawn out nicely. But the problem is, looking at the whole scenario, probably the perfect scenario for Luana to start with those. We've been talking about this. Just go to turns at first and build in to your score. But now, with Yolanda starting with that decent barrel, it's a different game plan almost that you have to go through. But, you know, we've seen it before. A girl's getting one barrel in the heat and not having a backup and still losing. So
let's go to the phenomena out here. The 14-year-old into the quarterfinals, Kelia Galina with Chris Cote.
No, you're right, Kaipo. An absolute phenom. Yesterday, took out 2-time world champion Tyler Wright. Today, you take out world champion, gold medalist Caroline Marks. What is going on with you this week?
I don't even know. Like, I don't even know how I'm in that heat, honestly. I was just kind of going into it, like, wanting to just get some barrels. I wasn't really thinking about, like, you know, making it, but I'm super stoked, yeah.
Now, I know you've probably drawn some inspiration in the past few years, wild cards with big finishes out here. You're now a quarter finalist, the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. How does that sound to you?
It's crazy. Like, wow, it's great.
Before this event started, did you ever, you know, have these visions of success out here? Did you have the self-belief, or did you, you know, win the trials and then come into this thing just thinking, I'm going to do my best and see what happens?
Well, yeah, like after the trials, I was just kind of focusing on like the one heat with Tyler, whether I made it or not. It was more just to like get nice barrels, even if I like won that heat or lost. You know, I was just trying to get like nice waves. That was my goal.
Well, you're running with the big dogs. You've proven it heat after heat after heat. What are your chances of getting a victory out here at Teahupo'o?
I mean, it's gonna be hard, but like I said, I'm just gonna focus on the next heat now. Hopefully, I think tomorrow's gonna be a little better, the waves, so hopefully you can get some nice ones too.
Well, you got a huge growing fan base out there around the world. What do you want to tell all of them?
Yeah, well, thank you so much, like everyone, for the support and everything. I really appreciate it. Like my family here, my family in Hawaii and stuff watching. Yeah, just thank you, and gonna try to make the next one.
Let's go. Good luck.
Thank you.
As we see coming back to live action, Yo-Yo pulling into a second barrel. Yolanda Hopkins opening up, Jesse, with a 6.17, so nice start for the Portuguese surfer.
Yeah, and that's what I mentioned. Now the scale is going to be set a little bit higher for this heat. For the previous heats that we had, obviously, Kelia had a decent score as well on a tube ride, but most of the heats have been very low scoring throughout yesterday and today. So Lulu's going to, for Lulu's favor, if you look back at the three-point ride she had, she probably served 60% of what she's capable of, or even less. Not because of she lacked any ability on that wave specifically, but the wave didn't give her the opportunity. So she can probably gain 2 or 3 points on top of the three-point ride just by identifying a wave that has a little bit more coping and a little bit more criticalness to it. So this is the advantage for Lulu. Yolanda on the other side, she has a 6.17, open up with one of the best scores that we had so far in this event on the women's side, and still have a whole 23 minutes to back that up and put herself in a solid position. As you see here, this is the point of difference. She dropped down way on the bottom, slows herself down by stomping on the back foot, gets underneath, stays stable, chooses the low road right there to come out of the barrel bottom turn and into a great snap and maximize the potential on that wave.
Now let's see what the spread was on that 6.17, the IC scoreline here, Jesse.
Yeah, so a pretty even spread, like half-point difference in between, you know, the highest and the lower score. Expectable. And well done for Yolanda. It looks like she's hungry. She's swinging. She already got this 1.67 paddle for this wave here. The 167, she was just a few feet away from getting another 6-point ride, or even better, with a very critical takeoff and a nice bit. Just was a little bit too deep.
Yeah, Yolanda, you know, an absolute charger. I told the story last time she was in the water when we look at her ascent through the Challenger Series, and a huge day over in Saquarema that gets a lot of swell, like a 10-foot day. She was the only one who paddled out, man or woman. Here we go, Yolanda Hopkins, and unable to get through there, but you just see the will that she's hungry for it. She's turning around on every wave. She wants it. Yeah, that one huge day at Itaúna, it was nobody wanted a piece of it, and she paddled out. She was the only surfer to paddle out. At that point, I'm just like, this woman charges. This woman has a lot of bravado. She's super brave, and she's just going for it. Here's her replay.
Yeah, this is just a very small wave, so a very tiny barrel for you to manage to weave through. I personally feel like that she could change a little bit of her thoughts going into the second half of the heat, you know, like not even the second half yet, but the last 21 minutes, I feel like she could maybe try and find a backup that is more secure.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to get barreled and, you know, being so close from a 6-point ride but getting a 1.5, just go for turns, get a backup. It's substantially close to what Luana has, and making the job so hard for Luana to catch up. So if she adjusts to that, it's going to give her an edge, even a bigger edge in the situation of the heat right now. Because Luana's going to set anchor. She loves doing that. She's very good at identifying good waves. So she's going to sit there and is going to try and put herself in a decent, solid wave where she can try and match something close to Yolanda.
Yeah, and Luana, you know, just for 22 years old, is really, really mature in her approach. You know, I feel like this year especially, she's kind of turned the corner on the championship tour. She's always had the talent, but now putting together heats and her heat IQ and the way she's able to orchestrate heats, she has been very, very impressive this year.
No doubt, and I think that just comes to confidence, working with your team. I know for a fact that she's taking the outside part of the training way more serious now, working with the Brazilian Federation, Olympic Federation. So spending a lot of time outside of the water with her coach, Leandro. And that translates to confidence and decision making in the heats, and the slight changes. It can put you from, you know, fighting for just keeping yourself alive on tour, falling off and coming back like she had, into a contender to
and we had
a world champ.
We had a shot at Leandro Dora, and the one thing about Leandro is he just brings this incredible positive energy to all the surfers that he works with. He doesn't allow them ever to get negative. You know, it's always glass half full. It's always this really positive energy. And I think that's kind of, you can speak to this, Jesse. I just feel that competitive surfing is more mental than it is physical most times.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All those surfers are incredible at what they do. Obviously, you have the freaks and stuff, but even the freaks without their mind, they're not really getting too far. So the mind plays a huge role in the championship.
Yeah, let's check out our live rankings and see if there's a little bit of a shuffle up coming in. As you can check out live rankings on worldsurfleague.com. Remember, I said Luana Silva coming in at number 4. She's dropped a spot to number 5, and that's because Molly Picklum already has moved on into the quarterfinals. So Luana, if she wants to match that, she needs to make this heat, and she's got some opportunity, as Molly does, because you can see grayed out are the surfers out of competition, the top 3 out of competition.
Yeah, and if you think about it, from 2nd to 5th place, they're pretty tight right there, like talking about 1 or 2 heats difference. So it's a huge opportunity for Molly and Luana. Obviously, Caitlin sitting a little bit underneath. There's a gap in between them there, and there's also a gap in between Caroline Marks and Nadia. So Nadia obviously putting herself in a very solid situation for requalifying for the tour right now, together with Isabella right behind her.
Katie Simmers getting ready for her heat. She's going to be faced up against Brisa Hennessy as we finish off this round. So we'll see 2-time runner-up Katie Simmers out there and see what she's going to bring to the table. I think she's one of the better backhand tube riders amongst the women, but the tenacity of Brisa Hennessy should never be underestimated. Luana on a quick one there. Use priority.
I wonder if there's anything before. We saw the end bit of that wave. But interesting fact here is that this is the only place that before you paddle out, you're already wet. When the days are like this, you're coming in your ski. Yeah, that's a very shoulder tapered off wave, so she's not able to maximize.
Yeah, that was a priority error in my book right there.
Because you could see as she was taking off, that wave was just tapering down. Too much energy, only one spot, not stretched out. And that's usually a problem if you're trying to, you know, combine some maneuvers and add points to your scoring board.
Yeah, we're talking about the mind game out here is that you got to take off on ones that almost look walled. You know, any kind of safe tapered one is going to do that.
Yep.
They feel safe when you're paddling into them because you can see the shoulder, you can see where you are in reference to the channel. But the mind game is to take off on the ones that look like a closeout.
Closeout. You're right, Kaipo. And that's the mind trick that we were talking previously about an hour ago.
Yeah.
In someone else's heat. Like, your mind's always tricking you to go safe and keep yourself in one piece. And this wave does the polar opposite. A lot of the waves, most of the waves are actually good. They look like closeouts, and they look like you're too deep on it because the barrel's so hollow that you can navigate through, and it pushes you so fast that you need to be that deep in order to
Taking off deep. Yolanda, and listening to you, Jesse, goes to turns. One big backhand hanger there for Yolanda Hopkins. I mean, she gets a 3-point ride, and she's going to make the requirement for Luana Silva pop up into about the 6-point range. So we'll see how that pans out. I thought that was a nice turn. Looking solid. We'll take another look at it.
Yeah, that was a great turn. And once again, taking off, aiming that nose straight down, so it gives her that depth of the bottom turn. Able to translate that to getting very critical and vertical. This is one of the best turns we've seen it today. As critical as it gets, up and vertical. Came out with just as much speed as she was coming up, so that shows that she transferred that weight to the front foot. And just the transition out of it was impeccable. Great timing. This is going to be another solid score for Yolanda.
Really solid. And it comes in at a 4-point ride for Yolanda Hopkins. So we're suspecting that. And then the need for Luana Silva has also increased with that 4-point ride from Yo-Yo. We'll update our scorebug there. I can tell you there we go, the 7.17. I was speculating on a 3 and a 6. Yolanda did better than that, got a 4, and now Luana needing a 7, which would be the highest. That would be the highest wave today, right?
Yes. I think. Oh, maybe we have Molly with an excellent
never
score.
mind. We got, correct? Yeah, we had Molly to begin the day with the 8 point. But still, that is a formidable number. That's an intimidating number to get out here, a 7.17.
Mostly with the reality of what we previously have. So you kind of have an average of what's going on throughout the heats, and you have an idea of what you need in order to make a heat. So this is definitely above most of what we've seen it so far. To Luana's advantage, she knows she got barreled on the first one, 617, and the second one was completely opposite. She got a 4-point ride with one big bash. I'm sure Luana was able to see that last one, and she has in mind what she needs to do. She does 2 ways to go: either get barreled, which is usually the more technical route, but the easier way for you to get rewarded, and you have the other way, which one big turn you could get a solid score, which now it's a 4-point ride, but she mix it up with something else, you could get up in the 5-point range, even if in the 6-point range. So there is a few chances, a few routes you can take.
Yeah, a couple of ways to chip away at it, right? And ample time, priority with Luana Silva. She wants to do it in 2 waves, a 5 and a 5.2. That's going to be enough for her to take the lead. And you can get 5-point rides on turns. If she wants that 7, I feel that has to be a barrel.
Yes, it most likely it'll be very hard for you to have a combination of maneuvers and get up into 7. Mostly in a heat where the scale has been set on the first wave with the decent barrel ride and a combination with the turn. So
we're going to take a break right now. As we have a lull in the lineup, Yolanda Hopkins charging in the lead over Luana Silva. Luana with priority leads a 7.17. This right here, the barrel of the heat so far, 6.17 for this effort for Yolanda Hopkins. Back after this.
The improvements of reef restoration goes beyond the ecological impact. Planting corals is planting hope. Coral gardeners started in 2017 in here, Moorea, French Polynesia. We've been collaborating with the World Surf League since 2019. To date, we've planted more than 220,000 corals. They shape the waves across the islands, and if we lose it, we can lose a huge part of the ocean.
A huge part of the contribution, the partnership between coral gardeners and the WSL to keep live coral reefs alive, planting activations throughout the islands, and without the coral, the ripple effect on the ecosystem under the water would be devastating. So we'd like to keep our live coral reefs. Thank you, coral gardeners. Yolanda Hopkins is in the lead here, and under the hook, in the barrel and out. I'm gonna say, is that a make? That was an incredible effort by Yolanda.
I wonder if she had no hands the whole time, because it felt like she pulled in with no hands and then she was coming out with no hands. I don't know what happened in the in-between there, but she had an awkward angle to it. That's what made her fall. Very impressive work for her. But for me, Joe, it felt like as she was coming out, she had no control, and that's what the judges are going to be looking at. We can see on the side angle. No hands dropped the whole time, and right there, she kind of gets slipped. The board wasn't really fitting the curve of the wave too well.
So close, but deemed incomplete for Yolanda Hopkins, and you hit it spot on, Jesse. She did not, we have it in all the criteria, we have it in the notes that gets presented to ourselves and the surfers every morning. You need to show control to ride out of either maneuvers or barrel rides.
Correct, and yeah, that's, I mean, she was on her way to probably an excellent score, I would say.
Yeah.
That was by far the best barrel we've seen it in this heat, and she already had a 6.17, no hands as well, which is very technical and hard to do. As you see here, that wave doubles up underneath. That, you know what got her? The transition that she had with the foam in the face of the wave from the previous wave to the clear water right now, it made her wobble, and that wobble had her go a little bit too high line, and as she was coming down, she wasn't able to keep the control of the board and ended up going over the handlebars.
Yeah, coming out with so much speed, like getting shot out of a cannon. These barrels. Set wave coming through here, and surfers a little out of position for that one. Luana Silva with the priority and the need of a 7.17. Tide continue. Let's see, local time. Yeah, we're about coming up on the high tide mark here, so we still got a push of the tide. We got this ledge moving a little bit further in and over the reef. Conditions holding up, swell holding up as well. Yolanda takes a peek at that one, decides not to go under the priority of Luana Silva. Yolanda's been by far the busiest in this heat. 6 waves ridden versus 2 waves ridden by Luana Silva. And here she goes again. Oh, maybe.
She's identifying the right wave. See, that wave was actually pretty decent. It kind of clamped in the end, but you're going to have to gamble through a field of those that are going to keep open or are going to crumble. But those double ups are what she's looking for, and they're actually the right waves.
She's just going for it. Here we go again. Just pulls in. That one just clamps hard, but nothing's phasing Yolanda Hopkins at the moment. Not intimidated at all.
I feel like at this moment, right, like she's already sitting in a very solid combination of scores. She doesn't need to back herself up with turns right now, because it's going to be very hard to better that 4-point ride just with turns. So I think she's playing a smart heat, trying to get barreled. And see how these waves are moving in and doubling up with a bit more energy? That was a drainer right there. High and tight in the beginning, but it opened up. So she's kind of identifying those pocket rides and making the most of it.
Got to bail the board there. Leash test now for Yo-Yo. And you can see how it's also illustrated. I love this shot too, because it illustrates how gnarly it is right there where Yolanda is, and just the whitewater just skirts into a deep, easy channel.
Yes.
The line of safety and hazards pretty close.
It's right there, yeah. That's why the boats gets so deep that no waves are going to break. So all the energy goes straight into that shallow part of the wave, and she paddles a little bit towards the right, which is towards the channel, to maybe talk to the coach, trying to figure out what's the strategy from now on.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that makes this wave so gnarly, is you have the water in the deep water in the channel moving much faster than the shallow water over the reef, and that adds to the refraction, which makes these waves even bigger when they do, and they sneak up on you sometimes too because of that refraction.
I mean, they usually sneak up on you.
Especially west ones, right? You can't really see them coming because they hit the channel first as like a lump, and then they turn into a monster.
It almost drags it back, you know, it's like going away, and then it like attracts it back to the shallow part of the reef and just triples up underneath you.
All right, 5.5 minutes. A patient Luana Silva knows that she needs to pick the right wave to get that 717. And every tick of the second hand backwards means the option of 2 waves lessens for Luana Silva.
Yeah, to start on a day like today with a 617, it's like in any other day, starting with an excellent score. You know, it's very hard for you to catch up. You really have to set anchor and look for the best waves. And so far, Luana not being capable to, unfortunately for her. But Yolanda just wants the clock to run down.
And this is going to be an important event for Yolanda Hopkins because she's way down in the rankings coming into this event, number 20. So a meaningful or good result here will put her back into kind of the safe zone when we look at the rankings.
Yeah, it's an important event for her, and she knows that. You can see that she's excited. She's putting in the time. She wants the waves to get heavy because she knows she has a little bit of an edge on a lot of the surfers. She feels more comfortable. She loves those conditions, and it's just a big opportunity.
Yeah, Luana Silva, when we talk about being able to perform in the last 5 minutes of the heat and have a clutch heat win, well, she's done it 2 times over in the Gold Coast as well as Rio with that clutch win, turning the heat in the last 5 minutes. So she would love to have that stat to read out 3 times with a clutch here in the last 4 minutes. Like I said, Luana Silva having a great year on the Championship Tour, her best year ever. And you can see heat wins so far this year. She's number 3 in the numbers, 10 heat wins in 2026. She's only Sawyer Lindblad and Carissa Moore above Luana. Down to 3.5 minutes. Another rain squall coming through here. Wind remaining offshore or side offshore. Luana may be looking for a little bit of a repositioning. What do you think about where she's sitting on the reef, Jesse?
I think she's, I mean, from the angle that we have right now, it seems like she's in the right spot. It feels like it's pretty shallow right underneath her. She's not too far in, not too far out. You kind of want to look for those insiders that double up. Same ones that Yolanda have been identifying, just needs to stretch out just enough and bend backwards. So I feel like the angle of the wave that she needs to look for right now, it's going to be clutch to decide whether it has the potential of getting the 717. You need the bend. You need the wave becoming a bit more west and bending towards you. Looks like she's having a look.
Peeking over this one. Yeah. And Yolanda on the inside, I feel Yolanda under priority is going to perhaps force the issue for Luana too with a paddle for any wave that comes through. Yeah, it is a tough one. I mean, with the squall coming through, the lineup's pretty hard to read.
Yeah, definitely. We do have a passing shower going through again. Ooh, looks like some big sets approaching. Set. They're probably going to get caught by this next one.
So it's going to bury the buoy right there. You can see the buoy lift up, the Outerknown buoy, and a big set presents itself.
And usually the second one is even bigger here. So they just squeezed through that first one.
The channel paddling a little bit wide, not wanting to get sucked into the lineup there. Second wave of the set.
Oh, this one smaller. Good for them. Good for Lulu, because they got caught by the set. He was long gone, but now she still has 1 minute and 20 seconds left.
Luana looks over the third wave of the set. That one just too much water on the reef at this point. A lot of foam. Second wave looked almost rideable, but the positioning, women were a little bit out of position there.
And I don't think they're wrong. There's no way you can position for the insiders that are coming consistently and for those random ones that come every once in a while, maybe one every heat. So it's too much of a gamble for you to sit up there.
Yeah, you're not going to sit on the back, right?
You're not. So yeah, there wasn't a mistake. It's just, yeah.
I mean, in a free surf, yeah, but in a 35-minute heat, no.
And even in a free surf, you see guys that are going to anchor out there, but most of the surfers are just going to start to, you know, consistency, get more waves downwards. Looks like they're scratching to approach something.
Well, this is it. This is going to be the last chance for Luana. She recognizes that, and here goes Silva. Oh, could not get down the face there. That would have been a hard wave to make anyway. And that was going to be her last chance. So Yolanda Hopkins, who came out really strong in this heat, Jesse, is on to the quarterfinals.
I mean, dream scenario, props to her, because it's not easy to find barrels out there today, and she was able to, so. Good work for Yolanda. Unfortunately for Lulu coming out early in this event.
Yep, hard charging Yolanda Hopkins. She's moving on to the quarterfinals, and we're going to be moving on to a break. When we come back, last heat of the second round for the women, Katie Simmers up against Brisa Hennessy, looking to be in the quarterfinals. Yolanda Hopkins, she's already there. Back in Tahiti, end of the road. The horn sounds, and Katie Simmers drops into a beast of a wave. Simmers streaks down the line in a cavern, and Katie Simmers coming out in control. What a way to start a heat. Katie Simmers up against Brisa Hennessy, and you said it earlier, Jesse, that Katie, one of the best backhand barrel riders that you've seen when it comes to Tahiti, and she just fulfilled that.
I mean, when you start to get those surfers that are more used to and want to find those waves of consequences in tough conditions, they would make it happen. Look how much was going on this wave. A lot of the people wouldn't even put themselves in that situation, and she was able to just navigate through the beginning of that wave. There's so much lump. There's a lot of noise going on under her board, but she was able to airdrop off the sky, bottom turn perfectly, and pump into that section. As you see it right there, starts to grab her rail, puts her at the outside of her leg in the water, just slows herself down just enough to be behind the curtain, very deep into a cavern of a wave. And look how much speed she's coming out of that. She's having to hold her rail in order to weave her board through it. And I just noticed she has a quad. So giving herself that extra drive through the barrel, that was impressive. That was so sick.
Wow. Yeah, I want to see the score on how we got through there for Katie Simmers, and we're going to present the IC score line. There you go. A 9.5 even by the Australian judge, but the rest easy map, 9-point ride. And the one thing with Katie, the 2024 world champ, is that you gotta want it, and we know that she charges, and she showed that she wanted it. There was no hesitation on that. Meanwhile, Brisa Hennessy taking a leg drop, goes down, and it looks like a broken board perhaps.
And that's what that's healthy for the tour on the women's side and on the men's side. When someone's pushing the limits like Kelly did a few days ago, like he makes everyone else wanting to have a piece of that. So you can see that Brisa just going for it.
Juxtapositions of the beginning of this heat. Katie Simmers with an excellent ride, and Brisa Hennessy with a horrible wipeout and a rescue by Tahitian Water Patrol on the Red Bull ski.
Putting themselves on the line, literally jumped to.
There was a number of teams that had to come in there to be able to snatch Brisa, and that board, just that Channel Island surfboard, snapped in half. This is what happened, Jesse.
Yeah, pretty similar wave actually, but she was just a little bit underneath, and the beginning of her wave got a little bit hollower than Caitlin, so Caitlin was able to get herself. But that was an incredible wave as well. Look at how hollow it got in front of her. Probably even more hollow and more stretched out than Caitlin Simmers' wave. So it seemed like a shift of momentum right here for us. Just, she had to kind of pull the eject button because she was a little bit too underneath and late for that takeoff. And that's the crazy thing about this wave. You're literally 1 inch away from getting a 9-point ride. Very similar waves, but that became a 0.13 for Brisa Hennessy and a broken board.
Yeah, like I said, a juxtaposition in the start of this heat between Katie Simmers and Brisa Hennessy. Katie Simmers, our 2024 world champ, 2-time runner-up here in Tahiti, so she's had a great track record, as well as Brisa Hennessy. She's finaled here before in 2022. She had a runner-up finish to Courtney Conlog, and in 2024 to Vahine Fierro. So both of these surfers have made the final here a couple of times. So this should be a really good matchup, but a huge advantage right now to Katie Simmers with that giant score of a 9-point ride.
But I like that push. That's what, like, sometimes you like surfers need. Here you go again, Caitlin Simmers.
Katie Luden to back up the excellent score, and kick stall there on the Borst designs. Easy transition, and that's going to be a healthy backup for a 9-point ride. The technique just flawless.
Yeah, back up now. It's, I mean, Brisa has a lot of work to do after this backup. She already had before. Just with the 9-point ride, she probably would have made a lot of heats today with that only 1 score. And now adding up to another tube ride, which is a smaller wave, way less critical, shorter of a barrel, but still is going to be a backup, which is smart of her in this situation of the heat to just
combo Brisa.
Yeah, solidify her position.
Yeah, this will be a combination after the score drops. Here it is.
Nice takeoff. Slows herself down, kind of similar to what Yolanda had on the previous heat, but worst outcome of it. Yolanda wave had a little bit more of a coping coming towards and more stretched out. And this looks like the 9-point ride where she airs drop off the sky, goes through that lump and goes into a cavern that like clearly like got so bowly in front of her. So she had almost like an extra, a second takeoff right there. Like she has to like really knife it that bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
check out the spray on the Borst designs. She had Katie Simmers coming to Tahiti, had a quiver of Chris Borst designs out of Oceanside, California, and all the sprays were throwback 70s airbrushes. Pretty cool, pretty psychedelic.
And what the quad does and differentiates from a thruster, those extra 2 lateral fins gives you a little bit more drive. So what does that mean? It gives you speed downwards. So in that 9-point ride was ideal for her because she took off. As she airdrops it, she wipes it half of her speed down because she was super late. Then she has to start to generate speed downwards. And those fins gain so much more traction than a normal thruster and gives that speed. But in another hand, it's harder to slow yourself down. So you really have to position yourself very deep. And she read that wave perfectly for the equipment that she had in hand.
Yeah. I just always think of quads as you always have 2 fins in the water. Thrusters, sometimes you can only have 1.
Correct.
Coming out of that last heat into the quarterfinals is a happy Yolanda Hopkins. She's with Chris Cote.
Nothing can stop her. She's all the way up. Yo-yo. First time making it to the quarterfinals. How'd you do it?
I mean, kind of what I did in the last heat, just charge as much as I could. It seems like there's a few better corners. I mean, I just saw Katie get so pitted. I wanted one of those, but I didn't manage to get one of those in my heat, but I managed to hold on. I almost made a non-grab one as well. I was so frothing on that. Just clipped me at the end. So, I mean, it's just being like happy vibes and yeah, just going full throttle. And this heat, I tried to think a little bit smart and put like, as soon as I got the 6, put a little backup as well. And then I was kind of a little bit more relaxed to trying to search around for another barrel.
You said you were actually laughing after duck diving some of those giant waves?
I mean, why not? It was like either you get pounded or you're going for it. It's just how blessed we are to be right here, right now. And yeah, it's just laughing, enjoying the moment.
I love to hear that. So quarterfinals, this is so far your best result of the year, but what are we going to do to make it all the way to the finals?
Not even just finals. We're going to win. We're going to win, yeah. It's, everything's lined up. Everything is perfect. All we need is like a little bit more consistency in the barrel waves, and I think it's going to be sick.
I believe you. Good luck.
Yeah, I love that. I love that interview because when you want to manifest something, a lot of times first thing you have to do is say it out loud.
And there's two ways of manifesting. The ones that you manifest but you don't really believe, and that's the opposite of her.
Yeah.
She really believes she can do it. It doesn't matter what other people think, which is, it gives me goosebumps. Like she's a fighter and she wants to prove everyone wrong. Good for her.
Yeah.
And
well,
she got super barreled on the last heat.
Yeah, well, and she's showing us that she charges. So whatever Teahupo'o is going to throw at her, she's going to take it. So that's pretty cool. She will be coming up against, if this heat continues the way it's already looking like, she will be coming up against Katie Simmers in the quarterfinals. I know you say it's 24 minutes. I know you say it's early. And all strange things happen in surfing. But that's a healthy combo that's put upon Brisa Hennessy right now. And this rain squall that's coming through is not helping the situation when we're looking at quality waves that would be available for Brisa right now while she has priority.
For sure.
So we need this to kind of clear out, I feel, yep. Jesse. And then Brisa, you know, will have a wave selection that she can attain, you know, a meaningful score.
Yeah, it definitely makes it easier when things clean up. But I feel like the 9 had a little bit of lump to it. Like the rain was maybe not there, but the wind was already creeping in, switching a little bit more to the southeast. So they're out there. Brisa had that opportunity that she went over the falls. Probably a better wave even than Caitlin. Just out of position, just a touch.
What a start for Katie Simmers in this heat with that 9-point ride. Pointing the nose down and pulling into an absolute cave right here. Steep drop, control off the bottom, and Jesse, just a cavern well navigated by Katie Simmers.
I mean, and just the way she was able to put herself in the perfect track to go into that bowl with plenty of speed. You're gonna see here she airs drop. And then she starts to do little pumps, like she's starting to hit the bottom of the board right there, moving 1, 2, 3 times just to generate that speed. She didn't have time to weave the board around the usual bumps that you have through the barrel. This one was very flat, but that's what put her in the perfect position. And that's just because of all the transition that she was going through. It was more of a square wave, and she had, like, she was with the bottom of the board a little bit more flat. So very impressive from Caitlin.
Surely a contender for the Mofi Charger of the event. That's going to be every day we got contenders. Finals day we're going to announce who is deemed the Mofi Charger of the event. Thanks Mofi, by the way, to keep us charged up. We never have empty batteries here. We always have a charging option because of the Mofis.
Every time, and those surfers help us charge because they're charging.
They're charging, speaking of charging. Yep, 22 minutes remaining, and Brisa Hennessy deeper on the reef than Katie Simmers. I said before, Brisa has had a winning feeling here. 7 years on the championship tour, 2 runner-up finishes in Tahiti for Hennessy. So solid performances, so we know she's got it in her. She's just going to have to dig deep, manage the clock, and her next use of priority is actually going to be just so important to get back into this heat.
And for her, as much as it's a far shot, like a combination of 13.5 on a day like today, any day the combination is hard, but today specifically, it's pretty clear in her head the strategy that she needs to have. She needs barrels. There's no way she's going to turn this heat over with turns. So she needs to find that clean wall that doubles up and has intensity to it. She's already identified one of them, so she needs to find another one, get herself back in the heat, and then she needs to find a third one. So it's a long shot, but it's clear. It's a clear path right now.
Yeah, there's no him or hind, right? So when you kind of take away that decision, and it makes it easier for Brisa to identify what she needs to do. But this is not the way you want to start a heat.
Oh, definitely not. Mostly with the opportunity of probably getting a 9-point ride as well. That wave was so throaty, as you see it right here. There's nothing she could have done unless positioned herself different, paddling into that wave. But look how hollow that wave was and how it stretched out just a touch more than Caitlin. So there was an excellent scoring potential on that wave if she would have ridden the way the wave presented to. It's starting to pour again.
Yep. The elements at play. Matai, the wind. E'ua, the rain, and the combination of the two equals these squalls coming through, and it's going to make it a little tough period right now as the clock winds down. There's a channel. A couple of lucky people with roofs on their boats. You don't want a convertible today.
Or a jet ski as well.
Well, these two, Brisa Hennessy, Katie Simmers, have matched up 4 times on the championship tour. Let's take a look at the head-to-head CT matchups, Jesse, between these two. Evenly split.
I mean, literally, yeah, tight. Like you see the average heat score, the edge there for Brisa Hennessy, and then the max heat score pretty tight, and then the max wave pretty close as well. Just the average. It's a little point of difference there for Brisa.
Last time matching up 2025 at the Margaret River Pro in the round of 16. So I guess this is the tiebreaker for head-to-head matchups.
Yeah, it's looking very good for Caitlin. Still a lot of time in the clock, but a lot of challenges to go through. First combination. Second, conditions right now being a bit inconsistent of wave quality. There's a lot of waves coming in the lineup, but substantially for needing, a combination of 13.5, and then you add the big storm that is going through the lineup right now, making things very tricky. But it's surfing. You signed up for it. You can. I mean, I was gonna say you can get. You actually don't know what you're gonna get. So. Yeah. You show up to a contest every time, and it could be a different scenario. And most likely will be a different scenario.
Tommy Whitaker, Katie's coach, out in the lineup, weathering the storm.
You actually were mentioning about the snowboard goggles.
Yeah.
I actually saw a few clips back, a ski driver with them.
Smart, yeah. Yeah. No, it's real, right? Like either a swim mask or yep. Goggles on days like today. Pretty good idea. Especially when you're Tahiti Water Patrol and you're throttling through a pickup. Those guys are skipping on the water.
It's crazy. They have a split second in between the interval of the one wave to the second one to go through and pick up someone. So that's why they only have one shot usually. So if you see them missing it, they're not going to come back to grab it. They're going to go straight to the lagoon, and the next person is going to come. The next ski is going to come grab it.
It's a layered approach, right? So we have 4 teams out there right now. to have that backup for 2 surfers in the water. So the execution has been just excellent by Tahitian Water Patrol on those Red Bull skis throughout this entire event. And Poto, you know, he's part of the Water Patrol and former CT surfer, Vatia David. Took me on a ride one time where he explained to me on a low tide situation out here that he only needs a shaka's worth of water. So he only needs about 6 inches worth of water to take the ski over that reef.
I've been
it's
through
hair
that
raising.
reef. I've been through that reef with a few of the guys, and you really think you're gonna dry dock and launch yourself
so
over the
scary,
handlebars,
bro.
like the whole time. And like you mentioned before, Kaipo, the shallower it gets, the faster they need to go.
Yeah.
So you have less depth of your ski in the water, so it just keeps getting worse. The shallower it gets worse.
I was so scared of getting bucked off and just rolling on dry reef. There they are. That's our guys.
Tough day in the office for them today as well. Wow, that was a big wave.
That was Brisa using priority right there, and not going to earn a score, but going to earn a second beating out here, and going to take a lot of gas out of the tank right there for Brisa Hennessy. Let's see if she gets up. Look for the head. There she is. She's swimming. Broken leash or broken board again.
Wow, the things are just not working for Brisa right now. You got to try your best to stay positive and snap out of it, which is not easy. First broken board, now most likely a broken leash. I mean, for sure a broken leash, just we don't know if there's also a broken board involved.
Yeah. And that's when, you know, your third backup board coming through would come into play. So hopefully Brisa brought 3 boards out here, or 4 boards.
To tell you the truth, and at Teahupo'o and Pipeline, rarely ever surfers don't bring 3 boards, because it's a very critical conditions that breaks boards very easily. This wave was one of those in-between sides. You see it, like, as much as it was tall, like, it didn't really have an entry to a barrel. There was like kind of a chandelier, super highline barrel there that it's almost impossible for you to like put yourself in that situation. So just unfortunately for her, yeah, she had a 3rd board, so she's back out.
All right, getting back into the game now, Brisa Hennessy, but she will be under the priority of Katie Simmers, who has extreme heat control, has Brisa in a combination of 2 waves, and has priority. Big sets continue to mow through on the reef here at Teahupo'o. It's just so hard to get within that kind of that inside double up line. It's such a dangerous area, but you gotta have to put yourself in that zone. You saw Katie Simmers do that.
And we saw Brisa as well. It's just a matter of like 1 feet in a better position. She would have got probably a 9-point ride as well.
So with 13 minutes on the clock, we'll see if Brisa Hennessy can come back in this heat. It's been all Katie Simmers. This is a 9-point ride for Simmers to start off this heat. Imagine what's next.
Last of blue, 0.4. First priority red, second priority blue. 12 minutes and 10 seconds.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
Yeah, don't you like great surfing and punk rock? I do. You know the band. I'm not going to say it. Check it out at Red Bull TV or on YouTube nowadays. Featuring Katie Simmers, who's holding a 9 and a 4.5 backup and priority in a commanding lead in this last heat of round 2 for the women over Brisa Hennessy. Kaipu girl, along with Jessie Mendez on the call. And since we've left, Jessie, nothing's changed. The same situation, other than less of a clock for Brisa Hennessy.
Yeah, just the door keeps shutting it more and more as the time runs down.
Oh, look at big set coming through here. Server's gonna have to reposition, head out to sea. And the sea has been relentless in this swell. We've had swell the whole time, the entire window. We've had a lot of swell. So what a year that we've had here. Hey, we've had to deal with some of the wind, but you know what? When you're seeing 9-point rides, 10-point rides going down, you know it's one for the books when it comes to the Outerknown Tahiti Pro.
For sure. But it's been pretty consistent throughout the day. Hard to find them, but they're out there.
Oh, how's this matchup that's going to come up when we get into men's round 3? First heat, going to start off with a bang. Kauli Voss, Olympic gold medalist, up against Al Cleland Jr., who's been absolutely charging in both the event and in the free surfs. There he is with Snake. Look at Al. He wants some. He's ready for it.
I mean, what they have to deal with already the previous days, this is just
nothing.
It's nothing, yeah. They're relaxed, I'll tell you that. The only nerves that are getting them is just the nerves of being on a heat, that's all.
Yeah, yeah.
And like obviously their career on the line and all of that, but besides that, they're fine.
They've been through the haunted house era here where we just see just spooky lines stacking up and hitting the reef.
Most of the guys that surfed the very first day.
Yeah.
Because that was even bigger than the second one.
Yeah. Well, we're setting up our finals day bracket for the women. We have gone on yellow alert for a possible finals day tomorrow. Let's take a look at our quarterfinals. There's some great setups. I like how we're going to start off. Aaron Brooks, Molly Picklum, and I can't get past two surfers proving themselves in that quarter 3. Anat Leilior, Kelia Galina. That's going to be a great one to watch. Of course, Yolanda Hopkins are in the quarterfinals, and the winner of this heat will join Yolanda in quarter 4.
No doubt, and like when you have a match like that, you see such a huge opportunity for you in front of your eyes to make a semifinals at a World Tour level. So huge like opportunity for both of these surfers, taking down some big names to earn themselves in the quarterfinals against each other.
7 minutes, and Katie Simmers is just going to control the lineup. She's not even flinching right now unless something that can better her 4.5 comes through.
I mean, as much as it's clear for Brisa, it's even more clear for Caitlin Simmers. She already has done the job pretty much. She knows she just needs to come on the next good wave that comes to the lineup.
And there might be a couple quality waves coming through. The offshore wind, and now that squall has kind of passed through, you can see the lineup getting a little cleaner. The wave faces being a little cleaner. You can see the offshore wind there.
It's crazy how this rainstorms really changed. Look at the white caps that we had much closer to the surfers. mixing it up the whole water, and now we have them just way out the back. You can see in the end of the screen on top of them. And before, like as soon as the rainstorm comes and gets strong, the wind shifts a little bit more to the south, and it brings that noise all the way into the lineup.
Yeah, and it takes a little while, right, for the lineup to recover after that squall comes through. But it looks like it's slowly improving. So maybe opportunity for Brisa, but she has to escape the hold of priority with Katie. Here comes Katie. What she got for us this time? Drops in and is just going to make it to the channel. Going for a second section here. Just wants to ride this one through to deep water. Ooh, and has to do the ejection as it clamps on the end at the West Bowl.
Because she starts to, you actually had passed the West Bowl. Look where she is. She's underneath everyone. So she was going into the right. And some of those waves do that. You see it, like that first section clamped because of the size of the wave, that awkward size that we've been talking about so much. So she goes around and she sees it stretching in front of her, but it's hitting that right that comes towards it. That's the sketchiest place you can be at Teahupo'o.
Yeah, and she did a good job to just eject right there, because if she would have straightened out or panicked or did anything like that, it would have been a huge beating.
Straight down would be horrible there. But yeah, as you see it right here, this is kind of like getting to the West Bowl. So she tries to adjust, but she sees the way it's stretching down and she keeps running, but she has no exit to kick out on the top. There's no way. It's too hollow of a wave and too stretched out. So she has to just do the pin drop and get herself out of there. Look how much cleaner, even from her 9-point ride, the wave is right now. So that just shows that the wind clocked to the east once again. And it makes that much of a difference on having the perfection of the canvas and the wall of the wave to help the surfers.
Yeah. See if we have a taker here. And, you know, Katie Simmer's really a top performers when we look at Tahiti as a stop 7 on the championship tour. She's really one of the more consistent performers here as far as heat wins. I was go to our CT by the numbers. She's number 2, right behind Caroline Marks. Actually, she's tied with Caroline Marks at 67% heat win percentage in Tahiti. So she's on the top of the list there. And just one of those heats right now for Brisa Hennessy, unfortunately. Let's see what happened.
Yeah, it looks like there's the track of the previous wave, making it very tricky for her to engage that rail on the fins to get traction and produce enough speed for her to get under the curtain. So now it's a big trouble. With 3 minutes and 30 left, it's almost a miracle for her to be able to catch 2 waves, sitting with priority, but now without priority.
Yeah.
The door is getting very shut. It's already shut. It's just a matter of being locked or not.
Yeah. No, yeah. So it will be, you know, hey, for Brisa, an equal 9th is the reality that she's going to be facing here. And for Brisa, stop number 8 on the championship tour, she's going to have home court advantage over there at Cloudbreak.
No doubt. She's great here. She made 2 finals before. Yeah. It's just, you know, once again, it went down for that first 0.13 that she was just a bit too far underneath, out of position for that wave, and it dictated the whole heat because afterwards it was just that rainstorm came. Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. We can't count her out. Maybe find, you know, a West Bow, but it's tricky. But then going into her home, powerful surfer, she'll be good on turns. Because I feel like here it's more about the barrel, Tavarua. It'll be a combination of both. So she's powerful in turn. She can get it done just by using her rail game, and also she can get barreled. So,
well, let's hear from Strider Wałęsowski. Strider.
Yeah, Kibes, thank you. Yeah, wow, there's some action out here, and that last wave of Brisa Hennessy's, the way that lip just guillotined her, that just did not look fun. I mean, it just looked like putting your head out there and getting it chopped off. It was just, I guess that's what you got to do, though. You got to give it every effort you can when you're behind the 8 ball and trying to get back into the driver's seat. So we'll see if you know, there's not a lot of time left. She does not have priority anymore. So the waves are getting bigger and the waves are getting better, which we love to see.
Reporting Strider, we're taking a looking at the replay of Brisa Hennessy. Strider likes to shut the refrigerator door sometimes on a heat. I'll shut it for him on this one. Down to 90 seconds. and we're going to see Katie Simmers on to the quarterfinals. And it's kind of fun, actually. Now that this is predetermined, the finish here is your thoughts of that quarterfinal number 4. Yolanda Hopkins coming up against Katie Simmers.
This is going to be interesting. Obviously, you got to give the edge to Caitlin for, you know, being a past world champ, as one of the best backside tube riders we have on the women's side. Arguably could be the best as well together with Molly Picklin, but Yo-Yo, she's manifesting, she knows what she wants, she charges, and she's a good tube rider as well. It's going to be a good battle. Mostly the beginning of the heat, I bet you we're going to see a little bit of feistiness from Yo-Yo, trying to get that inside and start off with the right foot forward, applying pressure on Caitlin Simmers.
Yeah, you know, Yo-Yo wants it, right? So she'll probably take the apex position right there.
I think so, yeah.
when you start. So that's all anticipation. Again, we are yellow lit right now for a possible finals day tomorrow here at the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. Speaking of IC, check out the new Jack Robinson IC limited edition Tahiti shades that we will be displaying over here. Brand new model, the Jack from IC. Clock's over, and now it is official with Katie Simmers. 13.5, a huge heat total, and Simmers on to the quarterfinals. We are going to be on to the men's round 3 right after these messages. Round 3, heat 1, Kauli Voss coming up against Alan Cleland Jr. when we return to Tahiti.
Previously, congratulations to Katie Simmers advancing to quarterfinal. Voilà donc à l'instant début de la première série du 3e round des hommes avec en rouge le local de l'étape Kauli Voss opposé au Mexicain Alan Cleland en bleu. Le droit série qui vient de se terminer, c'est Katie Simmers qui se qualifie pour les quarts de finale Tahiti.
Flashing back to a few years back, 2022, here at the end of the road, and a local boy, Kauli Voss, got through the trials and started just bulldozing the field. It ended up being a tube shootout finale with Miguel Pupo, as Kauli Voss almost brought it home for all the locals here in this beautiful village called Teahupo'o. Put his name on the map, and we were counting down the days till he qualified for the tour. Enjoying his rookie season, but a lot of good reps behind him on his home break. One of the favorites to win every year. We get to the draw. Now here for the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. Kauli Voss didn't have to go through the trials. He was already in the main event as a full-blown rookie on tour. But the trials aren't so bad when you continue to dominate them, especially the past 2 years. Kaylia Galina's done that 2 years in a row. Now this year makes her way all the way to the quarterfinals and joins us here for the call. Thanks so much for coming in.
Thank you, guys.
And who do we have here?
This is my dog, Kui. I got him for my birthday.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you.
You finally get a dog that you've wanted your whole life. and you're taking down world champions to make it into finals day. Does it get any better than this?
I don't think so.
How exciting for Kui being there to support you throughout the event. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think he's been sleeping for my heat. I know.
How fun. Your heat was incredible today. I mean, the way you took off on Caroline Marks really early and just got started, that must have felt great to get some numbers on the board.
Yeah, I was trying to get, some nice barrels, trying to, get the first wave. So, yeah, I'm stoked I got a nice barrel.
Last night I saw people riding bikes with muffins and treats to give you after your win. How many people came and gave you a high five and a congratulations in your neighborhood?
A lot, but that, so that was a friend. Every time I win the trials, he bakes a cake, and they're really good. So I think he gave me a mini one for my birthday. Yeah. Oh,
so much motivation. Kalia, thanks for joining us for a call, especially with Callie Vost out here and Al Cleland Jr. This is a heat to watch. Al Cleland Jr. hustling, getting a couple of big drives, wide open pit, and the man from Pasquales kicks out on his feet. Impressive way he just gunned his way from the start, backhand, and showing off why he's one of the best tube riders on the planet. Flick, as we know, these two guys are really close. They spend a lot of time in the water together, but also on land. They love to hang out, have some laughs. So right now they're knowing, hey, we could push each other as far as we want in this heat.
And Al, he needs a result, right? I mean, you look at the rankings coming into this event, Al is really pushing, to make a charge at the back half of this year as we see Callie
Voss starting to drive, couple of good hustles, putting himself deep again, and he will punch free. So already off and running. Callie Voss already going straight into an intense paddle to get back in line for some barrels. Kalia, we are off to a great start. 2 makes from Callie and Al.
Yeah, they're both really good surfers too, so I was really excited to see this heat. Yeah, it's going to be a really cool heat to watch. So.
And with the 2 different approaches as well, from backside to frontside, Flick, we've got a good opportunity to break this one down as far as 2 of the best tube riders in the draw.
Yeah, when I look at this matchup on paper, you're kind of just rubbing your hands together because they're both so competent in the tube. Obviously, Callie out here, I mean, he's incredible. Let's break down Al's first make here. So much speed flying down the line, really eyes off this section. This one stays incredibly clean and open. Feels like after that rain squall that just passed, the whole ocean has just completely gotten a lot more glacier than what we've seen. I mean, look at this. This is picture perfect right here. Almost not a drop of water out of place. Perfect speed control. You can see him really managing his speed with his arm in the face of the wave. And then, yeah, straight behind him, Callie too, with his version of that on the forehand. What did you see here, Kalia, from Callie?
Yeah, this was a nice wave. Nice insider. Came out pinched at the end, but yeah, it went a little foamy at the end, but this is a really good wave. Nice find, There's some nice waves out there. You just have to find them.
And it seems like when you're a local, you know how to find them. Yesterday we were talking about the challenge of being on the outside ledge or the inside. Up, here comes Callie again, finding another little runner. Nice racetrack, another make. This is what Callie Voss does. At chopes at this size, he'll just keep on spinning and finding tube after tube. Real similar type of approach that we got to see back in 2022 when he went almost all the way.
This is just so classic of Callie too, just finding waves on every section of this reef, whether or not this was on the way back out, right? So you could see where Al was positioned compared to where he was. This is on this inside ledge position, just that bit further in. I mean, there's waves out there to be found. It just took someone like Callie to really just thread the needle on a couple really quick. This one opened up beautifully, it didn't clamp like the last one, so he got a clean exit, and he's got a couple of nice scores on the board.
Callie Vost with a great quiver from JS Industries that he's been developing for this wave specifically for a very long time. JS on hand, watching Callie perform in real time in the channel, and Sam Zubovich made some special trips out here through the Olympic Games with a ton of boards for Callie to try out in a successful run to the gold medal. So all that hard work at this wave, he's got backups on backups and so much knowledge of his equipment that he's worked out for this wave specifically. Opening ride has come through for Cali Vost, as we'll wait for more of the numbers to drop in. Let's catch up with Strider.
The numbers are coming. I mean, that was just such beautiful board control and body control and tube control from Kaoli. The way that he identified the way that those waves are wrapping in, they're sucking onto that inside shelf. He was under priority, knew that he needed to be on that kind of underneath all those other waves that were coming through. And the consistency of Kaoli is just crazy, and it just speaks to how much he knows out here, how well he knows the reef, and how just tapped in he is. It's incredible to watch. Al's on a closeout right now. He's going to pop out of the back of that one, but Al did have a great first wave. But let's see what happens as heat control goes back to Kaoli now.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, numbers in. It's already a fun shootout with these two good friends. Kaoli representing Teahupo'o and France, and Al Cleland Jr., the first to qualify full-time to represent Mexico. 7.67 on that big K for Al on his backhand is the best number of the heat so far. And these fun little racetracks. Here comes Al, puts his head down, drops in, grabs the rail, super deep on this one. And no way that he was going to survive. The floor just bottoming out underneath him. And now just popping up. Still had a handle on that T. Patterson and helped him pop up there, Kalia.
Yeah, I know I do that too sometimes. Like, you hold on to the board and then you come back up. Yeah, I know it looked like he was a little deep on that one. It would have been like pretty cool if he like somehow would have made it, but it's kind of a little bit too west, looked like. Yeah.
Yeah, these guys absolutely going for it. Al Cleland will get a 1.5 for the effort, and well, he's still wearing a few of these sets through the inside. One of the hardest charging guys on tour. Flick, what'd you see?
It was a nuts takeoff. He was so late, and then I mean he builds speed here. But yeah, to your point, Kalia, just a little bit too west. It just seemed like he was just that fraction a bit too deep. This angle is pretty cool. Let's see how deep. I mean, yeah, wow. Okay, that thing just kind of shut down in front of him and didn't really have that open exit. So no dice for Al there, but he can be confident in the fact that he's got a 7.67, the highest wave of the heat. However, against anyone else, you'd be thinking, okay, I've got a 7.67. You're feeling pretty good about that. But he's coming up against Kaoli. And Kaoli's building already on his scoreline. You know that he can find waves anywhere on this reef. So Al is going to know that, especially being one of his closest friends. And he's not going to be feeling too confident just yet.
Whenever you pull into a barrel, it's like you want to look really good, you know, and have style in the way you do it. And Al Cleland made that backhand approach. Even the closeout looks so cool. And those numbers are in on the IC score update for the second scoring ride for Kaoli Vost. A 6.17. So he's out in front, but Al still has the single high score of a 7.67. I was thinking for you, Kalia, you have such a beautiful backhand barrel riding technique, and we've been able to really enjoy it the last couple of days. You know, did that backhand technique of pulling up and under, did that come naturally for you, or was it something that you've been really, really working hard on?
Yeah, thank you. It definitely takes some work, especially to learn those pumps, like backside pumps. They're pretty crucial, like to know if you're like really deep, you know. It helps a lot. So yeah, it does take a lot of work to.
Yeah, it looks great. And in knowing when you want to let go of your rail and then grab your rail and start to drive, what's your theory on that? Because we saw you get a bigger wave. You snuck a pump in and then went for your grab. That was awesome.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, honestly, whenever I have time and it looks like I'm deep, I just try to do as many pumps as I can. Yeah, it's pretty complicated though. Like sometimes if you're late drop, there's not that much time and it's hard to like get a pump in. So it's, yeah, it helps though a lot. Like if you're somehow deep, have had so many waves where I was like too deep and then like, or I thought I was too deep and then somehow I made it.
Oh, so cool. Enjoying our time with Kalia Galina, quarterfinalist wild card in this event. Well, Al Cleland Jr. got that 7.67. Strider still the highest number of the matchup so far.
Yeah, you know what? That wave was a beautiful wave. It had a vacuum. His hair blew back inside the tube and then poof, right back out over his face as it spit and he came through the section. And after that last one, he didn't make it, but he was on his way back out. And his coach, Jake Patterson, just going, hey, Mad Dog, That's just it. You can go out there, get the lead off of him while you're under priority. So you know, he was just kind of giving him this, like, poking the bear a little bit, just telling him, like, you can do this, you can take this thing out, you can get underneath these waves and find another good wave to get you the lead out of it. So that he just kind of put that psyche and that noise into Kaoli's head. Not that it may matter, but it was just a little bit of a poke to try and get that little edge over Kaoli Voss at his home break.
Thank you so much, Strider. Great insight also from the channel. Coach Jake the Snake Patterson spent several years competing out here at this wave in the corner of Al Cleland Jr. Another look at this big 767.
Yeah, this was massive. It was great wave selection too. Really had a lot of size to it, but it stayed open the whole way. Just a really beautiful tube and a beautiful read by Al to not grab the rail first, to get those few pumps in like Khalil was talking about, and then really set the rail and manage his speed through that end section. It was beautifully done. And I mean, the wave itself was a really good looking wave, so that did a lot of the work and he just read it perfectly. So great score for Al. He's going to be feeling good. I feel like he kind of has needed something like this. I feel like he's just had, you know, things not really go his way in a bunch of heats, and I feel like this could be great for his confidence, you know, especially up against someone like Kaoli.
I see the score update. You can see how all 5 judges scored that wave for Al Cleland Jr. 767 on the average. He's going to spin on this one. Unable to pull in on the takeoff. He'll delay it for a moment. Now stalling, super stylish. He'll just get a piece of it and kick out. Might end up being a throwaway, but that was fun to watch. Al has a solid quiver coming from Timmy Patterson surfboards, riding the next level model. Same model that guys like Reef McIntosh and a lot of the team riders ride through the North Shore winter months. Lately, Al's been asking for pinched rails a lot, wanting thinner and thinner rails, especially near the tail, you know, compared to his Al Cleland file that he typically rides. Oh, this whole quiver is so cool looking. It's got the Mexican blanket paint job done by Scotty Betts. As we take another look at this last wave, having fun with this one, huh, Kalia?
Yeah, he read it really well, like not to pull in like right at the start. Just too bad the wave kind of let him down. It didn't have like too much wall.
And then just getting high and the ability to slide low. Yeah, I could watch that all day.
Look, if you get one like that in your free surf, you are absolutely stoked. Like how much joy you would have had like reading the wave like that. It just looked like he was having fun. He's really kind of just like toying with it, really. It looks like playful for him. Like, hey, I'm just toying with this. I got a good read on everything. He looks connected. It just looks like he's having fun.
Yeah, Kaylee, watching you compete, it's like positioning's everything, right? Out here on your home break. And knowing how you could take off late and slide into the barrel, what does that feel like? And is it kind of second nature now because it's your home break? Do you have specific lineup markers, or are you just relying on instincts when you're out there?
I look at the waves, like the swell and the direction and everything. I do use like the buoys and sometimes like, not really the mountains, but like lineups on land too. And yeah, I kind of, yeah, just like mostly the waves though. Like if it's west, then sit a little bit more over. If it's south, a little bit deeper. Just, yeah, mostly relying on the swell.
Well, we know yesterday in round 1 it was really challenging. I mean, it was obvious how people were kind of wondering where to sit. Outside ledge, inside, in between. Seemed like hard to find barrels, but you found a rhythm in some crazy windy conditions. Tell me about that heat with Tyler Wright.
Yeah, it was scary. It was pretty big, you know. I was mostly focused on the inside ledge, like getting waves. I wanted to get like some barrels, but I did a few turns too. Yeah, it was pretty big though. Like there's definitely some sets, and I'm pretty sure like the biggest wave of like the whole day literally came on my head. So that wasn't very fun, but
especially we hadn't seen a wave that size all day, and you were kind of made a reference to everyone saying, "Oh, trials was way bigger," and then you corrected them. They're like, "I don't think so," especially when you're looking at that one that took you guys out to start the heat.
I know, yeah. Like before the comp, actually Alan was right there in the channel too, and then him and my dad were like, "Yeah, the trials is bigger. Like you're good." No, I swear it was definitely smaller. Like the trials are smaller. That wave that I got on my head was like the biggest wave I've ever even like been gotten pounded by, and it's pretty scary, yeah.
So did it give you confidence? Because you had a whole heat to surf, after that happened. Did you go, okay, I'm cool, let's go? Or did you have to shake off some nerves after that happened?
Yeah, I was definitely hoping there wasn't going to be any more waves like that. But I just told myself, if I survive that one, I'm pretty sure I should be good by any other sets.
And then after coming through that with Tyler, knowing you have another world champ like Caroline Marks, were you more relaxed knowing you already had a heat win, or did you feel the same amount of pressure as you had against Tyler on the first day?
Kind of the same amount of pressure, because like Caroline, she won the Olympics here. She's a world titleist. Like she won the Tahiti Pro too before. So yeah, it was scary going into that heat. I'm still like kind of in shock that I even made it.
We were both impressed with how you started off against Caroline. Just out-positioned her. She was right behind her. You kind of maybe wanted that wave, but you were just in the right spot. How did you get position on that first wave?
Yeah, like my strategy was kind of like not let her get like a really good one right away, because like I knew if she got a good one, then like it was gonna be hard because she's really good too. So yeah, I was trying to like stay deeper than her, and in that one she was just like a little bit too far out, and I like kind of just got into it, and I was hoping it was just gonna be a good one at that point.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. For Tyler Wright, she's the youngest ever to win a CT at 14. Then you had Caroline Marks, who got a wild card when she was 13 back at Lower Trestles, lost to Tyler. You beat Tyler. Crazy to have those connections with these world champions and what your future may look like moving forward.
Yeah, I know. I'm really stoked that I even got into this contest, and like I said, I'm still kind of shocked that I even made like 2 heats. That's like better than I was expecting. But yeah, and then I'm just trying to get like some nice waves whether I make the heat or not.
Epic. Hey, Leah, thanks for joining us for the call. Cowley Voss, Dow Cleland Jr. still in the lineup now in round 3, heat number 1. Cowley 617 and also a 583. And Al Cleland Jr. holding down a 767. Big wide open pit that he got on his backhand, and these guys still with plenty of time to go blow for blow, because a spot on the quarterfinals is on the line. If you're just joining us, we've gone on yellow alert, which means it's really high probability that we will have finals day tomorrow. Looking at the Surfline forecast, there's some kind of unfavorable winds through the weekend, so all systems go, and we'll try to max out as many heats as we can really accomplish here at Chopes. Coming up next, we've got Seth Moniz taking on Baron Mamiya, 2 surfers representing Hawaii. Baron, just an absolute maniac in big slabs, and Seth, well, has probably the exact reputation there. Basically brothers going head to head there. Before we get there, let's catch up with the winner of the last heat. Katie Simmers is with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Katie, before we talk about that heat, let's talk about this incredible surfboard. You got the Bourse board, but you also have the Cosmic Connection, the St. Pierre Classic. Tell me about this board, this airbrush, and your spiritual connection with all of this.
Where do I start? I don't know. I just went in and I told him the colors that I wanted, and I feel like he kind of just knew what we were both looking for out of it. And then he put some butterflies on it too, which I've been thinking about butterflies a lot, and so that definitely is important. And then I don't know, just all these patterns and colors, and I feel like when I'm proud of what I'm writing, then it makes me feel better when I'm standing up on it. So yeah, it was nice.
And it's one of those things, if you know, a St. Pierre airbrush can make a special board that much more special. Now let's talk about your opening wave. That drop, the recovery, free falling out of the sky. What was going on in your mind as your rail engaged and you made it up into the barrel?
I don't even remember. I blacked out, kind of. But I just know that it was like right when the heat was starting, and then Brisa didn't want it, so I was like about to pass it up, and then I just turned around and paddled as hard as I could, and then I felt the wind like kind of grabbing my board, and I was like, please don't. I remember being like, please don't like fly down the face, and then it like connected, and then after that I like I don't remember the details of it, but I just know that I was like seeing this big round blue circle in front of me, and then I just made it out, and I just remember screaming, and I'm really happy. Yeah.
That's epic. And then for the next 30 or so minutes, you sat out there in a hurricane.
Yeah, and then the hurricane came through, and I couldn't see anything, and I really felt for Brisa because she was going for it so hard, and I guess I just want to say for the people watching how much harder it is than it looks. Like, this wave it's like kind of renowned as the most perfect wave in the world, but a day like today, it's like so windy, and then I've never felt rain coming down that hard in my life, and I couldn't really see anything. It was coming down, and then it was coming down so hard that it was coming up, like bouncing up, and honestly, me and Brisa was like, it's so pretty out here, and I was like, wow, and like I was like, Brisa's cool because she just can appreciate the moment, and she was going for it so hard in that heat. So I don't know. I hope she can get some like fun ones out here because I've seen her get such sick ones. So we had an interesting heat. We both said because it like cleared up at the last 3 minutes, and I was like, dang it, like it's cleaning up for the guys right now, and we couldn't line ourselves up, like, so we didn't really know where we were in the lineup, and it was just confusing the whole time, honestly.
Well, I've seen you out here in the channel watching a bunch of heats, guys and girls. Are you going to do the same thing today?
Yeah, I want to watch this heat right now.
Okay, well then go ahead. I'll let you go.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Katie.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Katie Simmers, for a great breakdown of what they went through a heavy downpour, trying to see where they were in the lineup. With all those challenges, you know, Katie still got a crazy 9-point ride to move on to the quarterfinals, and she will be taking on Yolanda Hopkins tomorrow on finals day. Kaylia, what do you think about that matchup? Yo-Yo taking on Katie Simmers in quarter 4.
Yeah, that's going to be a really cool hit to see too, because Katie's really good out here, and so is Yolanda, you know. So hopefully we get some fun waves tomorrow, so we can all like get some nice barrels.
Aaron Brooks takes on Molly Picklum. Who's going to get the edge in that one?
I don't know. That's a really like hard heat, you know. That heat is stacked, so I don't know. I really. Wow, Molly's like a really good backsider, and Aaron's really good frontside, and so it's like backside and frontside is cool, you know, to watch. So we're just gonna see.
Isabella Nichols takes on Nadia Arostarbe. Another grade regular versus Goofy in that one as well.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, I just hope we get some fun waves so like all the girls can get some nice barrels.
And you're a big fan of Anat Leilior, even though you've got her in your heat. That'll be exciting.
I know, yeah. Anat's like really cool, and like she's like my friend, like so it's gonna be fun sharing a heat with her.
Cool breakdown of the quarterfinals that Kaylee is a part of tomorrow on finals day. 8:52 to go in this one, and Al Cleland Jr. has the lead. Here comes Cowley Vost. Just moved around his local break. Last score for Cowley, 5.47, didn't factor in. So still chasing a 6.18 to get into the quarterfinals. Al doing a good job getting that big barrel early. That standout 7.67's keeping him out in front. Well, look at this score that didn't factor in again, Flick.
Yeah, so he got some travel time in the tube, obviously, and then a big, kind of goes for a carb, trying to maximize the score line here, but just a short, sharp tube, and this one here, it's not going into that top 2, I don't think. So short pocket, right? He's just trying to make something happen underneath priority, right? We saw him, we just saw that vision of him trying to hunt underneath Al. He's trying to make something work, but yeah, I mean, time is ticking down. I mean, you're never going to count him out because it's Cowley, of course, but I mean, things are getting, the pressure cooker is starting to sort of show itself.
Kaylia, what did the gold medal for Cowley Vost really mean to the neighborhood of Teahupo'o?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of Tahiti and all of France was really stoked for that. Yeah, we were really happy because Cowley, he's really good out here, and yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't won like the TD Pro yet. You know, I'm sure he will be soon, because yeah, he's like probably the best out here, like for sure one of the best, easy, and especially when the waves are big too. So yeah, I was like, I wanted to watch the men in like some big waves too, you know. but I'm happy. Obviously, it didn't go too big. You know?
What was it like growing up with all the attention in your neighborhood? You know, the last, you know, handful of years, just seeing people show up in your front yard, and you know, that must have been amazing, seeing the amount of people that were going, what is going on that reef out there, which is your home break?
Yeah, it's great, especially like all my friends too. They like to you know, I'm always hanging out with them, and then they like to call me Miss Chopo, like when there's a bunch of people around. And it's like, honestly, sometimes I want them to stop. But, yeah.
I love it. Seth Moniz is preparing for Baron Mamiya in the second heat of round 3. Meanwhile, Al Cleland Jr. is putting pressure on a local favorite named Cowley Voss. We'll take a quick break, but the action continues here at the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. We'll be right back. Your culture's so beautiful, Kelia. You're so lucky to call this home and see all the beautiful dancing we got to see at the opening ceremony, but also the music was sensational. The big smiles we get to see each and every year in Kelia Galina's village is really, really beautiful. We're trying to pick up more words, learn more about it, but let's watch Al Cleland do his thing. Trying to burn off some speed, he will, and he'll completely disappear further down the line. So that backside tube stall really paid off. He knew something better was coming down the stretch. And Al looked to improve on a 4.67, trying to apply more pressure to a favorite to win flick.
Yeah, I see what he's trying to do for sure. I think if I really, you'd be super hypercritical on that one. He was stalling a lot to try and find the tube. He did finally get a, let's break it down. So the beginning here, he does find a slight bit of a shampoo, and then right at the end here, he gets some travel time, some tube time. He had to slow down a lot. Let's have a look from this angle. Really using the side of his body, his real hip, to try and just maximize that tube time. It does throw over here a little bit at the end and gets a little bit of a pocket ride, comes flying out. So he's just trying to create a bit more separation between himself and Cowley, because there's only there's hardly anything in it right now. So the more points you can separate yourself between Cowley and him, I mean, the better, of course.
So easy to watch him set that wave up on his backhand. Strider, what did you see from your angle?
Well, right now I'm seeing an angle of Cowley Voss in the barrel, and he's going to come through. I don't know if he's going to better his scoreline with that one. I think, Al Cleland, with that last wave that he had, it was a mistake because it didn't better his scoreline either, and he left Cowley with priority. But now I think that last wave of Kaoli is not going to better his score either. So that might have been a mistake, and they kind of just equaled each other out. Now Al's out the back with priority with about 2 minutes left in this heat. So this is a very dangerous situation for Kaoli Voss. This is going to be an interesting one. If there's a two-wave set, we'll see some bangers. If not, I think Al's going to sit there and just kind of control the rest of this heat. This is an interesting one for sure, but wow, a couple of mistakes by both surfers, leaving it out there to go. We'll see what happens.
Thank you, Strider. I could almost, what sounded like a Raimana voice in the background, just hollering at Kaoli to get into this heat with 90 seconds. You can see him sitting just a little inside and wide of Al. Al's got priority. We'll go to the replay here, Kalia.
Yeah, he did good to stall and get that nice ending and punch out of the little pinch. Yeah, too bad it didn't have more wall, It would have he would have got a little bit deeper and better barrel, but he definitely maximized it.
Under pressure, Kaoli Voss needs to be clutch here. Speaking of doing that, he's got one heat win this year where he got a score past the 5-minute mark to move on. That was round 3 back at Punta Roca in El Salvador. But if there's anywhere in the world he wants it to come true, it'd be right here on his home break. A guy that's expected to win, at least be in the final, anytime he suits up on his home break. So Al Cleland trying to create a major upset. And the Olympic gold medalist is pacing 30 seconds. Kaoli Voss knows that's not going to be the wave. Starting to hustle a little bit. You can tell he's trying to put himself in position for anything. And it's going to be Al with priority, taking off late just to play some defense. And look at that stylish way of setting up a barrel here. And he will still, with a strong stance, almost made it through the mush. As we count this one out. Impressive showing of tube riding from Al Cleland Jr., who spent a ton of time out here, good friends with Kaoli Voss, applied pressure on him very early in this matchup. And Kaoli was just fishing for a wave in the dying stages. Both getting scores to come through on that final exchange. Kaoli did the best he could to try to get as deep as he can, but Flick, is that going to be enough?
I'm kind of with Strider there. I don't think it's going to be enough. I think Kalia, you said it, he did the best he could with the wave that he had, and he maximized the tube time, but unfortunately, I'm struggling to see it. I think it's not going to be enough.
So Kaoli Voss coming up with a huge reputation on his home court. Officially upset by Al Cleland Jr. It's a 5-3-3 throwaway, and Al will move on to the quarterfinals, packing big bombs on his backhand. That was incredible. Kalia, best of luck, best of waves tomorrow. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All the best, you guys. Yeah, Seth Moniz, Baron Mamiya coming up next, and we'll also bring in Dylan Slater for the call right after this.
The Outerknown Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, is brought to you by Tahiti Government, official tourism partner of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the Championship Tour, by Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients, and by Outerknown. Find your Outerknown. Thanks for being with us. Big day of competition here at the end of the road. There's the excitement from Al Cleveland Jr., a low seed in the matchup with Callie Voss, getting a big embrace from Jake the Snake Patterson. A job well done. He looked comfortable, he looked poised, and he packed a big backside barrel for a 7.67. And look for Snaketails to update all the behind-the-scenes footage and post that on WorldSurfLeague.com following this event. A fun part of the day because we've got Seth Moniz and Baron Mamiya in the water, and a very special guest joining us now, Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier, and CEO of Outerknown, Firewire, and Slater Designs, Dylan Slater. Great to see you, Dylan.
Joe, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me. What an event so far.
Oh my gosh, what a great event. I saw you when you came in. You looked really happy. I know you love this place. What have you guys been getting up to the last few days, besides watching heats?
Well, obviously we're in Camp Kelly here. So, it's just been amazing to sort of, witness what he's been doing out here and sort of, see him tap into the greatness that we've witnessed so far. So, just been surfing, relaxing, and keeping it mellow.
We've been trying to find the right vocabulary to do Kelly justice on what we've been witnessing the last couple of days. For you staying together, has he just been like electric coming back to the house? So what have his like post-heat vibes felt like, and what does that feel like for you to be around that?
It's just, he's really enjoying the moment. I would just say he's very present. You can tell that, there's a lot of great energy that's coming from what's happening out there, and he's tapping into something that's just been really fun to be around, honestly. And he's just having fun, being present. He's got his family with him, and enjoying every second of this.
You start thinking about GOATs in the world of sports, and people still talk about when they got to see Tiger Woods in his prime. People talk about when they got to see Michael Jordan just demo people. I don't know if we could ever expect that we'd still get to see what we're seeing now, Flick, at 54 years of age. For the young generation that just heard stories, they're getting to see it just like we all grew up with.
I keep saying it. Who knows? This could be potentially the last time we ever see him put on a jersey, and just how special is that moment? I mean, who knows? He made a funny joke the other day. He's like, maybe if I win, maybe I'll keep going. I don't know. You just never know. And the fact that we're still sitting here and he is delivering, some of the best heats we've ever seen on paper at 54, it's incredible.
Dylan Slater, thanks for joining us for the call. Just a classic on paper here. Seth Moniz and Baron Mamiya going head-to-head. As we know, for Seth, it's been a tough year result-wise. But whenever he's in his happy place, when it's 10 foot and going inside out, he always provides miracle moments for us.
Yeah, he's got so much versatility in the surfing, and he just looks so comfortable out there. Had the chance to watch him against Amio in that first matchup. It's just so heavy, and he looks just so comfortable, even with his back up against the wall. A lot of fun watching Seth out here.
And then, for Seth being with a brother, basically, Baron Mamiya, they traveled together, spent so much time together over the years. Sometimes those are awkward, Flick, but sometimes it brings out the best in both of them because they know what they're capable of, and they can kind of take the gloves off a bit.
Oh, it does feel like two brothers kind of having a duel at the moment. I think, if I think back to, there was one day, might get back to that point, looks like we potentially have a paddle here.
Here is definitely a start. Baron Mamiya on the CI surfboard, standing nice and low and compact in a lengthy Southie tube ride. He'll slide out on the backhand turn off the top. But even when it's not 10 foot, Baron knows how to barrel ride. He feels just as good coming out the other end. That'll give Seth priority, Flick.
Yeah, it was a really good tube. Obviously, super south. He got a lot of travel time through it. He read that so well because he had to be so compact on his backhand to really sort of contort his body through that tube. But yeah, let's have a look. So sitting a little bit further in underneath Seth. And I mean, great wave selection because it stayed open the whole way. does go for a turn, just kind of loses the connection there with the fins. And then behind him, Seth.
Little drain pipe, second section. Seth Moniz wanting more out of the barrel down the line, but ends up going down. Two of the best backside tube riders on tour, going blow for blow, and just a end section that wouldn't let Seth out. So waiting on scores to come through. I know Barron's been trying out Wahine Fierro's pro model with CI, the Happy Tahitian a bit. He's been liking how that's been feeling here on Wahine's home court. And Seth maybe just wanting to go for glory on that end section. And some of them let you out. You can get some really long tubes if they have some kind of more south in it, Dylan. So we'll see how this one plays out. Let's start with Seth's wave. Dylan, what'd you see on this one?
Well, watching the replay here, he did a good job of kind of knifing through that first section, and certainly saw some more opportunity on that end bowl, and wasn't able to make his way out and thread the needle there. But you could tell he knows, one's not going to do it. He's going to have to really maximize every opportunity if he's going to get past Barron.
That's exactly right. So he will get credit for making that first section, then flick. This was the first wave.
Yeah, so Barron just getting this one underneath Seth. You could see Seth was kind of interested in it too. But yeah, nice little tube for Barron to get things started. I feel like these guys are going to push each other so hard though. I mean, it's good little nice opener and a nice settler. But I just feel that things are probably going to get turned up a bit in this heat. You think to the waves we've seen in the last couple of heats. I go back to Al's 7, I go back to Katie's 9, the kind of waves we've sort of started to see come through here as, the last couple of hours have, transpired. So I think it's a good settler, but there's going to be more to come.
Dylan, what have you been riding lately?
Well, fortunately, that is one of the perks of the job, Joe. Got lots of different models being thrown my way. We have some incredible designers on our platform. So between the Dan Man, the latest DRK, I've been enjoying that. Surfing that a bunch, and then Tomo, he's got that Sci-Fi 2.0 that I have a tough time getting off of as well. And then Rob, it's just the Seaside, the Machado Cata, I've been on kind of switching it up. We've actually had a really good summer in Southern California, so I've actually had to be leaning a little more towards the performance lately. So it's been fun.
You deserve it, Dill. You deserve it. As we have Barron winning the opening exchange, 5.17 over a 3.5. We have a chance to catch up with Al Cleland Jr. with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. Al, man, you had some time to think about that heat before it went, and it went your way. Taking out an event favorite, you must feel so good about it.
Yeah, Callie's my really good friend. We've, spent a lot of time on the tour and even beforehand in Hawaii and all that. So we've got so much time to hang out, and, we've become really good friends. And I know how gnarly he is out here. He's one of the best surfers in the world, and especially at his home break. He can't, it's hard to beat him, especially because he just knows this whole reef in like the back of his hand. So I was super kind of scared when I saw him in the draw because I just know how gnarly he is. And I mean, just going out there, getting a couple waves, I was really stoked. Did a couple mistakes, but, ended up getting a pretty good one and then kind of backing it up. So I was just stoked at the end of the day it worked out for me. And, coming up on top, it felt pretty good. So I'm just stoked to move on.
Heck yes. Let's talk about being a fan and a friend. You spent a lot of time in the channel yesterday. You came in here, we're talking about Slater, we're talking about the heat in the water right now. What's it mean to you to be able to support your friends and also just lean into being a surf fan out here?
Yeah, that's what surfing's all about, just to be a fan of it and have fun watching all your friends surf. Like, I'm staying with Nadia and Guille, and they're such legends at Peyo's house with Maitane, and it's been super rad just getting to hang out with friends and coming to watch Slater and everybody get, 10-point rides, 9-point rides. It's it makes you love surfing, and I feel like that's what it's all about. So I'm stoked to be here. I'm definitely, grateful to have the opportunity to be here, but really taking it in, watching all the heats and watching everybody score some good waves.
I know you want to get right back into the water to watch this next one. What kind of inspiration do you draw from watching the best in the world do it out here?
Yeah, it's a huge inspiration watching everybody just see how they line up with such a gnarly wave, like where they take off, what they do inside of the barrel, and just the talent that there is in surfing now, it's crazy. So I just, I want to get 1% of it and have fun with it, and, get a huge inspiration from Kelly, Griffin, Cowley, I don't know, there's so many guys, Connor, Italo, Dave. I mean, this tour is what we surf for, and this is what we live for. So I'm just stoked to be a part of it and get a chance to go surf again.
Well, as much as you're a fan of theirs, I know that they're a fan of yours. And speaking of fans, friends, family, I know you got a bunch of people watching. You want to give them a shout?
Sí, un saludo a toda mi gente allá en México, toda mi familia, todos mis amigos, a Boca de Pascuales, allá a Puerto, México DF, Sailita, todos los lugares donde tengo amigos. Gracias por todo el apoyo y viva México. Vamos por una más. ¡Yu!
Vamos, Alan.
Thank you so much, Chris Cote, and muchas gracias to Al Cleveland Jr. for putting on a show. He's into the quarters. These guys have been wearing some sets on the head and back to business. How cool and stylish was that stall to get barreled from Seth? Back to turns. He'll blast that big backhand snap. Loading up for another one over dry reef. He will sneak out. That is a dangerous section to hit the lip. Gets barreled, styles his way out. Seth's having a blast out there, Flick.
Oh, I thought it was kind of hectic just going for the first turn after the tube, and then he went for that last one right onto dry reef, but he had such a perfect read on it. That whole wave, he just seemed just really like connected, because just really loose and kind of in control at the same time. I don't know if that even makes sense. It kind of like is a contradiction, but you see just with the takeoff here and the entry into this tube, just kind of just really cruisy and at ease, and then really gets hectic on the inside here. This second turn, he had no business going there, and he really did. So he's not leaving any scoring potential on the board, that's for sure. Just, I love the no hand grab and then the grab in the tube. It's pretty impressive. We've seen quite a bit of that this event. And then just slowing it right down here. Gets so critical on the inside. I mean, there's just so much power and water really coming together on this last section. So super risky to go for that last turn, and really, yeah, just maximizing all that scoring potential.
There's almost just like a throwback feel to the way he just stalled and got drained on that section. For sure his dad would have done that back on tour, you know, in Tony Moniz's day. His family's always so supportive, watching closely to this heat. Important one for Seth as far as moving up the rankings, but also for Barron, you know, everything leading to the Pipe Masters this year, Dylan. I mean, everything got flipped coming into this year, and we're returning to ending at Pipe, which is incredible. But something we've never gone through before is having Pipe worth more than any other event on the calendar. We still haven't lived through that yet, but the first people you think about are Pipe specialists on how that can help their season this year.
Yeah, especially a couple of guys like this, right? Seth and Barron, they're doing everything they can to have that opportunity, and it's their backyard, right? Anything's possible. They both have exhibited brilliance out there in their career. So yeah, I think the change and the evolution is incredible for surfing. There's no better place to experience you know, that type of drama up close, and yeah, very and so much history too, right? So I think you're tapping into so much incredible you know, lineage that's come before us, and yeah, I can't wait.
So exciting, and pumped for these guys to get another heat together. This is actually their 7th matchup that they've had at the championship tour level, and yep, it's dead even. 3 wins apiece. Talk about evenly matched. They push each other to the limits. Their last heat they had was actually earlier this year, back at Bells Beach in round 2. And now we'll see who's going to break the tie. Will it be Barron Mamiya or Seth Moniz? So far, it looks like another close heat. They always keep them tight. Talking about 5s and 3s for both of these guys representing Hawaii. Both of them hammers, ready to go, Flick.
And both of these guys, there's the second day of the waiting period, and it was the biggest day of the waiting period, right? I mean, that morning we rocked up and we were like, is it even going to be surfable, or is it just going to be toe only? These guys were in 2 of those 3 heats, and what we saw was insane. I think Seth, straight out of the gates, and what he managed to huck himself over the ledge. I've just been so excited for 10s this whole event. I've just been calling almost every make on those opening days of 10 because I'm like, what?
I like your scale, Flick. Yeah, more 10s. Here we go. Just getting engulfed in a wild one. All we're seeing is foam ball and whitewater in that breeze. That was Seth in there somewhere, as he'll get gobbled up with 18:35 to go. We're talking surfboards for a moment there with you, Dylan. They're just so impressed with how Dan Mannon's been just handling the spotlight lately. You know, a lot of shapers kind of do their thing in a quiet space and pop their boards out. And man, he's kind of shoved into the hot seat with the Stab in the Dark series and doing so well. And now you could actually listen to Dan Mann talk with Dave Proden on the lineup. But for you, talking to Dan throughout this year, obviously props to him. But how's he been handling it all? Because, man, he's on fire.
Yeah, it's been so fun to watch all this unfold for Dan. You know, it's so well-deserved. I mean, he's been at this for over 30 years. His relationship with Kelly is incredible. And to see sort of what they've been able to come up with over the years, and now sort of him getting that recognition for his talents, it's been a lot of fun. It's been well deserved in my view, and he's handling it well. You know, it's been a lot, and you know, he's definitely like the last guy to sort of, you know, try to have that sort of self-promotion type of angle, but you know, he's incredibly humble, down to earth, but yeah, he's doing great.
Oh, good to hear. As we see just that wild section just engulf Seth Moniz here. He had a nice low road stance, but just got smoked on the inside. So situation remains the same, but Barron will have priority. Strider, what did you see?
I saw that thing it was a warbly, windy, whipping all over the place wave that turned into a funnel and a huge barrel that had a massive foam ball inside of it. And then Seth was just like sitting right on top of it, and he sat for just that little bit too long, and it ended up engulfing him. And he paddled back out, and the first thing he said, I got too greedy. And he knows and identified it, but now he knows that those waves are good and that he can still do the work on those waves. And he's got to stay in front of that foam ball, though, just on it or right in front of it, because once you get in the back of it, you're toast. The tube monster just eats you alive, and well, that's what happened on that one for him. So he learned from it, but he understood it, and when he paddled by, he notified it.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, we got to see your view on the screen. He just gets picked up and sent over the falls. I mean, Seth is so calculated in a space where, you know, the average surfer around the world in the same position is holding on for dear life. And then you see the best surfers in the world actually playing with speed and feeling the foam ball and really showing the judges they're as deep as they possibly can be. I mean, now people are doing tail slides on the foam ball like Griffin. I mean, the tube riding is changing in front of our eyes.
Griff has kind of invented a new move inside the tube. It's weird, like this disappearing act. He's done it once over at the box in Western Australia, and he's done it again, obviously, a couple of days ago out here. It's been incredible to watch. When we rocked up to this event, and I had a look at the forecast, I was looking at the surf line forecast, I was like, wow, okay, it's going to be hard. We've obviously got heaps of swell, but a lot of wind to deal with, and you got to take your hat off to the contest directors and commissioners for making the call those first couple of days to try and get some heats underway, because we saw so many incredible performances. Really, people were really pushed to the limits, and Seth and Barron, I was kind of touching on that before, were two of those guys that got to surf in those first three heats of that second day. And it was scary, man. It does not get any scarier than that. And for Seth in particular to really just, it was in the first couple of seconds of his heat, he just turned and burned on this thing that I was like, he had no business even taking off on that. So, I mean, the comfortability level of, he's been, I mean, look, there's so many favourite moments of mine throughout this event so far. I mean, Kelly's right up there. I mean, yeah, I think he's got to take the cake. You get better at 54 years old. I mean, seriously. But Seth's right up there too, just the comfortability level in all different types of conditions.
I mean, Dylan, just like all of us here, you know, watching every big moment in Kelly Slater's unbelievable career. And you just focus on Tahiti, you know, as a 5-time champ, and the early finals he had with like Dorian back in the day, with Damien Hobgood, and we could go on and on. You're kind of going, what we just saw the last couple of days, that might be slowly emerging at the top of the list. What about for you?
Yeah, I think it has to be. I mean, his heat, he at that point he had the highest heat total of the entire year, and that was his second heat of the year. So if you put that into perspective for a second, it's unbelievable, right? And yeah, he's still got a lot left in the tank too. So I'm excited for the next round and what we have for the rest. But I think when you put that into perspective, he surfed 2 heats, and one of them happened to be the highest heat total of the entire year of anybody. That's pretty special.
Pretty crazy. Dylan, obviously a lifelong surfer yourself, a national champion, and working with some great companies in your lifetime. And well, before we get there, let's see what happened in the water. Baron Mamiya
going ultra late here, Flick.
Yeah, so late. I mean, we've seen him take off on some seriously questionable waves at pipe over the years, and how he contorts his body almost looks like he's upside down, but that one just that little bit too late.
And I was just thinking, you know, a couple of years out, the Outerknown becoming the title sponsor of this event, and then all of a sudden there was this idea of this brand union, you know, bringing everything together, and being the CEO of that, of Firewire, Slater Designs, and Outerknown. You know, what was that whole merger like? I think we talked about it a bit last year, but how's everything going now in 2026?
Yeah, extremely excited with the progress we made, Joe. It's you know, been a big couple of years for us. I saw Baron take a look at that one. But yeah, we are now all together under one roof in Carlsbad, and we have the best hardworking team that's hopefully watching this. And yeah, just want to thank them for all their hard work. But it's been a lot of fun. We've you know, sort of worked out, you know, our strategy for the future, and you know, where the brands can support one another. And you know, we've seen some really good progress in the last couple of years, and some exciting new products, and it's been a blast partnering with Kelly. And as you know, sometimes it takes some time to bring new products to life. But yeah, we're seeing some really good signs for the future.
That's right, the Kelly collection, right?
Yep.
How involved is Kelly in every decision that's made with his collection?
Yeah, his passion is around great products, you know. So whether it's surfboards to perform better or provide new feelings in the ocean, to you know, the gear he's wearing to travel, as we see, looks like Seth getting a sick little one. But yeah, he's very you know, direct and candid in his feedback, as we want him to be. It's really just, these products are meant to, you know, suit his lifestyle and what he needs, and it's about versatility, it's about utility, and you know, products that perform well for what he needs. And yeah, excited with what we're seeing from it.
Yeah, Kelly's never had a bedtime, you know, like, so do you wake up, go, wow, he texted me that at 2 a.m. That was just a thought, and you're waking up going to work?
It's around the clock. We're on call. For inspiration strikes, we got to react, right? So no, it's amazing. His wheels are always turning about how to make a product better, how we can do it differently. Maybe there's new materials we need to explore. It's constant, right? And our job is to partner with him to bring that to life. And fortunately, his co-founder and our creative director, John Moore, does a great job of you know, taking all that feedback and sort of going into the lab and figuring out what sort of products to come out with next. And same thing on the surfboard side. So yeah, we're having a lot of fun.
Well, Dylan, from here, we got to really get excited and talk all over the round 2 matchup that Kelly had against Gabriel Medina. You know, for surfing in general, we're just winning when that collides together. And, you know, Gabe Medina's had a full year on tour. Kelly's hopping in as a wild card. And Gabe's had his number when you think about previous matchups. It was 8-2 in Gabe's favor before this. But then something changed in the air. A couple of big wipeouts from Kelly that looked really daunting. And I think it just motivated him from there on out.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I actually had to come off the sidelines there, Joe. I was the board caddy at the time. He broke the board. I had to go get him the backup board. So, yeah, luckily I didn't mess that up, but just incredible to have that front row seat, that courtside seat, to witness the greatness that Kelly put down there. So, yeah, pretty epic.
Oh, man. Just rewatching this, I get goosebumps every single time. It feels like, to me, too, and you could probably comment on this, like staying with him and being around him a lot, it feels like he's gaining momentum and genuinely super excited about each matchup. Like, I heard he came in here and talked about the Gabe match, and he was like, yeah, let's just get it out of the way. And then the Jack thing. And it feels like, to me, I haven't seen Kelly this excited really about this sort of matchup and the way he's progressing through the draw in maybe a while. What's it like being around him and his energy in the lead up to this next heat?
You know, I think it's incredible how he can switch gears, because I feel like when he's not at the contest, it's really about his family, it's about his friends, it's about switching off and enjoying the moment. And he is able to flip that switch on the boat ride over to the channel, and you can see it, you can feel it, and he's locked in, right? And I think you know, he's had so much incredible experience out here. I feel like he is so intimately familiar with every sort of nuance of this wave that he draws from that. He draws confidence from that. He knows what he's capable of, and clearly he's showing he's making the most of the opportunity.
Yeah, sometimes that you could feel an adrenaline rush as being a caddy. You know, when everything's on the line, you want to be able to be there at the right time. He had that 6-1 that he pulled out for the opening round. That was magic. Was that the board that broke in the beginning of that heat? And do you know what the backup board was, or were you just making sure he had it?
It was a so yeah, it was. And then the second backup board that we had to get over to him was essentially a 6-2 of the same design. So it's sort of an early Gamma he's had for a few years.
Was there a little yellow to that?
Little bit of a bronze on that one. But that just, comes with trust. And
Dylan, you got to get this guy more boards.
Exactly. Yeah,
you're making him earn it, right?
He's on the team, so yeah, we can take care of that. But yeah, he those are kind of some old faithfuls for him, and yeah, we had to switch it up. But clearly, it didn't matter, right? He was able to make that swap and get that 973, and kind of the rest was history.
Did he mention the beatings at all? I mean, I don't know if a lot of people are turning in 9s after getting smoked, not once, but twice on, borderline toe waves there.
I was shocked about how nonchalant he was about it. He obviously he was, full send mode on those 3, and didn't even mention it after. He was fine. So yeah, it was pretty inspiring.
Love that. As we see a board pop up on the inside, 7 minutes to go. Seth Moniz is just trying to create some separation in this heat. Told Strider he got greedy on a wave previous and went down. Got a 4-6 since then, and now a quick 2.0. Seth still with the lead, but not by much. He's trying to create some separation, was.
Full effort. It's so hard to calculate and gauge the depth of your ride in the barrel and where the foam ball is going to be. I mean, it in every single situation it's different. And so when you're riding through those tubes and the lip's falling and it hits right outside of you, and then that little bit of water comes up underneath. Sometimes it's bigger, sometimes it's just a little bit, and it's just so hard to understand exactly how much of it is going to come in under you. And he just had a little bit too much as I was looking deadly into it, and he was just over the foam ball, riding over it, and then almost coming down, and then the tail got bucked up. And that's why a lot of guys ride 4-fins when they're riding over foam balls, because the tail gets, oh, here he goes again. He's pulling it up, and he's going to pop out the end of this one. But you know what, Seth, one of the best to ever do it in the barrel on the backhand, and that last one, man, he was like millimeters away from coming through that thing, and it would have been an excellent ride for sure. It was incredible. So he's still pushing the limits, and he's right there. He's in the lead in this heat right now, and he's just trying to make that separation a little bit more.
Thank you, Strider. Great insight. Seth Moniz finally making it out of that last wave. Just like Al Cleveland, I've been loving watching the footwork backside. Like, they don't just sit there and grab the rail. That back foot kind of moved up a little bit. That front foot slides when they need to make big sections like that above the foam ball flick. Watch this.
Yeah, this was cool. This was that last wave, just super quick, in and out. So late on the takeoff. Really beautiful positioning, and then he really does a great job, because this one pinched, and he does a good job to sort of fight his way out of that. But the wave before that Strider was commenting on, that was such a fine line between heaven and hell. Like, he really could have just literally, it was almost on the other side of that foam ball. If he comes out of that, I mean, you can't get much deeper. So his wave selection's been pretty good, and just trying to look to, there's still so close between these two. I mean, not much separating him, and if you're Seth, you know obviously what Barron's capable of. You're not going to be feeling confident, and that you've got a heat win convincingly right now, because it really is not that's not the story.
Sometimes having a friend in your heat can bring out the best in you. You can just think you're like in a childhood moment together, surfing a wave like you do in a free surf. I always thought when like Dane Reynolds would get Nathaniel Curran, he'd almost forget that they're in this big global stage, and Dane would actually make tactical decisions on Nate, and it was like, oh wait, that's the raw competitor coming out right now. Sometimes your friends or the people you know really well will let you push really hard. It's fun to see that evolve. Seth and Barron still with 4 minutes on the clock. Earlier we referenced Dave Proden on the lineup was able to catch up and sit down with Dan Mann. Here's a little moment from that conversation.
When did you first meet Kelly, and how did the surfer-shaper relationship get started with him?
Petey Johnson and Jack Johnson's house on the North Shore, their mom and dad were friends with my dad. So I got to hang out there a little bit and met Kelly that way. We just hanging out, watching, surfing pipe a couple times, but then sitting watching pipe mostly, and having dinners and doing dishes together kind of thing. Professionally, it got real serious when he and his partners bought Firewire in 2015.
Right.
And in July 2015, I made him my first 3 boards for him that I attempted to make for him. And then it was 2 years before he even tried them. And that was a classic, funny Kelly story. But and then 2017 was when he realized that he wanted to keep working on refining those boards. And that was the FRK.
Yeah.
And that was July 2017, right before J-Bay, right before he broke his foot.
Great history with Dan Mann and Kelly Slater, and just a game changer, making incredible boards that now the world has really seen in the last year or so, courtesy of the Stab in the Dark contest, where Dan Mann's been the kind of the dark horse in that series and proving that he is by far one of the best shapers in the world, and very humble too. That came across. 2:20 to go in this one. 6.33 was last to Seth Moniz, so priorities with Barron, who needs a 6.93. Barron's got to be clutch. He's already done it in this event. We're just thinking about what he did in round 2. He had to dig deep and get dirty. He knew he didn't need much, so he chased down a 1.9, just enough to move on to this matchup with Seth. This time it's not just a 1.9 he's looking for. Flick, a 6.93 is the requirement.
Yeah, this is a little bit harder for sure. He's got priority, and look, to me it seems like maybe there might be a lump, but Seth looks like he's underneath here and having a swing.
Paddling hard for this one, and up Seth starts slamming on the brakes, readjust inside the barrel, and he'll still get blown out. Kicks out with style and starts heading back out to do work. Seth really close to the Irons family. Now staying with Lindy, Axel, and also Danielle, Andy and Bruce's mom, and talking story, enjoying their time. Doug Silva, the coach, with them as well. And also Cole, Seth's filmer, staying at that same house that Andy always stayed at back in the day. Aki would be there, Dustin Barca. It was just kind of an institution that will never change right here on the point. Crunch time, though, with 52 seconds. And, you'd say Barron Mamiya would be one of the favorites to win this. And, Dylan, we just came off a heat where we lost Cali Vost. We go to the women's side, the top 4 out of the event, and then adding to that, Vahine Fierro. So a little hard to make those predictions out there for your fantasy teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think what everyone is proving is that, that everyone is so capable, right? And the conditions have changed a lot through this entire sort of window, and we're seeing different people step up in different moments. And someone, Al mentioned it in that last heat, he's listing everybody on the tour, and everybody is a superstar, right? Like everybody has that capability, which makes these matchups so fun, as you truly don't know. We're enjoying the show.
As we see clock winding down, does Barron get this wave in time? He's going to surf it like he does have enough time, trying to get creative with that stall. It's not going to matter if he was up in time because he goes up and down. So now round 3, heat number 2 coming to a close, and Seth Moniz taking a very important heat win. It's been a tough first half of the year result-wise for Seth. And that is a huge moment for him to move into his first quarterfinal of the season, where he meets up with Al Cleveland Jr. That's a great one, Flick.
Yeah, it's a great matchup. I mean, coming into this, Seth was ranked number 30, okay? So he is really looking to this event, for something big, and he's just cracked the quarters. That's a major start, but it's going to be a fiery matchup between him and Al.
Looking forward to it, and great to spend time with CEO of Outerknown, Dylan Slater. I know Tahiti means a lot to you, but also means a lot to Outerknown as a brand as well.
Oh, absolutely. This place is such a huge source of inspiration for the brand. I mean, from Kelly's history here to Raymana, big shout out to Raymana. He's like, no one spreads the stoke like him, and he's a part of the Outerknown family for a long time, and has been amazing to spend some time with him over here. But from product R&D, I mean, this is the utopia to put products to the test, to storytelling, to obviously a very special place for a lot of us. So we're we're honored to be a part of it, and thank you for having us.
And when Raimana says he loves you, he means it. It makes you feel better every time you see him. Dylan Slater, thanks so much for the time. As we continue on with this event, we've got another big heat to look forward to. Connor O'Leary takes on an event champ, a world champ, and Italo Ferreira will bring in Kaipo and Jesse for the call right after this.
Looking back, 2024, where Italo Ferreira at the end of the road came through barrel after barrel onto a way of a win here at the Tahiti Pro.
I mean, when it turns on like that, that clean is just such a special place to be part of. And Italo taking advantage of all that time in the water with just the one surfer, getting drain after drain.
Big win for Italo Ferreira. Now, Italo out in the lineup, and we welcome you to the set here at the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, presented by our good friends at IC. I'm Kaipo Girl. This is Jesse Mendez, and those are the brand new Jax Robinson IC models coming out and getting launched right here in Tahiti during this event.
Sun's getting out, so
finally get to wear
so finally get to wear it, because it's been, what, 5 days since we've been here, and it's been pouring, so.
Yeah,
it's nice you actually tried them out. They feel amazing.
They're a great pair. You can check them out. It's limited edition at the Tahiti Pro. Here we go. Heat 3, round 3. Connor O'Leary representing Japan up against Italo Ferreira, our 2019 world champ and 2024 Tahitian champ here. This should be actually a great matchup because both goofy foots and both great barrel riders.
Yeah, both have a lot of experience, probably about the same on tour. Obviously, Italo having the edge on performance-wise, having one title under his belt, a few more wins. But both surfers very fit, sure-footed, gonna manage those lumps and the fumbles super well. Starting off deeper here is Connor O'Leary. Wanted to take that first action to the heat and decide if he wants to take the first wave that comes.
Yeah,
to this heat.
No real hassling at the beginning of this heat. We got Connor on the inside, 32 years old. He comes into this event ranked. Well, there's Italo, 31 years old. He's number 2 in the world right now, so he's had a great year so far on the championship tour. 11 years on the tour, 11 CT wins for our 2019 world champ.
That's pretty crazy, 11 CT wins.
Yeah, including a win here. So comfortable waters for Italo Ferreira. Connor O'Leary. Let's see if Italo's going to take this first wave. It goes a paddle, a little bit wide. With the early exit of Leo Fioravanti, where we look at live rankings, Italo for number 1 there.
I'm seeing a bunch of those double ups that Seth was able to identify them and get a few underneath. Some of them he didn't even make it, but Barron letting those ones go, and this one, the boy's being a little bit too far up. Those ones are the most throaties. Looks like Connor up and riding.
O'Leary slowly off the bottom, looking for the barrel, finds a barrel, a little clampy there, but gets his big frame out of there, so nice start for Connor O'Leary.
So Italo is one of those surfers that doesn't really like to paddle battle in the beginning. He'll give you priority if you're going to fight for it. If you just give a straight weight for him, he'll keep it, but if you're going to push him too much, he redders the surf to the talking.
You know what? That tells me confidence from someone like Italo Ferreira, who's happy to start the priority exchange because he's confident in his ability.
I don't think he does all the time, but I'll tell you, 80 or 90% of the time, if someone's going to fight, he's going to let it go. Here's Connor. Nice bottom turn. That wave just kind of tapers off. You can see he got barreled, he got covered and all, but just a very tight and high pocket for him to manage. Nice bottom turn, goes through that lump. So with the wind being produced all morning, it creates that wind swell and a little bit of a reverb from the reef as well. As you can see, the tide getting lower this afternoon. It's going to start sucking all that water from up the top all the way down. So it creates those sectiony ribs on top of the wave, making it a little bit hard to manage for the surfers.
Seth Moniz on to the quarterfinals. The best result so far this year. Let's hear from Seth. He's with Chris Cote.
You'll love to hear it, Kaipo. Seth Moniz on to the quarterfinals. You had to do it against one of your best buddies and also one of the best barrel riders on the planet. You and Barron going way back.
Yeah, you know, it seems like my side of the draw has just been so tough. I mean, everyone's gnarly, but Barron, of course, two-time pipe champ. So, yeah, I was looking forward to it. You know, I definitely made some mistakes in that heat. I was super lucky I made it because I got gifted a couple waves that I never made that I should have, and just kind of playing a little too greedy on those barrels. But yeah, I'm happy. You know, I had two really good heats this event, so kind of had to have one bad one, and squeak it through.
You're saying Slater gave you a couple words of wisdom about peaking at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, he never told me that, but I just heard him say it a few times. Like, the guys that mostly win events are the guys that, you know, peaking at the right time. So kind of happy I had that heat. I didn't get perfect waves, and kind of had to like work really hard to make that heat.
Now for you, I know you're so naturally gifted, of course, but what's going through your mind, like the mechanics of pulling into these barrels on your backhand? Is it muscle memory, or is it something that you actually kind of think about as it's happening?
I mean, I think the more you think about it, probably the worse you're gonna do. But it's kind of just a feel thing, barrel riding. And I think in that heat, I wasn't really feeling it. I was really trying to like muscle it and kind of working too hard and not like letting, you know, the wave do the talking. So I don't know, just kind of, tomorrow I gotta step it up because I definitely wasn't happy with that performance.
Yeah, so it's right. You learned something from every single heat, every single wave that you surfed. What are you taking from that one?
Yeah, you know, the size is just way different. It's a lot smaller than the last two big days, so the barrel read is different. Where we're sitting on the reef is totally different, you know, and it's actually way trickier than when it's 10 to 12 feet, honestly. Like these smaller inside barrels, like Barron let two really good waves go by that didn't look great, and I win. So I just got to capitalize on those moments.
Do you ever feel like you have to just give yourself permission to win?
Yeah, you know, I guess I'm like beating myself up, you know, falling on those two waves, but I'm stoked, you know, get to go home, reset for tomorrow, and finals day. Let's go.
Let's get barreled. Yeah, Seth.
All right, so yeah, Seth Moniz towards his best result so far this year. He's also going to be joining in that quarterfinal number one, Alan Cleland, who's also matching his best this year with another quarterfinal finish. So that's going to be a great match between two really good barrel riders.
You can see it. This is a great angle for us to. We'll get back to that after, but here's the hat shot.
Yeah. 4 matchups as we look at the CT history, head-to-head matchups between Conor O'Leary and Italo Ferreira. So even Steven between these two. Last matchup, 2025 J-Bay, round of 16, where Conor was victorious there. He went on to march to his first maiden CT victory over there at J-Bay with a 10-point ride on the way. Conor O'Leary wins in the max wave score, but average heat total, that goes to Italo Ferreira. As we look at Ferreira right here, looking for a barrel, not going to find anything there.
It's crazy. We've seen a bunch of head-to-head matches today that were pretty tight.
Ties, right?
Yeah, a lot of ties that we've seen it today. This is another one of them. And some of them, a surfer today probably had the edge with the conditions on offer, but this one, pretty even as well. So it's really going to be who makes the right decisions. Identify those waves that sometimes go unseen, like Seth was mentioning on his heat interview, that Barron let it go. 2 very good waves. Seth wasn't able to capitalize, but definitely a missed opportunity for Barron. Should maybe be in the quarterfinals right now.
Yeah. Well, still meager scores here. That one completed ride by Conor O'Leary, the 2.83, just a half-point ride for up and out for Italo Ferreira. O'Leary right back to where he started with first priority, and a little bit deeper on the reef. What do you think about their positionings right here?
Yeah, it seems pretty decent. Seems like they're in the right spot. They're going to be playing cat and mouse as we see those west boats kind of swinging more towards the right of the screen, and that's what they're doing right there. Paddling towards it. Conor actually might be a little bit too deep over behind that lump, and it's going to be open for Italo Ferreira, just a little touch in front of him.
Better positioning for Ferreira and into the barrel. Just a quick one for Italo, but it's going to be a score on the board. He made it look very easy. Italo Ferreira.
And here we see Conor O'Leary on what looks like a double up, super throaty.
There we go. O'Leary traveling through spit and gets caught up and not able to come out. Looks like he had an exit on the way, just got caught up at the last moment.
That might have been the best wave of the day. Very close to what Al Khalilin had, but a different shaped wave. Al Khalilin was one of those bigger waves that hits the outside ledge, and this one was just one of those thick double ups that gives you those big scores.
Let's go out to the water with Strider Lucy and Italo Ferreira dropping into this one.
Wow, Italo just falling into the bowl. Beautiful technique to stay behind it. It looked like he was levitating inside of it, looking straight into it, but a short but sweet barrel right there for Italo. He looked really good inside of there. He's paddling by now, and he's probably going to get back out there, and he's feeling a little bit more of a flow after kind of giving up that first priority exchange. You know, he kind of wasted it with that bad wave, but then that one capitalizing. Conor O'Leary, though, that barrel was incredible. He was driving. He was coming in from behind it. It was everything of an excellent score. You know, if you're a judge looking at that, that's exactly what you want to see. That driving off the bottom, through the barrel, not stalling, not slowing down, and just flying through it, and that little bit of foam underneath him. I think maybe he got a little over the handlebars on the end of it, and instead of like kind of levitating and sitting back on the foam ball, he might have been pushing forward. Whatever it was, board disappeared, he disappeared, and the 8-point ride disappeared right from under his feet.
Jesse, we looked at that in the replay, and it looks like it was Conor O'Leary. It was that the foam ball kind of caught the front of Conor's board and swept it out from underneath him.
Yeah, that was impressive. That's one of those waves that it's a dream scenario for you here. Like, he has the size, but it doubles up enough. We'll get back to that after Italo's.
Ferreira drained right there, making it look easy once again, just chipping away at it. Get a couple turns there, and Ferreira's out. So waiting for that score for Italo Ferreira. Last wave for him, a 3.17.
Actually, we might be waiting for even one after the 317, right?
Yeah, we got 2 scores for Italo right now. He's just been busy out there, right? And isn't that his typical method of operation, his typical MO, Jesse, just to stay busy?
And I think that's why he doesn't like to battle in the beginning, because that usually tends to tightness, and it just put yourself out of position, and the clock runs down, and it's not good for his strategy. So smart of him to just keep riding waves, because he's that good. He can turn small scores into big scores.
Yeah, he would be the favorite in this matchup, Italo. So waiting for those scores to give you the complete situation out there. Feeling and temperature in the room for Italo Ferreira is that he is going to take the lead, and he will do so with that last wave. There's still another wave owed to us for Ferreira, but the previous wave for Italo, you can see in the scoreboard, as a 6.33.
Yeah, and that was the wave right after Connor O'Leary's potential excellent score. So Italo getting very deep on that west bow, coming out kind of after the foam ball hit him, and backing it up with that last one.
Ferreira again, just tenacious in and out of that barrel. Big spin on the back of the 2019 world champ, and he kicks out. It feels like he's just building and building momentum, just staying busy, not taking any time to sit down, wave after wave after wave, Jesse.
Yeah, it feels like it's shifting a little bit. Although those west bows that are coming underneath on the previous heat, Seth was able to identify them without priority. Baron let a few of them go. Seth didn't capitalize in this situation here. Italo definitely taking advantage of it. You can see that when he takes off, the barrel is already super steep and short, so that means he's more towards the channel, but the wave has a lot of intensity, comes out with a nice snap, and most likely it's going to better his 3.83 on the previous wave.
Look at this from this angle, Jesse.
Yeah, it was a nice drainer for him, just kind of short, so there wasn't much he could have done in order to maximize the scoring potential. Comes out just in front of the spit, and then combos it up with a nice snap. But intensity on that wave is going to keep the score on the mid-range most likely.
Yeah, and it looks like all the scores are in right now. The last for Italo as a 5.33 as we take a look at our IC score line for that 5.33 and all of the judges' numbers on display. What do you think, Jess?
I think that was fair enough. I think there was intensity in that barrel as much as it was short. He wasn't able to get as deep as he was probably hoping for with the previous one, but he comboed it up with an aggressive turn that, had the section coming towards it, gives a bit more risk. So the judges usually scoring that pretty nicely. And just maximizing the opportunities that he's getting under priority. It's been kind of the name of the game in the last two heats, making the most of it.
Yeah, let's go out to the channel with Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, the Energizer Bunny is just turned on. The guy is just like free-flowing into barrels and doing crazy turns, and just like he just looks comfortable and happy and flowing, which is really fun to see. But on that note, there's been a lot of waves. I think Jesse identified it a second ago where he said, there's been some more west bowls, and there's been a lot of more action out here. I feel like both the connection of the outside, deep peak on the inside ledge and this inside bowl happening. So improvement in conditions. The sun is out, which is a blessing. We haven't seen that in quite some time, and now we're feeling good about that. And I had to put on the Grayson 2.0s. Perfect for channel reporting and going 45 in the rain, so your eyes don't fall out.
All right, thanks, Strider. So we see Italo Ferreira with that commanding lead right now, 11.66. The tale's told also, Jesse, in the number of waves getting ridden right now by Ferreira. He's that good that he can just keep on giving just set after set after set. Not just set, but just wave after wave after wave after wave. And there you see illustrated that all of the waves ridden, highlighted the top two for both of our surfers.
But that doesn't specifically work for everyone. So there's not a perfect formula that will work for each individual. So for Connor in his hand, he needs to kind of play his game, because Italo is going to be swinging, and once again, he's up and riding.
Again, It's like Groundhog's Day, just in the barrel. This time comes out, no problem. This time I had to fight through a chandelier at the end, but just over and over and over again, applying pressure to Connor O'Leary, who's looking to respond right here. O'Leary dropping into this one, has to pump down the line, long section in front of him, barreling hollow section, and O'Leary is up and out.
He's definitely on the better waves. So this is going to be a decent score for Connor. Like just a touch bigger. They have that good angle coming from deep and bending into that west bow section, and just enough size to be on the first ledge, but not chandelier or get a little bit mushy on the end of the barrel and making it not possible to ride through. So very smart wave selection for Connor O'Leary. He felt on the 2.0. It probably would have been something close to an 8-point ride, and another big score probably popping up for him. Here, Italo just a nice wave, but not enough scoring potential for him on that one. And on the wave behind, you can see it scratching, getting that side bow into this beautiful westerly bow, coming out with lots of speed and just kicks out. I think this is going to put himself right back in the heat. Nice positioning just in front of the foam ball the whole time. This time probably trying to keep it a little bit safer because he felt on the previous one.
Yeah, so waiting for scores for Connor O'Leary on the paddle back up. Already sitting with Italo Ferreira, who is in the lead. Connor likely going to tighten up this race between the two. And we're going to really have a heat on our hands in the final 13 minutes here. Like you said, Jesse, Connor with the bigger wave, a more quality wave, the patience, looking like it's paid off for Connor O'Leary. As we wait for that score, and I see the score line, I see the score bug, a 7.5, and there's a spread. A couple of judges going excellent on that last ride, Jesse.
And he's actually playing a way better heat strategy than Italo has been so far. As much as it sounds like Italo was, you know, like going away from it so far, we can't predict the future, right? We'll talk about that. We'll keep going. But if you think about it, he has a 7.5, the 2.0. Felt like it was a better wave than that, so he's probably would be sitting in something close to an excellent average score. So heat total, sorry. So very smart of Connor, just, you know, playing his strategy and not getting caught in Italo's way.
Italo uses priority, drops into this one, disappears behind the curtain. Don't want to give up on Italo Ferreira ever. But this one looks like it's going to be incomplete for Ferreira. He'll hand over a big opportunity to Connor O'Leary, who needs a 4.16 to turn the heat into his favor.
He was literally 1 foot away from a 10-point ride. Like, but he manufactured that. Like, he was so late on that takeoff, and it felt like he dropped right away. But he somehow, halfway through that barrel, just with the cat reflexes speed that he usually carries, popped up once, back again.
Strider.
Wow, Italo, that was incredible. I don't know how he got up to his feet underneath that lip line and then got a rail set to actually traject himself down the line in the barrel. And then he was completely gone, looked like he was disappeared, then he reappeared back over the foam ball, and then just at the end of it, he got taken down. And then he got taken down for the next ride afterward, and he was underwater for a really long time. I mean, you know, it probably feels like an eternity. It was maybe 10 seconds, but then he came up and then his board flew up and almost took his head off. So, so much happening just off the end of that wave. But he's okay, he's back out there, no harm, no foul. He did take a big deep breath after the hold down, but he's back for more.
Right, so Italo Ferreira already 7 waves ridden in the lead, but the need to advance for Connor O'Leary. Less than a mid-range score. Saw the replay of the near make for Italo Ferreira, which seems to me, Jesse, that's really dangerous when you see Italo with that quick of reflexes in the barrel.
Yeah, man, he manufactured that. And for his bad luck, that barrel just kept getting pretty almondy throughout the whole time. Like, if he was one of those that kept growing and opening up a bit more, like he was going to be able to scratch through that easier. When he went through that foam bowl in the eyes that we were seeing from the drone, you could see him popping up with a lot of speed, but the barrel just kept running and very, very tight, so he wasn't able to weave himself through that. as properly as he would like to. Maybe a double up here.
Ferrero takes just a sniff at that one, no problem. He can do paddle for any wave he wants. He's second priority. The one that has to be mindful of his paddling is Connor O'Leary with that first priority. Does not want to switch priority to Italo Ferreira with the lead.
As you see here, he's going to pop up. He's trying to weave himself in there, but there's just not enough room. So the foam is hitting the bottom of his board and not helping him create the traction and the speed and the drive to go through the clear water.
This could be a big moment for Connor O'Leary right now. If he's able to regain the lead, make a quarterfinal, that would be huge for Connor O'Leary. Well, we'll see if Connor can come back. Right now it's Italo staying busy and in the lead. Back with more action from the Outerknown Tahiti Pro presented by IC right after this.
Surface at 7.5 minutes to go. Situation is the same. Blue leads. Italo is sitting on a 6.3 and a 5.3. Connor O'Leary has a 7.5 and a 2.33. Connor, you need a 4.16. 4.16 at the end. So Italo is playing 6.3.
The river going through the village. Yeah, the sun is about to set. I really liked the connection that I had with people that were coming to mostly surf the wave of Teahupo'o. So they were coming to stay at my place a lot back in the day. Part of the Brazilian team, Gabriel Medina, Felipe Toledo, Tatiana, Weston Webb. All these guys are now friends. I've known them for years and they're staying at my house now. We're kind of like family, you know. End of the week. Oh, it's pretty down there. Sunset time with a little beer. Teahupo'o vibe right here. Manoia.
Flying by on the Tahiti flight cam, displaying the beauty of the whenua of Tahiti. Beautiful village of Teahupo'o here at the end of the road. We can see the Judges Tower, a unique setup for Stop 7 on the Championship Tour. The Outerknown Tahiti Pro presented by IC, and we are in Heat 3, Round 3 for the men, where we have a past champ, 2024 Tahitian champ, Italo Ferreira, out ahead of Connor O'Leary, but Connor O'Leary with an opportunity to flip the script here. He has priority and he's got 5 minutes to do it. 5 minutes to have a clutch heat up against Italo Ferreira. Kaipaguro and Jesse Mendez talking through the action.
I mean, not plenty of time, but definitely enough time for a 5.16. We have been seeing plenty of decent waves come through the lineup, but you never know. The ocean can go quiet, and if it does, man, he's going to be scratching his head with the missed opportunity of that 2.0 that he had. Best wave of the heat so far, probably the best wave of the day so far.
Yes. So missed opportunity for Connor O'Leary. We saw him just nearly make the exit Came back, got a 7.5, put himself right in the game, the highest single wave score of this matchup for O'Leary. And you can see in that needs column just that 4.16. But a 4.16, that's not a walk in the park. That's not easy, depending upon what's on offer wave-wise.
Yeah, I mean, it needs to be a barrel. On a day like today, maybe earlier on not. But now since the men's got in the water, you could see it's been barrel only. Maybe you mix it up with some turns, but just the turn itself, I think it'd be very tricky to get that 4.16. So he needs to find some drainer.
Yeah, take a look at our live rankings for the championship tour. You can find all those live rankings on worldsurfleague.com, and you can see that Italo Ferreira, making it into this round, has bypassed Leonardo Fioravanti, who's had just a short time in that yellow leader's jersey. Ferreira in the #1 in the rankings, but watch out, Miguel Pupo. We'll see him at the end of the day in this round 2. He's #4 in the world and has got some room to move.
But there's a 7,000 gap, almost 7,000 gap in between Miguel and Italo. So this is a huge opportunity for Italo to keep moving one step ahead, getting closer to clinching another title here at Teahupo'o, and also just creating a huge gap in between the opponents. Second place now, Leonardo. In third place, Iago Dora.
Yep, and it's going to be all coming down to a Pipe Masters, where it'll be weighted 15,000 points for first place there, and the top 8 going into that event. Yeah, that's where you want to be, because you're going to be seeded into the round of 16 there at Pipeline, and that's where the battle for a world title is going to happen.
Yeah, because there's going to be a lot of weight there. You know, a lot of points in the game. More points than any other stop that we have on tour. Looks like Connor having a look, but that wave just running a little bit too far to the right of your screen.
Yeah, I mean, in a normal, not talking about pipe, in a normal championship tour event, this round, you lose in this round, you get 3,320 points. You make this round, much more points in the quarterfinals, you're guaranteed 4,745 points. So the extra points that you get from just getting through this round into the finals day, quarterfinals, is substantial and really makes a difference when we look at those live rankings. 2 minutes remaining, and really tough time for Connor O'Leary. Needs to make it happen. Can he pull off the clutch performance in this heat, Jesse?
I mean, it's getting to the point that it's kind of dicey for me to call that I would like to be in Connor's position. Until the 5-minute mark, yeah, I would like to be in Connor's position, because obviously he has the 7.5, which substantially higher than, like over a point higher than Italo's 6.33. But now with a minute and 40 left, it's getting super sketchy. He needs a barrel. He needs to find a barrel, and he's battling for something.
Here we
right
go.
now.
Here we go. O'Leary.
It's a weird angle.
Out of position, and the one coming from a weird westerly angle there. Now, if he didn't get pulled down too far, there might be a second wave in the set here for Connor O'Leary. Lining up. Could be a good one. O'Leary on the paddle. O'Leary doesn't go on that one. Still has a minute 15. Still time for some more waves, but that may have been the only set.
Well, the problem is, I mean, he might get an opportunity right here, just when I mentioned.
O'Leary, there we go. In the barrel, way too deep on that one, and it just runs away. So, heartbreak for Connor O'Leary, just needing a 4.16. Likely not going to get another chance at it.
And that's when I mentioned to you, Kaipo, he's going to be scratching his head for not making the 2.0. He would have been sitting in probably 15, 16 points right now.
Yeah.
In a very safe position. But instead, I know everything just, you know, lined up for Italo.
Yeah, well, world #1 continues to gain points in Tahiti. It looks like Italo Ferreira on his way, fast-tracking his way. He's going to paddle him to Connor O'Leary just to make sure of that, not to give him another opportunity. Ferreira with first priority, and Italo Ferreira on the way to the quarterfinals.
And that's what those world champs are very good. They don't care about getting dirty and having to scrap to some heats in order to take wins, because they'll make it up the next round or the round before. So they're not scared, like, hey, if I have to scrap this one, just squeeze through it, I'll make it happen. Yes. One way or the other.
Scrappy heat for Italo Ferreira. Busy heat for Ferreira. Leandro Dora likes it, and his surfer on to the quarterfinals. Ferreira has such a high strike weight here in Tahiti, and he continues on his upward trajectory through the draw. There you go, 11.66, a scrappy affair, but that's enough to get Itulofer on to the next round. We're going to take a commercial break, but coming up next, we have friendly fire for Australia. It's going to be Liam O'Brien coming up against Ethan Ewing in Heat 4, Round 3, here at the Outerknown Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. Yeah. It's the catch-up, getting you caught up in the action. We saw women's round 2 hit the water. It was a rainy day. And we had world number 1 on the rankings, Gabriela Bryant, coming up against Anat Lelior. Gabby getting smashed there. Meanwhile, Anat threading some barrels.
Yeah, that's awesome from Anat. I think she's just being able to capitalize on the opportunity she has in front of her, able to find those jams, the barrels. She's been hunting those the whole time, and Gabby just kind of having one of those shockers that nothing goes your way. But it happens sometimes, and you got to keep your head up. Another beautiful wave right there for Anat.
6.4, 6.33. Lelior on to the next round, to the quarterfinals. Getting a hug from Dad in the channel. Coming up next. What? 14? That's right. Little Miss Teahupo'o coming up against Caroline Marks, and she took it to the former world champ straight away.
I mean, that takeoff, looking backwards, having to pay attention if Caroline was going around her, it just shows how confident she is here without any time of reaction. And Caroline tried to fight back, had this nice wave, beautiful carve here, but just wasn't enough. The criticalness wasn't there compared to what Miss Teahupo'o provided to the judges.
Look at this, just 14, just celebrated her 14th birthday. Great style, great technique. She's on to the quarters.
Beautiful surfing for her, and she almost had a 10-point ride. Like, she was that close from getting an incredible ride out here today.
Oh, smiles. Speaking of 10-point rides, nearly a 10-point ride. This is a 9-point ride for Katie Simmers to open up her heat against Brisa Hennessy.
I mean, I love those bumps that she had. Usually you see surfers weaving through the wave with the rail, but in that occasion she wasn't capable of, because the wave had a weird transition and her board was pretty flat. So she taps it 1, 2, 3 times to get into the bowl with the good speed and coming out flying with the quad that she had under her foot.
Congrats, Katie Simmers. Yeah, now you're all caught up. Looking at our women's finals day bracket for the Outerknown Tahiti Pro presented by IC. Look at, we start off with a great matchup. Aaron Brooks, Molly Picklum, Isabella Nichols coming up against Nadia Arostave. Heat 3. Couple of new names out here for us. It's actually going to be an exciting one. Anat Lelior and Kelia Galina. And Yolanda Hopkins and Katie Simmers both have been charging. They're going to round out the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, I can't go past the first heat like that. Molly and Aaron, it's going to be a battle. Both the surfers fierce. They're not really scared of the very challenging conditions that we have here at Teahupo'o, and they're an incredible two-rider, so it's going to be definitely one to watch.
Liam O'Brien coming up against Ethan Ewing, a rematch from a semifinal on the Gold Coast between these two Australians, but in a much, much different playing field here at the end of the road.
Yeah, but both surfers actually kind of have a very similar way to approach heats. Both very calm. You can't really see, they don't give anything away on their faces. They usually pretty straightforward, keep it quiet, have a small group around, very selective on the approach. Coming up to the heats, they're usually trying to just get a few waves that really have quality instead of rolling the dice in quantity. As we see here, Liam O'Brien on his first wave, very deep. Yeah, it seems like he was too deep. He even kicked out on that one and probably got the wave behind on the head because he was way downwards going to the channel when we watched him paddle back out.
Straight out of the water, straight to the interview boat, Italo Ferreira with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you so much, Team Italo. You brought the sun with you. You brought the waves. You brought the stoke. 7 waves in that heat. You were amped. That was pure Italo Ferreira out there. How did it feel for you?
I feel great, yeah. That's kind of like fun ones. That is like the double ups and sometimes those big sets. We missed the first one because Connors tried to push me to the outside, and when we look back, we saw like the double up, and that was like a pretty like sick wave. And we start to play, and then we had like up 6, 7, and then I had like one of those sets. I kind of late, but I missed on the end. I had like a big foam ball, and then I was like trying to see it, and I was looking. It was kind of open, and I was like, okay, one more pump, and the wave just hit me, and my back was gone. On that moment, I was like, oh Jesus. And then we tried to find those like double ups, but yeah, it was pretty hard because sometimes there's some big ones, the inside one, the west ones, and it's pretty hard to fight with those like different type of waves, you know.
I was just gonna ask you how your back was doing. I know it's been bothering you throughout the couple of days, but is it just adrenaline that gets you through?
Yeah, like yesterday was like perfect, and today on a heat, I hit on a wave and I hit my feet too with the fin, and then I was gone. So I need go straight to the physio right now with Marcelo.
Yeah. Now earlier on, it was like a hurricane out here. I see you put the wetsuit on. You must have been watching the conditions. Were you kind of expecting to come out here when it was all rainy and gnarly?
Yeah, it was crazy in the morning. It was like so rainy, and it was like we can't see the waves. It was pretty hot for the judging, I think, from the tower, you know. And I put a wetsuit and I was like, okay, now I'm warm. And then the sun comes out. I was like, oh, it's cooking right now. I was supposed to begin with the board short, but it's okay. It's part of the game, you know. It's like sometimes changing, sometimes, and that was good for my. So yeah, I'm glad to make that one.
You're always smiling, bringing the good energy. What are your goals for the rest of this contest?
Okay, quarterfinals right now. So I'm gonna try to save the energy for the last, you know, and yeah, play the game into the end.
Yellow alert, Italo. Let's go.
Let's go. Woo, check out the back.
All right, so yellow alert means likely's finals day tomorrow. Italo Ferreira will be in the mix on that finals day. Italo will meet the winner of this heat, Liam O'Brien versus Ethan Ewing.
You can see those ribs going through the lineup, so it's like a lot of reverb coming from, you know, that wind swell or the steeper south swell that breaks on the top of the shelf, and they kind of run sideways, and it angles parallel to the reef and just kind of goes through the lineup when the shelf starts to move in a little bit more. So makes it very tricky for the surfers. But right here,
Ethan Ewing, this inside shelf one comes through there, foamy barrel, but no problem, goes completion, and he will have the first kind of solid score in this heat in the matchup against Liam O'Brien. So well done, played the priority well, completed the ride. Nice start to the heat, I think, Jess.
Yeah, definitely better than Liam, but I feel like I jinxed both of them. Like I mentioned that they're very selective and they're usually on good waves, and obviously Liam O'Brien, first 2 waves not the best. Ethan starting off with a little drainer, but I don't think I hope it doesn't come down to that score in the end of the heat.
Yeah, Ethan Ewing, our 2026 Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro winner, his third win on the championship tour, coming off a semifinal finish in Rio, number 7 on the rankings coming into Tahiti. So looking like a solid year for Ethan Ewing. And Ethan, you know, just talk about resilience. I mean, just back in 2023, right before the contest out here in Tahiti, broke his back and was not able to compete in the 2023 edition of the Tahiti Pro. But what a warrior Ethan Ewing is. He came back in the final 5 that year and finished 2nd in the world with fractured vertebrae in his back.
Yeah, and it looked like nothing really changed. As soon as he got back on top of the board, he looked as loose as ever.
That was quite an effort.
It was. So here's that wave replay. Why that score kind of kept short. It's just a smaller wave in size, pretty quick barrel, up and out, a bit frothy on the face. Good effort for him, but just the wave selection there didn't help him out.
Yeah, 3.17. It may be said that Ethan Ewing would just wanted to get kind of a score on the board, get some momentum going, get the ball rolling a little bit. As he probably heard Liam O'Brien with just, you know, small fractional scores. O'Brien now with priority. O'Brien deeper and set rolling through here, Jesse.
Yeah, now definitely with the edge right here, because at 3.17 most likely will be long gone in a little bit. So he has priority. Looks like he's going on this one. No, both of the surfers letting that one go. Maybe too much of a runner and down to the west bow.
What are they looking for?
I think it's one of those in-between days where you kind of want that wave, just like how Connor had. Like he comes with the angle. The wave starts with an angle a little bit facing towards the channel, but it has a bend in front of you. So you kind of paddle and it holds nicely where it doubles up enough to hit that, to not break where that bomb broke. But this is just a wave that doesn't really happen too much on a day like today. It's going to be a random one that's most likely will go unridden. But we have enough energy, but not enough to break in between and just jack up in the inside ledge and get very throaty. This is what they'll be looking for.
These two have had a history together as we look at our head-to-head matchup here. The all-Aussie matchup again. An even head-to-head matchup, 3 apiece.
I mean, that's crazy. Like the fact that we had, I think this is the 3rd or the 4th head-to-head matches that they're tied. And this one, if you look at it, they're tied at the top. They basically tied in the average heat score. Max heat score less than a point apart, and max wave score less than half a point apart. So both of the surfers bringing the best out of them and pretty high averages in all aspects for this surfers. And I gotta say, man, it's a very even match. Both of those surfers on the conditions that they have today, being on their backhand, it's really a flip of a coin. It's 50-50.
Yeah. And just to even the playing field even more between these two surfers, they're both on similar boards, both on DHDs, both on Darren Hanley designs. So likely both riding similar rockers, similar setups coming from the files of DHD.
I mean, grew up surfing Point Break rights and just, you know, the east coast of Australia, not far away from each other. Pretty similar age as well, so probably grew up surfing against each other on the early stages.
Yeah, both 27 years old, you're right.
I didn't even know they're actually the same age, but I knew they were close.
Yeah, same generation coming out of Australia, right? O'Brien just drops into that one, ooh, and gets an awkward fall there on the board, probably hitting his back. The board looks like it's on one piece. He's gonna make his way back out. Looks like it's an Old Faithful, just from the color of that surfboard. So gives away priority error with Liam O'Brien, and opportunity now for Ethan Ewing to peel away a little bit further from Liam as far as scores.
I'm feeling bad. I feel like I cursed him, you know, like as soon as I said, like, both surfers very patient in wave selection, usually on very good waves most of the time, but this heat's just not translating to what I said. But we still have 20 minutes left, and I hope they kind of can click in right now
Yeah, for O'Brien, we just saw that replay. It seems like everything on that wave was a little bit late and off timing. So he's just going to go back out. But like you said, plenty of time for a reset for Liam O'Brien.
And right now, trying to keep a little bit of separation from Ethan Ewing that sits deeper with priority, which I think it's very smart. We've seen it already with Italo getting a few sneaky ones without priority. We've seen it Kali Vass in the first heat. Also, Seth Muniz wasn't able to capitalize, but he was able to get some waves that Barron didn't identify. And with the separation, it usually tends to help yourself to find some waves that comes unseen from someone that's seating out the back more.
Nathan Hedge and Sophie McCulloch in the camp for Liam O'Brien out in the lineup. And O'Brien now just sitting a little bit wider, like you said, hoping for one of those more westerly components to come through as he's under the priority of Ethan Ewing. Liam leading up into this event and through all the big days, you would have to say that Liam was one of the guys that was charging the hardest.
Oh, he always is. I think it feels, I mean, both those surface chargers. But definitely the edge on that one for Liam O'Brien, kind of an underground charger. Everywhere he goes, he's swinging in the cyclist waves. Looks like a set up, approaching the lineup right now.
First choice goes to Ethan Ewing. Ethan's going to just duck dive under this one. This one goes a little bit wide and doesn't have the quality that either surfer is looking for. Second wave of the set, a lot of times is the better wave, but this one shows no opportunity for either of the surfers. What do you see right now in the swell?
I think it's pretty similar to what we had all day today. Just maybe a little bit more ribs in the lineup. That side chop that is going through with the reverb of the reef, that of all of those waves that are breaking on the top of the screen right there, and also the longer the wind blows, the more swell it creates, wind swell creates. So that also reflects into all the mixer and the wobbles that we see on the screen. You can see a little bit more contrast in parts of the water right there. It's just because of how it reflects, because there's a shape right there. There's a little bit of a swell going through. And they're usually very slow period, very close together. But overall, pretty similar. Looks like Liam
again,
wow.
Just going to get tossed right there. See if the second wave of the set, if Ethan's interested in anything. And it is Liam. It's swimming. Broke a leash.
Yeah, it seems like a broken leash for Lob.
Let's go to Strider for an explanation of what happened. Strider.
Pin drop on that last one came up, just simple as that. Just unfortunate. Board snapped in half real quick. He was checking the rails after his last wipe out and his last go around, so maybe there might have been a little buckle under there he didn't see, but he jumped off the top of that when he came up in two pieces. So they're going to switch it out. Got a new board right now. Nathan Hedge. He's already on it, and he's going to get back there. Don't believe he had priority, so he's just trying to clean up underneath. Just see what he can get done. Unfortunately, it was a bit of a backfire and broke the board.
All right, thanks for the reporting, Strider, as we see Liam O'Brien make his way back out into the lineup with that backup DHD. Have a replay of what happened here.
Yeah, it's just one of those waves, and I think we spoke about this before, Kaipo. Like on a day like today with the size that we have, you gotta kind of gamble yourself, because some of those will back off and become the wave that Connor O'Leary had. Like that had a very similar shape to it, but this one just a touch more energy, so it broke in between outside ledge and inside ledge, becoming a kind of a big burger chandelier. So, but the only way you find out is by paddling for and going, and he has the freedom of doing that because he has no priority. So I think in the end of the day, it's kind of smart. You roll the dice, and one of those might work out, and you get an 8-point ride, because they will be the best waves. If that one backs off and it hits the inside shelf, it's going to be the best wave.
Well, we've seen incredible rides throughout this entire event. but there's different temperatures to different heats. And right now, Ethan Ewing and Liam O'Brien on struggle street, just trying to find anything. That 3.17 at the beginning of this heat, 20 minutes ago, you would think, oh, that's going to be a throwaway for Ethan Ewing. It may be counting his scoreline at this point.
I know. That's the crazy thing about the nature of our sport. You never really can predict the ocean. I still am a firm believer that he will better that 317 and throw that out the window. But you never know. Less than 15 minutes left. Looks like Lob is trying once again to get a little bit of separation, paddling towards the left of the screen, more towards the channel for those West Bulls.
There's the broken board. We've seen a lot of them. Scruff there, Sophie McCulloch. Yeah, busted stick.
Busted stick.
O'Brien on this little one on the inside here, but just wants to get something going. Ducks underneath, gets a little funnel cake, and is going to come out. That's going to be his best wave score.
Yeah, I think they're probably kind of tight. Like it's going to be something similar to what Ethan had already. Pretty similar wave in size, similar depth of the barrel, the length of the wave of the ride. So
yeah. And I can see you don't want Ethan to kind of run away with the heat with a 3.17. You want to at least keep pace, right?
And I guess like it's like you don't want him to be 2 steps ahead. That's like if I put in perspective in my head and how I try to identify those situations on the heat, because if he doesn't have this wave lead, and let's say he doesn't have a backup, right away for Ethan, he gets an 8-point ride. All of a sudden, he's needing 2 scores. So now, if Ethan gets the 8-point ride, he already has a backup. So he's a little bit more enriched than before.
Doesn't want to let him get too far ahead, and he's not. 2.33 checks in for Liam O'Brien, so similar numbers between the two Australians. And Liam's going to get another chance here under priority. Grabs the rail, tucks in, tucks under, controls his tube time, tries to slow down a little bit more. And he may be doing better than that 2.33, I think. So slowly inching away, likely to take the lead after that score drops.
Yeah, you definitely take the lead on that one. I personally think that's probably going to be the best wave of the heat. A little bit more throaty, cleaner wall than Ethan's 3.17. He did get a little bit in front after the first section. He was trying to slow himself down and get back in the barrel. He wasn't capable of doing that because the wave was kind of like a stationary, didn't really move forward. It was a barrel on top of the foam bowl. So it was very hard for him to manage to get back to it, but he got the first section and it felt like to me it was the more intense.
It was an intense wave. It's just the barrel, we'll see this on the replay, was filled up with foam, which didn't allow him to get too deep.
Correct. And right here he gets just behind the curtain and then he starts to slow himself down. He realizes he's not going to get anywhere, so it's like might as well kick out in more of a safe spot. So beautiful position and using that outside of the leg to slow himself down, lets it go, goes back to sit down again.
All right, 11:46 on the clock and waiting for that score for Liam O'Brien. We're feeling that that's going to be the best number in this matchup. So O'Brien maybe just flipping everything on a very patient Ethan Ewing right now, sitting up the reef with priority.
But not by much as well. Like they're basically going to be seating with something very similar as the best score of the heat. So looks like Ethan having a look at this one.
Ethan takes off, medium-sized wave, disappears way behind the lip and just gets eaten up underneath there. So no exit for Ethan Ewing after waiting for a long time with priority. So that's going to be a tough one for Ethan to digest at this moment. 11 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, so that was probably, he was on his way the deepest barrel off the heat so far, on his way probably the best score of the heat.
Well, while we wait for that score for Ethan Ewing, it shouldn't be counting too much. Liam O'Brien did just take the lead. Can Ethan come back? Right now, Liam's in the lead. We'll be back with more from Tahiti. Stay tuned. Outerknown Tahiti Pro, presented by IC in beautiful Tahiti. Check this out. The Tahiti flight cam and all the different shades of blue, green, making up the land here. An absolute postcard everywhere you turn. The shallow reef of Teahupo'o right underneath. Beauty combined with danger is what we have on stop number 7 on the championship tour. Kai Pogoro, Jesse Mendez here on the call. Ethan Ewing paddling into this one. Foamy barrel, and Ethan coming out with a little bit of a spit there. So nice answer back for Ethan Ewing. He's trailing Liam O'Brien in this Heat 4 of round 3. Winner goes on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that was very smart for Ethan to get that wave way underneath. You could see he was way inside the line, the outline that usually the surfers tend to position themselves. Here, lob. Oh, a late drop.
So Liam O'Brien already broke one board in this heat. Hopefully he didn't break a second board there with that wipeout.
That was a sketchy landing with, like, as he landed the base of the wave, the top of the ocean was just on top of himself.
Let's go down to Strider in the channel.
Yeah, just that last wipeout from Liam O'Brien. I mean, he positioned himself right just late in the lip, and he was just, I mean, everything looked like it was going as planned until he got to the bottom and just compressed over his fins, and then the whitewater kind of got a hold of him a little bit, so he didn't have projection, and then the whole thing just squished him down. It looked like it was like a trash compactor, and he was in it. It was brutal looking. And after we came up, he just had this look on his face like, I just can't win. He just had this, come on, you know, and oh, I just can't imagine the feeling of all that water and being on top of your board, and it looked like he just went right through the board and through the fins into the reef. It was insane. But back out there, got a helmet on, shook it off. We're back at it.
O'Brien looking for a 3.35 to turn the heat on Ethan Ewing. That score just came in through Ewing for that whitewatery foamy barrel as a 4.5. So it's been back and forth in this heat throughout the entirety.
There's almost like some sort of attachment in between those two guys. We saw the head-to-head matchups, like they're pretty much even on every aspect. Average heat score, highest heat score. They're tied on which like wins for each camp. And then we look here with 6 minutes left, both of them with the best score of the heat is a 4.5 and a 4.33. So it's really up to the next wave. It's going to decide who's going to be in front. Right now, obviously, Ethan has priority, so there's a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, generally I call that heat control when you have the lead and priorities, because you can kind of dictate a little bit of the tempo of the heat, a little bit of how the heat's, you know, folding out in front of you, because you can do a block, you can play offense, you can play defense, and you already know that you're in the lead. So you have way more, I say, choices when you're in the lead and have priority.
No doubt about it. The only problem is for Ethan right now, something that is not such a clear path is the fact that Lob leads at 3.35. With 5 minutes and 15 seconds left, I doubt it if Lob's paddling for a wave that looks like a 3.5, a 4-point ride, that Ethan's going to block him. Yeah. It's too early, because you're going to leave someone a priority needing a 3-point ride, and you're not going to better your situation most likely. If you do, it's going to be slightly. So this is the only unclear path that Ethan has in front of him. If it's a clear, decent, good wave comes in, obviously it's easy to pull the trigger. But those in-betweens, it's going to be tricky.
Yeah, and you can see on this flight cam video that Liam just trying to create some distance, maybe paddle a little further in, get an insider, knowing that he needs under a mid-range score to turn the heat. We've been talking a lot about clutch heats, and this would be a clutch heat if Liam's able to take a clutch win, if Liam's able to take the win off of Ethan Ewing in these final 4.5 minutes.
And you can see it the whole time. Ethan and Lob are both of guys that don't really like to slow cook the opponent, like by sitting by him throughout the whole heat. But now you can see that Ethan's starting to creep in and getting a little bit closer. Even though he wants to maybe position in a different spot, he's not going to give that away and give the chance of Liam finding, you know, a little hook or a little corner without Ethan being in reach for it. And we've seen it, the 4.33 from Leon O'Brien. Ethan was just about 5 or 6 foot behind him and couldn't get it because of all the ribs, but he's going to pull the trigger now.
Ewing drops with the lip, and that wave does not look like it's going to give him a chance to move at all. So getting stuck up on the takeoff there for Ethan Ewing, switching over priority to Liam O'Brien. O'Brien now just needing a 3.35 and has that first priority.
And the crazy thing about it, because he moved himself close to Liam O'Brien, he took himself out of position for that wave. That was a pretty easy wave to do it if you're in the right spot, but he had to pedal towards the wave because he kept following Liam O'Brien to the west bow. So I would do the same, but look, he starts pedaling towards up the point, and then when he turns it, he's already too late for it. So he slides the back of his, the tail of his board, disengaging the fins, and that what cost him probably a 5-point ride or maybe a 4.5, which it's a decent score for the situation that they have on offer. So just that adjustment of kind of going towards lean and playing defense put himself out of position for the wave that came towards, and now the door's open for Liam O'Brien.
O'Brien not able to get into position for that one. Neither would Ethan Ewing, who's happy to duck dive in and wants that clock to burn down. And now it's time for Liam O'Brien to really keep his wits about him, Jesse, because he's going to have to strike within the next 2 minutes to turn this heat.
All right, so this is very clear path for Liam O'Brien. Needs a small score. I just need to find that. I'm not going to play defense. I'm going to put myself in the best case scenario to be in the right spot for the next 4-point ride that comes towards. With a minute and 50 left, he's not looking for a 6-point ride right now. He's just looking for anything that would give him the win. And then if something else better comes afterwards, props to the other surfer.
Yeah, it seems like it's been a tough afternoon, though. However, in the previous heat, you know, Connor O'Leary just needing a small score did not get an opportunity within the final 2 minutes. We're hoping the same thing doesn't happen to Liam O'Brien right now, but we are down to 90 seconds.
Yeah, it's getting very sketchy. It's one of those heats again that, yeah, do I want to be with the priority needing a small score, or would I rather be without priority and winning the heat? I would say with a minute and 20, I'll take the win right now. I'll take blue jerseys scenario. Same with Connor, you know, he was needing to force something and wasn't able to find. Let's see.
Next heat already in the lineup, heat 5 with Ramzi Bukhayem and Joao Chianca. Here we go with Ethan Ewing, and he fights his way out of that one. Well done from the surfer from North Stradbroke. Let's see if he betters his scoreline. Needs to better 3.17. I thought that was a tricky little backhand barrel.
He was definitely very tricky. He found that so up the point and way underneath. Liam couldn't even have a look at that wave, and that was the deepest barrel we've seen it so far in this heat. But the exit was a bit crumbly. That wave was just started to get kind of weird on the end, but still, it looks decent for him to better his situation, I'd say.
Yeah, and without any opportunity for Liam O'Brien, it's kind of a moot point, because if O'Brien doesn't catch a wave, Ethan already in the lead, he can only increase his lead. This is the important 15 seconds. Remember, hands need to leave the rail. Here we go, O'Brien, this one's gonna count. Pulls in, way back there, gets through the foam ball, gets crushed, fights for an exit really, really hard and unable to do so, Jess.
Oh my gosh, that urgency that you feel when you need a score and you cannot see anything with that chandelier, just making him probably get a little bit ahead of himself. He needed to be super stocky and just keep himself on the board. Very easy to say, Kaipo, but super hard to do. But just getting ahead of himself and not being able to ride out clean out of that foam.
And you know what's going to sting even more? Ethan Ewing did not improve upon his scoreline on that last wave either. So Ethan Ewing on a tough one. Sometimes you got to grind through them. A 7.67 is enough for Ethan to move on into the quarterfinal. Liam O'Brien walking away with an equal 9th out of Tahiti. We'll be moving on to a commercial break here. We got more action here out in the lineup. Ramzi Bukhayem is going to be up against Joao Chianca. When we return, Joe and Flick will take you to the action.
The Outerknown Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, is brought to you by Yamaha, official watercraft partner of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. By Banque Tahiti, official bank partner of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. By Vini, official telecommunications partner of the Outerknown Tahiti Pro. And by Mofi, empowering you to live a life untethered. Power on.
Thanks for being with us. You're watching an exciting stop on tour. Stop 7 of the season, so really kicking off the halfway point of the year. These two guys have had some history here at the end of the road. They matched up in the Olympic Games. It was giant. It was severe west. It was like long period, almost overpowering the reef. These crazy westerly ones were coming in. It was actually almost like clamping the barrel a bit because it was breathing back on itself, and there were so many treacherous wipeouts, and these guys were sending it back-to-back 9s. Ramsey had a 9.7. I asked him about it right after that heat, and he just was so elated but clearly devastated because he lost the matchup. But the 9.7, he's like, this is why we do this. Then what he's done in this event already, it reminds us he's one of the hardest charging surfers on tour. Getting the jump, though, is Joao Chianca to kick things off with a make here in heat number 5 of round 3. This is their first meeting on the championship tour, but that history behind them here at Chokes Flick.
A lot of history, and both of these guys such hard charging surfers. Let's have a look here. This is Joao, open up, first wave, really sets and holds that rail. Nice long tube. He did so well to hold on to that, to really muscle his way out. That one really pinched, and it was a really hard exit. So already a score on the board for Joao, a completion, and just a couple of little scores for Ramsey.
Joao Chianca building on his results on tour, coming off a semi-final finish back at home in Saquarema at the last stop of the season. It was really good to see him get on a roll, because we remember the role that he had in 2023. Picked up a huge win in Portugal over Jack Robinson. Ended up featuring in the Final 5 showdown at Lower Trestles that season. That was an amazing year for Joao Chianca. And he's been through a lot. Rookie year, fell off tour. It was an emotional one. He's an emotional guy. He sat in the Red Bull Athlete Zone at Margaret River and just let out some tears. He got the wild card for his home break later on that season. He said he wasn't ready to see the tour come by without him on it. And he said he just took a trip to Chopes with his big brother and just kind of got a fresh mindset moving on, and really set himself up well to re-qualify and then finish in the top 5 the following year.
Yeah, I think you talk about, there's like real resilience at Ryan, and there's so many ups and downs on this championship tour, and I feel like especially when you first qualify, it's so hard, to stay on that first year. You're finding your feet, there's new locations, new sort of rhythm that you're clicking into, and then it's just that's the biggest stage you could ever be on, as well as, you're matched up against your idols, so much new change and things to adjust to. And I love that, even though he still fell off tour, he got back on. I think maybe that was the same year as Molly as well. Molly Picklum fell off tour that year and then got back on that following year. And look what she's gone on to do with her career as well. So I really feel like what I've seen from Joao in the last sort of few events, he's really building. I feel like he's, building obviously in results, but then just the way I've seen him show up to events. This event, he has been one of the hardest charging free surfers before the comp started, the practice surfs, the warm-up surfs. It's been insane to watch.
Here he goes again, Joao Chianca with a wipeout. Just an aggressive splash at the bottom of that wave. And you see the next one growing off the reef. Ramsey booking the Moroccan will take this wave. Sets the rail, the JS, packs it deep. It's clamping on him, but he pushes through. 6'1", 200 pounds, about 90 kilos. He was always going to bust down that door.
Always. As he's having another little look here. But yeah, there was never really a doubt for me that he was not going to muscle his way out of that. We've seen a lot of them kind of pinching now. I feel like just with that little bit of extra wind, it almost sort of looks like to me it might have clicked up at another couple of knots. So both guys, Joao and Ramsey, doing a good job to find the exit.
Grabbing this one again after a make. It's Ramsey just up and out again, just managing his time well. And that's what's fun about a couple of different swell angles in the water. You could just pick up another one on your way back out with or without priority. And so you just find yourself in a good rhythm. Sometimes it just takes a couple of waves just to feel good and settle in after some downtime. And sometimes you wonder how people come down off the mountain when they win an event, but sometimes it's after a huge performance, you know, in round 1 and round 2 for Ramsey's case, and eliminating world number 1, you know, where he's going, I caught the biggest wave of my career at this wave, and that high could kind of take you to a different place and can be hard to come back down and start from scratch again in the following heat.
Particularly when we've also had a drop in swell size as well, because as we know, Ramsey absolutely loves to charge it. Let's have a look. This is his second one that he picked up on the way back out, his second completion, just a quick in and out. But yeah, Ramsey loves to charge, and I feel like, you know, 2 days ago when we saw him compete against Leo, it was solid, it was big, and we know how fired up and how charged up he gets off that kind of energy, that intensity that comes with the swell. So, I mean, already though, I'm really liking what I'm seeing. I think he's really hunting around the reef. You know, the wave previous to that, you know, he caught a little bit further up, maybe more of that southerly direction, and then already on the way back out, he was hunting, he was busy. It's sort of like reminiscent of what Gabe Medina does out here. You know, it's always hunting around the reef, always trying to maximize the scoring potential. So I'm liking what I'm seeing already from him.
Joao Chianca opening ride was a 5.17. Last wave for, or previous wave for Ramsey, 5.0, and he has another one because he got 2 back-to-back, which will be enough for the lead change. Ramsey, his seed dropped pretty low, so he's had to deal with round 1 heats. That extra round was just 4 heats, so he's trying to avoid a 33rd result. Got past rookie Oscar Berry, then had to deal with Leo Fioravanti, now to Joao Chianca. Ethan Ewing is on the boat with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Ethan, I know you plan on coming to Tahiti and just getting absolutely barreled every time you paddle out. But sometimes these heats have a mind of their own. At what point do you go from tube hunter to wave finder just to get through a heat?
Yeah, that was a tough one. Pretty much the whole heat I was still searching for tubes, but that was a scrappy one, especially against Liam. Like, he's been the standout this whole trip, just maniac in the big stuff. So I was hoping we were going to get like a bit of a shootout, but it was just ended up being the grindiest heat ever. But feels good to get through those like scrappy ones, and hopefully the next one I can actually ride some tubes.
Speaking of the next one, you're going to get up against a guy who you've gone up against many, many times in your career and this season, Italo Ferreira. Is there any kind of different attitude you have to have when going up against a relentless surfer like that?
Depends how the conditions are, but everyone's so good. He's obviously really good here, like has won it here, and crazy high energy. So just see how the waves are, and but yeah, it'd be good just if we both get, you know, opportunities, and hopefully tomorrow.
We are on yellow alert, so good luck. Hopefully finals day happens.
Ethan Ewing and Italo Ferreira with a lot of history, like Chris Cote was reminding Ethan of. He knows it really well. They've seen each other part of a lot of editions of the Final 5 Showdown, especially down at lower trestles, where, yeah, Italo brings almost a polar opposite energy than Ethan. Ethan's very calm, calculated. Italo will be bouncing off the walls, but he could still, like, maintain that hyperactive energy when he's inside the pit. He can move a lot, where the style of Ethan Ewing will be groomed and smooth, and he'll be looking to ride the foam ball tomorrow on finals day. Like Chris said, yellow alert. So high probability to crown champions tomorrow afternoon.
It's going to be really exciting because I'm pretty sure, I mean, this morning when we rocked up, despite the rain squalls, and they've been heavy, we have had some really, I think up until this point in the day, it's been pretty nice, like in terms of conditions for the whole event. I think tomorrow is supposed to be even better, so fingers crossed that we do get that little window in the morning where potentially winds swing that little bit more offshore, and swell's supposed to hold in there, so hopefully lining up for a really good finals day.
Yeah, we've got a lot to do tomorrow. I might actually want us to come a little earlier. Maybe 6:30 call would be nice.
I think so.
Just maybe kick off around 7 just in case. Let's do that. Big probability to crown champs tomorrow. Let's do that call tomorrow, 6:30. We still got to see who's going to be in the back half of the draw. Al Cleveland Jr. and Seth Moniz are in quarter 1. Italo and Ethan Ewing, and got some ginormous heats to look forward to for the rest of the day. Kelly Slater, Jack Robinson. That could be a heat you'd watch for a lifetime. You'd want to put 5 hours on that and just enjoy them going back and forth. And, you know, they've spent some good time together, you know, through the North Shore of Oahu. They've been surfing all the different waves there together, from Pipe to Haleiwa. Spend some time together talking about boards and life. But when the heat's on, they'll be really putting a lot of meaning into this one, knowing that you never know when they'll match up again in waves like this. Getting the roll in is the Moroccan. Chunky section there. It's going to spit without him coming out. His last wave did come in at a 4.33 flick, so he's using that as his backup score.
Yeah, I like it. He's trying to stay really busy, utilize all sections of the reef. That last wave, he was just that little bit late into the takeoff, it looked like to me, but he's got a good eye for what wave he wants. That one did stay pretty hollow. And Zhao then now, you know, he's had a couple of waves. First one, you know, 517, but then now it seems like he's being more patient, whereas Ramsey's just sort of trying to hunt underneath him when he doesn't have priority, which I kind of like, especially in today's conditions, especially with there being so much different opportunity on the reef. You've obviously got the ones, we've still got obviously the inside ledge, the outside ledge, you know, waves that are a little bit more south, and then you've obviously got that west bowl as well. So lots of different parts of this reef being utilised.
Ramsey, a part of the JS Industries program, has a nice quiver for this event. Brought a golden child with him, 6'2.5", up to 33.2 liters on that one. And then he brought quite a few FMN3s from 6'3.5" all the way up to 6'8", which he really utilized on those giant days, going to the top of his quiver to get one of the tallest waves ridden in the event. And frontside, the way he jumped out of the sky on it, controlled his rail. The foam ball was trying to send him over the falls and navigated it so well into the channel. These two guys bring out the best in each other when it's big and as conditions are transitioning. This is life of a pro surfer on tour. You got to be ready to be mobile. And Joao Chianca started off with his keeper of a 517. Then kind of took a face slap on his wipeout on wave number 2.
I feel like the theme of this event so far has just been adaptability, right? I mean, we have seen a variety of different, you know, sizes of swell. We've had so much wind, those trade winds. We've, as we see, Ramsey deep up the point.
One just to get him down the line a bit wider is Joao Chianca towards that west bowl. He'll get a little funky on that little top turn and just lose the maneuver, but enough for a completion. The latest addition to the Brazilian Storm in the last couple of years for a world title threat. It's just all been about getting his form together after a really scary wipeout that he had at Pipeline. Sidelined himself for a long time, and even at the tail end of that year, Ramsey ended up being Joao's replacement surfer for a couple of events on tour. Both these guys dealing with big injuries in the last few seasons, but still fighting back. And you think about how much points are available on finals day, Flick. So for a guy like Ramsey, who's, you know, the 32 seed, you know, if he can, you know, take on one of his pet events and really make the most of it, you know, really fight for his first CT win, all of a sudden requalification talk, it becomes a serious possibility.
Oh, totally. I just think back to, he just does so well out here. Obviously, you referenced the Olympics. I go back to that event, what was it, 2 years ago? And he made the quarterfinals out here and had
semifinals, yeah.
Semifinals, and he had that incredible, oh. And
here he goes, deep, trying to get over the foam ball, kind of roller coastered a bit, but got clipped. Another one behind it here. You can see Ramsey starting to paddle for the channel. Joao wants this one. He'll slide into the pit, trying to max out the tube time, but he just got a little tangled up trying to bite off too much of the tube. Great shot here of the paddle battle. Ramsey looks like he's taking it nice and easy, but he's got a nice, strong, long wingspan. Joao's putting in an extra effort on the inside track. Could be a really important priority call here as we approach the halfway mark of the matchup.
Yeah, totally. This is super crucial. It feels like Ramsey's just taking, I know, Zhao's backed off now, so I feel like this is obviously going to go to Ramsey.
Ramsey grabbing priority, so he's going to be controlling the official back half of this matchup. And when you're trading, you know, 3s, 4s, and 5s, it's what you call kind of a grindy heat here at Chopes. The previous heat for the Aussies didn't even reach double digits, so a clear change in the conditions as we look at Bookim's last.
Yeah, if he's to come out of something like that, I mean, you could see this wave sort of turning inside out on itself. I mean, it would have been a really, really great score. He's just come from so deep. You can really see him driving through that sort of west bowl section, but just getting caught up on the foam ball. If he was to fly through that, you're on your way to an excellent number for sure. That thing was really round.
The element of the foam ball, and you know, watching that wave and just the profile of that wave reminded me of CJ Hopgood when he disappeared because he was hustling behind a section just like that in his retirement year. And as soon as you thought the wave was over, he came popping out. He said it felt like he came out over fluffy pillows and angel's wings. I think that's the way CJ described it. But it was like Ramsey fell on it. Sometimes it looks like you can't even touch the foam ball. It's going to take you down. And other times, these guys can pull off miracles like CJ did. And the Hog has had a very similar one. Nathan Hedge getting a 10-point ride where you think the ride's over in the pit, and somehow they're surviving the foam ball dance.
Yeah, I think someone who's become really good at that too in the most recent times is Griff. I mean, wow. If you think back to the 10 that we saw a couple of days ago, if you haven't seen it, just go onto socials and have a look because this thing is nuts. He's really... It was really cool for me to see that because, and he even referenced it in his post-heat interview with Cote. He said, you know, I've had good performances out here over the years and good free surfs, but I haven't really been able to... He's obviously had good heats, but not what he's really wanted to achieve out here. So he's like, I finally got one of those moments. And after that, I mean, he couldn't put a foot wrong. Every wave, he was just absolutely so dialed in, and it was really cool to see. So, I mean, he's coming up later. He's in that heat 8 with Miggy, and then the heat previous to that is Kelly and Jack. So that bottom half of this draw is incredibly stacked. You know, you just look to those bottom 2 heats. There's a lot of talent down there and a lot of guys that have been absolutely like they're in every post show, you know, they're in every catch up. They're really it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top there.
Good call. And just the recipe for round 3 has been, you know, the busiest surfer has been the one making it out of this round. Outside of the Liam and Ethan heat, every other heat, the guy that's been the most active has got the job done to make it into the quarters. We're going Al Cleland over Callie Voss to Seth Moniz over his good friend Baron Mamiya. Italo over Connor O'Leary. As we look at the drop in from Joao, nothing available there, so he has to step off. So 2 incredible barrel riders adjusting to these conditions. Ramsey wants the next one. He loves delaying the takeoff, stands up right into the pit and enjoying that view and the ride. He's loving that. Extending his lead. Richard Dogmarsh approves.
That was sick. I mean, so many different parts of the criteria when it comes to, you know, riding a barrel, but the takeoff is completely one of them. That was so epic.
Strider Wazalewski, Ramsey, the master of delaying that takeoff into the pit.
God, he just creates so much drama within his approach, and that's something that, you know, is by design, but also by technique. And when you do that and you find yourself that late, that vertical on the lip line dropping in, and then you're just right under the hood, it just positions in stationary position into that bowl where you're basically almost like not even moving, and then the wave's just wrapping around you, and it's like time has stopped. And he really did. He let everything else go on the inside, and that wave just presented itself, and he took off like a rabbit up into the back corner as far as he could get and still catch the wave and execute the drop. And when he did that, he just had himself in such a perfect place where he was stalling in the barrel while he was looking out of it going, okay, I'm going to hang on to this as long as I can. And then he just thought right at the end, I didn't want to get too greedy, and I just saw him hit the gas pedal and come flying out, did a little chest bump, and it was just a beautifully executed wave. Really perfectly ridden. Great wave choice, and to keep calm and let Joao and all those other little things happen underneath him. That's some veteran stuff right there. So great work by Ramsey, on fire out here.
Well said, Strider. And Strider, you look really cool out there. The mountains behind you, the IC's on. He's in his element as we see the IC score update. An 8-point ride. The 5th excellent score for Ramsey here at the end of the road. And he really is controlling the lead now. Joao Chianca with priority needs a 7.84. So he's basically looking for a number like Ramsey just got.
Wow, that was really cool. I was saying, you know, there's a lot of different elements to the barrel ride, and the positioning on the takeoff. Obviously, the size of the wave matters, the takeoff matters, and so many of those points would have come from that takeoff. To Strider's point, it's kind of like he had the ability to slow time down. It almost looked like when you were watching him take off on that wave. It was really impressive. So, yeah, he's making things a bit harder for Joao, but Joao's been so informed too. It's like I mentioned in all the free surfs, all the practice sessions. So I don't think Ram's going to be feeling good with that. But yeah, I think knowing just what Joao's capable of, he's not going to be feeling too safe just yet.
Ramsey Boukiem, the first ever to qualify for the tour, representing Morocco. He's proud of it, and he's making them proud right now. 8-point ride for Ramsey out in front. 11:45 still on the clock. We'll be right back for more.
Less than 10 minutes by bike to get to the local secret waterfall. I won't tell you where. It's a place where I used to come when I was a kid with my family. I come after long surf scene, like super sunny days when you're getting sunburnt. Kind of like a ritual, like a local ice bath, you know? The water is coming down from the mountains and it's going all the way down to the ocean. Wherever there are rivers going down into the ocean here, if you look at the reef side, there will be a pass. It's like Teahupo'o that has the pass. It's a place that I want to be fighting for the rest of my life to protect. It's where I belong, that's where I come from.
Having a blast chasing waterfalls, looking for barrels every single day. The contest has been on, but that waterfall is fun to run up to. You get a nice little cool down, and then you can run right back down and check the surf. Great to have the locals here helping out the world's best. They become their best friends. They become family, brothers and sisters. They get taken care of with jet ski rides, information about the wave, the lineup, the reef. Big thanks to our Tahitian Water Patrol keeping everybody safe throughout this event. And in the warm-up sessions to begin. Still have a lot to look forward to this afternoon to set up quarterfinals. We still have Ramsey and Joao Chianca in the water. And Ramsey's out front with an 8 and a 5. Joao is a 5.17 and a 3.93. So Chianca still looking for a 7.84, basically an 8-point ride to get the jump into the lead and move on into the quarterfinals and connect his good results together that he had from Sakurama to that equal third. Now to what would probably be a his favorite venue on tour, right here at Teahupo'o.
Oh, it's got to be. You mentioned that trip that he did with his brother, Chumbo, back in the day when they came here, and he'd fallen off the fallen off the CT, and he came here, and just from those special days, sharing that time out there with his brother. And also, even last year when we came, when we had that day before the event, and I think did we broadcast some of that? Yeah, we did. And we had, there was some incredible imagery that came from that day. It was, borderline tow. There was a lot of those sets coming through. Zhao was one of the people out there, charging. I think he even paddled a few too. There's only a few people that really want that sort of thing, and Zhao does. So he's not going to want to lose this one. He's going to want to continue with the momentum he has.
It's so true. There's certain surfers that come here and they're in their element, Joao coming from Saquarema, gets here to Tahiti, and it's like his second home. Like if there's a tow session going on, he's signing up. He's looking for the wave of his life while the contest is going on. Not every surfer on tour is looking at this wave the same way.
No, definitely not. Names come to mind for sure. You got Jack Robber. You've got people are just built differently, I think, when it comes to these sort of waves and ready to have a crack. I mean, Liam O'Brien, Cal Robson. I mean, Cal's out of the event now, but you got to give it to him. He was absolutely charging in those practice surfs, the free surfs. Liam O'Brien, who's now out of the event too, he's responsible for this contest getting called on a couple of those days. I mean, some of the free surfs waves we saw, it was like, oh, okay, comp's on, Lobby just got one. So there's so many guys that just got that inside of them that they're just ready to charge.
Ramsey, late takeoff. Wave explodes right on his back. He has been brilliant with that entry into the wave, going extraordinarily late, but that one catches up to him. And he goes down and starting to work his way out the back here. 8 and a 5 as he's out front, and let's see what happened here.
Oh, it's just so late. So much air underneath that board and just couldn't quite get underneath it. Decides to straighten out and just gets absolutely obliterated. Kind of got a little bit out in front of it, which was probably okay, but you still, there's a mountain of water that's landing on your head.
So critical time of the heat, approaching that 5-minute warning. Joao Chianca holding down priority. Story of a guy that fell off tour, came back better. Got to represent Brazil in the Olympics, and now trying to put himself back in a world title type position. We know he's great at pipeline. Rookie season kicked off with a really incredible matchup with John Florence. I remember that year he had 2 big battles with John, pipe, and then just a super high performance heat at the Bells Bowl. Unfortunately, he lost both of those, but he showed the world what he was made of. He said the Bells heat was the first time he felt like he surfed out of his skin, where he was so locked into a competitive moment where he felt like he could do everything in his power. That's a special place for a competitor, knowing that they're not holding back, their body feels good, their mind's engaged. After that heat, he said he was just chasing that feeling to happen again, and he harnessed it a few times, especially when he won in Portugal. When it comes to being clutch, we saw Joao Chianca do that on his home break at the last stop in Saquarema. As we reflect back on a round 3 performance, got a score to come back in that one and eventually turned it into a semifinal finish.
Yeah, you were talking about when it's a special place to be when you're able to surf to that level, and it's even more special, I think, when you mentioned a couple of times against John that he was surfed like that. It's even harder when you're matched up against guys like that. Let's see what Ramsey's got on offer.
Ramsey just getting drained, and he will come out of the first section and hops on out. Best feeling after a wipeout is get a quick barrel and feel all right again.
He just washed that wipeout off. That's a really, really great feeling. I mean, he's looking to improve on a 5. We'll have to break that one down. It looks like there's a bigger set out the back. Looks like Zhao's kind of scratching. We'll see if he can get out to it. Oh.
He's got a punch through. Wow, that's a solid one. Ramsey's in a great spot just to sneak underneath a lot of white water, but Joao had to deal with more of it out the back.
It's so hard, like that was one of those ones that was breaking on that outer edge, and it's a hard place to be positioning for that today. You can see Zhao is definitely scratching for that, but yeah, I mean, look, 3:20 on the clock. He's going to be interested to see too what this last score of Ramsey's is as well, if it's potentially going to be better than the 5, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. Strider, not bad. Wipe out into the barrel for Ramsey, trying to improve on his lead.
Ramsey just impressing, just having fun. It's the opposite of his year. Everything's going his way now, and it's it hasn't gone his way through this year really for the most part. So it's really great to see it kind of flowing for him. But he's still got a dangerous opponent out the back that he has to deal with, and that man has been a standout in heavy barreling waves, since I can remember. Since his heat at Pipeline with John, and you were just mind boggled to see him. Joao's performance in heavy water. So, Ramsey's he's winning the heat at the moment, but he's got his back against the wall in a slight pinch here with how good of a surfer he's up against. Joao surfs the barrel almost better than anybody. So we'll see if he can come back into this. But I think there's only a couple of minutes left, so time is on Ramsey's side at the moment.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, good report there. Ramsey's just been incredibly active in the water now, catching 11 waves so far. 2-minute warning passing, 2 surfers scratching over that wave that stays really clamped. But this has been the most waves caught in a heat throughout this entire event. But he's managing it well, keeping wave number 8 and also keeping wave number 11, an 8 and a 6. To force Joao to almost be looking for a 9 now. 883 the requirement.
Yeah, it's massive. And also, kind of just goes to your point, Joe, you were noting that most surfers that have been progressing are the more surfers with the most waves, keeping the most frequency up in that heat. So to me, it says that today it's paying off to hunt around the reef to make the most of your opportunities.
Minute 15 on the clock. Ramsey in his happy place. He's got a lot of local Tahitians he calls best friends and brothers enjoying that replay that he just pulled up and under. What a great read, Flick.
Yeah, such a good read, and just beautiful technique on the forehand. You can see him, I think there, he's double dragging with the arms, so really trying to slow himself down, maximize that tube time. Be so easy on your forehand just to almost outrun it, but he does such a good job at really maximizing that time in the tube.
Gosh, that front side kind of double arm bar. Used to love watching the Hobgood brothers just put
Want to talk vintage? Let's talk 2002, Andy Irons. The man who set the standard finally got his Tahiti CT victory at the perfect moment in a pivotal year. At Teahupo'o, the free surfs that year were all time. The swell was absolutely pumping, and the broken board tally was record-breaking. A wipeout in the free surfs had Andy Irons shook. The Kauaian charged his way through the draw with grit to face Australian goofy footer Luke Egan in the final. With conditions dropping during the final, many touted Egan as the favorite on his forehand. AI heard none of it. Muscling his way through a small one, Irons put a 6-4 on the board to get the heat started. Then, as if by fate, backing it up with the only meaningful tube of the final, Andy used his signature backside tube stall, wrangled the foam ball for a 9-point ride. Luke put his head down and did his best to try to wrestle the heat back, but it was all too late. As if preordained, Irons' determination to dominate the Tahitian contest paid off. In the channel, after the horn, it was all love. Irons showed his respect for Egan as Luke nursed his wounds. 2002 Tahiti cemented Andy Irons at the top of the rankings on his way to his first ASP World title.
We're celebrating 50 years of the World Tour. Man, it's been fun. We've got Irons family enjoying the action today. It's Danielle's first trip to Tahiti. Andy and Bruce's mom wanted to check it out. She said it's always been on her bucket list. And so Lindy's like, well, we're going. Let's make it happen. And Andy's son's here too. Axel Irons enjoying all the action, staying in the same house that Andy did for so many years. This White House that's right on the point. It was fun to always see Aki there as well. Bruce, Barca. Dustin would be sweeping off the porch, singing Sunshine Reggae most afternoons. And they just had a brotherhood there that was really, really special, pushing the limits on what happened here at the end of the road. Alejo Moniz in the water now, taking on George Pitar. George getting the maiden CT victory over at Margaret River over Gabriel Medina. Was so exciting for George, representing Manly. Manly had a board riders event happening at the same time, and they were losing it. That result's keeping him inside the top 10 as we watch Alejo kick out. Alejo's on a different side of things competitively, where he said he's just trying to enjoy his last year on tour. Making the announcement before things kicked off at Bells, I think helped him enjoy it more, knowing that he could share it with people, say thank you to the Tahitians that he stays with over the years, and really try to just enjoy it all. He said, yeah, he's had so much pressure on himself while he was trying to stay on tour. He's like, I want to have 1 year where I just have the most fun as I can and try to get some heat wins along the way.
Yeah, I love that way of going about it. I feel like it can then just be this big celebration, you know, this is it. This is the last lap, or, you know, that you're going to do of the world on the championship tour. And you said to Joe, I mean, there's so many friends and family friends that end up being like family that you make along the road, and especially here at the end of the road at Choves. I mean, you're staying with the same families every single year you come back, and it's a really beautiful place. So big celebration, and I mean, he's done pretty well already. I mean, his first heat, big upset, taking down Kanoa. So moving on through, and now he's got a big task though ahead of George, because George did pretty good in his opening round heat too.
That's right. Yeah, Tahiti wasn't always the best result for Alejo in his career. And think about being a rookie in 2011. You're going, yeah, Tahiti's coming up. I'm going to prepare when I get there. And then it's this thing called Code Red. And you're like, oh, yeah, it's toe sets, it's giant, it's frightening. And he had a heat with Matty Wilkinson. That was just terrifying. Wilco got the win in that round 2 heat back then. But yeah, he's seen a lot over his years. His best results ended up being semifinals in his career. He actually got 2 of them in the rookie season in 2011. There are 2 events in mainland United States, New York and also San Francisco that year. And that was Alejo's time to get semifinals on the East and West Coast. The New York event is still the highest prize check that's ever been delivered at the CT level. Owen Wright won over Kelly. He won $300,000. Think of like needing a score in that final. You're just like missing out on that paycheck.
Oh, I remember that. That was a big payday. It was a really big payday. I was pretty young back then, you know. Like it wasn't. He'd been on tour for a little bit, but not that long.
That was second year on tour.
Yeah, second year on tour, and you've just won the biggest prize purse. I mean, that's pretty nuts.
$300,000. Amazing. And what a final that was. Scored that event. It was pumping.
Was it tubes? It was tubes, right?
It was tubes.
Yeah, I remember this.
Kelly did the full rotation again. There were big airs, a huge crowd, New York City. What a time. Kelly just pulled up, hanging out on the bow of the boat, checking conditions because he's got Jack Robinson in the next heat. Gonna check the conditions, figure out a game plan. He knows conditions have severely changed, so he'll be working that one out.
Wow. You know what, Joe? You know what they say? No rain?
No rainbows.
Yeah.
We are scoring that as a complete rainbow. Thank you, Tahiti. And thanks for the Tahiti bike clam so we can enjoy this entire rainbow over the judges' tower, over our lineup. What a great time to throw that out right before Kelly and Jack paddle out.
Ooh, it's so good. The pot of gold at the end of the road here. But yeah, absolutely stunning scenes. We have seen a fair bit of rain, but now we've been blessed with a beautiful rainbow. And what a stunning drone angle right now. That Tahiti flight cam is popping off.
Oh gosh, anytime you take a trip to Tahiti, it's really good for your algorithms on your Instagram.
Yeah, or not, because people are so jealous that you're here that they're like, unfollow, you suck.
No.
Stop making me jealous. I wish I was there.
That's what friends are for. No filter needed. And just seeing where that rainbow ends right into that shallow inside reef. Such an incredible view of this lineup that has changed everything in the game. 50 years of the World Tour, 25 years of the Championship Tour coming here. Andy picking up 2 wins, 2002 and also 2010. Driving down the line, George Pitar pulls in and finds a way to get shot out. His first trip to Tahiti, he's having a blast.
Oh yeah, he is. I mean, he's picking up right where he left off. I mean, the heat previous, I mentioned it. He came up against Cole, and that was a really hard matchup because Cole's done really well out here over the past. So he had an excellent score in that heat, and he is looking really good. Let's see what happened here for the second wave for George. His first completion, just really waiting for that section to really throw over the reef. He picked a great wave, stayed really open. A lot of these waves this afternoon, they've had that little pinchy sort of section at the end. It's been hard to sort of muscle through. Grabs the rail. This one just flaring and flexing. And he does such a good job to come out of that. So, I mean, beautiful start, beautiful completion. And yeah, he's kind of just been hanging on for, you know, with that big win that he had over in Margie's. So, I mean, he'll be looking to advance through to the quarters here if he can to keep that position on the ranking.
Definitely. He's enjoying that spot in the top 10. He's slid down a few spots, but hanging in there, coming into this stop, number 8 in the world. Let's enjoy this rainbow and enjoy a conversation with Ramsey Bookiam and Chris Cote.
That's right. Rainbows, barrels, and Ramsey Bookiam, all good things. That looked like a really fun heat to surf. What was it like for you?
It was fun. It was fun against Joao. You know, Joao, we stayed together. He's at the same homestay as mine, Tahures, and always, you know, playing with each other, you know. And even in free surf, we actually always like try to run heats, say, let's go deeper, you go deeper, I went deeper. So good energy with Joao. We had maybe the best heat of the Olympics out here, me and him, and he got me on that one. And yeah, you just want to, you know, on days like this and at Teahupo'o, you just want to have fun and have a chance to put on a show and to, you know, to show your surfing. It's barrels. I guess if you ask all the surfers on tour what's your favorite thing, they're gonna say barrels. So we're happy to get barreled, you know. We just want to get barreled. So I was glad I found 2, one good one, and try to maximize my time in there. And yeah, I was in the flow state, I guess, and happy.
Flow state. Now, you of all people know how challenging it is to be on the championship tour, but also how fun it is. Is this the time that we're going to see Ramsey Bukiam start that momentum push? Tahiti, Fiji, all these waves are right in your wheelhouse.
Well, that's exactly what I'm thinking, Chris, but I have to do it now, you know. Definitely a really tough start for me of the year, struggling with my knee a little bit and my strength on my back leg, but it's not an excuse, you know. I'm trying my best. That's the most important, and coming here, I know there's this event, I really like it, but you still have to do it. I'm happy I'm finding a flow here, and I'm gonna try my best. Tomorrow, if it's your day, it's your day. It all, that's for sure, and hopefully, you know, get this momentum going and into those next 3 or 4 events before the little cut, and so I stay and you can keep interviewing me.
Just stay in the flow state, my guy. Let's go, Ramsey Bukiam.
Ramsey always with great energy. Thank you, Chris. That was awesome. Into the quarters, and just telling Chris there that still dealing with some issues with that back knee that took him out of competition. Just an awkward injury walking out of the water at Bells Beach after the heat was over. Fell backwards, a little wave hit him, fell into a hole. It was tough to watch, and sidelined him for a very long time. Went right into surgery, and stoked he's on his comeback roll. He's been providing highlights in every single heat. During that chat, we had a couple of waves. Alejo Muniz packed a big section there. George had just a mini shootout behind him, but Alejo dealt with all the power chopes on his head.
Yeah, the one that Alejo packed was serious. I mean, let's have a look here. So, grabs the rail, sets. It's really hard to tell from this angle. You know, the front-on angle really did it the justice of how sizable that wave was and how meaty it was. But when I look at it from that angle, the drone angle is really good because you can see that it was a little bit clampy, so he couldn't really find that exit even if he was to power through. But George behind him, slightly cleaner wave, really short little sharp barrel ride there. Yeah, it's a completion. It's going to feel good. I know that George will probably be wanting more though.
Alejo on his way back out. He's got a brother that absolutely shreds as well, Santiago Muniz, who's, I think, still competing a little bit. See Alejo chuck the helmet off. We've seen that happen a few times today. Sometimes they just want to have a clear view, get that off their head, or if they're thinking just a little bit more freeness. George and Alejo head-to-head now for the 3rd time at the CT level. Their last matchup was back in New Zealand in round 2, and they meet again here at the end of the road. They've put up some good numbers on each other in the X-zone range, in fact, on both sides. 14 plus for George, even to the 15s for Alejo. So bringing out some excitement when they hit the water. This one's just starting to build. Whoever wins will break the tie and also get a shot into finals day.
Yeah, I mean, it's big things right now. I mean, obviously this is Alejo's last lap on the tour, right? So you want to leave these places with really good feelings and memories, and obviously it'd mean a lot to him to make the quarters. But for George, on the other hand, he is sort of wanting to just keep at that steady pace, and if he makes it through to the quarters, that's going to be a keeper, and sort of bolster that first place that he got over in Margie's that he's carrying. So, I mean, both surfers obviously wanting a great result. I think George maybe slightly more fired up just from the previous performance that we did see when he's dropping the 8. He's looking like he's really fired up, that he's not backing down if a big wave is approaching him. But the same could be said about Alejo, because that last one was pretty sizable and he wasn't backing down from that.
Alejo ended up dealing with some injuries and then didn't give up on his dream to rejoin the tour. It took about 8 years to get there, with recovering from various injuries, like one real bad one he had in his knee. I remember he got a wild card back to the CT because he was getting close to getting his spot back and pulled into a big barrel in Hossegger and hurt himself. That sidelined him for a very long time, but he never gave up. George wrestling this one with a lot of turbulence inside, and he'll get another exit. The man who grew up on Vanuatu, then moved to Manly Beach, is on fire in this one. It really adapting to the conditions really well.
Yeah, I think he's going to improve on his situation with that too. That one was just a bit bigger. He had a bit more length of time in the tube. Just the wave itself looked a bit more gnarly, a bit more aggressive. Grabs the rail straight from the takeoff. And then, yeah, he just gets that little bit elevated tube time, elongated tube time. So I think he's going to improve on the situation. He can really see just from this drone angle just how much that wind has kicked up. I mean, you can see a couple of little white caps out to the back there. Well, not a couple, quite a few. So obviously, surfers having to adjust and adapt this afternoon as we've seen those trade winds really start to kick in. I'm really interested to see that next heat too with Kelly and Jack coming up and just how they navigate that, because they're two of the best to ever do it out here. And I mean, Kelly is the best to have ever done it out here. So it's going to be cool to see them navigate this too.
Oh, it's going to be a huge heat. Kelly versus Jack. Kelly coming off a crazy heat with Gabriel Medina, where Medina lost with a 16+ combined total. And then Jack getting past Callum Robson, where Callum started with that 9.5. But then had a little moment where he thought he had priority. It hadn't switched in his favor, and that was kind of the story of the heat. Last score in for George Pitar. It's a 6.33. Now the best of the matchup so far. Alejo needs to get busy. As we see Jack Robinson getting prepared in the Red Bull Athlete Zone right next to Luke Egan. We see Luke Egan all the time, but we saw him also in that vault footage, a runner-up to Andy Irons back in 2002 in this event. And just ejecting there, catching up to George's last attempt.
Whew, wow. I mean, look, once again, to your point, Joe, the most active surfer is looking like to be advancing out of the heat at this point. I mean, George right now, 6 waves. That was his 6th attempt. Alejo's only got the couple on the board. So really, to me, it just says that right now it is really rewarding to be hunting around the reef, really making the most of the opportunities and giving yourself more opportunities. You've got to roll the dice, you just don't know. And also, just paddle out's quite quick. As long as you're not doing a reef tour, you may as well roll the dice.
What a great addition to the tour George Pitar is, just getting started, really. You can tell how he could just pick up the pace and the steep learning curve that's involved with Tahiti on his first trip. He's figuring it out quickly. Alejo Muniz wants this one. He'll grab the rail, but didn't find an entry into the pit. He'll try to find the softest way to land, stepping off there. Sometimes you get luckier than you'd imagine. But that one took him for a little ride. And there's a nice clean shootout from George Pitar again. He just knows which ones are makeable at the moment.
Oh, second wave of the set, so clean. Alejo, the first wave just had still so much chatter and a bit of lump and bump on it from these trade winds. And then that one broke, cleaned up that water. Second one came through that little bit bigger. And yeah, George just really capitalizing on the second wave of the set at the moment as we see Alejo about to sort of navigate that really turbulent bit of water on the inside. But yeah, George has got a really good read on it this afternoon.
Alejo Muniz wants to extend his trip here to Tahiti. He'll probably hang out throughout the duration no matter the outcome of this heat. But still with plenty of time to try to regroup out here. He's just taken one wave where he got clamped on, a couple waves where he's had to straighten out. So he's trying to identify one that'll stay nice and hollow like the one George has been getting on the second wave of the set here.
Yeah, this thing just so clean. Really beautiful ride. Just looks like night and day compared to the first wave of the set. This thing almost looks like it's offshore, right? Like compared to the first wave, almost looks like it's kind of onshore. There's just with so much lump and bump throughout the face. So George obviously really adapting really well and to the conditions as we see. Alejo's one, yeah, so this is the first wave of the set. This one just peeling off super fast, wasn't really the kind of wave you're looking for. It didn't really stay open, really pinchy sort of end to it too. So yeah, wave selection at the moment, George he's really got the pick of it. And here it goes again. Oh my.
Driving through this section, It stretched on him on the reef. The thing's still funneling, just a tight clamping tunnel. It still puffs some spit out the other end. But a nice try there for George. trying to push himself out there. So he already felt what an easy make felt like, and he's like, well, maybe I'll go for an 8 here. It just kind of jumped on him a little bit and moved down the reef at a rapid pace. But George still way out in front. He actually has Alejo in combo now. Wade previous is 6.0.
Yeah, building on the score, I love it. I just feel like he's just got such a great read on it. I think it was cool that he went for that attempt on the last one. I mean, yes, it was a little bit stretched out, but when you look at where he popped up after he wiped out, he actually did end up getting quite a bit of travel time on it, so he probably would have been pretty close to potentially coming over the top of that foam ball. So he's feeling very comfortable out here. Does you see Hedgie? Looks like Hedgie.
Yeah, it does.
It is Hedgie.
It's acting like Hedgie.
Puddling like Hedgie. It's Hedgie.
And, you know, I think it's Hedgie. Nathan Hedge, called the Hog. North Narrabeen, traveled on tour forever, was a big part of the search series with Rip Curl for a long time. Super coach these days. Loves it. Lives and breathes it. And really firing up all the Aussies on tour from George to Morgan and beyond. And he's been part of some really exciting moments here in Tahiti, and even as a wild card after he wasn't on tour full time. Alejo Muniz out the back with priority, hoping that he gets another chance, getting closer to our heat with Jack Robinson and Kelly Slater. There's not that many guys that can say they've won multiple events out here. Jack and Kelly can. Jack's won this event 2 times. The recent wins, 2025 last year. And he also beat Gabriel Medina in 2023. He's taken on Kelly, who's won 5 times, spanning from the year 2000 over Dorian to over John Florence in 2016. These guys are preparing in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Giant matchup coming up next.
So first, 10 minutes remaining, 10 minutes.
We are enjoying our time here in Tahiti. It's a wonderful place to be, flying to the international airport, and you got about an hour drive right on the coast down to Tahiti Iti. You end up at the end of the road, go over the river, and then you get to see this beautiful sight from the land called Teahupo'o. It'd be about a 15 or 20 minute paddle if you surf a lot to get out there to the lineup, or you could meet a good friend like a local and hire a boat or a ski and get out there to watch the action. George Pitar and Alejo Muniz still with 8:35 on the clock, as Alejo still comboed for the win in what could be his last trip here to Tahiti in the Jersey. During the break, though, George just kept pushing himself, Flick.
Yeah, let's see what George has got on offer. Beautiful looking wave. This one stays open. He's getting some serious travel time here. Comes flying out. So George is just continuing to build with his momentum throughout this heat. Really apply some serious pressure. I mean, Alejo was already in a combo before this wave, so...
Check out the IC score update, Flick, a 7.33.
Wow. Wow. Very, very well done. For the first time here competing in a jersey, he has done incredibly well. I mean, from the first heat with Cole, I mean, you would have said that Cole would have been the favourite coming into that, just with, you know, the experience, being the goofy, the incredible performances. I mean, he's got a quarterfinals out here before. So he's taken down Cole and made some smart decisions. He also did it with an excellent wave in the heat previous. And then in this heat, I mean, being incredibly active. To your point, Joel, the surfers who are staying active, seeming to be the trend to be, you know, advancing through the heat. And then now he's locked in 6.33 and a 7.33. So he's proving that he really understands this lineup and also not afraid to really huck it and have a crack.
Yeah, you can kind of tell, too, with Ramsey's win. He kept his waves. He got towards the tail end, like his 11th wave ridden, his 8th wave ridden. Kind of similar case for George in a way, where, you know, his first 4 waves don't count anymore. He didn't just sit and wait. He just stayed active, throwing away a 6 now, building to a 7.33. Even a couple of little beatings for George in this heat, but it's been a real positive first strike to Tahiti for Mr. Pitar. If he just keeps this combo on Alejo, he'll be in the matchup with Ramsey in quarterfinal 3. And just support that. The points that he got from Margaret River a bit. He's got that big win that's keeping him in the top 10, but he's ready for another huge result. If he could stay in the top 8 before the Pipe Masters, he'll, you know, be starting in that round of 16th. So that would be a huge advantage.
I think this is like the really cool thing about this event, because there's always people that emerge that, you know, of course George can get barreled and pitted, right? But I always thought of him as the rail guy, the beautiful rail guy, the rail work. And then now he's emerged as this guy who seems to know his way around chopes.
Speaking of knowing your way around chopes, Kelly Slater showing up again and loving that number 11 on his jersey. He's been loving life, just so cool and calm and collected. And believe it or not, he had a serious hip surgery recently. Got the wild card, went right into big wave training mode with Mark Visser. And they've got a great relationship. Both say some great words about each other. Visser's so impressed with how strong Kelly is mentally. Just switched right into gear and just had some healthy motivation knowing he was coming back to the tour. He's had finals out here with Taj Burrow that he's won. Owen Wright as well. That was the Code Red year. The year where Owen and Kelly made 3 finals in a row. From Tahiti to New York to Trestles.
It's big paydays.
Yeah, that's really rare. You see 2 guys just continually battling, no matter what the venue looked like. Beach break to outer reefs. It was a pretty exciting year on tour. That was the last year Kelly won a world title. Clinched it in San Francisco. As we are down to 4:30 on the clock. Alejo Muniz is starting to run out of time. Popular surfer on tour as far as his peers really respecting him a lot for what he's brought to the Brazilian Storm. Had big sponsors when he qualified. Nike, Hurley had huge contracts with Alejo. Always stayed humble and tried his best. Pretty classic when he first qualified. Got to Snapper and just he was so stoked to be there. Maybe too stoked just to be there. Didn't even realize he was on tour yet. Had a heat with Adriano de Souza and Joel Parkinson. Kind of got off starting with a nice 6-ish score. And then he kind of found himself spectating. It was a non-elimination round. He's going, Parko's going by. He got caught up in the moment. He came in and his friend who was coaching him was like, what are you doing? Are you in the heat or not? He's like, I was sick. And Alejo kind of fanned out. Kind of laughs about it now, but he was fully just taken over by the moment of the tour and being at Snapper. And he snapped out of it. Ended up just rolling through some big heat wins. Ended up having, remember there was like an old round 4 back then where no one lost, kind of halfway through. He won, he went to the quarter, second and third went to round 5. Wow, we've changed surfing a lot, haven't we? And he won that one. That had like Taj in it. It was a really big heat win for him. And he ended up finishing in the quarters at that first stop. But just a classic moment where you're like a rookie going, I can't believe I'm even here. And you basically started commentating in your heat.
Well, back in the day, that's the day you had surf mags, and you're probably ripping out posters and putting these guys on your walls, right? And like looking up to them and idolizing. I mean, Instagram and Facebook and all these social media platforms weren't around back then. So you literally got these guys plastered on your walls. You're looking up to them for years. And then all of a sudden you find yourself in a heat with them. And then you're like, go, okay, now I've got to try and beat you. So I think it's going to always, and I feel like it's always what we sometimes see, you know, these people go on these crazy sort of trajectories on the qualifying series or challenger series, and they get to the World Tour and they're like, whoa, okay, this is the next level. This is the big league. And sometimes it really takes a while to find your feet.
Lejos with some huge moments in his career and plenty to look forward to. He'll be preparing for Cloud Break coming up next. Also had a huge U.S. Open title win in front of a huge California crowd. A lot of them supporting Kolohe and Dino in that final that year. And Alejo ended up taking it years back, as he might try to get one more wave and enjoy uncrowded conditions here at Teahupo'o. Story for the lead's just been the activity for George. His best score was wave number 9, getting that 7.33. And for George, he knows he's got this thing sealed, and he'll be managing his energy for what could be a really busy finals day, Flick. I mean, we haven't had a day that could be as demanding. If you do go all the way to the final, we're talking 3 big heats, which can be pretty intense at Chos, depending on your wipeout management.
Oh, totally. I think 3 heats and a beach break or a different sort of event, it's a totally different story, right? But here, depending on how calculated or not you're going to be, it's finals day, so you don't really want to leave too much on the table. I mean, now's the time to show up and blow up, so potentially going to be taking some lickings and some beatings. You factor that in, you're surfing 3 times, thinking that the heats are probably going to be 30, 35 minutes. It's an hour and a half of surfing if you make it to the final. We all know that, you know, surfing a heat is much more intense than what surfing a free surf is. So you can probably multiply that hour and a half by about 3 or 4, and you're going to be feeling pretty exhausted by the time you get to the final.
30 seconds to go on the clock as you see Kelly enter the lineup. Jack Robinson way below Kelly in the blue jersey. Huge heat coming up next. Kelly having a few words with George before George moves on to the quarterfinals. And hats off to Alejo on his last lap on the championship tour. I know he's dealing with a couple of injuries. He actually hurt himself at a wave pool right before the season started. He's just kind of been managing that through his last year on tour. George officially moving forward into the quarters to take on Ramsey Bukiam. As you see the numbers there, and now prepare for the last couple of heats of the round and the day. Kelly, Jack, then Griffin, Miguel. Huge heats to set up quarterfinal number 4. We will take a quick break. When we return, we'll bring in Kaipo and Jesse for the call.
Looking back at 2016 here in Tahiti, Kelly Slater was looking unbeatable in a final with John Florence. Slater taking his 5th win here in Tahiti this day at the end of the road.
I mean, he knows his wave way too well. Look at those late takeoffs that they come out to be. Somehow he manages to pull it off. It seems so sketchy in the beginning. He did that this year as well in an even bigger condition. Kind of delays himself, makes it dramatic. The judges love it. Always adding points.
He's a wizard. He's a magician here at Teahupo'o, and he is matched up with another, the shaman, Jack Robinson. This is the matchup we've been waiting for, Kaipogoro. Along with Jesse Mendez, Heat 7 is going to decide who goes into quarterfinal number 4, and it's a matchup of 2 guys who have been putting down big numbers in the last round. Lots to be expected in this heat.
I mean, Kelly could have got a harder draw. Starting off with Eli,
yeah,
then going into Gabriel, past champion here. If he goes against Jack and takes him down, another past champ, and then he'll go against Griffin or Miguel, which one of them is a past champ as well. The other one just got a 10.
Yeah, I mean, Jack, 18 points in his last meetup with Callum Robinson, 9.7 and 8.5. Kelly against Gabe, tremendous numbers. A 9.73 plus a 9.33 for 19.06 out of a possible 20 heat total. The GOAT is still on fire at 54 years old. Conditions, though, Jesse, much different today.
Yeah, definitely, but those guys are, I mean, they're the best at finding the right waves. We see here Kelly's approaching a little bit differently than Jack. He's sitting a little bit more out the back and wider. Jack sitting underneath.
Yep, Kelly, we saw that graphic. A 5-time champ here in Tahiti. 7 finals here for Kelly Slater. The numbers are outstanding for Kelly Slater. 7 10-point rides here in Tahiti throughout his career. Slater with 32 10-point rides. Wow.
That's so impressive.
Yeah.
My only concern of right now, like obviously it was too early of the heat. I can't really call anything, can't predict the future, as you all know. But I just hope he ride waves and doesn't position himself, because this is very similar to what we had previously with Kali Vast, where there was that in-between size and Kelly decided to stay out the back and wait for those bombs, and Kali was just underneath getting those drainers.
Yeah, looking at Jack Robinson, he's a 2-time winner here in Tahiti. Back in 2023, took a win over Gabe Medina, and then just last year taking a win over Griffin Colapinto. This is an important heat for Jack in so many ways. This entire season, this has been the wall for Jack to break through. He's had a string of 9ths through the first half of the championship tour. So this could be a groundbreaking heat for Jack Robinson to get on a roll in the back half of the year. And he couldn't have come up against a harder opponent in Kelly Slater.
Probably the toughest opponent he could ask out here. But it's a even match, 50-50 for both of the surfers. Both of the surfers second to none on the skills of tube riding, mostly backhand. Opting Jack to take the inside there, wants to control the position and the decision for that first wave. Kelly was never really a guy that loved to fight. There's moments that he pushes people deep, but overall he likes to ride waves.
I think he's just more mental guy that just gets in your head. Sun Tzu, Art of War. A lot of times he just, would beat the warrior before you even enter the battlefield, just with some mind. He's got a strong mind. He's got the power of suggestion. He's obviously a very intimidating person to surf against, being an 11-time world champ. I mean, there was an era in surfing where it was almost impossible to beat Kelly Slater. Take a look at our head-to-head matchups between the two, Jesse. Pretty even up until now.
Once again.
Once again. Straight down the middle.
Well, the only big difference here, if we see it at average heat score, this is the difference between the previous ones that were, tied in head-to-head matches. Average heat score, big gap in between for Kelly's side, and also max heat score, big gap in between. Max wave score, pretty similar as well, but, Kelly being more consistent overall.
I like the title, GOAT versus Shama. Someone's listening. Here we go. Ooh, a little paddle by Kelly and a paddle by Jack And
that's a no-brainer.
Priority to Kelly Slater.
So this
and you
rule
can explain why.
Yeah, this rule has changed. Before, it used to be, you know, no man's land.
Yeah.
You could block someone before priority was set, and you still be with no priority set on the heat. But now, if you paddle for someone and commit, as we see it right here, surfer on the deeper part, the blue surfer paddles for the wave. Kelly has to pull back, but then he pulls back, not allowing surfer in red catch the wave.
Yeah.
So immediately, priority has transferred for Kelly Slater, even without Jack Robinson standing up on the board.
Psychs him out. And then Slater now, you don't want to give Slater heat control too early because he will just, as the GOAT does, summon a good wave to come through here at Teahupo'o.
I mean, he's smiling right now to get, you know, that priority hand over. Obviously, it's early in the heat, but
hey, the first time competing over in Tahiti has been a great run for George Petard. Surfer from Manly Beach is into the quarterfinals, and George is up on the glass with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. This guy's like surfing's James Bond. When there's a problem, he fixes it. He makes it happen. You went out there, got about 10 waves, a bunch of barrels. You made that look so fun.
Yeah, it was fun. It was looking kind of tricky before my heat, so I didn't think it was going to go like that, but I felt like it maybe just started picking up a little bit and moved to that outside ledge, and it was fun. I was having a good time. It's always nice getting barreled in a heat. It's pretty rare.
And I know now that you have a little bit more experience here in Tahiti, expectations versus reality, was this everything you expected it to be?
Yeah, 100%. It's got everything, like from the rain to the sun every second hour, and then like the huge waves to being small. Like you got to be pretty dialed in over here. Like it's definitely a tricky wave to figure out. I'm still struggling, but yeah, I don't know. It's a fun challenge.
Not bad for your first time in town. George Petard moving through into the quarterfinals.
Yeah. Hey, solid surfing, you know, coming in to a new event and to kind of a new playing field for George and doing his homework. And I've been pleasantly surprised with what I'm seeing from George Petard.
yeah, I mean, he keeps surprising everyone, taking a win this year already.
Yeah, beating Gabe Medina in that final.
Looks like Jack Robbo hunting those little insiders, double ups.
Yeah, Jack on the scratch. Here he goes inside. Wants to get to it really quickly in this heat. Delays his time down the line. Now he has to get the gas pedal. Screams through that first section. We've seen that over and over again from Jack Robinson, and a nice turn to put a little extra emphasis on that ride. So nice start under the priority of Slater for Jack Robinson.
Beautiful read of the lineup. And also, this is what I was mentioning to you, Kaipo, about, you know, it kind of reminded me the position that Kelly had against Kyle Lee on the semifinals a few years ago when Miguel Pupo ended up taking the win. He was sitting out the back, waiting for those bombs, and Kyle Lee was just finding usually what Kelly does, finding waves under priority, underneath, deeper in the lineup. And this is how it started this heat. Jack Robbo identifying that peak way deeper and underneath than Kelly. Kelly couldn't even see that wave, but that wave was stretching down, way down the line. He takes his time, starts to pump, put on the gas, grabs the rail, goes through beautifully over the fumble. You can see it, the board skipping it a little bit as he went over the fumble, and finish it off with a nice turn. It's not going to be a massive score, but it's a great way to, you know, apply pressure under priority. I think this angle here, we're going to be able to see him going through the fumble. Section comes right there. He slows himself down. Actually, he doesn't go through the fumble. He's just in front of it, but he slows himself down and comes out flying, always maximizing the tube time.
I like you referencing that heat. That was back in 2022 with Kelly here and Kali Voss, and Kelly just sat out the back. And Kali just got busy. And then there's some point where it's just hard to come back if your competitor's underneath you. And Kali was getting great scores, right? Under priority, underneath Slater, and just backed him into the corner. Nice start for Jack Robinson. I don't know if that's going to be a keeper at the end of this heat, a 5.83.
Hopefully not, but it's applying pressure. He had nothing to lose, you know. And in the end of the day, what you mentioned is like, it's sometimes when that happens, it's hard for you to come back for the surfer that is set anchor, because you, with hands attached, your opponent has already a solid combination of scores, and you have to come in a very good wave.
Yeah, and you have
There's
this
no other
expectation,
option.
right? You kind of keep on putting this expectation on yourself, and then the expectation grows, and the guy gets another score, and his score line grows, and then your expectation is even higher until you're kind of out of the game. So we'll see how Kip Slater plays this. Obviously, the guy with the highest just heat IQ out of anyone. I mean, 84 finals, 36 wins on the championship tour. I mean, 56 wins, I'm sorry. Slater had to go around that section and misjudge that wave, so that's going to give heat control to Jack Robinson.
Yeah, I almost rather that happen early.
Yeah.
And, you know, waiting, and then Jack gets another one. And then he ended up feeling the pressure, that like the urgency of like finding a big wave, and then something like that happens, you know, like the wave in between. So now he's going to be the normal Kelly, hunting without priority underneath where he's most deadly usually.
Yeah, maybe a better position for him. We'll go down to Strider out in the channel.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, just right before the heat, Kelly was like, oh, there's some, he was watching George Pitar catch all those waves on the outside ledge, and he was thinking that maybe there was going to be some of those in this heat. But you know how the ocean goes. There's always that ebb and flow. So you've got if it pumps in one heat, the next heat's going to be different, and more on the inside corner. So hopefully he does adjust, because he seems like he wants that outside peak. But Jack, looking really good, looking really light, and I know that Jack's been a little under the weather the last couple of days, and it doesn't look like it's affecting him at all. He looks really intent. His paddle by, laser focused, ready to go, and Kelly pretty freed up, pretty fun filled, like smiling, went got his jersey, everything. You know, he seemed kind of bubbly, so to speak, and you know, I don't know which one's more dangerous, him happy or sad or ready to go, you know, laser beams, but Jack looking really, really good as well. So I can't wait to, I just hope we get the shootout here. I hope we get the waves out that we want to see these guys ride, and there's a bunch of them. That's what we're here for, is the multiple barrel shootout. Let's go.
That is. And Jack, you know, playing a smart game so far with that 5.83 and priority and control. Jack came here, you know, with a little over 7 boards in his quiver from Jason Stevens over at JS Industries, a couple of Golden Childs, a 6.0 and a 6.2, and then a bunch of FMN 3s, the new step up model from JS, 6.2 all the way to a 6.8. I think he was riding maybe his 6.6 or perhaps even his 6.8 on the big day.
Yeah, Jack really likes to go a little bit larger in board and have that paddle power. It's his style. Like everyone has their different style, but usually tends for the better tube riders in the world, they tend to go shorter, but Jack's kind of the opposite.
Yeah.
Kelly goes shorter, John goes shorter, João Chianca goes shorter than the average. And then he's the one that kind of goes above, you know, he loves like having that paddle power and kind of moving in with a little bit more momentum going into the wave.
Kelly taking a stroke, and he's going to force the priority on Jack Robinson. Jack tugs up on the rail, pulls in. It's a nice roomy barrel, speeding down the line, second section for Robinson, and Robinson comes out. Now that is going to be a great score and put a lot of pressure on the 11-time world champ.
So this is combination status already for Kelly Slater. Have him not went on that wave, he would have been positioned for this one. We all know that, and let's see what Strider has to say.
Let's go to Strider.
Oh, we got Jack paddling by right now. Jack's paddling by right now, and he just looks pumped, ready, happy, feeling good about it. I mean, that was a beautiful wave that he picked off, and you can see the line on it standing up perfectly, missing that outside corner of the reef, pushing onto that inside, and really just had that long, stretched out line so you could see that it was going to be a beautiful barrel. And it was. I mean, he did really well with his technique to slow himself down, but just stay right behind the curtain as long as he could, and still keep the speed to make it through the end without hitting the foam ball. So Jack on fire, looking like he's connected and ready to go. He's got 2 under his belt. Kelly's sitting on a goose egg right now, so let's see if he can get this thing started.
On the replay, you could tell that Slater could tell that was a good one too. He wanted it, and he forced the hand of Jack Robinson. He went for a paddle on that. He could see it down the line as well. So, and the number for Jack Robinson slowly coming in, and I have a feeling that was excellent surfing.
Excellent wave, excellent surfing.
Waving, excellent surfing. So we're waiting on the scores for Jack Robinson to come through. And I want to see that score because I thought it was going to be something excellent. And I can tell you, it did go excellent. There it is, a 9.17 for Jack Robinson.
I mean, no brainer for that. That was one of the best waves we've seen it so far throughout the day. Very hollow in the beginning, and how he was able to wave through and redirect the nose of the board.
Yeah, don't count out Kelly Slater, however, but Slater now in a extreme combination, two-wave combination for Slater of a 15 points, flat 15. Borderlining a excellent heat total already for Jack Robinson, and we still got 17 minutes going.
Yeah, so here's the front angle. Very steep takeoff, slows himself down. The wave is nice and hollow. It starts to run and get small and tight on the top. So he has to adjust himself to make sure he was highlining in the end to go through that extra bonus section. And here we're going to see that very well. Right here, it goes straight to the bottom, stays nice and low because the bottom of the wave is very flat. And then as the barrel starts to run, it starts to get higher and deeper. And he has to weave through and get super high to get the whole time very clean and just weaving through so precisely. Incredible work for Jack, just adapting to the whole wave instead of just focusing on the one part. So that's what kept that score so, made that score so high.
Well, Jack Robinson, 28 years old. We've been watching him do this here since he was 15. And so this is just something that we expect from Jack Robinson, and he's so dependable in that backhand barrel riding.
I mean, it's expectable from him. That's why we said it's a 50-50 against Kelly, because both of those surfers are some of the best ever to ride the barrel backhand.
Well, Slater with priority, and hopefully this lights a fire in Slater. We know how he can answer back. You know, a guy who's had perfect heats out here at Teahupo'o, you know? 2005 in the final with Damian Hobgood, perfect score. And even as recently as 2016, when he took his last one, he had a perfect heat, a 20-point heat against Keanu Singh. 7 10-point rides out here. I mean, when you look at the numbers of Kelly at Tahiti, don't count him out of this heat as right now.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. And he's sharking it around. You can see he's moving. He's not like going to handle this easily.
Here it comes. Slater drops into a bomb, stalls off the bottom, and just gets hammered. That wave just crumbling down, did not open up to the big girthy barrel that he was expecting.
Yes, and it's one of those that you kind of got to pull the trigger, because it was 1 inch away from holding enough and being that super throaty barrel that hits the inside ledge.
Oh, and a broken leash too, and perhaps a broken board for Slater, as we can see him in the whitewater calling for Tahitian Water Patrol.
Yeah, he's going to need a reset now.
Now he lost, he broke his, old faithful gamma in the last heat that he surfed. So he's digging into his quiver right now. Kelly Slater going to need a backup. Let's go to Strider Wazalewski.
Yeah. It looks like we, unfortunately for Kelly, he's got it no board, and they're gonna run him through the inside and get him all the way back around. So he's got to go do the runaround, which is not a huge deal, but just kind of going in the flow of this heat, things are not going Kelly's way, and he's gonna have to deal with that. He's got to try to reset. So what do you do? Where does your head space? And the king of competition, best to ever do it, he's probably thinking in his mind, what I have to do. What do I have to do to go back out there, get back in this heat, figure out a way to get the points I need to win this heat, to get into Jack's head. I mean, he's probably thinking, all the different scenarios that go through it. He's got all of these things in his head always. He probably thinks about these things more than anybody we know. So he's gonna have to come back out here, get the other board, and see how it goes. But at the moment, things are not going Uncle Kelly's way.
Got picked up on the Red Bull jet ski, and they got his board there. So he's got a board. He's probably needs a new leash. Looks like the leash was broken. Kelly doing the run around right here with Tahitian Water Patrol on that Red Bull jet ski. Zooming back out. So Slater's going to need a pip stop. So Let's hear from Kelly Slater and some of his thoughts coming into Tahiti. We caught up with him.
It's one of those places you get so excited to surf, but you also get the butterflies. Like, it's the anxiety. Obviously some fear comes into it, but it's like just that anxiety of like, what do I expect? Like, am I going to go out there and try to surf a heat, or am I going to go and try and get the wave of my life? If the conditions turn on, you could be confronted with either of those things. Like, am I trying to win a heat here and beat this person, or am I trying to get the best wave I've ever got? And because nowadays you're not going to get to surf out here without a big crowd on a good day. And so in those heats, you really got to, they're special if you get the good conditions.
Wow. Even the GOAT gets butterflies.
I mean, he's probably the one that gets the most. That's why he keeps coming back.
Well, here's the pit stop. Red Bull jet ski, Tahiti Water Patrol. Meanwhile, during that catch up with Kelly, we saw Jack Robinson nearly make a barrel, but goes down, and he's in a situation where he is looking for some Water Patrol help. But he waves him off. The ski comes through, and Jack's going to paddle back out on his own accord.
And you can see the ski just popped up with Kelly on the top, so this is going to be interesting. Kelly probably has to change his leash still.
We'll see if he just goes for it or lets Jack paddle by and get priority.
Yeah, he's in front.
Here
He's
we
not
go.
going to put his leash on right now.
He's not going to take time to get priority first, put leash on second.
Well, Kelly just dodged another bullet. If you see here, this wave, kind of similar wave as he had previously. Very hollow in the beginning, but this one starts to stretch down the line a little bit quicker. So he starts to run, weaves through that section, goes through it, navigates it very well, but he clamps right in the end. And that just stopped him right there, and he wasn't able to muscle through it. And Jack's one of the best at doing that, keeping himself composed on top of the board and going through that fumble like a drill, but not at this time.
11:40 on the clock, and Slater did gain priority. You can see that shot there ahead of Jack Robinson. Jack with the lead. Slater still in combo, still has not, got a meaningful score as of yet on the board. But Kelly Slater can make things happen in quick fashion with 11.5 minutes remaining and priority.
I mean, it's tough, obviously, 11 minutes and 12 seconds, but statistically speaking, his average heat total is above 16 points. So Jack's sitting on 15. So if you think of numbers, the chances of him making still out there.
Yeah.
Most of the time will be the situation with 11 minutes remaining and against Jack Robbo.
Slater looking composed. Looked like he was on a quad when he was pulling that up. And we're going to take a break right now, though. Jesse, we'll be back with more action. Jack Robinson got Slater in a combo. Can Kelly come back? Robbo right here, 9.17. Round two, it was big, it was gnarly, but Kelly Slater tamed Teahupo'o with a couple of nines in his matchup against Gabe Medina.
Those airdrops that he does are so sketchy. You can see the nose just starting to creep in, trying to dodge right there, and he just muscles through it every time. Or not every time, but most of the time.
9.73. If that wasn't enough, also got a 9.33 out here in this heat. Huge heat total, near perfect.
Yeah, and completely different wave this scenario. Like this one way deeper in the shelf, running down towards, not getting as wide open, but just so deep. It's such a commitment to it.
Embraced with Gabe Medina. Game respects game right there. That was an incredible heat between Gabe Medina and Kelly Slater. Here's Slater right now. He's trailing Jack Robinson. He's got priority as we get back to live action. Just under 8 minutes on the clock, but Robinson with a extreme lead over the 5-time Tahitian champion, the way of Kelly Slater. 15 points for Jack Robinson, including a 9.17 already to add to the bank of big scores Jack Robinson's already accumulated in this showing at Tahiti.
Looks like they're moving around, paddling towards the right.
Slater with priority, peeks at that one, decides not to go. Swell still very, very healthy here. Wind has clocked around into a more easterly pattern, so a little bit more offshore. Little chatter on the face though, and still some straight ones coming through, so wave selection is going to be key for Kelly Slater to get back in this game. But if anyone knows this wave, it's Kelly.
No doubt. Surfed every single condition possible here. Just the clock is the enemy now. You know, realistically thinking, he needs to get out of the combination, at least a 5, which he's probably not going to be looking for a 5 right now. He's going to pull the trigger if it's something close to excellent, because just getting a 5 is probably not going to be enough, because you're going to need a 10 afterwards, and finding a 10 is something very special. And then priority is going to have to rotate, put Jack Robbo in a wave so he doesn't better a 5.8.
CT by the numbers, we can see a look at the heat winning percentage here in Tahiti. And you can see Kelly Slater there with a 71%, Jack Robinson with 85%. Minimum of 2 events equals a stat since 2008. So that is actually a deceiving stat, because Kelly Slater's had way more starts here in Tahiti than anyone else on that list. So obviously his average is going to be a little bit lower just because he's surfed more heats. But Jack Robinson, considering his performances out here, a 2-time champ, 85% heat winning percentage.
It's psycho, this heat winning percentage for all those surfers, because all those surfers surfed probably around 10, at least 10 events here. But for them to have like top 5 have like above 70%, or actually top 6 in this case, John being the last one, and that says it a lot, John being the last one.
Yeah. Slater takes a look at that one and just realizes, hey, that just doesn't have the number in it to get me out of combo. You made a really good point, Jesse. I mean, really what Kelly's looking for is kind of a minimum of a 7-point ride. He really wants to break it up into kind of 2 bite-sized pieces, right? A couple 7.5s, it's on, you know? But that's what he needs. He actually needs a 7.5 and a 7.5 1. Rainbows, finally. The sun came out. Beautiful. What a great place, Tahiti. Golden hour nearing here. Just about nearly 4:30.
Longtime friend that hasn't shown his face for a long time. We've been on pouring rain for the last 5 days. It's still beautiful.
We don't have to water the plants for a long time here.
Have to dry them, actually.
They are fine. And the river's flowing as well. So now things are getting grim for Kelly Slater, just because, you know, the momentum. So, hey, look there's momentum heats, right? And all of the momentum is with Jack Robinson, especially from that very first 5.83, getting the ball rolling and putting him in a position to get that 9.17.
I mean, that's exactly what started. And we mentioned about, like, Kelly loves to start hunting.
Yeah.
He's not really a guy that sits. He finds himself into the right positions, kind of like guys like Gabriel, and a few. Italo's another one of them. Jack is kind of the opposite. He's the 2 waves heat surfer.
Yeah, like that's why we call him the shaman.
Yeah.
He's just calm, He's meditating. He's very much, I mean, both times he's won out here in Tahiti, Jack, you know, when you interview him, he's almost in an altered state. He's very calm. He doesn't give up too much. He doesn't celebrate heat wins. He celebrates event wins. He won't celebrate until he's won the event. The heat is just another step for him. I'm sure we're going to see that same Jack if he comes through here, which is very highly likely.
No doubt. Like, he's one of those guys that some guys know how to win events, right? Like, there's a difference in between the ones that are consistent and don't win events, and he's the one that really knows how to win events. He's won so many events previously. Doesn't have a title, but for a guy that doesn't have a title, probably one of the guys that mostly won events before.
6 years on the championship tour for Jack Robinson, 9 CT wins.
That's psycho.
That's a lot of winning, a lot of events in a very short amount of time right there.
Yeah, more than one a year. So that shows he's one of those guys that get in those states of mind, like you mentioned, that he gets laser focused, knows it's his event to win, sees the opportunity, and then tacks it towards it.
Slater pulls in, travels through this barrel, stalling in the barrel, stalling in the
Makes
foam,
magic.
comes out. The master. That was such a difficult wave with all the foam. He's going to be back in the game. The problem is he's only got under 3 minutes. He got 2.5 minutes, and Jack Robinson is going to sit on him with priority.
That's magic right there from Kelly. Like, that wave did not have too much opportunity, and he manufactured it as much as he could. Felt like there's some points that he was too low on the wave. You could almost see him.
Let's go to Strider.
Yeah, Kipes, Jesse, I mean, shaping the wave around him. I mean, you know, it's like you put your body on the wave and you do what you can to, you know, create a situation, and that's exactly what Kelly did on that wave. He basically shaped the wave around him. I mean, he was pushing on the wall, pushing off of his board. He was making himself contorting to the pole, and the thing was just barely coming over him. There was foam on the face. There was so many undulated lips trying to get over him and hit him, and he was just kind of bobbing and weaving and pushing him and making it happen. So pretty beautiful ride from him, technical, and he doesn't have a lot of time left, but let's just hope for a shootout at the end here. A couple of great waves from both of these surfers, so we can see these guys really push it to the next level, but I think there must be under 2 minutes by now.
Yeah, and the score comes through for Slater. I'll see the IC score line at a 7.83. So now we talked about cutting it into 2 bite-sized pieces for Slater. That's exactly what he did. He needs a 7.18. Still possible for Slater. Needs to do it under the priority of Jack Robinson, however, who's guarding the waves a little bit further down the reef, just keeping an eagle eye on Kelly.
Nerves of steel there for Jack. He wasn't even close on that wave. Just identifying right from the beginning that wave didn't have the scoring opportunity, but pulling the trigger in this one.
Jack uses priority, and he's not going to come out of that one. 35 seconds for Kelly Slater to turn this heat.
He sees something.
On the inside on that one, watching for a second wave in the set. 23 seconds. Slater paddling out. It's a big bomb. Slater not going to get there. And that wave actually a little bit too big and off the bowl. And this is going to be not for a tremendous effort by Kelly Slater, but it will be Jack Robinson winning this heat and moving on into the quarterfinals.
Played a very smart heat, Jack. Props to him. Kelly fought back in the end, manufacturing a wave that didn't have a 7.83 on it, but he somehow pulled it off, and that's why I was hoping for him to get busy off the start, because he's one of the surfers that can do that in conditions that we have on offer today.
Hey, props to Kelly Slater. Already got a 9.73, a 9.33, 54 years old, still relevant when it comes to waves of consequences. Kelly Slater, thank you for your time out here. What a great wild card, but it's going to be Jack Robinson moving on into quarterfinal number 4. And we'll be moving on into a commercial break. Anticipating the last heat of the round is going to be Griffin Colapinto up against Miguel Pupo. When we return, one of those two will meet Jack Robinson in the quarterfinals when we eye finals day. Robbo, 9.17. Heat 8, round 3, Griffin Colapinto on the move, in the barrel, pulling on the rail of the Mayhem, coming out. Nice opener for Griffin Colapinto, right on the horn, up against the 2022 champ out here in Tahiti, Miguel Pupo. Another great matchup, Kaipagura, along with Jesse Mendez, talking you through the action. This is another great heat, Jesse.
Definitely a great heat, and I mean, those surfers are all about feeling, right? Like, they paddle out to the heat, feeling something, and they kind of try to follow those instincts. And Griffin right there opted, he's a fighter. He likes to kind of fight for the inside, but somehow this time he just stayed wide and a little bit further out and got that wave that it's kind of the special wave today, a little bit bigger. Breaks on the second shelf, like on the outside ledge. As we see it right here, wider. You can see Miggy on the bottom, on the left of the screen, and this one just running through. Beautiful west bow. Bigger in size, gets as deep as he could right there and comes out super clean. So perfect entry. He was in the perfect position for that wave, and Miggy couldn't even reach for it. So he's going to start with a massive score. See how Miggy was way below? So both surfers opting for different strategy to start the heat. Obviously paying off for Griffin, starting with that incredible wave.
Yeah, that's the way you want to start a heat. Look at this, it just disappeared from view, coming out clean, and already with momentum, Griffin Colapinto. Second wave for Colapinto, pulling back in. This one looks like it stretches out in front of him and clamps, no door to exit for Griffin Colapinto. Colapinto is already keeping his fish cool in a Yeti 110 because he got a 10-point ride last time he hit the lineup.
Carrying that momentum over.
8.5 for his first wave. Let's see the IC score line for that 8.5, and it's unanimous amongst all 5 judges for 8.5 into the excellent range. Great beginning for Griffin Colapinto. And Griff, you know, we look at the tour this year, scoring one of only 2 10s this year. Yago Dora got a 10 over New Zealand. Griffin in his last showing here, also a 10-point ride. And a perfect 10-point ride. It was just like that 8.5. It was 10 right across.
And this first wave here for Griffin, the 8.5, was one of those clear ones, not that easy, not that hard to break it down. Once again, we talked just a bit ago, excellent wave with excellent surfing. So you already know you're going above that, and then you just break it up, how much gap you want to leave it open to the perfect score.
Miggy Pupo trying to stall here, puts the arm break in there, travels through, and Miggy comes out clean into the channel. And let's go into the channel with Strider. I think he's catching up with Kelly Slater.
Yeah, we sure are. We're catching up with Kelly Slater. We got rainbows, we got beautiful waves, and probably one of the best performances I've ever seen you have out here in that big day, Kelly. So congratulations on a great contest.
Yeah, thanks. I had fun. That, you know, that heat in particular, it just I took a bad one with priority, my first priority, and then Jack got his 9. So I was on the back foot, and then time was running out, and then he got his 5 or whatever, and so I kind of just needed, I knew I was going to need like 2 7.5s, and I got myself back in there. Luckily, you know, 3 minutes ago I got that one quick one, and I kind of felt like because it was a bigger one, it'd probably be better than his 5, so I'd be back in with a chance, and then, you know, I was going to have to cross my fingers for 2 to come and mine be better, you know. But I had to paddle in and force Jack to go on a small one, and then I couldn't get out to that set. So yeah, it just never felt like I was in sync. I think I used all my magic up the last 2 heats before that.
Well, we've been enjoying the magic. It was definitely some of the most incredible stuff I've ever seen. I mean, flying out of the sky to, you know, 9-point rides. What does the future hold for Kelly Slater? I mean, are you got any more wild cards coming up? You thinking about maybe using one for pipeline? What's going on?
Hey, if they'll give me pipe, I'll surf that for the rest of my life. Yeah. It should be like the Masters. You win it once, you get to surf it forever, you know. But yeah, I got no plans. If I can get in the pipe contest, I'd love to. Then we'll just see how that goes. I got to start lobbying. But I thought we had some kind of agreement, but I got the one a year and a half ago, so all good. We'll just see how it goes. But this was a blast. The waves were better than the forecast led on. I thought we were going to have a super tough week with that forecast, and we got some amazing stuff. And today it turned out really great. There's some really good in-betweeners. I got stuck kind of hoping for those big ones out the back and screwed up my game plan, but Jack was on it, and he just got ahead and took it.
Well, thanks for your time. Thanks for your greatness. We really appreciate it. We love you, Kelly.
Thanks, bud.
Love you guys.
Great catch up with Kelly, and really, really good to see him here back in New Jersey. Getting you caught up with the heat on hand. 5.17. Miguel Pupo, we saw him exit before that interview with Kelly Slater. 5.17 for Miguel. So only has a 4.67 requirement to get off the top. Let's take a look at the 5.17 for Miguel Pupo.
Yeah, when it started, it looked like a very good wave, but it's just kind of ran and got a bit high, so he didn't really, like, you could see it in the end right there, the wave kind of got much smaller in size, so you never let him be too deep inside of the barrel, so he had to kind of just weave through it and keep himself in more of a safer spot, because right there in the end it started to clamp a bit and get hard to manage, but it's a way to back himself up. This is what looks like Griffin Colapinto's first ride, which is that bowly one, much bigger in size. You can see he gets more throaty, and he could get much deeper. So in comparison, that's the difference that the judges are seeing. One is backdoor in the section, the water's slowing itself down in order to get deep, but the whole time you could see the board, the nose of his board, and this one completely disappearing, as much as might have been a little bit shorter, but way more intense.
As we cut back to live, Griff with heat control, priority, as well as a good-sized lead over Miguel Pupo. Griffin just needs to improve upon his low of a 1.33. That should be an easy task for Griffin Colapinto. Coming into this event, 12th on the ratings. I think he gained one spot on the live, but still has room to move. And especially, you know, he had a finals appearance last year. Griffin did with Jack, and so maybe he's back on his way for another finals, maybe a win here.
Yeah, he's looking deadly, and you know, when you have a 10 in an event, it really builds a little bit of a momentum, mostly for a guy like Griffin that has been having a tough year for him, for his scale. To have that shift and see that things are kind of start to click in for him, it's a door opening up in the end of the hall, and he's running towards it, and I know, like, for a fact that he's seen that opportunity opening up for him.
Yeah. Well, we said that that Griff's able to keep his fish cool because he is now owner of a Yeti 110. How did he get that Yeti 110? Well, he scored a 10-point ride riding this beast right here.
Underneath priority from real wide. Airdrops it off the skies as deep as you can get. We're looking into the barrel, and you couldn't see him for about 1 or 2 seconds, which that's saying a lot for a wave like Chopo, that you only ride it for a few moments.
Slipping and sliding on the foam ball, super deep, makes an incredible drop. Big, roomy, angry barrel. Where is he? Where is he? There he is, Griffin Colapinto. Perfect 10, scoring a Yeti 110. Keep your ice cool for 2 weeks in that 110. Great to have here in Tahiti too. Well, we have all kinds of fish available to us that we want to keep fresh.
Looks like some sets approaching, or at least some waves. Boys are paddling towards the west bow. Looks like Miggy's committed to.
Here comes Miguel, way deep on this one. Got to get the gas pedal going, pumping through the barrel, comes out. Miguel Pupo answers right back, and talk about speed in the barrel, generating speed, getting on the front foot, getting on the gas pedal on his board. Put it to turbocharge on that one.
That was impressive from Miggy too.
It's right back in there.
I mean, he's nicked that one underneath Griffin. Griffin's going to be scratching his head, which I think it was a very tricky wave for a backhander. You can see that Miggy took off. As he took off, he started to pump, and then he noticed he could slow himself down right here. there's a sense of urgency, but as he pumps, he knows that he can slow himself down and then start putting on the gas pedal. And that section right there gets so high and tight that for you to weave through your backhand and generate enough speed, it will be very tricky. That was as deep as you could get on a wave, and that was a very throaty wave in the beginning. This is going to be a very healthy score for Miguel, and he's not right back in it, but he's leading the chart right now.
Yeah. He's going to take the lead. By how much is the question? That was so impressive. And you pointed it out, Jesse, is that he had the gas pedal, but he had to put the brake on and then back on the gas turbocharge through that last section. Got a second section in there.
Yeah,
as deep as you could be.
Because when he was, let's see if someone, looks like there's someone moving right there. Griff, having a look.
Colapinto trying to answer back. Doesn't want to get this heat, get away from it. Pulls straight from the takeoff and gets just panini'd right there, smashed on the way out.
Momentum shift. That's what it calls. You know you commit a mistake. You heard the crowd. You see your opponent just starting to pedal back out, very happy with the big smile on his face, fired up, and you feel the urgency that you need to answer back. But sometimes you commit a mistake. You just got to reset and forget about what's in the past and focus on the next one, because right now Miggy sits with priority, sits with the lead, and we're waiting on his last score. That is going to be a healthy one for him. But back to Miggy, like as he was paddling, he was kind of from behind, so you can't really see what's in front of you. He just knows it's a wave that's doubling up, so he had the sense of urgency to start pumping. As he did that right on the beginning, he noticed he could slow himself down before and then put on the gas pedal.
But that's just tube mastery, to have that presence of mind in that instantaneous second while you're inside of a barrel, to slow down, speed up. Just,
right
this
there.
is mastery right here.
You could see that he was coming from way behind, but then he slowed himself down, and then he has to go on like max speed as fast as he could to go through that last section, mostly because he got very small. Beautiful, wide open.
That second section, and just has to go really high and compress his body. Gets super aerodynamic. Here's a slow motion, Jesse.
Yeah, beautiful move right there from Miggy. 1-2 pumps. And this one is just so impressive. That's an incredible score for Miggy. He's right back at it.
Yeah, that felt excellent to me. That whole feeling of surprise when a surfer comes out just feels excellent. And that score for Miguel Pupo, we expect as an excellent score.
And that surprise factor that you mentioned, Kaipo, he's been on tour for over 10 years. Well, we see the IC score for Miguel Pupo here, 8.5. The spread was pretty close together, 0.8 in difference.
Yeah.
But all of them going excellent, which was pretty obvious wave.
Well, it shows you there's a couple of ways to get 8.5. So the cloned scores between Griffin Colapinto and Miguel Pupo is going to be all about the backup score, in which Miguel Pupo has the advantage on that 517 over Griffin Colapinto, and Miguel Pupo with priority over Griffin Colapinto. So Miggy can really control these next few minutes into this heat and the next exchange.
And yeah, just the momentum shift right there was it was really easy to identify how there's a little bit of sense of urgency for Griffin, paddling for that wave that already kind of looked like it wasn't anything special. He was just trying to force something out of his ability, which sometimes it happens, but at this moment of the heat, there's more than 20 minutes left when that happened, when he lost priority, so just needed to be a bit more patient.
Let's hear from the shaman, Jack Robinson, with Chris Cote. Here we go. Griffin Colapinto pulls into this one. A funneling wave. Colapinto comes out. Remember, he just needs a 5.17 to get on and take the lead off of Miguel Pupo. So we will see. That was a great effort in a tight funneling backhand barrel for Griffin Colapinto.
The only thing that's sketching me on that wave, the tube riding technique was impressive. The wave was nice and clean, nice and hollow as well, but it's a smaller wave in size. He got as deep as he could, did all the work possible. But that element of surprise that we were talking about, it was lacking on that wave. It was very predictable that he was going to come out of it, but beautiful technique there for Griffin. Is it a 517? You got to compare it to, obviously, Miggy's 517. It's a very tight heat right now. Miggy's was a much bigger wave. He wasn't as deep as Griffin, but the wave was stretched out a bit more, harder to navigate, more energy. It's going to be around.
It should be around, but it's going to be so like on the line, I feel, for Griffin Colapinto. If he does get that score, I feel it's going to be by the slightest of margin. And if he doesn't get the score, I also feel it's going to be by the slightest of margin. But you never know what's going to come down from the tower. We can speculate all we want here. No indications as of yet on our scoring board. So we're just waiting to see what Griffin Colapinto was able to manufacture there.
Because also, like, the judges watching it live, it's a whole different perspective and then watching it on the screen, right? Like, you have the camera pulled in, so there's all the factors that kind of trims down, mostly wave size.
Yeah.
Like, live, it makes a big difference.
Yep, and it comes in for Colapinto. The score bug will update, but I can tell you it comes in under at a 4.67. 4.67 back up for Griffin Colapinto, and so he continues to trail Miguel Pupo. Pupo with heat control, the lead and priority. Here's the 4.67 one more time.
Yeah, and the difference for me is just he slowed himself down, does everything he possibly could, but it's a smaller wave in size, and that's the degree of difficulty. The scale goes down when that happens. And if you see Miggy's here, it's double the size almost of the wave that that Griffin rode. As much as his nose, the nose of the board was showing the whole time, he still had some good tube time, and he was driving through that barrel nicely. So the edge to Miggy, I think, was fair. He was close. He could have kind of went either way. He went just a little bit more than 0.5 points of difference. So,
but you know, Griff had to give it a go, right? He's under priority.
Yeah.
He really has nothing to lose other than take a swing at it, keep busy, see if he can manufacture the score, see if he can build together the score, put it in a kit together. But that time just came in a little bit, you know, a little bit under. I love that Miguel Pupo, however, is very stoic and patient in his approach right here, controlling the peak, not flinching, knowing that he's in the lead, knowing he can control the pace and with the priority. Let's try to get back to Jack Robinson with Chris Cote.
It's grateful to be able to
Yeah, thank you so much, Kaipo. Jack, I was listening to the lineup pod where you were talking about tapping into your younger self. What would little Jack say about that heat you just had with the GOAT?
Little Jack remembers the first heat he surfed against Kelly. It was 13 at Karamas. So yeah, we've had, actually the competition started when I was really young, so yeah, much respect for Kelly. And yeah, what a blessed day, able to surf out there and get the job done for today.
And you got more to come. We're on yellow alert for potential finals day tomorrow. What does that do for you tonight, for the rest of the evening and into the morning?
Yeah, I knew we were going to be probably finishing the event now. So yeah, same thing, just another day for me to rest, get better, and get more strength. And yeah, see you guys tomorrow.
Can't wait to see what happens, brother.
Thank you.
Told you. He's in shaman mode right there. The water bender right there. He's not going to flinch. He's not celebrating a victory over Kelly Slater. He's looking past the finish line right now for a win here.
I mean, it's tunnel visual. He's looking at some pasta, carbs on the end of the day, get the energy back up, sleep, wake up, do it again.
Yeah, you know, hang out with his son Zen for a little bit and just get some of that good youthful energy, absorb that energy, go out there and bend water again tomorrow.
Literally bend water, because what those guys do sometimes inside a barrel, it feels like the water can never touch them.
1977 world champ Sean Thompson said he actually, at times in the barrel, he thought that he could control the water around him and that time would slow down. So Griffin just go for that one. Again, under priority, so he's just going to keep on having swings at it. Needs a 5.17 to turn the heat. You got anything interesting to tell me about Miguel Pupo?
He just moved to my street.
That's interesting, Jesse.
With 5 girls, so 4 kids and one wife.
Yeah, he has 4 daughters, right?
Yes. Thankfully, 1 wife and 4 kids.
Yeah. I'm a girl dad. I got two girls.
I have 1
3
now.
girls. Yeah.
So literally, he's like about 60 yards from my house now.
Wow.
And he literally finished moving everything one day before he came over
Having to come over here.
So I was actually going there and helping him out with a few things. So.
You know, a great family man, and there's years that Miguel could not afford taking the whole family on tour with him. And just the commitment that he shows, you know, in the heart. I mean, I think you can speak to that because I watched it firsthand over his evolution on the championship tour.
No doubt. Like he was for so long an underdog. Everyone knew his capability of being in the top 5, but he just couldn't put together. And the last few years, just kind of working all of that around and making it possible. And he still mostly travels by himself. He knows he's in the last few years of his career, and he wants to make the most and maximize the opportunity that is in offer. And he knows the best way for him to do that is just to being 100% focused, because traveling with 5 people is not easy. And he has, you know, 1 year old.
Yeah.
He has every age possible from 1 to 9.
Well, he's going to be well taken care of as he gets into his older years with all his daughters and his wife.
That's true.
Having one of the best years of his long career, 14 years on the championship tour, 34 years old, Miguel Pupo, with that win in Bells that everyone enjoyed. I think collectively the whole surf industry enjoyed that. Here goes Miggy using priority. Zooms off the bottom, stalls. Look at this barrel, and it breathes Miguel Pupo straight out of it. I think he improved upon his score line right now, pulling away from Griffin Colapinto.
I have no doubt, but looks like Griffin on the way behind.
Griff on the go, dragging the body, coming through the spit. Oh yeah, for Griffin Colapinto.
Gosh, we have a heat.
What a exchange.
A lot to digest right now, Kaipo.
Oh man, look, it's golden hour right now. The waves are still pumping, hollow barrels, and a nice exchange between these two.
Oh, that was psycho. That's as good as you could ask for a finish. Both of the surfers getting an 8.5, so they started off pretty similar. Miggy just taking control of the heat, pulls the trigger on the perfect wave. Like, easy wave to read, very critical because the wave was very hollow. It was much bigger, not much bigger in size, but bigger in size than Griffin's Colapinto 4.67, but smaller than the 8.5s. So, but the energy, the criticalness was there. So when you're thinking he's just taking away the win, there's an even better wave behind.
And the math for me is whoever gets the higher score out of this exchange takes the lead, because they both got 8.5s. Take a look right here.
Look, bottom turns, delays himself, gets as critical as possible. That wave is so throwed, he comes out with the speed. And you're like, okay, perfect decision. But then the wave behind is just a little bit more stretched out, and he's able to get deeper and go through that fumble and come out with the speed as well.
Oh my, I want to know the scores, Jesse, but you're going to have to wait because we're going to take a break. We're going to come back with those scores and more. It's the last heat of the day, and Griffin Colapinto and Miguel Pupo are putting on a show.
Last of red. 8.1.
Magic afternoon here at Teahupo'o. Griffin Colapinto, Miguel Pupo with a big exchange as we went to break. We were waiting for scores, and we're going to take another look at that exchange. Starting right here, Jesse, this was a 6.67 for Miguel Pupo.
I mean, the difference is just clear. It's just a deeper barrel for Griffin Colapinto, very similar wave in size, but Griffin's even got a little bit more throaty and more stretched out, which gives it more criticalness. But look how hollow that wave is. And you're thinking about Miggy just pulls the trigger right on the perfect timing. Like, easy wave to read that was the score that Griffin was needing. And Miggy actually better by 1.5 points over. But then this wave, you can see he's driving through. The nose of this board the whole time was going down the line because that wave was growing in size. So you could see him going through the fumble. Everything kind of worked perfectly for Griffin.
Yeah.
And we talk about momentum shift right there, going through the fumble. That's what's the point of difference on this the scoring situation here. So I'm giving the edge to Griff on this exchange.
Yep. Griffin Colapinto coming in with an excellent score. And we're going to talk to Strider about that 8.17.
Yeah, you know what? I was watching Miggy take off on his, and the thing just, he delayed his bottom turn. You saw it stand up and hit the inside ledge and just go square. Nice spit after it. I mean, it was like a perfect pull of the trigger. And then Griffin's behind it was actually a little bit bigger. And I was like, oh, wow, this one's going to be even better. And it drew off the reef super hard. And then it just had this cavern. And I couldn't, went by us in the barrel on the foam ball. And then he came out of the back and he came shooting through the lip with his fist up in the air. And when he paddled by, he goes, Strider, I was on the bubble. I was on the foam ball. I was in it, and I came over it, and I pulled it. And it was like, you could just see like the pure stoke in his face. So, great exchange. Miggy's got priority. This thing is not over yet.
So again, to review the scores, that score for Griffin Colapinto, 8.17. There's our IC score line, Jesse.
Poof. That was pretty... I mean, it was pretty clear in my eyes that Griffin got the nod on that one. It's just the intensity, and I'm sure Miggy paddling out, when like paddling back out, seeing him going through the fumble, Miggy knows what he felt and probably noticed that he didn't go through the fumble. Nothing to take against Miggy's ability, just the wave didn't provide the opportunity for it. But just talk about momentum shift, you know, like you saw Miggy's 8.5 under priority, everything started working his way, and then he pulls the trigger in the perfect spot. Gets a 6.67, always better in his situation since the first wave, but then the wave behind was even better. How many times we saw today a back-to-back wave?
Not very often, you know, and so strategically, you can't put a flaw in Miguel's strategy. I feel like under the circumstance, the odds were in his favor. He did the right thing, taking that wave and getting a better score, bettering his scoreline. But that magic wave came from Griffin Colapinto, and he just... but to Griffin's credit, he made a very difficult wave. He got deep in the tube. He had the opportunity, and he executed.
I mean, hats off to both surfers. Like, they both were pretty much impeccable, besides Griffin giving it away the 8.5 to Miggy. So that was the only mistake of the heat that I've seen it so far. But he's still, in the end, he paid off because he's in the lead with 16-point total, 16.67, which is a massive lead.
Yep. Anything over 16-point heat total, we call it excellent heat, and Griffin Colapinto has gone excellent. And he is setting himself up. If he's able to hang on in this last 4 minutes and 20 seconds, Griffin's going to have a rematch in quarterfinal number 4 tomorrow, finals day of last year's final. So that's going to be such a good heat. Jack Robinson, Griffin Colapinto, if this plays out, Miguel Pupo can still turn this heat. He's got priority. 8.17 is the requirement.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about how this the lower bracket of the draw has been very stacked for these conditions. For the conditions that we have here for Teahupo'o, obviously everyone on the lineup is incredibly good, but specifically having Kelly in the draw on the lower seed, and then you have Jack, you have Griffin, you have Miguel, so many past champs. You have Gabriel that lost in the second round. That makes it very exciting and appealing. So whoever keeps making those heats, they're battling lions every time.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the heat numbers, the bottom half of the draw did have the bigger heat totals when we look at round number 2 and even today in round number 3. So good observation right there. But it all comes together. You can see the path to the final. If you go to worldsurfleague.com, you can look on results and look in the brackets and see everyone's path to a victory here in Tahiti. 3 minutes remaining, and Kelly Slater's sticking around. He wants to watch the show.
I'm sure he's going to want to get a wave before dark.
Oh, yeah.
He loves surfing before dark. He's like that last 5 minutes of light, he's out.
It's a peaceful time. Down to under 3 minutes. And Griffin Colapinto. It's been a seesaw battle. Griffin opening up with that 8.5. Looked like he was in total control. Miggy with just a meager 5.17. Then Miguel Pupo coming back, taking control of the heat. Then Griffin coming back and taking it back after Miguel putting a solid heat total. 15.17 is going to take you out of most heats for sure. But that 16.67, big numbers from Griffin Colapinto.
I mean, you would take him out of jail from the previous heat with Jack. He had incredible heat, but he still got 15 points flat. So that just showed the level of this last heat that we had. Both surfers doing very well. And for Miggy's advantage right now, still 2 minutes in the clock.
Yeah.
And he knows what an 817 looks like because he's already got an 8.5.
Needs a magic wave. And so now it's just all up to the ocean. It's all up to the South Pacific for Miguel Pupo.
Maybe a double up coming. Looks like he's having a look. Too far. He's gone.
All right, way deep on this one, scratching to get in. He's going to get in very late, very deep, give up priority, and Griffin's going to be all over Miguel Pupo like a wet blanket now and cover him for this last minute. Holding, being aware of where he is in the lineup. Griffin controlling the peak. He's got heat control, priority, and an excellent heat number.
Yeah, he's already
And he's just going to come right next to Miguel Pupo. Another wave coming through.
Looks like he's going.
And Miggy's going to keep Griffin honest, forces him on this one. Griffin pulls up, pulls in, holds on to the rail, and goes down. Wave behind, may have an opportunity for Miguel Pupo. Still 50 seconds on the clock, so that's a few waves going to hit the reef right now. It just depends if there's a set available for Miguel.
Yeah, he's just taking the bullets away, you know, like getting one of them and making sure Miguel's going to sit out the back. And props to him. If a wave comes and he gets the score, it is what it is, but definitely not going to get under his priority. That's, I guess, his mindset right there.
Yeah, that was certainly some defensive surfing by Griffin Colapinto. And probably the right move as you see the horizon right now. Jesse, do you see much out there?
No, I don't see anything. We see that, you know, that deep one, smaller south angled wave that's not even going to get you, Miggy. And nothing behind, really. So it's looks like it's a nail in the coffin.
Yeah, that's going to be it. But what a entertaining heat that we saw at the end of the day. Thank you for the entertainment, Miguel Pupo, and congratulations to Griffin Colapinto. That was a well-surfed heat. Big numbers by both the surfers put up, but it will be Griffin Colapinto into quarterfinal number 4. It will be a rematch of last year's final along with Jack Robinson. Look at those impressive numbers there for the two surfers to end the day. And what a day it was. But day's not over. We still got much more to bring you. The Corona Cerro post-show on the way after this break, where we're going to go through all of today's actions. And join us, Joe, Jesse, and Flick. They'll be on the Corona Cerro post-show right after these messages.
Hi, everybody. It's time for the Corona Cerro post show. An incredible day of action for the women, for the men. We got started first thing in the morning. It's already past 5 o'clock in the evening. Sunset time to relax and enjoy a Corona Cerro and enjoy all the big, impactful heats that set up the quarterfinals for a potential finals day tomorrow. Yellow alert already thrown out there to crown our champions tomorrow afternoon. Joe Turpel with Flick Palmatier and Jesse Mendez. Fun day, you know, with a lot of different stories, you know, from young wild cards living their dreams, like Kalia Galina, a 14-year-old. I don't know if many 14-year-olds have had a day like her in history of the sport.
Oh, it's pretty crazy. She's taken down, 3 world titles in the last couple of days. She's got herself a puppy, and she's turned 14. So it's a pretty good day to be Kalia.
And then, you know, the evening light tonight, just finishing up that, you know, to work out quarter 4. You know, Kelly kind of got skunked the first part of the heat. Jack reacted well. And then on the other side, the last heat of the day, we had Miguel Pupo and Griffin Colapinto, and one of the funnest battles we saw today.
It was such an exciting heat because both of them had momentum shifts throughout the heat. Like, it started off very well for Griffin, obviously, seating a little bit wider and was able to catch that wave. Just beautiful technique, backdooring that section, coming out clean, and then all of a sudden he gave an 8.5 to Miggy, and you're thinking like, whoa, this is a momentum shift. So Miggy started to pick back up. This is the wave that I'm talking about. As this wave goes, he starts to pump, slows himself down, and then gets so deep in this section here. Comes out beautifully. And the wave just, I mean, sorry, not the wave, but the heat just kept getting better and better, and Miggy regained priority. Griffin had a sense of urgency to go on a wave that he should have not. And then Miggy blocks him on this wave, maximizes the potential, gets a 6.67, comes out with the speed, beautiful wave, but the wave behind was just even more special.
What a great balance of acts, regular versus goofy. Miguel showing how dangerous he is there as a past champ, but it's all been the magic of Griff. The guy loves a faux ball dance. A couple of big 8s. Another excellent heat for Griffin Colapinto as he earns that spot in the quarterfinals with Jack Robinson. Checking out the numbers there. Griff, you know, didn't peak too early. I don't think there's a such thing. Got a 10, more 8s heading his way as he's hanging out on the boat with Chris Cote.
And you love a good battle. You and Miggy going wave for wave in that one. That was a real fun heat to watch.
Oh yeah, that was good. I started off so hot with the 8.5 in the first 5 minutes, and it's just like, well, it's crazy when you have so much time and you start off like that, because then it's like for the other guy, like mentally it's almost like easier for them to adjust to be like, okay, I need to wait for like a psycho wave, you know? And so, yeah, and then I kind of like started good, and then I fell on a kind of a good one, and then I let him go on the 8.5, and it's just like, oh no, I'm totally letting this thing slip away from me. And then, yeah, right on my second 8, there was that wave before that he went on, and he had priority, and it was coming, and I was kind of like looking at it, and I was like, oh, it looks like all right, but I don't know if it's going to be much. And I was like, I might as well just have a crack and like see if I can bait him into it, and it worked. Like I was like really surprised that he went. And then the one behind was my 8, and that thing was like pretty killer on the inside West Bowl. And even on that wave, I actually almost blew it. I like went to grab my rail. I don't know if you can see in the clip, I like went to grab it and I missed it, and then I like re-grabbed it right just when the lip was coming over me. And then I was just like, I gotta milk every point out of this and put myself on the foam ball on that. And when I came out of that, I was like, okay, yes, we're back.
I know you've done a lot of work, mental, physical, spiritual, but does a victory from yesterday, having that magic heat, did that carry over in today?
Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, when you have those moments, it's like, it can be easy to kind of just like live in the past and try and replay that in your head. So like today I just had to remind myself like that was in the past, and now it's like you just got to focus on what's in front of you and you know, just like keep tapping into that flow state.
Yellow alert for tomorrow. What's next for Griff?
What's next? I know we got Robbo in our heat, which is exciting because we had the final out here last year. So it's always fun going up against him. It's just like we kind of have like these similar mindsets, but like different approaches personality-wise. So it's always fun to like have a heat with him and just like, you know, see different ways to do that.
Can't wait to see it. Good luck, brother.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Chris. And Griffin Colapinto reminding us of all the funny things that happen when he meets up with Jack Robinson. We'll see what they do before that heat starts tomorrow. Like Chris said, yellow alert for finals day. Probable start first thing in the morning, 6:30 a.m. call for a 7:05 start. So a little bit earlier than we started this morning. And we'll have quarters, semifinals, final, big celebration right here in Teahupo'o. We'll see who ends up taking it all out. Griffin coming close last year, runner-up to Jack Robinson. And Jack has just been a force out here. He always was supposed to be. His reputation when he qualified, we're like, okay, can't wait for Tahiti. And he's lived up to those expectations. Today, dealing with Kelly Slater, as we rewind the tape, it was a special heat for both of them. You never know how many more Jack versus Kelly we're going to get. The ocean ended up being pretty quiet to start, but we knew there was no restarts today. And Jack really got going first.
Yeah, Jack got going first, and as you can see here, just such good technique from Jack on the backhand. This is the 5-8-3, gets a little turn on there, but yeah, it started off really slow. On paper, you're thinking, okay, this heat is going to be absolutely incredible. Jack turned up the volume with this one, well and truly. Great wave selection, had priority. You could see Kelly wanted it. I mean, we haven't really seen a longer tube like that, and how technical it is to ride a tube like that for such a long distance on your backhand. He's changed his line multiple times. He's using his hand to drag and manage his speed throughout that barrel, and then it was kind of really lackluster until Kelly kind of fought back though. Had a couple of little moments, but yeah, it was this moment right here that he really fought his way back into the heat, the 7-8-3, and then really time was kind of the enemy though. Only had a few more minutes left to try and really make something happen in the dying stages of this heat, but yeah, Jack ending up with the win here, and it was a massive heat, obviously on paper, and Jack delivering with another excellent ride. And look, thank you, Kelly, really, thank you, because you delivered so many incredible moments throughout this event. And I know that he was gunning for a potential another wild card at the end of the year at Pipe when he had his little moment with Strider in the channel, so we'll see what happens there. But yeah, Jack moving on, and like Riff said, they're going to be matching up, so it was last year's final.
Oh, what a special story that was. As we check out finals day bracket, see that bottom part of the draw, Jack Robinson trying to repeat his victory, going for a third title tomorrow, taking on Griff, who made it to the final last year. And George Pitar, first time to Tahiti, making sense of this lineup on the fly. Ramsey, one of his favorite events on tour, trying to build his seed. Italo Ethan, that is a classic that's been in the top 5 for a while. And also Seth Moniz, Al Cleland Jr. Those two guys are looking for huge results. They're thinking about requalification. They're in the right place, being a part of finals day, Jesse.
Yeah, those three names, Ramsey, Seth, and Al, they have a huge opportunity in front of them. So it's for them to grab it and, you know, get a little bit of gap, because they need to catch up. They're way below in the rankings, and, you know, we're past the half time of the season, and they need to get working.
It's interesting when you look at the holes in the top 5 coming into finals day. Leo Fioravanti's out. Pupo is number 5. He just got knocked, along with Iago Dora, you know, reigning world champ, out of the mix as well. Huge names out. Similar story on the women's side, as Anatle Lior created a huge upset. Knocked out world number 1, Gabriella Bryan today. She was more than ready. Came about 2 weeks early to prepare for this event, but Anatle Lior was just on every good wave. And Gabby just never really got going.
I mean, on paper, obviously, Gabby, on the rankings and experience, she has the edge on this heat. But with the conditions that we had on offer, not sneaky good at getting tube riding. So she can tread and maneuvers her board very well to the tight transitions of the barrels, and also she was selecting the waves pretty well. Gabby kind of just have a shocker of a heat.
Yeah, Gabby, you look at the total there, only 1.46 for her, but Anat just really finding the gems. And when you look back on this and rewind on the day, it actually looks like a different day to what we're seeing this afternoon. It just goes to show just how, you know, adaptable you've got to be out here, the different kind of conditions. This is definitely not the way that Gabriella Bryan would have thought this heat would have gone, but on the other end of that, Anat, similar story, you know, to the other guys we just mentioned, Seth, Al, Ramsey. She needs a result here. She's at the lower end of the rankings too on the women's side, so this is a big upset for Gabriella, but really, this is going to be really rewarding for Anat going through to the quarterfinals.
Anat Leilior, rookie from Tel Aviv, Israel, doing a great job to move into the quarterfinals, making a statement here today. So we've got Gabby out, world number 1. Carissa Moore, number 2 in the world, not on this list. Sawyer Lindblad, number 3 out. Going down to number 4, Luana Silva. So the high seed is the reigning world champion, event champ, Molly Picklum. Right behind her, number 6 in the world, Katie Simmers on the bottom part of the draw. Jesse, are we going to see a rematch of last year's final?
I mean, I wouldn't doubt they're probably the 2 best backside tube riders in the world right now. And we got to put the little girl in that match as well because she's pretty damn good. And it's just a huge opportunity for both of those surfers. They had the highest scores of the day, single highest scores, a 9-point ride for Kaylee and 817 for Molly on the women's side, sorry. So, yeah, I'm excited to see how it's going to unfold tomorrow.
Yeah, gosh, Katie was charging today, which brings up the Mophie Charger contender of the day, Katie Simmers. 9-point ride. Hard to get these scores like this through the morning. Wind was changing. She said it was raining so hard, it was actually coming back up into her face. It was hard to see, but she could see enough in the tube right here.
This is her first wave of the day. Straight into packing, a massive cabin, locks in a 9. I like the dismount just as much as the tube. It looked just as fun. But this thing was serious, and we haven't really seen a sizable wave like this for quite some time, and this thing just absolutely threw. She said it absolutely went quiet when she was in there. She couldn't really hear much, and it's kind of what happens when you're in such a big tube. Sometimes time stands still. So, yeah, hats off to Katie. She's looking really good.
Currently number 6 in the world, but also growing with this result, as she is always going to be a favorite to win as a past world champion. Great job today for Katie, and now we just have one more day to potentially think about for the forecast. Big thanks to Surfline letting us know what to expect throughout the waiting period. And Thursday, which is tomorrow, was always picked out as maybe being one of the favorable days of the waiting period.
I mean, no doubt about it. I think we expected the conditions to be a little bit worse on the first 2 days, but then that second day was special. Like Kelly mentioned in the post-heat interview just a little bit ago, said we got better conditions than we expected. So Thursday, it's going to be nice and clean, obviously smaller in size, but it's probably going to be something similar to what we had today. Very favorable for the inside ledge, and you know, beautiful tubes are going to be reading, and we can't wait to watch it unfold.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing a bit more offshore degree in the wind. I think that's going to be so different. I mean, I'm praying because those trade winds have been relentless the last few days. So fingers crossed that the forecast comes through. But yeah, no shortage of swell. Obviously, look at the next 4 days. Tomorrow, potential finals day. The swell's holding. Obviously, trending a little bit down in the afternoon, but the big thing I'm looking at is offshore in the morning. So that's exciting. And then if we do finish on Thursday, maybe a little free surf on Friday morning, because look at that, offshore. And a little bit smaller in size, but maybe we catch a couple.
Couldn't get better for us.
Yeah.
Let's go. Get smaller. Come on.
Officially yellow alert, ladies and gentlemen, for finals day tomorrow, as you can tell from our friends at Surfline. Looking like an incredible way to kick off finals day tomorrow morning at 7:05. Now it's time for the daily top 5 of the Corona Sarah Post Show. Coming in at number 5 on the list, just turned 14. Kalia Galina, Miss Teahupo'o, is still in the mix on finals day, taking down 2 world champions.
And the crazy thing about it, like in anywhere else, she wouldn't be the favorite, but she kind of could be the favorite here. The better the conditions get, the more deadly she will be. The more barely it gets, the more deadly she will be.
Oh, totally. And think about tomorrow, a little bit smaller in size. She's small. She can fit in those little tubes. She knows every corner of this reef. I feel like she's only getting more dangerous as she goes through this draw.
She certainly is. Just her effort of like going through closeout sets where she's saying that's the biggest one she's ever handled, but she's laughing about it. More confidence than ever for Kalia, taking on Anat tomorrow. Speaking of Anat, number 4 on the daily top 5 with her performance today. Getting into the 6s, finding 2 lefts and eliminating world number 1.
Oh, it really was victorious. See, when I watch this back and I see that sideways rain, I mean, Gabriella could not buy a wave out there, but Anat, she just had the perfect read, being the goofy, just really nailing these waves that were allowing her to just really get totally slotted. I mean, Gabriella it looked like to me she couldn't break the momentum. She took off, she had some bad wave selection, and for her, it's really just not how she would have thought this cookie would have crumbled, especially considering the prep she had. But for Anat, I mean, this is a big win for her. Moving through to the quarters, she's got a big job ahead of her, matched up against Kalia, the wild card. But yeah, I mean, look, looking forward to seeing her match up against Kalia.
Number 3 on the top 5, Griffin Colapinto stays hot. 10 yesterday, couple 8s today, Jesse.
Yeah, we noticed that he, committed a few mistakes, but sometimes those mistakes play out to be good. In the heats, it's not always, but he took the chance that he had. First 8.5 was impressive, and then came out with this beautiful 8.17. Going through the fumble right there, you can see him just flying out of that barrel with the spit. He knew exactly he got an excellent wave after coming out of that barrel.
Foam is your friend. The foam ball is Griffin's friend. You saw it multiple times throughout this event. Shakas all day. He takes on a good friend and a good rival, Jack Robinson, in the quarters tomorrow. Number 2 on the list, Katie Simmers finding her magic with his 9-point ride.
Yeah, this was so sick. This wave was just the first wave of significance that we'd seen all day. I didn't even know how she was really in the position to be on this wave. It looked like she was a little bit wider actually there and a little bit more further out. Because to position for something like this when you hadn't seen anything like this would have been a really hard task. So yeah, she's looking good, and we know she charges, so her and Molly are on opposite sides of the draw, and potentially could be another rematch.
And winning the Corona Sarah Post Show, Jack Robinson eliminating the GOAT, the wild card, who's just breaking all records in surfing. Jack knew he had his hands full and adapted well in this matchup.
Ooh, this barrel was beautiful. It starts it off super squared up. He stays it flat, and then he starts to weave through the barrel as it starts to run. And it gets very tight. As you see right here, he redirects the board, weaves it around, it gets nice and tight, and comes out clean. There's really no mistakes on this heat for Jack. Kelly answers back with this nice spit. He actually manufactured that score. He got a 7.83 if I'm not mistaken. Beautiful surfing from Kelly, but just a little bit too late.
Good job to Kelly. Thanks so much for getting involved in this event and giving us a show the last couple of days. Some of the most memorable performances we've seen in Kelly's entire career, which is a huge statement. And for Jack, even though he's been under the weather, he's been saving his energy for when it matters the most.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a massive matchup tomorrow. It's the rematch of last year's final, and Griff's looking solid. I mean, Jack, though, I mean, he's dropping 9s. Like, dropped 9 in the last heat against Cal Robson. He's done it again against Kelly, but Griff and him, I liked the insight from Griff. They're very similar in their approaches, but their personalities are different. So it's just going to be able to have, I'm looking forward to seeing how that clash unfolds tomorrow and who comes out on top.
A lot of fun world title scenarios, for the top 5. They're hoping someone could stop Italo. Italo's got Ethan, but he's now overtaken the lead of the tour again, and he's trying to run away with it into the finals. And then you look at Katie and Molly, who's trying to catch up some ground, being the highest seeds left in the draw, Jesse.
I mean, a lot of doors open in this event. We saw a lot of the top guys losing on the men's and women's side, and just great opportunity. And also for those underdogs that loves these conditions to gain some ground in the rankings and maybe, get closer to qualification.
Jesse, Flick, great job today. We're going to wake up a little earlier tomorrow. 6:30 call tomorrow for potential finals day. It's yellow alert. It's looking promising. Enjoy the daily highlights, and we'll see you first thing in the morning. Take care. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.